Chapter 1. Zhang Tian gradually awakens from a state of unconsciousness, feeling as though he is jolting through a weightless void, an indescribable discomfort enveloping him, as if his very soul is on the verge of dissipating. This sensation of weightlessness is truly disorienting. Uncertain of how much time has passed, the tumult of time and space finally subsides, and Zhang Tian returns from hell to the realm of the living. As he settles amidst the chaos of temporal turbulence, he is overcome by a nauseating urge to expel his very soul. If his body were capable of movement, he would unhesitatingly draw his sword to end his torment. Where am I? The sky. It's so blue. Zhang Tian struggles to open his eyes, only to find himself utterly incapable of exerting any strength. His eyelids grow heavier, and he feels detached from his own body, as though his soul has been shattered, and soon he lapses into complete unconsciousness. In a remote mountainous region, an elderly man is busily toiling with a basket on his back. Suddenly, the old man freezes, his face draining of color as he senses an overwhelming force emanating from behind him. Before he can react, the ground trembles with a resonant hum. Though the tremor lasts but a moment, he perceives a terror akin to the apocalypse. It feels as though he has traversed the very gates of hell, experiencing a fear unlike any he has ever known. The old man is drenched in sweat, as if he has just emerged from the depths of a river. What manner of power is this? It feels like the end of the world. Recovering from his shock, the elder turns to gaze in the direction from which the force originated, noticing that the clouds above are shifting and the winds are swirling, remnants of the recent disturbance still echoing in the atmosphere. What is that? The old man possesses keen eyesight, and despite the considerable distance, he spots an unusual object drifting through the air. With a swift motion, he leaps several dozen meters, reaching his target in just a few bounds, and catches the object that is about to plummet to the ground. Though he had braced himself for the unexpected, he is nonetheless astonished by what he holds in his hands. It is an infant. The old man gazes at the naked baby, frothing at the mouth, at a loss for words to convey his emotions. Examining the infant, he deduces that it is merely a few days old. Aside from the froth at its lips, the child appears relatively healthy, devoid of any injuries, and even more robust than the average infant. The old man tears several large leaves from the nearby trees to swaddle the baby, and, after a brief survey of the area, finds nothing amidst the surroundings are tranquil, and the clouds have settled into calmness, as if the cataclysmic force had never existed. Where is this? Zhang Tian awakens to find himself lying in an unfamiliar small room. He cannot recall having ever been in such a place. The last memory he has is washing his hands by a lake. He attempts to rise, only to discover he lacks the strength to do so. Just then, a voice booms from the doorway, startling him. "You're awake, little one." "Hey, hey, hey," the old man exclaims as he scoops Zhang Tian into his arms, scrutinizing him closely. Zhang Tian is taken aback by the sudden appearance of this giant elder, feeling utterly defenseless in his grasp, and panic seizes him. Wait, what? Why are my hands like this? How could this happen? Am I a child now? How could he have transformed into a child? He had merely washed his hands. How could this be? Is this a dream? If it is a dream, then everything before him feels too vividly real. Overcome by confusion, Zhang Tian struggles and begins to cry in the old man's arms. Mistaking this for hunger, the elder hurriedly fetches a bowl of rice porridge he had brought along and starts feeding it to Zhang Tian. In his current state of bewilderment, Zhang Tian cannot comprehend what is happening. Disoriented, he feels as though everything has changed in an instant. Though still in a daze, he instinctively opens his mouth to receive the porridge offered by the old man, devouring it with increasing speed. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Zhang Tian's mind clears considerably. Once he grasps the situation, he realizes that even if this is a dream, he cannot resist it. Since someone is attending to him, he might as well enjoy it, even if the caretaker is an elderly man. Seeing that Zhang Tian has stopped crying, the elder chuckles. "Since you fell from the sky, I shall name you Tian." He puts down the spoon and continues, "From now on, you shall be called Wu Tian, taking my surname. Sun Wufan, ha!" The elder seems quite pleased with the name he has chosen, occasionally calling out Tian Tian to amuse Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian feels like crying without tears. So I fell from the sky? But why did I fall? What on earth is happening? As Zhang Tian vocalizes his confusion, he finishes another bowl of porridge. Despite being in a precarious situation, his hunger still needs to be satiated, and the porridge tastes quite delectable. Zhang Tian rolls his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Only after calming down does he realize that he is unable to speak, and glancing at his hands and feet, he estimates that this body has not yet reached the age of one. Could it be that I drowned while washing my hands? Have I been reincarnated, retaining my memories? Clearly, these are not the questions he should be pondering at the moment. Perhaps this is merely a dream. Yes, it must be a dream. Having just eaten his fill, Zhang Tian feels extremely fatigued and soon drifts back into slumber. Come, Tian, Grandpa will take you up the mountain to play. Zhang Tian is jolted awake from his slumber as if struck by thunder. He feels dizzy, his mind racing. This isn't a dream. Oh heavens, how could this be? Despite his mental preparation, he still cannot accept this reality. Sun Wufan lifts Zhang Tian from the bed and places him into the basket on his back. Zhang Tian realizes he lacks the strength to resist and resigns himself to his fate, wearing a look of dejection. Imagine the sensation of suddenly transforming from an adult into an infant. As Sun Wufan strolls leisurely up the mountain, he effortlessly leaps over towering boulders, each 5 or 6 meters high, without Zhang Tian feeling any jarring motion in the basket, is perfectly stable. Goodness, this old man is an unparalleled master, a hidden genius. Zhang Tian is not overly surprised by Sun Wufan's prowess, as he himself is a martial artist. What astonishes him is the elder's agility. Just as he marvels at this, an urge to cry wells up within him. Upon glancing back, Zhang Tian realizes that the area surrounding the house is entirely enveloped by trees, only towering trees as far as the eye can see, with not a single soul in sight, let alone another house. Looking out, he estimates that the forest stretches for dozens of miles. Oh heavens, what in the world is this place? Zhang Tian cries out in despair, prompting the old man to pat the basket reassuringly. Don't cry, Tian, we're almost there. The elder continues to gently pat the basket, attempting to soothe the distressed infant within. Seeing Sun Wufan's actions, Zhang Tian understands his intentions but feels even more frustrated, choosing to remain silent in his thoughts. After a while, Sun Wufan lets out a grunt, and Zhang Tian feels the altitude shift dramatically as they ascend rapidly. Before he can even react, that sensation disappears. It turns out that the old man had just leaped over a cliff that stood over 20 meters high, nearly vertical. What in the world is happening? Could it be? A thought crosses Zhang Tian's mind-innate realm. This is incredible. I never imagined such hidden masters truly existed. That jump must have been at least 20 meters high. My goodness. Even my grandfather's 9th sun skill, combined with his lightness skill, couldn't achieve such heights. His grandfather had once mentioned that with his 9th sun skill at the 7th level, he could count on one hand those who could rival him. This is astounding. I wonder if he is an innate master or a cultivator. If so, that would be truly extraordinary. In Zhang Tian's understanding, innate masters are akin to mythological beings. It is said that there is only one such master in existence, while cultivators belong to the realm of legends. He recalls hearing his grandfather mention cultivators only once, during casual banter with his elders. This old man before him does not exhibit any fluctuation of energy as he leaps, nor does Zhang Tian feel any reaction from within the elder's body. As he is in close proximity, he would sense even the slightest movement of energy within the elder. Though he is merely an infant, his years of martial training have sharpened his mental acuity beyond that of an ordinary person. Thus, Zhang Tian concludes that this old man is either an innate master or a legendary cultivator, and he fervently hopes for the latter. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's boisterous laughter, the elderly man couldn't help but join in, addressing the little one nestled in the backpack. Xiao Tian, when you grow a bit older, I shall impart all my skills to you. Clearly, the old man embraced the role of grandfather with a delightful ease. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian's heart soared with joy, and though words escaped him, he could only wave his tiny hands in excitement. The old man recognized that the child was genuinely thrilled by his words, and this filled his heart with even greater joy. The child possessed a certain spirit. Ah, splendid, splendid. Good child, if you learn all my skills, then grandfather shall take you to my teacher, where you can receive guidance to master the world's most formidable martial arts. In time, you shall wield such power that you could obliterate an entire mountain with a single strike. Alas, my own talents are lacking, and I cannot grasp the techniques of my master. Martial arts? Is it a term from the realm of cultivation? An entire mountain gone? Truly, it must be cultivation. Zhang Tian was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, indeed, a true cultivator. Ha ha ha. I wish to cultivate as well. I want to unleash torrents of power to attain immortality. All right, Tian, let grandfather stretch a bit, and then we shall venture into the mountains to play. With that, he set down the backpack and walked over to the nearby grass, where he plucked some long blades and settled beside Zhang Tian, deftly twisting the grass in his hands. In no time, the blades transformed into the likeness of a small creature. In mere seconds, Zhang Tian was left speechless. The crafted squirrel appeared almost lifelike. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, truly, a cultivator is deserving of such praise. Even a simple creation possesses such vitality. What an incredible skill. Sun Wukong, holding the finished small creature, glanced around before pinching off the excess grass and presenting it to Zhang Tian. Here you go, Tian. Grandfather has made a little rabbit for you to play with. You stay here for a moment. Is this a rabbit? Do rabbits have such long legs? Is their tail like this? And their mouth certainly isn't shaped this way. Could it be that rabbits in the realm of cultivation are different? Zhang Tian examined the rabbit, eager to understand the crafting method, but the old man's hands had moved too swiftly for him to decipher the technique before it was complete. If he could learn this, he could potentially sell such creations for a handsome price. As Zhang Tian pondered how to dismantle the rabbit, a series of intermittent whooshing sounds reached his ears from a distance. Turning to see the source, he was instantly awestruck by the sight before him. There was Sun Wukong, performing martial movements, the air around him seemingly punctured with each strike. The collision of his fists against the air created intense friction, resonating as if he were shattering the very fabric of space. Zhang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed internally, "Is this truly remarkable? Is this the power of a cultivator? A mere punch that threatens to tear apart space itself. How formidable." I recall my grandfather mentioning that mastering the Jiuyang art to its 9th level, reaching the innate stage, allows one to create explosions through the clash of true qi. And here this old man produces such thunderous sounds with a single blow. How immense must his strength be? It feels as though he could annihilate the heavens and earth. If he unleashed his inner power. No, wait, cultivators wield celestial or magical energy, don't they? Each day, Sun Wukong took Zhang Tian up the mountain, and apart from simple tasks, they spent the remainder of their time in relentless cultivation, repeating the same routines day after day. Zhang Tian observed that the old man's techniques were rather rudimentary, lacking in any finesse. Fortunately, the results of his practice were undeniably powerful, as he was often greeted by the sound of explosive bursts echoing in his ears. Moreover, it was evident that for a cultivator, possessing deep magical energy was paramount. Martial arts served merely as an auxiliary. As his grandfather once said, inner strength is the foundation of all. In the blink of an eye. 6 months had passed, and Zhang Tian had learned to articulate words. It became increasingly clear to him that he was not on Earth, at least not in the 21st century. From his conversations with the old man, he gleaned that there was no such place as China, America, or England here. Initially, Zhang Tian speculated that the old man might have been secluded in the mountains for too long, oblivious to the changes in the outside world. However, he soon learned that the old man ventured into the city every couple of years to procure necessities or to visit his master on the celestial island. A year later, Zhang Tian had grown to resemble a child of 4 or 5 years of age. He initially wished to practice his family's martial art, the Ninyong skill, but was apprehensive that doing so would hinder his ability to cultivate immortality. Moreover, it was not an opportune time to pursue the Ninyong skill. Its inner force was too domineering for his currently frail meridians to withstand. He feared that a misstep might incinerate his meridians, leading to his untimely demise, a fate even the celestial beings would struggle to avert. Zhang Tian had repeatedly requested to train alongside Sun Wufan, but was met with refusal, as the old man worried that his frail body could not endure the substantial impact. In his determination to swiftly master the art of immortality, Zhang Tian tirelessly ran around the mountains, consuming meals meant for 3 or 4 individuals. At just over a year old, he appeared to be the size of a child aged 4 or 5. One day, the old man summoned Zhang Tian, lifting him into his arms and asking, "Tian, Tian, do you yearn to train with your grandfather?" Zhang Tian, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with longing. "Very well." The old man declared, "From this day forth, I shall teach you how to cultivate. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian could not contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "Yes, yes." At last, his diligent efforts bore fruit. His journey towards immortality was finally about to commence. The old man approached a tree the size of a basketball and, with a swift strike, severed it with a resounding crack. Zhang Tian watched in awe and envy. The old man then chopped the tree into several segments, binding them with rope, one end of which he secured to Zhang Tian's waist. Zhang Tian's expression turned to one of confusion. "Grandfather, you can't possibly expect me to drag this wood for training, can you?" As he gazed at the rope tethered around him and the log trailing behind, his mind was in a whirl, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Indeed, that is precisely your task," the old man replied with a chuckle. "You must drag this log up to that mountain peak and then return. Only then will your task be complete." Zhang Tian glanced in the direction indicated by Sun Wufan, his heart sinking. "Mother, that's several miles away. Dragging this 20-kilogram log back and forth, won't that be exhausting?" Although he prided himself on his strength, he could not fathom such a grueling ordeal. Was it necessary to strengthen his physique before pursuing immortality? With a pained expression, Zhang Tian pleaded, "Grandfather, must it truly be this way? It will be exceedingly tiring. Why not simply teach me the heart method?" The old man gently patted Zhang Tian on the head, saying, "Training is inherently arduous. One must be able to endure hardship. I, too, trained in such a manner. This is merely the beginning. The training will intensify as we progress. Now, off you go. I shall await you ahead. Do not succumb to laziness. I shall be watching." With that, the old man vanished with a whoosh, and Zhang Tian turned to see him already several hundred meters away. "Mother, for the sake of my dreams, I shall persevere." Zhang Tian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and began to drag the massive log, embarking on his rigorous training regimen in a secluded mountain range in the southeast of the continent. A small boy, about the size of a 4 or 5-year-old, was struggling with a large log. "Damn it, I refuse to believe that I cannot push this 100-pound log back," he grunted, rolling a meter-long log towards his home. Transporting this nearly 200-pound log back was Zhang Tian's task for the day. His grandfather had greatly underestimated him. Within a month, Zhang Tian was able to drag a 50-pound log over 10 miles of mountainous terrain. His current challenge involved a log weighing around 200 pounds. However, he could no longer drag it. He had to lift it using only his hands, be it carrying or rolling it, as long as he could transport it back and forth. His task would be deemed complete. Such rigorous training visibly enhanced his strength, the rapid growth of which Zhang Tian had not anticipated. In the past, even doubling his efforts would not have yielded such results, leaving him puzzled yet ultimately unconcerned, for an increase in power was undoubtedly beneficial. The following day, just as Zhang Tian was preparing to commence his training, a tremendous sound erupted from the depths of the mountains, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "What on earth? Was that an earthquake?" Zhang Tian exclaimed, glancing towards the source of the commotion, only to see a plume of smoke rising from the rear mountains. That area is flat. How could there be smoke? Could it be a volcanic eruption? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Tian sprinted toward the source of the smoke at an astonishing speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Zhang Tian felt a surge of pride. This speed was comparable to the 3rd level of the Ninyong skill combined with the agility of cloud leaping, a feat achieved only after years of practice. However, that was his past self. Now, he lacked any internal energy. Had he still possessed it, his speed would likely have rivaled that of his grandfather S. in his previous life, 7th level of the Ninyong skill. Just as he relished the thrill of his rapid sprint, a gust of wind whizzed past him, startling Zhang Tian. "Grandfather, wait for me." It turned out that the old man was also heading towards the source of the smoke, but at a speed that Zhang Tian could not hope to match. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Zhang Tian felt disheartened. He had just been basking in his own speed, only to be overshadowed by his grandfather's prowess. Determined, Zhang Tian pushed himself harder to keep pace with his grandfather. A half hour later, he finally arrived at a vast clearing, though much of it was sunken. Resembling a massive crater created by some force, Zhang Tian was still several dozen meters away from the pit when he saw his grandfather emerge from it. Could it be that a meteorite has fallen from outer space? Grandfather, what is that? Zhang Tian inquired, but the old man did not respond. Instead, he slowly approached Zhang Tian, his gaze fixated on something cradled in his arms. As Zhang Tian focused, he was taken aback to see that his grandfather was holding something. Grandfather, what do you have there? He asked, stepping closer. Upon inspection, Zhang Tian's face filled with astonishment. Who is this child? He exclaimed. Not receiving an answer, Zhang Tian pressed on. Is it a baby? Where did this child come from? Sun Wufan merely glanced at the crater, which seemed to serve as his response. Zhang Tian turned his attention to the enormous pit, where he spotted a round object lying in its center. He swallowed hard, and in a flash, he vanished from his spot, racing towards the pit. Sun Wufan intended to call out to him, but before he could, Zhang Tian had already reached the bottom of the crater. Moving with such swiftness that even Sun Wufan was taken aback, Zhang Tian gazed at the object before him, his mouth agape in disbelief. Is this a spaceship? Surely this is absurd. Could this child be an alien? Or perhaps they are from the city, and their spaceship has crash-landed here. Zhang Tian examined the circular spacecraft, roughly 2 meters in diameter, realizing it was designed for a single occupant. The small compartment was clearly meant to hold an infant. Confusion washed over him. Why was this baby inside the spacecraft? Where were the accompanying adults? Was this spaceship from the city? Zhang Tian had learned from his grandfather that the technology in this world was highly advanced. Yet the text on the control panel inside was not in Chinese. Could this spacecraft be equivalent to an aircraft here? He pondered as he swiftly returned to the surface, asking, Grandfather, do you know what that is? Sun Wufan furrowed his brow as he regarded the direction Zhang Tian pointed to, contemplating for a moment before responding. I cannot say for certain what that is. Upon hearing his grandfather's response, Zhang Tian felt his heart race uncontrollably. Could it be an aircraft from the city? Sun Wufan shook his head and remarked, No, it doesn't resemble a plane at all. I've never seen anything like it. Before Sun Wufan could finish, Zhang Tian returned to the front of the spaceship. Zhang Tian was now plagued by a throbbing headache, as fleeting images flashed through his mind, hinting at something he couldn't quite grasp. Remaining frustratingly vague, shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he resumed his exploration of the spacecraft. This was indeed a spaceship. It could possibly even be a spacecraft from the cosmos. Zhang Tian tapped on the control panel, but it yielded no response. The text displayed was utterly incomprehensible. After fiddling with it for a considerable time, the spaceship remained stubbornly unresponsive, resembling nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Suddenly, a plume of thick black smoke billowed from the control panel. Zhang Tian was left speechless. Upon returning to the ground, he found no sign of his grandfather. After searching for a long while, he finally located him. Zhang Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. His grandfather was perched atop a tree, scanning the surroundings for something. Grandpa, what are you doing up there? Zhang Tian called out to Sun Wufan. Upon seeing Zhang Tian beckoning him, Sun Wufan jumped down from the tree, cradling a baby in his arms. Grandpa, do you have any idea where this child came from? I don't know. It doesn't seem to be from Earth, and I've never encountered that writing before. As Sun Wufan walked, he glanced at the infant, who had tightly shut eyes and a round face with prominent eyebrows, appearing quite adorable. Zhang Tian gazed at the child in Sun Wufan's arms and asked, Grandpa, what should we do with this baby? Should we take him back now? Sun Wufan nodded, saying, Yes, I have no idea where his parents are. I just looked around, and aside from that object, there was nothing else, no bodies in sight. For now, we should take him home. If his parents come looking for him, we can figure it out then. All right, Tian, you hold the baby for now. I'll go boil some water to give him a bath. He.s. covered in dirt. Sun Wufan handed the child to Zhang Tian and headed to the kitchen. Zhang Tian took the infant into his arms, inspecting him earnestly. How can this little tyke be so sound asleep despite all this commotion? Zhang Tian mused, growing increasingly convinced the child looked familiar. The infant appeared plump all over, with a thick head of hair, making him irresistibly cute. Unable to resist, Zhang Tian pinched the baby's chubby little cheeks. After doing so, he playfully poked the child's nose, pinching and releasing it repeatedly. Suddenly, the child opened his eyes wide, glaring at Zhang Tian in indignation. This startled Zhang Tian, who felt a bit embarrassed and greeted the infant. Hey, hi there. The baby, noticing Zhang Tian's finger, opened his mouth to bite it. Fortunately, Zhang Tian reacted swiftly and evaded the bite. Oh dear, What a feisty little one. Just wait until you grow up. Zhang Tian went on to pinch the child's cheeks again. The infant attempted to bite Zhang Tian's fingers, but Zhang Tian was determined not to let that happen. Frustrated at his inability to bite, the baby glared at Zhang Tian, looking far from the typical portrayal of an infant. You are quite the amusing little rascal, not afraid of strangers at all. Zhang Tian laughed heartily, finding the child's mischief utterly charming. Zhang Tian initially intended to place the infant on the bed to continue teasing him. But he was interrupted by his grandfather's call. Tian, bring the child over here. Grandpa, look, this little one is incredibly mischievous and nearly bit me just now. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan chuckled. Aren't you a little rascal yourself? You're not that much older. Zhang Tian pouted, feeling slightly disgruntled. Though he had adapted to his current identity, in front of his grandfather, he still felt like a child. Sun Wufan attempted to remove the clothing wrapped around the baby. But the child resisted fiercely, making it quite the chore. He wanted to ask Zhang Tian for assistance, only to find him squatting on the ground, lost in thought. Sun Wufan couldn't help but ponder the child's peculiar demeanor. He seemed wise beyond his years, often asking the most bizarre questions. A tail. How could he have a tail? Zhang Tian was completely taken aback by the tail protruding from the child's back. His mouth agape in astonishment. Memories from the past flooded his mind, and the long-standing dilemma that had vexed him seemed to burst forth like a dam breaking. Sun Wufan, noticing the child's tail, displayed no sign of surprise. Having seen it when he first retrieved the naked infant from the spaceship, the child resisted being touched, squirming and wriggling. Zhang Tian's eyes widened as he intently observed the child struggling in the bathtub, swallowing hard. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he dashed to the living room at lightning speed. Could it really be? Zhang Tian thought as he spotted a long, wrapped object hanging in the corner of the room. He approached it, his heart racing with anticipation. Grandpa, what is that thing hanging in the hall? He gasped, his voice trembling slightly. Sun Wufan, focused on bathing the child, did not notice Zhang Tian's excitement and replied. What item in the hall? The long one, wrapped in cloth, hanging on the wall. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wufan said, Oh, that's the Rui Bang. It's been there for years that I nearly forgot about it. If you want it, I can take it down for you to play with. Zhang Tian gulped hard, his heart racing even faster. Oh my goodness, it's the Dragon Ball. Zhang Tian approached the baby once more, squatting down to observe as the child babbled incoherently. Suddenly, he reached out to grab the infant's tail. The baby let out a startled "Iya" and ceased his struggles, appearing deflated like a punctured balloon. Zhang Tian's heart raced with exhilaration. This must be his weak point. Sun Wufan, witnessing Zhang Tian's actions, was equally astonished. That tail must indeed be the child's weak spot. Tian, hold on to his tail. Bathing him is quite the ordeal. Grandpa, what should we name him? You pick a name, Zhang Tian urged, feeling his heart thump wildly once more. How about we call him Sun Wukong? Upon hearing Zhang Tian's suggestion, Sun Wufan paused his work and contemplated. You can name him Sun Wutian. The Tian in his name signifies that he fell from the sky, and Wu is a character from my name. Thus, naming him Sun Wukong fits perfectly. Let us go with that, Sun Wukong. Haha, your names are quite reflective of your origins. Zhang Tian was left speechless. His grandfather was Sun Wufan, and now he realized he had been utterly oblivious to his grandpa's name all this time. Feeling a profound sense of failure, what a letdown. Sun Wufan, Sun Wutian, Sun Wukong. Why didn't my grandpa name me Sun Wukong? He was thoroughly disheartened. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The sounds of his grandfather and little Wukong snoring only added to his frustration. Usually, he would have gone to bed around 7, but after a long day of training, he was simply too exhausted to stay awake. Now gazing at the night sky, the moon hung directly overhead. Since dinner, Zhang Tian had been unable to sleep, and he could only blame his own restless thoughts. Although his dream of cultivating immortality had shattered, arriving in a world he had envisioned countless times made his earthly journey worthwhile. Not long after, Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a grave realization. Sitting upright, he stared blankly out of the window into the night sky. Oh no, it seems I am a human from Earth, which is far purer than regular milk. How could a mere earthling ever hope to match the prowess of a Saiyan? Even the Namekians pale in comparison, let alone the multitude of formidable beings that inhabit this universe. Zhang Tian grew increasingly agitated as he contemplated the strongest humans of the future. His spirits sank further still. Kellen, seemingly the most powerful on Earth, was rumored to be capable of withstanding even a mere finger from Wukong. Alas, The only support he could rely on was the family legacy of the Nine Suns technique. It appeared that the people of this world were not inclined toward the cultivation of internal energy. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of his previous life by leaps and bounds. He wondered who might be stronger, the internal martial artists or these external practitioners who rely purely on physical prowess. Although Zhang Tian had not cultivated internal energy in this life, his extensive experience allowed him to deduce that if he were to practice it, his achievements would undoubtedly eclipse those of Earth in his past existence. And then there were the Dragon Balls. He could wish for power, though it would not be a result of his own cultivation, while making wishes did not align with his personal ethos. The instinct for self-preservation rendered his scruples negligible. With newfound hope, his spirits began to lift, regrettably, given the current state of his body. His meridians were still too frail. He feared that after merely initiating the first level of the Nine Suns technique, guiding the yang into the body, his meridians might be overwhelmed and incinerated by the ferocious true energy, leading to his untimely demise. Reflecting on his past, he recalled the arduous journey of mastering the Nine Suns technique. It had taken a year of diligent practice under his grandfather's guidance simply to clear his meridians, followed by another 2 years to stabilize that initial level. It was clear how daunting the Nine Suns technique was to master. It was notoriously difficult to even begin, without someone to offer guidance. The practitioner risked death. Only those with a naturally pure yang constitution could withstand the violent impact of its true energy. The Nine Suns technique was said to be a remnant of the supreme Nine Suns divine art, with the current version being merely a third of its original form, refined over generations by the sect's leaders. Being a divine technique, its cultivation was certainly no easy feat. As for the truth behind the legends, Zhang Tian could not ascertain. All he knew was that the Nine Suns technique had become an unparalleled skill in his world, teetering on the brink of being lost to time, with its name known only to his family. While they publicly claimed a different title, when he inquired about the reason for this, his grandfather had no answer. If the legends held true, and the Nine Suns technique was merely an incomplete manual later refined, then the complete Nine Suns divine art was indeed a treasure of immense power. That said, Zhang Tian was no longer overly concerned about mastering the Nine Suns technique. After all, he was a veteran of its practice, and his years of experience were not in vain. Although he had only reached the 3rd level, 3 suns rising, in his previous life, he had gained some understanding of the true energy's nature, thus avoiding the daunting phrase of difficult to enter. The pressing issue he faced now was that of his meridians. Without a robust body to support his experience, his efforts would be futile. It seemed prudent to wait until he grew stronger, or until his meridians were at least twice as strong as they had been when he first began practicing the Nine Suns technique. Zhang Tian understood that life was precious and could not withstand reckless gambles. Under normal circumstances, he would not toy with his own existence, for who could say whether there would be a second chance? Upon awakening the next day, his head felt heavy. He had intended to tease little Wukong, but after searching the entire house, he found neither his grandfather nor Wukong. Glancing at the sun high in the sky, he realized he had overslept. Overthinking was truly not beneficial. It only brought on headaches. Zhang Tian sluggishly stepped outside. Determined to increase his training intensity, he sought out a log twice the size of the one from the previous day, lifting and carrying it until he finally retrieved it from the riverbank. Before long, he found himself nearly unable to stand after scarcely a mile, gasping for breath on the ground. Just as he prepared to rise, he spotted his grandfather soaring back home with little Wukong cradled in his arms. Zhang Tian could not help but feel envious of that speed. Though it was external martial arts, the swiftness was remarkable. He couldn't fathom how it was achieved. However, something felt amiss. Given his grandfather's character, he typically would not sprint like that. Was he perhaps trying to entertain Wukong? The more Zhang Tian pondered, the more he sensed something was wrong. He sprang to his feet and dashed toward home. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed droplets of blood on the ground, causing his heart to tighten with unease. Inside, he saw his grandfather, back turned, tending to little Wukong. As Zhang Tian approached, he realized the blood was from Wukong's head, and his grandfather was wrapping it up. Grandfather, what happened? Why is Wukong bleeding so much? Alas, it's my fault, his grandfather lamented. I carried Wukong in a backpack up the mountain, and he was making such a racket that I didn't realize he had the strength to leap out and fell, hitting his head on a rock. The tone of Sun Wufan was filled with remorse. Zhang Tian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Little Wukong was far too reckless. Was this the nature of Saiyans? They certainly made life difficult. This child is still so young that I worry that this injury could lead to complications, Sun Wufan continued, filled with self-reproach. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, as if recalling something. Wait, didn't Sun Wukong also hit his head when he was small? At first, he was quite irritable, but after a fall, he became remarkably gentle. He only remembered that Sun Wukong had fallen but could not recall the specifics. Now it seemed his grandfather had been the cause of that fall. Seeing his grandfather burdened with guilt, Zhang Tian felt a pang of sympathy as he glanced at little Wukong. Aside from the bandage on his head and some blood, his complexion remained rosy, showing no signs of a severe injury. Grandfather, look, Wukong's color is good. He should be just fine, Zhang Tian reassured him. After inspecting Wukong's face, Sun Wufan nodded. Yes, he should be all right, but I'm just worried about any potential aftereffects from the fall. If I had held him, he wouldn't have been hurt. Zhang Tian nearly laughed aloud in his heart. Grandfather, you certainly excelled at dropping him. That fall has produced a cosmic hero. If you hadn't dropped him, we might have all been in trouble. In hindsight, it was Sun Wufan who was the true hero destined to save the world. They had underestimated the Saiyans' recovery and resilience, although little Wukong had been slightly subdued on the first day. By the second day, he was full of energy, playfully wrestling with Zhang Tian. As Zhang Tian had anticipated, the once irritable little Wukong was now entirely transformed. Zhang Tian pinched his chubby cheeks as Wukong chuckled heartily. Engaging in playful antics together, little Wukong's round face and silly demeanor were simply adorable. 3 days later, the scar on Wukong's head had nearly vanished, leaving them in awe. Zhang Tian marveled. Saiyans truly are remarkable beings. Not of this world, possessing extraordinary genes. Time flew by, and since little Wukong's arrival until now, nearly 2 years had passed. Wukong followed Zhang Tian daily, running tirelessly through the mountains without complaint. The potential displayed by little Wukong left Zhang Tian feeling humbled. Despite his small size, he kept pace with Zhang Tian, showing no signs of fatigue, and when hunger struck, he would simply lie down and declare, "Brother Tian, I'm hungry," prompting Zhang Tian to find him food. Zhang Tian felt exasperated. Wukong's appetite was astonishing, devouring enough for 5 or 6 people, driving him to distraction. He was practically a bottomless pit. 2 more years passed, and under their grandfather's guidance, the two brothers engaged in rigorous training amidst the mountains. Although little Wukong had begun his training over a year ago, despite being only half Zhang Tian's size, his strength was nothing short of extraordinary. On this particular day, Zhang Tian was carrying an 800-pound log, while little Wukong surprisingly hefted 300 pounds. Zhang Tian could only feel a sense of defeat in comparison. What was this? It was utterly demoralizing. In recent years, Wu Tian's strength has reached a critical point, capable of bearing no more than 800 gene, a growth rate that pales in comparison to his initial progress, resembling that of a tortoise. However, he remained undeterred, for he discovered that while his physical strength had not significantly increased, his meridians had become increasingly robust. Although he had yet to commence the cultivation of inner power, the resilience of his meridians was steadily improving, which would greatly benefit his future endeavors in mastering inner energy. Shermu, a rare tree species serendipitously discovered by Zhang Tian in a valley, weighed over 100 gene despite being no larger than a basketball. This discovery filled Zhang Tian with elation, as he could finally abandon the dirty and hard woods he had been using. Although Shermu was heavy, it did not possess the rigidity of stone. Now, in addition to his physical training, Zhang Tian practiced a palm technique derived from the Ninyong art, known as the Liaoyang palm. The Liaoyang palm comprises 5 forms: Liaoyang Pujiao, Liaoyang Shuanghui, Liaoyang Poding, Liaoyang Jiaotu, and Liaoyang Fenshin. While merely techniques with limited power at present, once he mastered the Ninyong art, these palm techniques would become formidable weapons. Although he did not fully understand the extent of their lethality, his grandfather had once mentioned that a significant leap would occur once the Ninyong art reached its 4th level, implying that the Liaoyang palm could only be effectively wielded after attaining that level. Otherwise, insufficient inner strength could result in self-damage. A precarious situation indeed as for Sun Wufan's martial skills. Zhang Tian felt compelled to hold back his praise. In his words, he would be mortified if his grandfather from his previous life were to witness such antics, fearing expulsion from the family for the shame it would bring. Little Wukong, observing Zhang Tian practicing the palm techniques daily, found it to be great fun, far more engaging than the lessons from his grandfather. Consequently, he mimicked Zhang Tian's movements with great enthusiasm. However, The complexity of the techniques left Wukong struggling to grasp even a fraction of them after considerable time. Zhang Tian had no intention of teaching Wukong this intricate set of techniques, fully aware that they were beyond the young Scion's comprehension at this stage. Nevertheless, Wu Tian passed on the liaoyang palm to little Wukong. Yet, this endeavor soon led to a frustrating beginning. Under Zhang Tian's guidance, Wukong managed to learn 70% of the technique within just 2 days, with the remaining portion involving the application of inner power. Zhang Tian was utterly disheartened, recalling how he had spent months learning this very technique himself. The more he pondered, the more he realized that competing with this little prodigy of a scion was futile. At this rate, he might end up losing his way in inner cultivation before achieving mastery. Later, Zhang Tian began practicing some ordinary breathing techniques. Wukong, witnessing his brother sitting still, decided to imitate him. However, he soon succumbed to sleep, leaving Zhang Tian in a state of amused exasperation. After sharing the breathing techniques with Wukong, the little one simply could not grasp them, falling asleep shortly after beginning each time, prompting Zhang Tian to burst into laughter. Finally, something you can't learn. Ha ha ha. This year marks Zhang Tian's 8th in this realm. For an ordinary person, how many times can one experience 8 years in a lifetime? Yet for Zhang Tian, it was merely the blink of an eye. As he felt no passage of time, each day was filled with purpose. Although the distractions of his past life were absent, the daily practice brought him immense joy. Furthermore, having little Wukong around added an irreplaceable element of delight to his routine. As amusing the young one became an essential part of each day. Although little Wukong now had an elder brother emerging from the vibrant chaos of the 21st century, he retained his innocence. Zhang Tian had no desire to alter Wukong's character, as that was not the Sun Wukong he envisioned. In his memory, Sun Wukong was the epitome of a perfect man. Thus, Zhang Tian engaged in playful antics with him daily. Refraining from imparting much knowledge beyond martial arts, at 10 o'clock in the morning, when the sun shone most brightly upon the earth, reaching its zenith of warmth, Zhang Tian sat cross-legged on a stone platform beside the very spot where Wukong had once fallen. This location was the sunniest point in the entire forest, which Zhang Tian had meticulously sought out. 4 years prior, his meridians had already met the requirements for cultivating the Ninyong art. Yet, to ensure his own safety, he had endured and refrained from practice until this day. In fact, he had previously attempted to cultivate the Ninyong art, but upon commencing the heart method, he was overwhelmed by the ferocity of the spiritual energy in this world. The intense heat had startled him, prompting him to halt immediately. The sheer force of that heat had left him in awe. He had never anticipated that the spiritual energy here would be so tumultuous. Prior to this, he had been unaware of its volatility, only perceiving the abundance of spiritual energy. Yet, when attempting to sense the energy, he discovered it far exceeded his expectations, proving to be wild and unwieldy. Although the Ninyong art was notoriously challenging to initiate, that was only after the true energy had entered the body. At present, the initial attempt to operate the heart method felt like confronting fire, instilling a sense of dread that kept him at bay. For days, Zhang Tian was despondent, until a memory surfaced of a visit from a friend of his grandfather's during his childhood, who had gifted a set of health-preserving techniques to his grandfather. While not strictly martial arts, these methods were designed to be non-aggressive and were crafted specifically in response to the overwhelming nature of the Ninyong art. Zhang Tian had practiced them. But after over a month, he found them of no assistance to the Ninyong art, and subsequently abandoned them, focusing solely on the Ninyong art, entirely forgetting the wise words of his grandfather regarding this health method. As he teetered on the brink of giving up, he recalled the health-preserving method, which was inherently gentle and aligned with the will of nature. Sitting quietly, he needed no movement, nor even the effort to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. He merely sat in stillness, silently reciting the heart method. Today, Wu Tian regarded that heart method as the gateway to cultivating the Ninyong art. As expected, within half a day, Zhang Tian felt the spiritual energy around him begin to flow gently, devoid of the previous turbulence, which filled him with exuberance. Thus, Zhang Tian employed this seemingly useless health method from his past to continuously nourish his body and meridians, allowing them to adapt swiftly to the spiritual energy of this world. After 4 years of practicing the health method, he felt no urgency to commence the Ninyong art. Today, however, marked the day he would officially begin his cultivation of the Ninyong art. A decision reached after careful consideration and various experiments, confirming that his body had fully adapted to the spiritual energy of this realm. Due to the density of the spiritual energy, he could distinctly feel its scorching presence while cultivating, leading him to refer to it as fire energy. With his eyes gently closed and his knees crossed, he placed his palms upward on his thighs, clearing his mind as he silently recited the first section of the first level's mantra. Calming the mind. After about half an hour, Zhang Tian initiated the first level's mantra, sensing energy. This mantra was crucial. Sensing energy was designed to attune oneself to the surrounding fire attribute energy. Only by sensing this fire energy could he proceed to the next step. Conversely, if he could not perceive the fire energy, it would be impossible to cultivate the Ninyong art, as one could not refine what they could not sense. Zhang Tian felt no concern regarding his ability to sense fire attribute spiritual energy, as he had done so years prior, allowing his entire being to be nourished by fire energy over the years. In his previous life, Zhang Tian had not undergone the sensing energy training. Knowing that Zhang Tian's body was not of the water attribute, in opposition to the fire attribute, his grandfather had directly infused his true energy into Zhang Tian's meridians, saving him considerable time. Now, however, Zhang Tian approached this unfamiliar step with utmost caution. Before long, Zhang Tian felt a wave of warmth enveloping him. It was as though someone had suddenly approached with a torch, causing the temperature around him to surge. Zhang Tian's heart raced with a hint of anxiety. Slowly, he guided the surrounding spiritual energy, and upon the fire energy making contact with his body, he felt his entire temperature rise several degrees, filling him with joy. I've succeeded. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, he felt a chill sweep over him, and all the fire energy dissipated at once. Zhang Tian was beside himself with frustration, having to restart from calming the mind. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Tian once again sensed that warmth and quickly transitioned to the final segment of the first level's mantra, guiding the sun. This was the most perilous part. If he were to falter even slightly and fail to control the energy, the fierce fire energy could obliterate his meridians, rendering him paralyzed, which would be a light consequence indeed. Thus, one can only gradually transport the fiery energy into the meridians, allowing them a period of adaptation. This step is an exceptionally arduous challenge. In the past, with the assistance of his grandfather, Zhang Tian also took 3 years to completely master the first level of Ninyong into the body. This phase not only demands immense time and effort, but also instills a sense of trepidation. At present, Zhang Tian is furrowing his brows, drenched in sweat. His meridians are undergoing a baptism of fiery energy. Feeling as though they are being scorched by the intense heat, an excruciating sensation. He recalls the pain he endured in his previous life when his grandfather aided him in this very step. However, back then, his grandfather had already activated most of his acupoints. Now, the situation is different. He cannot activate them himself, and the pain radiating throughout his body from his meridians torments him. Nevertheless, compared to his past life, the agony has significantly diminished, thanks to the formidable strength of his current physique. In the midst of this suffering, Zhang Tian diligently cultivates the first level of the Ninyong technique, gradually becoming somewhat numb to the pain, which paradoxically accelerates his progress. Finally, after enduring over 3 hours of torment, the fiery energy can now flow freely within his meridians. Once he concludes his practice, Zhang Tian collapses onto the ground, sweat pouring from him as if it were free. Upon sensing his condition, he exclaims in alarm and hastily grabs a bucket of water he had brought with him, drinking voraciously. In no time, half of the water is consumed, and as he sets the bucket down, his legs tremble, causing him to fall to the ground, allowing his sweat to flow freely. Goodness, I almost fainted to death. Zhang Tian feels his entire body ablaze, accompanied by a tingling sensation, especially in his meridians. Yet the pain is gradually subsiding. Before long, as the pain dissipates, a warm sensation spreads from his meridians throughout his body. Zhang Tian beams with a smile, knowing he has succeeded. Not just succeeded, but achieved substantial gains. He can now sense a trace of true energy, something that took months to cultivate in his previous life, which fills him with joy. In his past life, he endured days of pain under his grandfather's true energy restoration. Yet now, having just successfully drawn in the yang energy, he perceives true energy. After half an hour, the sweat ceases to flow, and his stamina begins to recover. Zhang Tian struggles to rise, lifting the wooden bucket, slowly finishing the remaining water. What a delightful sensation. This feeling is exquisite. Though it is merely a trace of true energy, the long-lost sensation is truly marvelous. Zhang Tian exclaims in excitement. He raises his head to glance at the setting sun. Taking up the wooden bucket and making his way home. Despite feeling terribly weak, his joyous spirit grants him an abundance of strength on his way home. Zhang Tian effortlessly dispatches a stag he encounters. Slinging its legs over his shoulder as he strides homeward, as he approaches the door, he spots Sun Wukong rushing towards him. Brother Tian, you're back. Where have you been? Why didn't you take me with you? Sun Wukong inquires, his tone devoid of reproach. Upon seeing Wukong approach, Zhang Tian lifts the stag on his back and tosses it towards him, saying, Sun Wukong, catch. Sun Wukong, catching the stag with both hands, balances it atop his head and hurriedly follows Zhang Tian. Brother Tian, wait for me. Hearing Wukong's shout, Zhang Tian halts and instructs, Sun Wukong, hurry and clean this stag. We're having roasted stag for dinner. I'm famished, so be quick. Haha. Upon hearing the mention of food, Sun Wukong's eyes light up, and he excitedly heads towards the river to prepare the stag. Had Zhang Tian not given instructions, Sun Wukong would have clumsily placed the entire stag on the grill, a foolish mistake he has made more than once. Zhang Tian is quite confident in Sun Wukong's grilling skills. He has savored the fruits of his culinary prowess on numerous occasions. Ever since Wukong learned to roast meat, Zhang Tian has sought various excuses to have him prepare it, and Sun Wukong has never declined. Clearly, a single stag is insufficient for the two brothers. On the ground lie 3 animal skulls and a fish skull larger than a basketball. Wu Tian has consumed 1 stag and half of a 100-pound fish, his appetite having increased 5-fold. Every day at noon, Zhang Tian practices his internal skills under the abundant sunlight. The training of this first level is undeniably lengthy. As the saying goes, the first step is the hardest. Each session requires utmost caution. As time passes, Zhang Tian's meridians gradually adapt to the fiery energy, and the time required for cultivation decreases progressively. Ultimately, he aims to achieve a state where the energy can flow freely within his meridians. Following that, he will enter the second level of the dawn of the morning sun, which involves integrating the energy within his meridians into his physical meridians, transforming it into Ninyong true energy, truly entering the realm of mastery. Sun Wukong, observing his brother meditating for hours, grows curious and occasionally attempts to imitate him, but quickly falls asleep, seemingly oblivious to the concept of failure. Despite never succeeding, he faithfully accompanies Wu Tian in meditation every day. Over time, Sun Wukong's meditation duration gradually increases from an initial 5 minutes to half an hour. Zhang Tian is unsure whether Sun Wukong silently recites the heart method during meditation, but at the very least, his concentration has strengthened significantly, greatly aiding his future cultivation. Time flies swiftly, and before they know it, 2 years have passed. Sun Wukong remains as innocent and adorable as ever, still the object of Zhang Tian's daily antics, having become a delightful addition to his cultivating life. During these 2 years, Zhang Tian successfully broke through the first level of the Ninyong technique and entered the second level of the dawn of the morning sun, successfully transforming fiery energy into his own Ninyong true energy within his meridians. For him, the second cultivation of the Ninyong technique seems somewhat slow, yet the power it manifests surpasses Zhang Tian's expectations. Since entering the second level, he has noticed significant changes within himself, not only in terms of internal energy, but also in his physique. Previously, his body resembled a miniature gorilla, entirely muscular, due to his previous focus on strength without considering aesthetics. The lines of his muscles lacked any semblance of beauty. His mountainous muscles seemed to harbor boundless explosive power, appearing rather intimidating. However, his overall appearance seemed quite uncoordinated, with a large body and a small head. A persistent source of frustration for Zhang Tian. As Zhang Tian progressed to the second level of the Ninyong technique, he discovered that as true energy circulated within his meridians, an unknown energy permeated from his muscles into the meridians. At first, he paid little attention to it, but upon noticing that his clothes gradually became looser, he suddenly realized he had become slimmer. In his relentless training, he had not closely monitored the changes in his physique, and his clothing became the sole reference for his transformation. Undoubtedly, this was the most delightful surprise he had received in years, aside from the Ninyong technique. The mysterious energy circulating within his meridians must be the energy accumulated in his muscles from years of training, which, under the guidance of Ninyong true energy, is gradually absorbed by his meridians. Although the energy stored within his muscles has dissipated, losing the robust muscularity, the immense strength contained within his muscles has not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it has become even more solidified. Soon, another question arose in Zhang Tian's mind. Why do Sun Wukong and his grandfather not experience the same transformation? Despite training daily, Sun Wukong's muscles have developed proportionately, while Zhang Tian appears increasingly larger. After pondering for a long time without a clear answer, he eventually asked his grandfather, who could not provide an explanation either. The only plausible explanation lies within himself. It is likely that his physical training has reached a certain level where the muscle cells can no longer absorb energy. Consequently, the energy can only reside within the muscles, and as his strength increases, so does the energy, leading to the appearance of increasingly larger muscles. In essence, if one day his muscles cannot withstand the continuously increasing energy, his body may very well burst from the strain. Reflecting on this, Zhang Tian feels a wave of fear, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had not inadvertently caused his own demise. Dying in such a manner would indeed be rather pathetic. Fortunately, he began cultivating the Ninyong technique. Otherwise, he might have remained oblivious to how he met his end. Zhang Tian sighed deeply. Reflecting on the fortunate fate of good individuals, he mused that had it not been for his commendable character, he might have already found himself sipping tea in the realm of the King of Hell. Clutching a palm-sized mirror he had unearthed from his grandfather's belongings, its age indiscernible, he frequently gazed at the reflection within. Experimenting with various poses. In that mirror, he distinctly recognized the visage of his past self. He had long pondered why there was no trace of his former life within him, mistakenly believing that his soul had merely reincarnated into the body of an unfortunate individual. Upon reflection, he surmised that the energy absorbed by his muscles had likely transformed his physique. Now, his entire muscular structure had reverted to that of an ordinary person, although his appearance had markedly improved compared to before. Becoming significantly more handsome with sharper facial contours and a changed demeanor, he was certain that the figure in the mirror resembled him at the age of 15 or 16. In his youth, he had been quite vain, often admiring his reflection multiple times a day, but as he matured, he had grown less concerned with his looks. Presently, Zhang Tian's physique appeared to be that of an 11-year-old. Yet he exuded the aura of a youth of 15 or 16 that after indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he sought out Wukong to train, eager to confirm a hypothesis. The physical body could absorb energy, while the meridians could draw upon the energy stored within the body, resulting in a remarkably rapid advancement of internal power, almost on par with meditative practices. Furthermore, the purity of the energy absorbed in this manner surpassed that of traditional meditation, leading to a swift enhancement of his capabilities. Zhang Tian had overlooked a crucial detail. The energy residing within him was the residual power accumulated over 7 to 8 years of training. Even though this energy would gradually dissipate over time, it was improbable that he could absorb a significant amount in such a brief period. Indeed, despite Zhang Tian's increased physical training every few days, he sensed no augmentation in his internal energy. However, it seemed his physical strength was slowly but surely improving, which he attributed to the benefits of cultivating internal power. His body was evolving continuously. Since commencing the second level of the Jiuyang Gong, his strength had expanded remarkably. He could effortlessly lift over 600 pounds of stone wood. Yet, this was not the time for celebration, as little Wukong had already begun training with 400 pounds of stone wood. After a year of practicing the second level of Jiuyang Gong, he finally broke through at the end of the second month of the second year. This rapid progress filled Zhang Tian with ecstatic disbelief. He had previously spent 3 years achieving a similar breakthrough, and a staggering 5 years for the third level. Now, the speed of his advancement seemed almost surreal. Upon reflection, the explanation was reasonable. The spiritual energy on this earth was likely far more abundant than that of the 21st century, a fact that had gone unnoticed during his upbringing. However, with the cultivation of Jiuyang Gong as a reference point, the contrast was now stark. With the internalization of Jiuyang true energy, Zhang Tian commenced the practice of the light skill known as Tiyunzong. While mastering Tiyunzong was not overly complex, it primarily required adept control of the energy and the unblocking of several minor meridians. He had delayed starting this practice until now because the internal energy from the second level of Jiuyang Gong had been insufficient to open those meridians, which were essential for progressing to the third level of Jiuyang Gong. Zhang Tian devoted an entire night to unblocking those delicate channels, and after over an hour of circulating true energy through them, he was eager to test his newfound skills. Had it not been nighttime, he would have dashed outside to experiment with his light skills immediately. He felt a stirring sense that Tiyunzong would yield exhilarating surprises. Although Tiyunzong was not difficult to cultivate, It contained a particularly formidable technique known as Confronting, which allowed a practitioner to utilize true energy at the soles of their feet while in midair, enabling them to step on the void as if they were treading upon something solid. This sensation of soaring freely through the air was intoxicating, a fact he had heard from the elders and longed to experience. In his previous life, he had tasted the exquisite thrill of lightness and movement, and Confronting had always been his aspiration, mastering the earlier levels with remarkable finesse. Tiyunzong emphasized agility of movement rather than employing complex footwork to confound opponents. Its essence lay in nimbleness, allowing for effortless maneuvers in varied heights and directions. Yet, Tiyunzong was also a highly adaptable and flexible light skill. Upon reaching a certain level, one could develop a unique style of lightness. In his previous life, despite years of training, he had been unable to master that particular technique and could only utilize the basic forms of Tiyunzong. Each time he witnessed his grandfather seemingly flying through the air like an immortal, he felt a pang of envy, primarily due to his insufficient internal power, compounded by a lack of mastery over energy manipulation techniques. Early the following morning, before little Wukong had awakened, Zhang Tian seized him in his arms and bolted outside. Poor little Wukong had been dreaming of feasting when he suddenly heard a loud crash, and all the food before him vanished. How did I end up here? Brother Tian, how come I'm here? Wukong scratched his head in bewilderment as he looked at Zhang Tian. At that moment, Zhang Tian, with his back turned to Wukong, turned around upon hearing the question and replied, "Didn't you follow me out just now? The moment I stepped outside, you called out for me to wait. Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing this, Wukong scratched the back of his head in confusion, muttering to himself, "Is that so? I was clearly eating something. And then after a loud noise, I found myself here. How strange." Zhang Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Come, little Wukong, let us have a race to see who reaches that mountain peak first." Upon hearing that his brother wanted to race, Wukong's eyes lit up, and the fatigue on his face vanished as he immediately began to warm up, brimming with excitement. Zhang Tian observed Wukong's enthusiasm with a sense of exasperation. He was indeed a competitive spirit, an absolute whirlwind of energy. Mentioning a contest or food instantly invigorated him. "All right, Wukong, I'll count to 3, and then we run. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Tian, having barely finished counting, dashed forward, leaving Wukong still warming up, momentarily stunned as Zhang Tian surged ahead, already several meters away. Zhang Tian swiftly traversed the ground and leaped from tree to tree, taking the most direct route to the mountain ahead. Leveraging every obstacle in his path to accelerate his speed, Wukong, eager to emulate his brother, jumped onto a branch, utilizing his hands, feet, and tail, moving with a dexterity that resembled a monkey, though his speed lagged considerably behind. Minutes later, Zhang Tian reclined on a branch atop the mountain peak, and 5 minutes after that, Wukong finally arrived. "Brother Tian, you are so fast, I still can't catch up," Wukong exclaimed, his face radiant with excitement. Showing no signs of fatigue, merely pausing to catch his breath as if he had not engaged in any vigorous activity, Zhang Tian inwardly shouted freak. Such rapid running had required him to rest afterward. He had not even utilized his light skills during this sprint. It was merely a warm-up. Although he had practiced Tiyunzong in his previous life, re-embarking on the training now had its adjustments. Sitting on the branch, Zhang Tian circulated his true energy through his meridians for a full cycle, then directed it into the channels of his legs, with a forceful push of his left foot. He leaped into the air, soaring 10 meters high with ease. Zhang Tian had anticipated this outcome, yet experiencing it firsthand brought him immense joy. As he descended, he focused his energy at his feet, lightly tapping with his toes, which propelled him several meters higher before he gradually descended. Indeed, it works. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tian had successfully executed Confronting during his initial attempt at light skills, which filled him with elation. Initially, his current internal energy had not been sufficient for such a technique. However, Zhang Tian's physical strength alone allowed him to jump over 10 meters high. He had merely employed a fraction of his true energy at the moment of takeoff. He had successfully executed Confronting by channeling all his energy to his feet. Although he contemplated attempting it once more, he soon found his energy depleting, nearly leaving him breathless, but thankfully, he managed to regain control in time. After resting briefly, Zhang Tian's drained energy quickly replenished. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, he took off with a whoosh, propelling himself over 20 meters into the air. As he approached 30 meters, He finally slowed his ascent. Upon landing, he executed several flying kicks, but during his final kick, he miscalculated his landing and nearly stumbled to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself with both hands against the ground, executing a flawless backflip before landing steadily, stirring up a cloud of dust. He narrowly avoided embarrassment in front of the little Wukong. Meanwhile, little Wukong watched with uncontainable excitement, exclaiming in admiration when he noticed Wukong approaching. Zhang Tian hurriedly stood still, hastily brushing off the dust from his clothes, and then adopted a nonchalant pose to prevent little Wukong from witnessing his earlier blunder. Wow, Brother Tian, you are amazing. Your martial skills have improved. You jumped even higher than Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian felt a surge of pride. Of course, this is my family's secret technique. Naturally impressive that it's just child's play, really? Will you become even stronger in the future? What is a family secret technique? And what does playing house mean? Little Wukong gazed at Zhang Tian with a face full of questions. The sight of those question marks on little Wukong's forehead made Zhang Tian's head ache. Well, a family secret technique is a martial skill that belongs solely to me, meaning that I am the only one in the world who can wield it. Is the family secret technique really powerful? Absolutely. It is my family's treasured skill. How could it not be formidable? Then I want to learn it too. Brother Tian, teach me. Little Wukong looked at Zhang Tian earnestly. I already said it's a family secret. How could I possibly pass it on to you? Zhang Tian thought to himself, knowing that explaining the concept of a family secret to little Wukong would only invite trouble. Should he let little Wukong learn the Ninyong skill? Although family martial arts cannot be transmitted to outsiders, the situation is different now. That if little Wukong mastered the Ninyong skill and became stronger, it would also secure Zhang Tian's future. However, if it disrupted the original development trajectory and weakened little Wukong's abilities, that would be tragic. In fact, Zhang Tian had considered teaching little Wukong the Ninyong skill before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught him the split sun palm. Zhang Tian couldn't help but think about the formidable foes that lay ahead, each more monstrous than the last. In his memory, both little Wukong and his future son, as well as Vegeta and the others, had perished at least once, and Earth had been destroyed before being restored with the help of the dragon. Krillin, too, had died more than once. Without the assistance of Goku and a few friends, he would have reincarnated countless times. If he were to be careless, he might also meet his end. He wondered if the dragon would consider him a local. If the dragon accidentally left him behind, it would be a calamity. Overall, the stronger little Wukong became, the more beneficial it would be for him. After all, one's life is of utmost importance. With the burden of transmitting family secrets lifted from his heart, Zhang Tian felt considerably lighter. Yet, when he saw little Wukong, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Zhang Tian sighed at little Wukong. Who told you to be a Saiyan? You are a Super Saiyan. After all, Zhang Tian waved to little Wukong, beckoning him over. Come here, little Wukong. I want to see if you can learn my family's secret technique. Upon hearing that Brother Tian was going to teach him formidable martial arts, little Wukong was filled with boundless excitement. Zhang Tian sat cross-legged on the ground and instructed little Wukong, sit in front of me, just like I do. He had been practicing meditation with Goten every day, so he had already mimicked the posture quite well. As for the finer details, Zhang Tian hadn't elaborated on them. Once little Wukong was seated properly, Zhang Tian said, close your eyes now, and don't think of anything. No matter what happens in your body, don't move or speak. Even if it hurts, you must endure. Otherwise, you won't succeed. Little Wukong opened his mouth to speak, but Zhang Tian quickly added, all right, no talking. Give me your hands. The two placed their palms together, but as soon as they touched, Zhang Tian swiftly withdrew his hands. Little Wukong couldn't perform inner power techniques, so he couldn't glean any insights from their palms meeting. Zhang Tian stood up and moved to sit cross-legged behind little Wukong. Noticing that little Wukong's hands remained suspended in the air, he couldn't resist the urge to tease him. Little Wukong, remember to say nothing and do nothing. I am about to begin. Zhang Tian placed his palms on little Wukong's back, targeting several crucial acupoints, channeling the Ninyong true qi, and slowly probing into little Wukong's body. After a few minutes, beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Tian's forehead. Despite his efforts, he couldn't locate a single meridian within little Wukong's body that could conduct the true energy. The few meridians he found were exceedingly small and thin. He dared not force the energy into them, fearing that little Wukong's fragile veins could not endure the tumultuous true energy. He wasn't even certain if those were indeed meridians. as little Wukongs were vastly different from those of ordinary individuals. If it weren't for knowing how powerful little Wukong would become in the future, given his current physique, he would be deemed utterly useless in the martial world, even inferior to an ordinary person. Zhang Tian furrowed his brows. Perplexed, it seemed illogical to attribute this solely to little Wukong's youth. Even a 2- or 3-year-old child, whose meridians had not fully developed, wouldn't exhibit such a complete lack of response to true energy. After much contemplation, he concluded that the issue stemmed from little Wukong's Saiyan physiology. Otherwise, it made no sense. Zhang Tian felt utterly at a loss. If this physique resisted true energy, then cultivating internal skills was impossible. While this realization relieved him, it also left him with a sense of helplessness that he couldn't fathom where such immense power was concealed. Could it all be lurking within the muscles? Zhang Tian considered this a distinct possibility, as it would otherwise be inexplicable. The energy absorbed by the human body is finite. Perhaps little Wukong's physique is continuously evolving by relying on energy absorbed through his muscles. Reflecting on this, Zhang Tian couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of little Wukong's physique. He had become deeply intrigued by the Saiyan constitution. Previously, he had been unable to cultivate internal skills, and true energy could not be released outward, preventing him from examining little Wukong's internal structure. Now, however, the situation was different. Although he had yet to reach the level of probing every corner of the body upon true energy entering, he could still conduct a general examination of the body structure. Zhang Tian once again channeled true energy, placing his hands on little Wukong's back. This time, rather than targeting a specific acupoint, he aimed to spread the true energy across the entirety of little Wukong's body surface. He refused to believe that the Saiyan constitution was so proud that there wasn't a single point capable of absorbing true energy. Soon, beads of sweat reappeared on Zhang Tian's forehead, given his current cultivation level. Controlling such a large-scale diffusion of true energy was exceedingly challenging. Just as Zhang Tian concentrated on meticulously seeking out the true energy's landing points within little Wukong's body, the energy he had spread across little Wukong's surface suddenly began to dissipate. Initially, he thought it was due to poor control, but after another attempt, the true energy vanished even more rapidly. Zhang Tian was taken aback. It was inconceivable. I was being careful. My control shouldn't be that poor. And I didn't notice any reaction from little Wukong. Once again, Zhang Tian channeled true energy, this time proceeding with much more caution, carefully observing the flow of energy as he did so, dedicating more focus to little Wukong's body. Before long, he discovered that the true energy began to disappear shortly after entering little Wukong's body, without any warning. There were no signs indicating that the energy had been absorbed, nor did he observe any abnormal reactions from little Wukong's body. Leaving Zhang Tian utterly bewildered, that he paused and asked little Wukong, "Did you feel any changes in your body just now? Any sensations?" Little Wukong maintained his original posture, opening his eyes to respond. Just now it felt really comfortable. As if something was flowing into my body, and then I felt really hungry, like I wanted to eat." Zhang Tian, "How many times did you feel that?" "Twice." "What the heck?" "I was wondering why the true energy mysteriously vanished. I thought my control was truly that poor, but it turns out this little rascal absorbed it." Zhang Tian was left speechless, giving little Wukong a pat on the back. "Little Wukong, what were you doing just now? How did you absorb my inner strength? Didn't I tell you to do nothing?" Little Wukong looked puzzled, replying, "Strange, I don't know that it felt like my body grew many mouths, and I ate a lot of delicious things." Zhang Tian furrowed his brows, knowing that little Wukong would never lie. He likely lacked the means to absorb true energy deliberately. Perhaps it happened automatically. Zhang Tian regarded little Wukong and inquired, "Did you notice any specific changes in your body? Which parts felt different from usual?" Little Wukong pondered for a moment before responding, "My entire body feels warm, as if I have consumed an abundance of food and am thoroughly satisfied." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian couldn't help but slap his forehead in disbelief. "All right, close your eyes and remember, do not do anything." Zhang Tian once again summoned his inner energy, but this time, instead of dispersing it throughout his body as he had earlier, he concentrated it in a specific localized area. With one palm positioned against little Wukong's back, he sensed the rhythm of his heartbeat before gradually transferring his energy. This time, he slowed his pace considerably. Curious to observe how little Wukong silently absorbed the energy, Zhang Tian continuously directed his energy into little Wukong's back for nearly 5 minutes. Undoubtedly, all of it was absorbed. yet he remained puzzled as to where the energy had vanished, seemingly disappearing into thin air. Unwilling to accept this anomaly, Zhang Tian placed his hand on little Wukong's arm and thigh, and without exception, little Wukong's body welcomed the energy, absorbing it all. Zhang Tian was astonished. He could now confirm that little Wukong's extraordinary physique relied on his physical form to absorb energy, and it was quite peculiar, occurring silently and at an increasingly rapid pace, bordering on the bizarre. Indeed, it was quite abnormal. Fortunately, his physique could not cultivate internal power. Otherwise, it would truly defy nature, combining the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with this extraordinary constitution. That wouldn't cultivating be faster than a rocket? Perhaps even a rocket could not compete with that. Hey, little Wukong, you can lower your hand now. Little Wukong opened his eyes, eagerly asking, did I manage to cultivate? That felt so wonderful. Zhang Tian replied, oh, how could it happen so quickly? I was merely assessing whether you could cultivate my unique technique. The experiment shows that, for now, you are unable to. Zhang Tian spoke to little Wukong with regret. However, little Wukong did not appear disheartened. He said, is that so? Well, as long as Brother Tian can do it, that's enough for me. Ha! Zhang Tian chuckled upon hearing this, and, in an effort to encourage little Wukong, added, you may not be able to cultivate now. But if you work harder in the future, perhaps you will be able to. Little Wukong responded excitedly, really? Then I will strive to train as hard as Brother Tian does. With that, he dashed off to practice on his own. Zhang Tian was taken aback, thinking to himself, he truly has a unique personality. As he watched little Wukong's retreating figure, his thoughts drifted to Sun Wufan. Perhaps it was not merely a matter of the Saiyan constitution. It could be that the internal structures of individuals in this world differed fundamentally from mine. That evening, after Sun Wufan had drifted into slumber, Zhang Tian pressed down on his neck, allowing him to fall into a deeper sleep. He then summoned his inner energy and directed it towards Sun Wufan's body. Before long, the energy was gradually absorbed. Zhang Tian could finally ascertain that the internal structure of individuals in this world was indeed akin to little Wukong's. Albeit the absorption rate was nowhere near as extraordinary at present, little Wukong was significantly more formidable than Zhang Tian had previously imagined. His physical form had truly become impervious to harm. This realization struck Zhang Tian hard. For he too could achieve invulnerability, but only under the protection of the third level of the Jiuyang energy. Zhang Tian's physical strength was approximately double that of little Wukong's, yet his resistance to damage was inferior. During their daily sparring sessions, Zhang Tian would invariably inflict heavy injuries on little Wukong before ceasing, justifying it as a means to enhance little Wukong's practical experience. However, little Wukong's recuperative abilities were astonishingly rapid. Despite sustaining severe injuries, he would recover almost entirely by the following day, with his physical strength continuing to grow. Moreover, little Wukong's capacity for self-learning was remarkably potent. Should Zhang Tian refrain from using his internal power, it would take considerable effort to best Wukong. Nevertheless, in order to maintain a semblance of fairness, Zhang Tian would engage in direct physical combat with little Wukong. Witnessing little Wukong's increasing strength, Zhang Tian felt a growing sense of security regarding his future. And he believed he provided his grandfather with a sense of closure, having taken good care of little Wukong and helped him grow stronger. Sun Wufan had passed away when Zhang Tian was merely 12, leaving the two brothers to rely on one another. Prior to this, Zhang Tian had cut off little Wukong's tail, yet fate was unkind. During one of their mountain excursions, Sun Wufan was bitten by a venomous snake and succumbed to the poison shortly thereafter. Zhang Tian mourned for the grandfather who had raised him for over a decade, and little Wukong remained despondent for several months. Zhang Tian estimated that little Wukong's strength had already reached formidable levels. With a year or two of diligent training, he would likely triumph over Shenron with ease. From Zhang Tian's current level of the third stage of Jiuyang power, defeating Shenron would be a trivial matter. His physical prowess now allowed him to effortlessly shatter boulders weighing over 1,000 jin. Little Wukong frequently tested his strength against these boulders, yet despite exerting all his might, he could only create a small crack in the massive stone. For Zhang Tian, internal energy was his lifeline. As long as the energy remained pure, he could exponentially amplify his destructive capabilities, provided he could master the flow of that energy. Now, Zhang Tian had cultivated the Jiuyang technique to the third stage and was not far from the fourth. Although the Jiuyang technique was notoriously difficult to master, his years of practice had allowed him to navigate each challenge with relative ease, encountering few obstacles. Both brothers had developed extraordinary physiques, impervious to the elements. And Zhang Tian paid little heed to the passage of time. His days were consumed entirely by cultivation, free from worry. Whenever fatigue or boredom struck, he would engage little Wukong in playful antics before returning to his practice, deriving joy from the experience that only he could comprehend. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the absence of their grandfather's watchful eye, the entire forest had become their home. When exhausted from training, they would sleep. When hungry, they would seek out wild game or fruits. After all, in the mountains, starvation was not a concern. The brothers would occasionally return home once or twice a month, sometimes not visiting for half a year. They preferred to remain by the expansive lake deep within the mountains, where they could jump into the water to play after a long day of training. The lake was home to several large fish, measuring several meters in length and exceedingly delicious. The midday sun shone brightly upon the lake's surface, illuminating the fish below. Meanwhile, little Wukong reclined on a massive wooden plank, roughly 7 or 8 meters in length and width, resembling a small boat, one of their sleeping spots at night, crafted by Zhang Tian. At that moment, Zhang Tian sat cross-legged by the lakeside, beads of sweat streaming down his face. His expression taut, as if enduring immense pain. After more than 2 hours, a faint yellow glow suddenly emanated from Zhang Tian's body. Gradually, the tension in his face eased, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Tian opened his eyes, rising into the air, arms extended to either side as he activated the technique of Luong Palm, channeling his inner energy into his hands. With a thought, he enveloped his palms in a gentle yellow aura. Upon witnessing the flames-like energy dancing around his hands, Zhang Tian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, suppressing the urge to shout. For any distraction would cause the flame to dissipate, and he had yet to master complete control over it. After reveling in the sensation of his inner energy flowing outward, Zhang Tian gradually retracted it into his body, causing the soft yellow aura to vanish from his hands. With his feet firmly planted, Zhang Tian exerted force on the ground, vanishing from sight with a whoosh, soaring into the sky 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Only when he reached a height of 300 meters did he begin to decelerate. As he reached the apex of his ascent and prepared to descend, he executed the sky treading swallow technique. As if stepping upon a stone, his toes providing a point of leverage. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at a height of 500 meters. In midair, he tapped his toes again, moving horizontally for 200 meters. Then propelled himself upward another 100 meters. As he retracted his inner energy, he plummeted from the 500-meter height with astonishing speed, akin to a bolted stone, executing a technique reminiscent of thousand-gene drop in the art of lightness. With a resounding crash, a gust of wind was stirred up, causing leaves to scatter all around. Zhang Tian did not descend to the ground. Instead, just as he was plummeting to within a meter of the earth, he executed the technique sky-treading swallow and soared back into the air, reveling in the experience. Zhang Tian continuously alternated between sky-treading swallow and cloud-treading in midair, moving with such grace and ease that it resembled the art of walking freely in the sky, exuding elegance and nonchalance, blurring the line between flying and merely floating. After 5 minutes, exhausted of his vital energy, Zhang Tian finally plummeted to the ground, fortunately catching himself on a tree. Had he fallen from a height of 100 meters without the protection of his vital energy, he would have been gravely injured, if not dead, given his current cultivation level. That I nearly played myself to death. Zhang Tian steadied himself on the tree, channeling his inner energy to recuperate. After a few minutes, he pushed off the tree, employing cloud treading to gently land on the ground. Upon returning to the earth, Wu Tian could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter, his joyous sound echoing through the forest, startling numerous insects and birds, causing a cacophony of wild animal cries to fill the air. This loud shout not only roused a multitude of bizarre creatures, but also startled the drooling little Wukong, who was just awakening from his slumber, nearly tumbling into the lake. I've only cultivated to the 4th level of the Ninyong technique, blazing sun, and yet my sky treading has already surpassed the 7th level of my grandfather's Ninyong technique. What a remarkable thought. I am growing increasingly fond of this world. Zhang Tian observed the small Wukong sitting by the lake, his mouth agape in astonishment, feeling quite pleased with himself. Channeling his vital energy, he executed the technique, cloud crossing, effortlessly flying to Wukong's side. Just hours earlier, traversing a distance of about 20 meters like this would have required him to step lightly on the water's surface, but now, with a single cloud crossing, he accomplished it with ease, appearing to Wukong as though he had flown over. Upon seeing Zhang Tian approach, Wukong began circling him, and after a few laps, scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Brother Tian, where are your wings? I clearly saw you flying just now. How come you don't have wings?" "Haha, little Wukong, I am not a birdman. I have no wings. It's merely that my martial arts have reached a certain level, allowing me to fly in the sky," Zhang Tian explained. Unabashedly, Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement, asking, "So when I become as powerful as you, can I fly too?" "Indeed, if you train diligently, you will achieve that soon. However, since I am in a good mood today, I shall let you fly once," Zhang Tian replied. Upon finishing his words, he lifted Wukong, propelled himself with a powerful leap, and with a whoosh, they found themselves soaring dozens of meters high. Zhang Tian then executed sky-treading swallow to ascend another 10 meters before gently descending to the ground using cloud treading. Having exhausted his vital energy, he realized that even pretense must have its limits. Despite Wukong's petite stature, he weighed over 150 pounds, leaving Zhang Tian puzzled regarding such weight from a seemingly 7- or 8-year-old child who appeared not overweight. The only explanation he could muster was that all Saiyans were like this. Zhang Tian could scarcely fathom that from the 3rd level of the Ninyong technique, 3 Yang awakening, to the 4th level, Blazing Sun, his power had amplified 5-fold. The leap was indeed significant, and even now, he was still adjusting to it. Half a year later, bang, little Wukong struck a descending airplane with his staff, landing a solid blow on its wing. Fortunately, the aircraft was only a few meters above the ground, preventing a catastrophic outcome. Strange. Why is this big bird smoking? Wukong wondered aloud as he approached the fallen aircraft, scratching his head in confusion. Bang, bang, he noticed something moving within the airplane's windows. Wukong stepped closer and lightly tapped the glass with his golden staff. Crack! The bulletproof glass, designed to withstand sniper fire, shattered under Wukong's gentle touch. "Help, help, save me." Upon hearing the strange cries, Wukong swiftly retreated 5 meters, raising his staff menacingly towards the people inside the glass. Bulma, seeing the glass shattered, quickly crawled out from the cockpit. "Ouch! That hurt. My hand." "Monster?" Upon seeing Bulma in her entirety, Wukong could not help but exclaim. Bulma, taken aback, glanced behind her, confirming that the little brat was indeed referring to her, and retorted angrily, "You are the monster. Your entire family is a bunch of monsters." Humph. Noticing Bulma seemed to harbor no hostility towards him, Wukong lowered his guard, approaching her curiously as he inspected her. "Are you a woman?" "My brother Tian said only women use bad words." Bulma was infuriated by the implication, thinking, "What do you mean only women curse?" She rolled her eyes at Wukong and shot back. "Little brat, how did you end up here? Is there a village in these deep mountains?" Wukong, oblivious to the meaning of resident, scratched his head in confusion while looking at Bulma. "Hey, Bulma, are you here looking for my brother Tian?" "Your brother? Your older brother? Who is your brother Tian? Do I know him? What would I be looking for him for?" Bulma replied. Wukong frowned and thought, My brother Tian said a woman would come here. Could that be you? A woman? Impossible. This is my first visit here. Besides, I don't know your brother Tian. I traveled a great distance to find something, not someone. Oh, I see. But why have you been following me?" Wukong asked, puzzled. Bulma rolled her eyes, saying, "You were the one following me, chattering incessantly behind me." Bulma continued walking forward, with Wukong clinging to his staff closely behind her, sometimes in front, sometimes behind, frequently stopping to ask Bulma a barrage of nonsensical questions, proving to be quite the handful, almost like a monkey, making it hard for her to find peace. Fortunately, Bulma had a strong capacity for adaptation. Otherwise, she would have lost her temper long ago. Bulma examined the radar in her hand. She suddenly recalled Wukong's earlier words and thought, could the Dragon Ball be at this little brat's home? Bulma pressed a few buttons on the radar, hearing a series of beeps. She noticed several small yellow dots flashing within the device, one of which pulsed with the highest frequency, clearly indicating their current direction. Could it be that the Dragon Ball is truly at this little brat's house? If so, that would simplify matters. She could just offer him some money to buy the Dragon Ball from him. Giggling to herself, after making up her mind, she stowed the radar back into her satchel. Seeing this, Wukong inquired, "Bulma, What is that thing you have? Why does it make sounds? Bulma, patting her satchel, replied, This is the Dragon Ball radar. A brilliant invention of mine. Impressive, isn't it? Half an hour later, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar again. Pressing a button, she noticed that the previously detected yellow dot was now very close. Bulma turned to Wukong and asked, Wukong, are we almost at your home? Yes, very soon. Just a couple more turns, and we'll be there. Wukong responded. A few minutes later, Bulma stumbled upon several wooden cabins. Goku pushed open the door and led Bulma into the main hall, where he exclaimed towards the table ahead, Grandpa, I'm back. Bulma found Goku's actions quite peculiar. Aside from the few items adorning the table, there was nothing else in sight, truly an oddity. However, her attention was soon captivated by a small box on the table, from which a golden light emanated. She hurried over to take a closer look and gasped, Wow, a Dragon Ball. Ecstatic, Bulma lifted the golden sphere from the table, exclaiming, It's the Dragon Ball indeed. Oh, how wonderful. It's the 4-star Dragon Ball. Ha ha. Seeing Bulma seize the orb, Goku's anger flared. He snatched the ball back, glaring at her as he proclaimed, You mustn't touch Grandpa's belongings. Humph. Bulma, feeling somewhat embarrassed, fixed her gaze on the Dragon Ball and said, Goku, may I propose a deal? What do you think? Goku, however, remained unyielding, stepping back 2 paces while clutching the Dragon Ball protectively and glaring fiercely at Bulma. He had realized that she intended to steal his grandfather's treasure, and he was determined not to grant her any favors. Bulma, noticing Goku's defiance, quickly suggested, Well then, how about I buy this Dragon Ball from you with money? A great deal of money, I assure you. Goku shouted vehemently, I don't want it. I don't want anything. This is something my grandpa left for us, and I won't give it to you. Taken aback, Bulma asked, Where has your grandpa gone? Goku, clutching the orb to his chest, replied, My grandpa was bitten by a snake. Bulma gasped, realizing that Goku had been calling out to the Dragon Ball. How silly of him. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she asked, Goku, what about your brother? Why isn't he here? Bulma intended to approach Goku's brother, thinking that if she couldn't obtain the Dragon Ball from this child, perhaps she could from the older sibling, as it was clear that Goku would not part with it easily. Curious about her inquiry, Goku asked, Why do you want to find my brother? Didn't you say you didn't know him? Bulma quickly retorted, Oh, perhaps I misremembered. I'm actually looking for your brother. 10. Could you call him over, please? Upon hearing this, Goku relaxed and returned to a friendly demeanor, reasoning that if she was searching for 10, she must be a good person. All right then, I'll call 10 back, he said before dashing out of the cabin. With Bulma trailing closely behind, Goku, clutching the Dragon Ball, emerged from the cabin and shouted towards the mountain behind their home, 10, come back quickly, someone is looking for you. He repeated this call 3 times, his voice echoing through the forest. Once finished, he turned to Bulma and stated, All right, my brother will return shortly. Bulma, glancing in the direction Goku had just shouted, uncertainly asked, Goku, where exactly is your brother? He hasn't responded at all. Goku pointed towards a distant mountain, saying, 10 is training over there. He will be back soon. Bulma stared at the mountain, which lay several miles away, and, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, Don't be ridiculous. How could your brother possibly hear you from such a distance? Goku scratched his head, uncertain, and replied, I don't know. 10 told me to call him like that. Whenever I shout a few times, he always comes back. Bulma found herself utterly speechless at the child's naivety. Given her current predicament, she had no choice but to go along with it. If 10 didn't hear, she would have to find him herself. Meanwhile, Goten was training in the forest, having finally mastered the ability to float briefly after months of practice. His focus had shifted from physical training to mastering this newfound skill. Upon hearing Goku's calls, Goten executed a technique called Sky Step, and then performed cloud treading, swiftly flying back home. He only touched the ground a couple of times during his flight, which took just over a minute before he spotted the 2 figures outside the cabin. Goku, who was roasting a wild boar, suddenly looked up and exclaimed, Ah, my brother is back. Bulma, hearing this, jumped up and scanned the surroundings, asking, Where? Over there. Goku pointed to the sky. Bulma followed his finger and, in the distance, saw a small dot rapidly approaching, growing larger and clearer by the second. Her mouth slowly widened in excitement, and she exclaimed, A deity, a divine being. As Goten drew closer, Bulma's expression shifted dramatically. A figure was descending from the sky, long hair billowing in the wind, a chiseled face reminiscent of a sculpted statue, deep-set eyes, and a muscular physique with his upper body exposed. Despite his tattered clothing, He radiated an ethereal aura. Was this not a celestial being? As Goten descended gracefully to the ground, approximately 20 meters above, he executed a final technique, gently landing. Upon seeing Bulma, he felt a flicker of excitement. Realizing it was time to leave this place, he took in Bulma's appearance. Her blue hair, delicate features, soft lips, and slender frame, all accentuated by her attire, though she may not possess the beauty of legendary heroines. Her pure and refreshing charm captivated Goten's attention. It had been over a decade since he had encountered a woman, and seeing such a lovely girl made his heart race. Goku, spotting Goten, called out, "Brother, this woman is looking for you. Is she your friend?" Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma rushed over and clung to Goten's arm, saying, No. Ten, I need to discuss something with you, but it's not urgent. Let's eat first." As she leaned against Goten's shoulder, the scent of masculinity overwhelmed her senses, causing her cheeks to flush. Startled by Bulma's boldness, Goten felt a mix of pleasure and discomfort, while he appreciated the embrace. It left him feeling somewhat flustered, his own face reddening as he gently removed her arm. Realizing her indiscretion, Bulma stepped back, shyly gazing at Goten, her hands fidgeting as she blushed and stammered, "Hello, I'm Bulma." Seeing Bulma's bashful demeanor, Goten couldn't help but feel fond of her. He stepped forward, extending his right hand, and said, "Hello, I'm Son Goten." Goku, observing this exchange, scratched his head in confusion, utterly bewildered by the situation. Bulma, understanding the gesture despite her initial uncertainty, mirrored Goten's action and shook his hand. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Goten felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Bulma. This girl was simply too captivating. Even a simple handshake made his heart race. The scent of roasting wild boar wafted through the air, sparking an idea in his mind that in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing at the table opposite Goku. Seeing Bulma still standing, he called out, "Bulma, come sit down." Bulma dashed over and plopped down beside him without a thought to the dirtiness of the wooden bench. A wave of happiness washed over her as she settled in. Goten, noticing her comfort, inquired, "Bulma, what brings you here? No one ever visits such a remote mountain. How did you, a young lady, muster the courage to come here?" Bulma, hearing Goten's question, replied softly, "Well, I'm here to find something." After Bulma spoke, she took out 2 yellow orbs from her bag that resembled the one in Little Wukong's embrace. Bulma handed 2 Dragon Balls to Goten. Upon seeing this, Little Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandpa, there are 2 more?" He then excitedly pulled out his own 4-star ball, exclaiming, "Now there are 3 grandpas." The 2 disregarded Little Wukong's reaction entirely. It was the 5-star ball and the 7-star ball. Although Goten had studied the 4-star Dragon Ball countless times, holding these 2 Dragon Balls felt distinctly different, as if they possessed warmth, akin to having a heartbeat. Goten took the 4-star ball from Little Wukong's hands. The 3 Dragon Balls, placed side by side, emitted a continuous yellow glow from the stars within, indicating a clear connection among them to any discerning eye. Holding the 3 Dragon Balls, Goten could distinctly feel their pulsating energy, which was quite enchanting. He pondered, if these 3 Dragon Balls were hung together, wouldn't they be akin to luminous pearls? It would save electricity and be environmentally friendly. After playing with the Dragon Balls for a while, Goten turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, what exactly are these orbs? Did you come here specifically to find them?" Bulma looked at Goten and softly replied, "These are Dragon Balls, not just orbs. Each one is unique. Yours is the 4-star ball, while mine are the 5-star and 7-star balls." Goten pretended to scrutinize them carefully and nodded. Bulma continued, "I stumbled upon the 5-star ball during my childhood. Later, I discovered numerous legends stating that the Dragon Balls are gifts from deities. If one gathers all 7, they can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant a wish to the one who summoned it. The 7-star ball is the one I found just a few days ago." Bulma spoke with palpable excitement, as if her wish was on the verge of being fulfilled. Seeing Bulma so animated, Goten felt a bit hesitant to interrupt her, although he couldn't recall what her wish was. Judging by her demeanor, it likely wasn't anything grand. Goten interrupted Bulma's reverie, saying, "Oh, so such a miraculous thing exists. I never imagined these small orbs could be so powerful. So, Bulma, do you have a wish regarding these Dragon Balls?" Bulma, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Well, initially I wanted to become the greatest scientist in the world, but now I feel like I already am a genius girl. Even without the Dragon Balls, I would eventually become the world's greatest scientist. So, I don't have any wishes at present." Goten asked, Oh, so that's how it is. Then why are you still searching? Bulma blushed at Goten's question, fidgeting a little. I am just curious that I want to see if it's truly real. And I also want to know what the eternal dragon looks like. Oh, I'm quite interested in the eternal dragon too, Goten responded. Bulma felt a surge of electricity course through her and excitedly exclaimed, "Then let us search for the Dragon Balls together, shall we?" Bulma's eyes widened with anticipation as she gazed at Goten, her heart fervently wishing, "Join me, please join me." Goten feigned hesitation for a moment. Upon seeing this, Bulma's expression immediately fell, and she adopted a pitiful look, gazing at Goten with longing. "Look, it's so unsafe for a girl like me to be out here alone that I've nearly been eaten by wild beasts several times." Goten felt unable to resist Bulma's demeanor, his heart swaying. "Well, I need to ask little Wukong if he wants to come. It doesn't really matter to me." Hearing this, Bulma beamed with joy. "Can't you just go with me? There are many beasts outside, and it's dangerous for a child like him to be running around with us. It's better if he stays here." Goten countered, "No way, my brother and I have always relied on each other. I can't just abandon little Wukong. I'll only go with you if he agrees." Goten portrayed a protective stance toward little Wukong. Reluctantly, Bulma approached little Wukong and pleaded, "Wukong, would you go with your sister to search for the Dragon Balls? There are many orbs just like the one your grandpa left for you." Little Wukong remained unfazed, stating, "I only want grandpa's. I don't want any others." Goten inwardly berated little Wukong's stubbornness. Undeterred, Bulma continued, "Don't you want to join us in finding more Dragon Balls? It will be a lot of fun. Wherever brother goes, I go," little Wukong replied resolutely. Bulma rolled her eyes, realizing that she had wasted her breath. As the two brothers were of one mind, Bulma's spirits lifted as she declared, "All right, our trio for the Dragon Ball search is officially formed. Haha. By the way, Goten, when do you think we should set off? I'm following your lead." Goten felt quite pleased, relishing the respect, and replied, "Let us depart tomorrow. We'll stay one more night and fill our stomachs first." Goten picked up a knife and sliced a piece of fish to hand to Bulma. Tears streamed down Bulma's face as she felt a happiness she had never experienced before. Goten thought for a moment, then retrieved a wooden plate from the kitchen, placing about 20 pounds of meat onto it. The fish was too small, at most 180 pounds, hardly sufficient for everyone. To prevent any disputes with little Wukong, he decided to divide it first, estimating it would be enough for the two of them. Just as Goten finished dividing the food, little Wukong had already buried his face into the roasted fish. Devouring it greedily, Goten felt utterly embarrassed. The sight was rather unseemly, leaving Bulma speechless as she glanced at Goten. Seeing Bulma's reaction, Goten pretended not to notice little Wukong's eating habits, too embarrassed to acknowledge it. He smiled at Bulma and began eating as well. Little Wukong found it peculiar that today, Goten wasn't competing with him for food. Normally, Goten would be the first to dig in, but now he was using a plate meant for Grandpa. In the evening, Bulma looked incredulously at the room and asked, "Is this where you sleep?" Little Wukong replied, "Yes, sometimes we sleep here, sometimes in trees, and sometimes on the boat." Bulma shook her head in disbelief. "You two really amaze me. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Let me show you what living is all about. Come, follow me outside." As they stepped outside, Bulma retrieved a box from her backpack and began selecting items from it. She turned to the two brothers, saying, "This is called a universal capsule. Watch closely." Bulma held up a small vial-like object, pressed a button, and tossed it onto the ground. With a loud bang, a modest yet charming little house appeared out of thin air. Goten was left in awe, recalling that this was one of the powerful artifacts from Dragon Ball, the universal capsule. Little Wukong, however, maintained a state of curiosity, not overly surprised by the sudden appearance of the house. Goten was eager to investigate how such a large item could fit into such a small capsule. Looking at the universal capsule in Bulma's hand, he asked, "Bulma, could I take a look at that universal capsule?" Bulma, always accommodating to Goten, handed him the capsule box, saying, "Here, take it. Feel free to explore." Goten's fondness for Bulma grew several degrees. She was generous and worth befriending. As Goten examined the universal capsule, he scrutinized it from all angles. But after a lengthy inspection, he still couldn't discern any difference from an ordinary vial, aside from the additional button. "Bulma, how on earth does such a large object fit inside?" Seeing Goten's interest in the universal capsule, Bulma began to explain. "This universal capsule involves some of the most advanced fields of study in the world today, such as reaction mechanics, vacuum theory, spatial theory," and, before she could finish, Goten interrupted, Wait. I can't understand what you're saying. It's better if you don't explain. Can you create a device that can hold multiple items, like a ring that can store many things, rather than just a single item like your universal capsule? Upon hearing this, Bulma was greatly astonished. She gazed at Goten for a long while and exclaimed, "Brother Tian, you truly are a genius. To conceive such advanced ideas is remarkable." Goten, feeling pleased by her words, adopted a knowing expression as he awaited Bulma's response. After pondering for a moment, Bulma continued, "Theoretically, it is indeed possible. However, this notion contradicts the myriad principles of current scientific understanding. If we are to achieve multidimensional space compression, it may require a considerable amount of time to overcome this challenge. Based on my current knowledge, in about 50 years, this technology should be resolved." Upon hearing this, Goten felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. 50 years was far too long. If only it were 5 years instead. As Goten stepped into the house, he was instantly reminded of the sensations of the 21st century, modernity, observing the various sights before him. A mist of nostalgia welled up in his eyes as he reminisced about his grandfather, grandmother, parents, siblings, and those friends from his previous life. Noticing Goten's slightly disheveled appearance, Bulma kindly suggested, "Brother Tian, would you like to take a shower first? I can run the water for you." Goten glanced at himself and acknowledged that after a day of training, he was indeed rather dirty, so he nodded in agreement. Bulma hummed a cheerful tune as she joyfully dashed into the bathing area. Shortly thereafter, Goten heard her calling for him, and upon entering, he found Bulma blushing as she handed him a bathrobe. Goten quickly shed his clothes and jumped into the bathtub. Ah, how refreshing. It has been over a decade since I last enjoyed a hot bath. This feels so nostalgic and delightful. Little Goku, hearing Goten mention his bath, hurriedly followed suit and began to undress upon seeing Goten. Just as Goten was lost in his pleasurable sighs, little Goku chimed in, "Brother Tian, where do we bathe? This river seems so small. I can't even fit in." Little Goku asked with genuine confusion. Goten, exasperated, replied, "Just wait a moment. After I finish, it will be your turn. Please step outside, and I will call for you." Little Goku obediently dressed again and stepped out. As for Bulma's pink bathrobe, Goten felt indifferent. It was just a bit small, so he casually donned it and stepped out, revealing his thighs. Bulma's eyes sparkled at the sight, and she nearly fainted from the overwhelming charm radiating from Goten. He quickly supported her, and she blissfully fainted in his embrace for a few minutes. Goten, feeling his blood rush, awkwardly placed Bulma on the sofa. Reclining on the soft bed, memories of his past life flooded Goten's mind, causing his eyes to moisten. Meanwhile, little Goku was bouncing on the bed, exhilarated by the softness he had never experienced before. For the first time in over a decade, Goten dreamed of his family and friends from his previous life, shedding long overdue tears. The next morning, little Goku commenced a day of training outside the house. He was energetically practicing the Li Weiying palm that Goten had taught him, displaying a burgeoning aura that flowed through his palms. Goten observed in surprise, curious about how little Goku had developed such sensitivity to energy. After watching for a while, Goten speculated that the corresponding breathing technique in the Li Weiying palm might have enabled little Goku to cultivate this energy sensitivity with a sudden leap. Goten entered the sphere of little Goku's movements and engaged him in a sparring match using the Li Weiying palm. Little Goku's execution evolved from tentative practice to full-on combat. As their strikes transitioned from muted thuds to explosive clashes, they engaged in a spirited exchange, their speed increasing, and each impact resonated like thunder. Bulma, roused from her slumber by the unusual sounds, emerged in her pajamas. Yawning, only to be captivated by the sight of the two brothers sparring, little Goku's mastery had progressed remarkably, with energy swirling around him in tandem with his movements, while Goten emanated a faint, yellowish glow. Although Goten was not actively channeling his energy, his current level of cultivation allowed even the slightest movement to draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy for his use. Bulma, entranced by the elegant display before her, felt herself growing dizzy. Her cheeks flushed as her gaze remained fixed on Goten, completely disregarding little Goku beside him. After half an hour, the brothers concluded their training, simultaneously raising their heads and exhaling a powerful shout. Goten expelled a gray mist from his mouth, which shot into the air with a whoosh, as if attempting to pierce the very fabric of space, disappearing in an instant. This gray mist represented the impurities within Goten's body, expelled as a result of reaching a certain level of inner cultivation, while little Goku could only manage a shout without any substance emerging. Seeing them pause, Bulma hurried inside to fetch a towel. Dashing back to hand it to Goten, Goten accepted the towel, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such treatment. Thank you. He smiled at Bulma. Little Goku, noticing that Goten had finished, snatched the towel to wipe his face. Bulma, seeing this, immediately intervened, reclaiming the towel from little Goku and admonishing him. Don't you have your own towel? Use yours. Little Goku, perplexed, replied, but I used this one yesterday. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a wave of frustration wash over her. And with a cry, she retreated indoors. The previous night, Bulma had lent her towel to Goten for his bath, and after Goten finished, little Goku had jumped into the tub as well, using the same towel. While Bulma had inadvertently used little Goku's towel afterward, after an hour, having consumed Bulma's so-called nourishing breakfast, they set off on Bulma's motorcycle. Though breakfast had been served, little Goku felt hungrier than ever. Having finished his meal in a single bite without feeling satisfied, Goten, too, did not perceive any difference after the meal. At least he could still manage his hunger better than little Goku. Upon seeing the motorcycle, Goten was filled with excitement. It had been years since he had touched such modern machinery. The sensation was familiar, and after a few attempts, he regained his confidence. As Goten revved the motorcycle to its maximum speed, he easily exceeded 200 kilometers per hour. Although this speed felt slow to him, he reveled in the thrill reminiscent of his past life's adventures. Bulma clung tightly to Goten from behind, while little Goku sat atop the canopy, gripping the edges tightly, his chubby face contorting in response to the rushing wind, giving him a somewhat forlorn appearance. Unfortunately, the motorcycle only had room for one passenger, leaving little Goku to endure the discomfort. As for why they chose a motorcycle over an airplane, it was entirely Bulma's decision. After racing at an average speed of 150 kilometers per hour for 2 hours, Bulma finally cried out for Goten to stop. Once they halted, Goten exclaimed with delight, "This motorcycle is incredible. I can't believe how stable it is at this speed. Wow, I'm exhausted. Brother Tian, how come you both seem completely unfazed?" Bulma remarked, looking at Goten. Goten cast a dismissive glance at her, saying, "This level of exertion is trivial for us martial artists." Meanwhile, little Goku clung tightly to the motorcycle handlebars, his tail curled around the back seat. Clearly still adjusting to this mode of transportation, Goten, admiring the motorcycle, turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, could you perhaps modify this bike to make it even faster? It feels a bit slow as it is." Bulma rolled her eyes and replied, "The maximum I can add is 50 kilometers per hour. Any more than that could lead to problems." Goten beamed. 50 kilometers is fine. Anything is better than what we have now." Bulma retrieved her tools from the backpack, ready to commence her work. At that moment, Xiao Wukong leaped down from the vehicle, appearing utterly listless, as if he were barely clinging to life. He whispered to Wu Tian, "Brother Tian, I am so hungry." Upon hearing Xiao Wukong's lament, Wu Tian's own stomach began to grumble, having been preoccupied with the thrill of driving earlier, now realizing the pressing matter of hunger. Wu Tian surveyed his surroundings and suggested to Xiao Wukong, "Why don't you go see if you can catch a wild beast?" Xiao Wukong, upon hearing this, excitedly bounded into the woods, promptly vanishing from sight. Wu Tian admired Bulma's petite figure as she busily worked, praising her exceptional abilities. Upon receiving his compliment, Bulma exerted herself even more vigorously. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wukong emerged, balancing a large creature atop his head, while tugging along a hefty turkey with his tail. As Wu Tian approached, he realized that the creature on Xiao Wukong's head was, in fact, a large turtle. Wu Tian, sweating profusely, inquired, "Xiao Wukong, how do you intend to eat this giant turtle?" The turtle, upon hearing that Wu Tian planned to consume it, immediately recoiled in fear, withdrawing into its shell and trembling atop Xiao Wukong's head. Xiao Wukong quickly clarified, "Oh, this turtle isn't for eating. It asked me to take it home." The turtle then extended a flipper, hastily correcting him, "I am not a turtle. I am a sea turtle." Clearly, this sea turtle held its identity in high regard. Startled by the turtle's assertion, Wu Tian exclaimed, "Goodness, a monster." However, both Xiao Wukong and Bulma remained remarkably composed, displaying none of Wu Tian's alarm. Bulma, gazing at the sea turtle, queried, "How peculiar. If you are a sea turtle, what are you doing here?" The sea turtle, finally receiving recognition for its species, beamed and replied, "Well, I got lost while searching for food a year ago, and I have been trying to find my way back to the ocean ever since. This little friend said he would take me back." Xiao Wukong then approached Bulma and asked, "Bulma, what is the ocean?" Bulma playfully tapped him on the head, chiding, "You silly goose, how can you not know what the ocean is and still agree to help?" Bulma then turned to the sea turtle and added, "But the direction you are heading is entirely opposite. The ocean is over 1,000 kilometers away from here." Holding a device, Bulma gestured to illustrate her point. upon realizing the distance to the ocean. Xiao Wukong exclaimed, "Then I shall take you to this place called the ocean right now." The sea turtle, elated, responded, "Really?" Bulma playfully punched Xiao Wukong on the head again, saying, "What are you joking about? The ocean is in the opposite direction from where we are going." After hearing their exchange, Wu Tian concluded that the sea turtle must be the pet of the old pervert, Kame Sennin. Resolute in his decision, Wu Tian declared, "Let us first return this sea turtle to the ocean. We aren't in any rush, right, Bulma?" Bulma, hearing Wu Tian's words, agreed, "All right, I will follow your lead." In Bulma's heart, everything revolved around Wu Tian, and she had no intention of contradicting his decision. The sea turtle, hearing this, nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you for taking me home." Wu Tian turned to Xiao Wukong, urging, "Hurry up and prepare that big bird for dinner. We need to eat before we set off." On a small path leading to the East Sea, they spotted a motorcycle speeding along. Though the rider appeared rather peculiar, Xiao Wukong, unable to find another spot for the sea turtle, had fashioned a makeshift harness from vines to carry it on his back, resembling the old Kame Sennin in a rather comical manner. 5 hours later, they finally beheld the vast, azure expanse of the ocean, inhaling the briny scent that invigorated their spirits. Xiao Wukong hopped down, unfastened the sea turtle, and gazed at the boundless sea, exclaiming, "Wow, this is the ocean. It is so immense." The sea turtle swiftly dove into the water, resurfacing shortly after to express, "Thank you so much for saving me. I will be grateful to you. Please wait here. Do not leave. I will return shortly." After the sea turtle departed for the depths of the sea, Bulma turned to Wu Tian and asked, "Brother Tian, should we wait?" Wu Tian nodded affirmatively. "Let us wait a bit. There is no need to rush." Bulma responded with a soft then nestled against Wu Tian's arm as they sat by the shore, watching Xiao Wukong amuse himself by the water's edge. Wu Tian, feeling Bulma's warmth against his arm, made no move to withdraw it, knowing that if he did, she would soon reclaim it. Aside from a slight discomfort, he found the sensation quite pleasant. Sensing Wu Tian's lack of resistance, Bulma felt a surge of excitement. Resting her head on his shoulder and greedily inhaling his comforting scent, due to his training, Wu Tian emanated a natural, refreshing aroma that soothed her senses, causing Bulma to drift into a gentle slumber. Approximately 20 minutes later, a shadow appeared on the ocean's surface. Wu Tian squinted and discerned a short, bald old man standing atop the turtle's shell, sporting a long white beard, a shiny bald head, and a pair of sunglasses. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he seemed to be humming a little tune. Though Wu Tian could not discern the melody, it possessed an oddly enchanting quality. The old man, upon noticing the trio on the shore, waved politely. As Wu Tian observed, he noted the man's flamboyant attire, a colorful shirt, white shorts, and flip-flops, all complemented by a long, pointed bald head, which made him rather conspicuous. Exuding an air of eccentricity, Wu Tian scrutinized the legendary martial artist, but the old man had fixated his gaze on Bulma, clearly intrigued. Wu Tian distinctly noticed a glimmer of interest in the old man's sunglasses as he surveyed Bulma. After a fleeting glance at her, the old man turned his attention back to Wu Tian and the others, inquiring, "Are you the ones who rescued my sea turtle?" Xiao Wukong, with a curious expression, responded, "Yes, Grandpa, we brought the turtle back." The sea turtle, feeling a bit helpless, corrected him, "I am a sea turtle." "Wow, Grandpa, you have such a unique style," exclaimed Bulma, who had just awakened and was taken aback by the old man's attire. Indeed, the Kame Sennin appeared to be quite aged, and few elderly men would dare to dress in such a manner, suggesting a mindset that transcended conventional thinking. Xiao Wukong, equally fascinated by the Kame Sennin, approached him, especially intrigued by the turtle's shell, and knocked on it, producing a hollow sound. He then asked, "How come your turtle looks different from that turtle?" Bulma interjected. Wu Tian stifled a laugh, nearly bursting into mirth at Xiao Wukong's innocent inquiry. Truly, he was a remarkable character. Young one, I am not a turtle. I merely wear a turtle shell. Like you, I am a human," the Kame Sennin explained, devoid of any intention to scold Xiao Wukong, recognizing the innocence in his eyes. "Oh, I see now. So, who are you, Grandpa?" Xiao Wukong asked. The Kame Sennin replied, "I am Kame Sennin, the master of this sea turtle." "Kame Sennin, what a peculiar name," Xiao Wukong remarked. The Kame Sennin then directed his attention back to the sea turtle, asking, "Who saved you?" The sea turtle raised its head, looking at Xiao Wukong, and answered, "It was that little boy. Without him, I would have surely perished in the mountains." The Kame Sennin chuckled at Xiao Wukong and said, "So it was you. What a kind-hearted child you are. In return, I must gift you something." What shall I give? Master Rashi stood still, his mind racing as he contemplated what items he no longer required that could be gifted to others. However, after a lengthy period of reflection, his thoughts were inundated with various adult magazines and tapes. Little Goku, listening intently to Master Rashi, grasped only fragments of the conversation, sensing that the old man intended to bestow something valuable upon him. Observing Master Rashi lost in thought, he refrained from interrupting. I've got it. I shall gift you a phoenix. After much deliberation, Master Rashi finally broke the silence. He turned to face the ocean, leaned on his cane, and shouted to the heavens, "Come forth, immortal phoenix." Bulma, upon hearing this, exclaimed in delight, "An immortal phoenix? Is it the legendary phoenix? Wow, I can't believe you possess such a creature." Little Goku, filled with curiosity, asked Bulma, "What is an immortal phoenix?" Bulma explained, "It's a bird that cannot perish. Do you think such a bird will come to us?" "Well, I suppose it is an apt name," she added. Goten, equally intrigued, mused about the existence of such a mythical beast. An immortal phoenix, that sounds quite exciting. Yet, in a world where dinosaurs roam, it's not too surprising to have a phoenix as well. The group gazed expectantly at the sky, eager to catch a glimpse of the immortal bird. A few minutes later, Master Rashi began to perspire, calling out once more to the heavens. At that moment, a nearby turtle remarked, "Master Rashi, didn't that immortal phoenix perish from poison years ago?" Master Rashi scratched the back of his head, feeling quite embarrassed. "Oh, indeed. It seems I had forgotten." He then shouted to the sky, "Kintoan, come quickly." Upon hearing this, Goten felt a surge of energy and stood up. Moments later, a gust of wind approached from behind. "Yes, over here," Master Rashi exclaimed, quickly turning around. A yellow cloud swiftly descended from the sky, halting right before them. The sight of the flying yellow cloud filled everyone with wonder. How could a cloud be controlled by a person? Little Goku was the first to step forward, examining the cloud with wide-eyed curiosity. "Wow, this cloud is so soft and fluffy. How do you eat it?" Goten sighed in exasperation. Master Rashi approached and clarified. This Kintoan is not meant for consumption. It is a mode of transportation. When you sit on Kintoan, you can control it and soar through the skies to any destination you desire." Little Goku's eyes sparkled at the prospect of flying. "I can fly in the sky with this." "Indeed, but only those with pure and kind hearts can ride it freely," Master Rashi replied. Goten, quick to seize the moment, said to Master Rashi, "Well then, why don't you demonstrate? You seem like a genuinely pure-hearted person." Flattered, Master Rashi agreed. "All right, I'll give it a try. It has been a while since I've had any exercise." He stretched his limbs, then leapt onto the cloud with a swift motion, only to pass right through it and tumble to the ground with a resounding thud, his glasses falling aside and one foot still awkwardly dangling from the cloud, creating a comical scene. "Ha ha ha," Goten chuckled as he approached, observing the Kinto Dashun. It seems this cloud has a weight limit. If it's too heavy, one will fall off, right? Master Rashi, impressed by Goten's insight, thought to himself that the boy had great potential. He stood up, stroked his beard, and said earnestly, "Indeed, I must admit, I overlooked that detail. Young man, I didn't realize you possessed such keen awareness. Would you be interested in training in martial arts with me?" If only Master Rashi knew the weight of little Goku's small frame, he might have reacted differently. Goten, taken aback by Master Rashi's suggestion, quickly replied, "Thank you, but I'm not particularly interested in martial arts. I only practice to maintain my health. I suspect your training is rigorous and demanding, and I am not one for hardship, so I shall pass." Master Rashi, feeling regretful about Goten's refusal, lamented the loss of such talent. But why won't this Kintoan move?" Goten turned to see little Goku sitting atop the Kintoan, having jumped on during the exchange between Goten and Master Rashi, but it remained still. Master Rashi, astonished that little Goku had truly mounted it, advised, "You simply need to control the Kintoan with your thoughts. Wherever you wish to go, it will follow." Little Goku scratched his head and asked, "What do you mean by thoughts?" "It means you envision where you want to go, and the Kintoan will move according to your desires." Before Master Rashi could finish his explanation, little Goku had already soared off into the distance on the Kintoan, showcasing his cleverness. Master Rashi gaped in awe at the sight of little Goku flying away, then turned to Goten and the others, saying, "All right, the Kintoan is now a gift for that young lad. I must take my leave." As Master Rashi headed toward the sea, Goten hurried after him, exclaiming, "Wait, Master Rashi. You can't just leave like that. Although little Goku is the sea turtle's savior, we played a part in bringing him here too. Surely, we deserve some token of appreciation, right?" Master Rashi stroked his beard, pondering Goten's words. You have a point. However, I do not possess any gifts to offer you. Goten chuckled. Well, we aren't asking for anything extravagant, that it would simply be nice to have a memento of our encounter. Don't you think? Master Roshi, feeling more agreeable, nodded. Goten continued. How about your glasses? They'd make a splendid keepsake. Or perhaps your cane. Oh, but wait. If you part with your cane, you might struggle to move, and if you lose your glasses, you could be blinded by the sun. What should we ask for then? Master Roshi mused. Goten pretended to examine Master Roshi, pointing at the old man's neck. Aha! That necklace is quite lovely. Let us have that. It seems rather out of place for an elder like you to wear it. If those women saw you, they might think you're not a good person. Wouldn't you agree, Master Roshi? Master Roshi touched the necklace. Considering Goten's words, will it really give off a bad impression? Of course. Have you ever seen anyone wearing such a large jewel around their neck? Master Roshi, reluctant to part with the necklace, replied, Very well. Before he could finish, a shadow flashed before his eyes, and suddenly the necklace that once adorned his neck was now in Goten's hands. Goten pulled the string from the Dragon Ball, revealing a 3-star ball. He turned to Bulma, saying, Bulma, catch this. Seeing Goten toss something her way, Bulma quickly grasped it, her eyes widening in excitement. Wow, it's a Dragon Ball, a 3-star ball. Master Roshi, witnessing Bulma's joy, felt a pang of regret, realizing the necklace must indeed be valuable. At that moment, little Goku returned, riding the Kintoon. Goten, eager to try it out, lightly jumped onto the cloud. To his delight, he stood firmly atop the Kintoon, leaving Master Roshi astonished. Goten grinned at Master Roshi, saying, Thank you immensely. Master Roshi, we are so grateful for your generous gift. He then added, By the way, this Kintoon must be a gift from the great Kairi sage, right? Master Roshi, taken aback, replied, Young man, how did you know? Indeed, I received it from Kairi sage. Goten explained, I've heard tales of the sage atop Kairi Tower crafting the Kintoon. Master Roshi nodded. I see. Well, the gift is yours now, and I must take my leave. Farewell. Goodbye, Master Roshi. After Master Roshi departed, Goten leapt down from the Kinto-in. In truth, as he had just leaped onto the Nimbus, he began to descend. In a hurry, he summoned his inner energy to keep himself aloft, thus avoiding a fall. Little Wukong dashed over, laughing heartily at Wu Tian. Brother Tian, you can sit too. Haha. Wu Tian chuckled in response, gazing at little Wukong. Little Wukong, this Nimbus shall be your chariot from now on. You two shall soar through the skies. Bulma, witnessing her 2 brothers perched atop the cloud, approached and exclaimed, I want to have a go as well. With that, she leapt onto the Nimbus, only to find herself tumbling down with a thud, landing squarely on her backside. Ha ha ha. The 2 brothers erupted in laughter as Wu Tian remarked, Bulma, it appears your intentions are not pure enough. Bulma, indignant, kicked at the Nimbus and retorted, What a useless thing. Even a kind and lovely girl like me can't ride it? Truly a worthless object. All right, it's time for us to set off, Wu Tian announced as he made his way toward the motorcycle. Bulma hurried to catch up. Wu Tian turned back to little Wukong and said, Little Wukong, you can ride on your Nimbus and follow us. Okay. Hey. Throughout their journey, little Wukong incessantly muttered about Wu Tian and his companion's slow pace, occasionally darting ahead, only to swiftly return. Wu Tian felt an overwhelming urge to capture little Wukong and give him a good thrashing, leading him to push the motorcycle to its limits, much to Bulma's discomfort. Strangely, the village was devoid of any shadows during broad daylight. After walking for another 10 minutes, they heard intermittent noises ahead. Wu Tian focused intently, straining to listen. Suddenly, it felt as though he were present at the scene, hearing clearly. It seems something is amiss. Someone is crying. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the group quickened their pace. A few minutes later, they stumbled upon a massive red figure amidst a crowd where people were screaming and wailing. Lord Ulong, look at your towering stature. How could our child possibly match you? Please, let our daughter go, we beg of you. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian smirked. Ulong, it must be that little pigsy. As they drew nearer, they beheld the giant, whose pig-like face was flushed and adorned with menacing tusks, looking quite fearsome. Wu Tian turned to little Wukong, saying, Little Wukong, observe that monster. He is currently committing misdeeds. Go forth and eliminate him. Unaware of the situation but intrigued by the commotion, little Wukong, upon receiving Wu Tian's command, responded with clarity, So he is a villain. Very well, watch as I capture that monster. Wukong brandished his Rui Jingu Bang and charged forward. Little Wukong leapt with great effort, soaring over the crowd, emulating Wu Tian with a graceful mid-air maneuver, landing flamboyantly before Ulong. He declared loudly, You, monster, daring to commit evil deeds, prepare to be captured. Upon hearing the voice, Ulong was taken aback, fearing he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, upon turning to see merely a small child, he burst into laughter. Clutching his belly, "You little brat, you dare to capture me? How ridiculous. I could crush you with a single finger. Hurry back home and drink your milk. Humph, I see you appear quite weak. Watch as I bring you down." With that, he aimed a kick at Ulong. Just as Ulong was about to respond, he felt himself being propelled upward, a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen. As Ulong soared into the air, his form suddenly changed, and he plummeted to the ground. Wow! The crowd gasped at the sight of the colossal Ulong being sent flying by the child. As they approached the fallen figure, they gathered around in amazement. Is this truly Lord Ulong? Has he met his demise? Little Wukong scratched the back of his head in confusion, exclaiming, "Why did that monster shrink so much? So weak. I barely exerted any effort. It's too easy." The transformed Ulong, clutching his belly and wailing, caught sight of little Wukong and recoiled in fear, wishing to flee. However, seeing the crowd surrounding him, he quickly returned and knelt before little Wukong, pleading for mercy. "Hero, spare me. I promise I shall never do this again." Bulma approached, scrutinizing Ulong. "What? So this monster is your true form, you little lecher?" Little Wukong, quickly deal with him. Upon hearing this, Ulong trembled with fright, recalling the pain from the earlier kick. Desperately crying for mercy, Ulong scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, the onlookers noticed a flash, and the original Ulong transformed into a bat, quickly escaping before anyone could react. That Ulong is fleeing. Little Wukong, chase after him. Bulma was the first to react, calling out to little Wukong. Seeing this, Wukong felt anger rise within him. He hadn't expected Ulong to be so cunning. He summoned the Nimbus and took off in pursuit. Wu Tian, observing little Wukong's departure, turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, you search for the Dragon Balls here. I will follow after." Without waiting for Bulma's response, Wu Tian leapt in the direction Ulong had fled. Bulma, reluctant to remain behind, stamped her feet in frustration. Fearing the loss of Wu Tian, even for a fleeting moment, worried that he might never return. Only when Wu Tian's figure completely vanished from sight did she reluctantly turn away, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar to search for the Dragon Balls. Wu Tian's lightness of foot was, after all, not comparable to little Wukong's Nimbus. When he finally spotted little Wukong, he found that Wukong had already captured Ulong. Wu Tian approached and examined the now diminutive Ulong, who resembled a small piglet. Upon seeing Wu Tian, Ulong shivered, sensing that Wu Tian appeared even more fearsome than little Wukong. Instinctively, he moved closer to little Wukong, seeking refuge from the terrifying Wu Tian. "You villain! Were you planning to flee again? If you attempt to escape, I shall truly show no mercy." Little Wukong tightened his grip on Ulong, causing him to yelp in pain. Wu Tian observed Ulong being held by little Wukong and pondered. "This little pigsy's transformation technique is quite impressive. I wonder if I can learn it. Ouch, that hurts. I swear I won't run away again. Please, just let go of me. You brute." Wu Tian walked over and patted Ulong's head, saying, "You little lecherous pig, you deserve this. Prepare to be dealt with by the villagers soon." Upon hearing this, Ulong trembled all over, realizing he was in deep trouble for abducting others' daughters. He had bullied the entire village. Now that he was caught, he had no idea what fate awaited him. What he needed to do now was to find a way to escape. Esteemed heroes, please spare me. I will offer you a great fortune. I promise. Just let me go." Wu Tian, sensing Ulong's deceit, smiled and replied, "Look at those piggy eyes of yours. You're thinking of escaping again, aren't you? Forget it. You won't be able to flee from us, even if you run to the ends of the earth. I will track you down." Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Ulong realized his schemes had been completely unraveled. He could not overpower them and was now at their mercy. Little Wukong, toss him to the ground. I have questions for him. Without hesitation, little Wukong obeyed, throwing Ulong down, who yelped in protest. "You brutes, all of you are savages. Ouch, that hurts." Wu Tian sat beside Ulong, patting him gently. "Oh, stop whining." Little Wukong hardly exerted any force. "Besides, your pigskin is thick enough that you won't feel a thing." Ulong, hearing this, was quite displeased with Wu Tian's words, grunting a few times and turning his pig head away, ignoring Wu Tian. Wu Tian picked up a stone from the ground and held it in his hand. Addressing Ulong, "I have a few questions for you. If you answer them well, perhaps I shall let you go." Ulong's eyes lit up with hope. "Really? Of course. First, where did you learn this transformation technique?" Upon hearing this, Ulong was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, This is a skill I have possessed since my birth. I am the only one in this world who can do it." Wu Tian, upon hearing this, immediately recognized that the pig was lying. "Humph, It seems you have a death wish. Very well. I shall deliver you to the villagers, and they will feast on roasted pig tonight. Wulong was alarmed and stammered. Wait, what are you planning to do? I assure you, I am speaking the truth. Wu Tian chuckled menacingly. You think I am unaware of your deceit? I have seen others who can transform just like you. You would do well to confess honestly. Otherwise, you might want to consider whether your mouth is tougher than this stone. Wulong watched in terror as Wu Tian crushed the stone in his hand as if it were mere dough, causing him to stagger back a few steps, only to be pushed forward again by the little Wukong. The actions of these two brothers resembled a scene where thugs were coercing a law-abiding citizen. All right, I will speak the truth. I learned this transformation technique in a kindergarten for shapeshifters. Wu Tian nodded and inquired further, do you know where the shape-shifting kindergarten is located? And can anyone learn this transformation technique? Wulong shook his head. I do not know. I was expelled from the academy and have no idea where it is. Besides, that place is notoriously hard to find. Wu Tian frowned, suspecting that the pig was once again lying to him. How could you not know the location of your own academy? Wulong pleaded. Please, do not be like this. I truly did not deceive you. I was expelled by the teachers and have no knowledge of the academy's address. Seeing Wu Tian crush another stone, Wulong panicked and explained once more. Then, aside from the transformation technique, what other skills did you acquire at the academy? Wu Tian, sensing that Wulong was not lying, shifted the topic. None. It was a shape-shifting kindergarten. So of course, the only thing to learn was the transformation technique. How foolish. After Wulong spoke, Wu Tian delivered a swift slap, causing Wulong to grunt in pain. You foolish pig. Do you wish to end your life? Look at the situation. With your intellect, you dare to call others foolish. Since you do not know the academy's address and possess no useful skills, it appears you hold no value for us. Perhaps I should hand you over to the villagers. No. Please, give me some time. I will surely remember. Wu Tian dismissed him. By the time you recall, the matter will be long over. I know someone who must know the answer. And we won't need you at all. Wu Tian decided not to linger on Wulong any longer and instructed little Wukong to escort Wulong back to the village. Upon returning to the village, the villagers were skeptical about the little pig being the fearsome Wulong they had heard about. However, someone suggested burning Wulong, but thanks to Wu Tian's persuasion, they refrained from doing so, leaving Wulong immensely grateful. Bulma then produced a Dragon Ball and cheerfully said to Wu Tian, Look, Tianji, I found a Dragon Ball. It's the 6-star ball. Wu Tian inspected it and confirmed it was indeed the 6-star ball, showering Bulma with praise. Bulma counted the Dragon Balls in her bag and exclaimed, We now have 5. We only need to find the remaining 2 to complete our mission. I never expected we would gather 5 so quickly. Hey, Beiji, tell me, how can you be so audacious? Aren't you afraid of being captured and roasted one day? Wu Tian teased Wulong. Wulong retorted angrily, My name is Wulong, not Beiji. How many times must I remind you? Do you not know that casually changing someone's name is quite impolite? Wu Tian scoffed. Please, with your lecherous behavior, you have no right to talk about face. Any name suits you. I think Beiji sounds delightful. Don't you agree, little Wukong? Little Wukong rubbed the back of his head, pondering. Wulong does sound unappealing, but Beiji is rather strange. Bulma chimed in. Exactly. Wulong is far too unappealing. Beiji sounds much better. Wulong was on the verge of losing his mind, feeling completely powerless, unable to fight back or escape. So he sat in silence, pouting like a disgruntled pig. Wu Tian found Wulong's demeanor amusing and said to little Wukong, Go catch a wild pig later. It has been ages since I had pork, and I am quite craving it. Little Wukong's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Great. I also want to eat pork. He then playfully slapped Wulong on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, Wulong could no longer contain himself and shouted, Can you not consider my feelings? What you are doing is truly hurtful. Wu Tian slapped Wulong on the head, disdainfully saying, What right do you have to speak? You are a captive. Do you understand? Besides, who here is as brutish and lustful as you? Exactly. Wulong felt a wave of frustration. Looking at Wu Tian, he said, Then why not just release me? After all, having me around is nothing but a burden for you. Wu Tian shot him a glance. You wish for a free pass to wreak havoc on innocent maidens. I assure you, I would never do that again. Wulong hastily assured him. Wu Tian looked at Wulong with disbelief and turned to little Wukong and Bulma, asking, Little Wukong, do you believe him? Bulma, do you believe him? Both shook their heads in unison. I don't believe it. Hear that? I truly want to believe you, but the majority rules. You will accompany us, but rest assured, we won't roast you, provided you behave. Wulong, even doubting his own words, sat in the vehicle and began to wail again. Where are you taking me, exactly? His voice had diminished considerably, implying resignation to fate. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian also had questions and asked Bulma, Bulma, where is our next destination? Bulma, driving the vehicle, replied, our next stop is Frying Pan Mountain. The Dragon Ball radar indicates that there is a Dragon Ball located near Frying Pan Mountain. What? You are going to Frying Pan Mountain? Are you insane? Do you not know that no one dares to go there? Wulong exclaimed, greatly agitated at the mention of Frying Pan Mountain. Little Wukong, perplexed, asked, why not? Wulong, seemingly terrified of Frying Pan Mountain, steadied himself and said, there resides a demon. Everyone who has ventured to Frying Pan Mountain has been killed, and no one has ever returned alive. That person is incredibly fearsome. Known as the King of Demons, Little Wukong, however, was unfazed and inquired, is that person really formidable? Certainly. No one has ever escaped his grasp. They have all been slain. He is truly a terrifying figure. Wulong trembled while attempting to dissuade them. Little Wukong, hearing about such a powerful individual, grew even more excited, saying, then I want to meet him even more. I'll defeat him. Bulma disregarded Wulong's warnings, believing Wu Tian to be the strongest person in the world. Upon hearing this, Wulong shouted, you lunatic, the Ox Demon King is beyond your imagination. If you seek death, do not drag me into it. Little Wukong was increasingly eager to confront the Ox Demon King. Showing no signs of fear whatsoever. 2 days later, they entered the desert region. Wu Tian was currently asleep in the backseat with Bulma, while Little Wukong dozed in the front seat. Drooling profusely. Wulong's role had shifted from captive to captive driver. As he drove the car toward Frying Pan Mountain, Wulong felt utterly wronged, cursing them under his breath countless times. Had Wu Tian not pressed a couple of points on his waist, he would have likely transformed and fled by now. He could only move his hands and feet. His waist had gone numb, leaving him to obediently drive, accepting his role as a reluctant chauffeur. He had driven for over 8 hours straight, unable to call out for help since Wu Tian had also pressed a point on his neck. Rendering him voiceless, he dared not stop, for they were in the desert, a place known for its unpredictable nature, where a sandstorm could bury them alive at any moment. Among the group, he likely possessed the most knowledge about such dangers. Thus, they had no choice but to keep driving. Initially, the intention was to find an oasis and stop there, but alas, fortune had truly forsaken him. As twilight approached, the oasis remained but a distant dream. Bang! Ah! Ouch! Ugh! You clumsy Ulong! How on earth do you drive? Bulma exclaimed, clutching her waist in exasperation, while Goten and Scathe happened to be resting atop Bulma. The unfortunate one was little Goku, who had been flung out of the vehicle, crashing against the windshield. Meanwhile, Ulong, blood trickling from his forehead, flailed his arms and uttered incoherent sounds of distress. Goten, feeling a twinge of sympathy at Oolong's plight, released the pressure points on his body, once freed. Oolong slumped in the vehicle, weakly lamenting, I'm utterly exhausted. You rascals are torturing me. While you're all sleeping, I'm on the verge of collapse. If I weren't immobilized, this wouldn't be happening. Hearing Oolong's grievances, Goten felt a tad guilty and replied, all right, it was just a brief drive. You'll benefit from it later. With the promise of a reward, Oolong ceased his complaints and turned to Goten, saying, you better keep your word. Oh, it hurts so much. Little Goku leapt out of the car, clutching his head and exclaiming, ouch, that really hurts. My Nimbus cloud is much safer. Goten inspected the front of the vehicle and discovered a rock lodged in it. He nudged the car aside with his foot and instructed Oolong to start the engine. Miraculously, it was still operational. Bulma surveyed their surroundings and remarked, we have already exited the desert. The path ahead is strewn with stones. Why don't we just spend the night here? Goten looked up to find the sky dimming and realized he was also hungry. So he agreed, fine, you can pack up the car. Bulma produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a loud pop, a luxurious little house appeared. One by one, they entered, except for little Goku, who was still bouncing around outside, bursting with energy as if invigorated by some mystical elixir. Just then, the sound of an approaching motorcycle caught his attention. Little Goku turned to see a desert racer speeding toward him. The vehicle soon halted in front of him, and from it emerged a long-haired figure wielding a large sword, accompanied by a small creature resembling a squirrel on his shoulder. The man jumped down and waved at little Goku. Who are you? Little Goku inquired. The man did not respond directly but instead said, kid, summon your elder. Do you know my brother Goten? Little Goku asked. The man grinned and replied, we'll get to know each other soon enough. Little Goku scratched his head, replying, you speak in a strange manner. At that moment, Goten and Oolong had also emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion outside. The man, noticing Goten and the others, stated, All right, I see you're all here. Let me introduce myself. I am Yamcha, the king of the desert and a hunter. Now, hand over all your money and universal capsules. Upon hearing this, Ulong vanished from sight, retreating into the house. Little Goku asked, "What is a hunter? Can you eat it?" From behind the door, Ulong yelled, "You fool! A hunter means a bandit. Hurry inside, or he will kill you." "What is a bandit?" Little Goten could no longer contain himself and said to little Goku, "Goku, stop asking foolish questions. A bandit is a bad person. He is a bad person. Quickly, take care of him." "Oh, so you're a bad guy, trying to steal our things, are you?" Little Goku brandished his power pole at Yamcha. Ulong, noticing the creature on Yamcha's shoulder, exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you that weepy one?" Poor. Upon seeing Ulong, made a face and retorted, "You silly Ulong." Yamcha, witnessing little Goku's readiness to fight, laughed heartily and said, "Do you think I'll go easy on you just because you're a child? Hand over your valuables quickly to avoid a beating." Little Goku, ignoring Yamcha's taunts, swung his power pole at him. Yamcha dodged just in time. "It seems you are quite persistent. Let me show you what it means to be the strongest man in the world." As Yamcha rambled on, little Goku launched another kick, sending Yamcha flying. This was a lesson Goten had taught little Goku. To strike while the opponent is unprepared. Clutching his stomach, Yamcha yelled at little Goku, "How despicable, you little brat. Since you chose to ambush me, prepare to face the wrath of the Desert King." Yamcha rushed at little Goku, throwing a flurry of punches, but little Goku effortlessly evaded them all. Yamcha, realizing he couldn't land a hit, withdrew and remarked, "I didn't expect you to have some skills. Then, prepare to receive my ultimate move." Yamcha unsheathed the long sword at his waist and aimed a series of slashes at little Goku. The sudden attack forced little Goku to retreat a few steps, but he quickly regained his footing and swung his power pole at the incoming blade. With a resounding clang, the sword shattered. And little Goku spun around, pointing his power pole at Yamcha, exclaiming, "Power pole, extend." The power pole rapidly elongated, driving straight into Yamcha's abdomen. It wasn't until little Goku retracted the pole, several meters later, that he asked, "Yamcha, are you all right?" Poir rushed to Yamcha's side as he lay defeated. Little Goku returned his power pole to its storage, believing Yamcha to be incapacitated, but to his surprise, Yamcha quickly rose to his feet. Wiping the dirt from his mouth, Yamcha said, "You little rascal, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Now, witness my ultimate technique." Yamcha took a step back, positioning himself with his hands raised, and declared, "Wolf Fang Fist." Yamcha's speed had increased tremendously, and just as his fist was about to strike little Goku, Goku retaliated swiftly. Their movements were a blur. Despite Yamcha's rapid assaults, little Goku dodged them with ease, while landing punches on Yamcha. In the end, little Goku delivered a powerful kick to Yamcha's stomach, sending him soaring toward Goten. "Goku, be careful. Don't damage the flowers and plants," Goten warned as he extended a leg, kicking Yamcha in the rear. Yamcha was propelled back, flying over 100 meters before crashing down. "Yamcha, are you all right?" Ulong, witnessing little Goku's triumph over Yamcha, hurried to praise him. Just then, Bulma emerged from the shower, clad in a bathrobe. Goten, upon seeing her, felt a wave of admiration wash over him, his gaze fixated on Bulma, who was truly breathtaking. Ulong, seeing this, was utterly captivated, his eyes gleaming and drooling. Bulma, noticing Goten's intense stare, felt a surge of shyness, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. Goten struggled with his feelings, remembering his grandfather's advice from a past life to refrain from indulging before achieving a certain mastery in his training, as it would significantly benefit his cultivation. Ulong, lost in his infatuation, was drooling profusely, prompting little Goku to curiously ask, "Ulong, why are you drooling?" Goten, upon hearing this, turned to Ulong and remarked, "What a pig you are. What are you staring at?" "Ouch!" Ulong cried, rubbing his sore head from Goten's slap. "Why do you always have to be so violent? Can't you be a bit more refined?" Goten rolled his eyes, exasperated by the notion of refinement. The atmosphere was quite refined, yet one could hardly overlook the unsavory demeanor of the individual, whose actions belied any semblance of decorum. Ulong, in a moment of folly, reached out, only to discover his mouth was unceremoniously wet, leading to a considerable embarrassment. Unable to restrain himself, he chuckled awkwardly. Little Wukong, tugging at Ulong's attire, pointed out, "Look, there's mess on the floor. Are you also feeling hungry?" Upon witnessing this, Bulma felt a wave of disgust and shouted at Ulong, "You insufferable fool, clean up this mess immediately, or you shall find yourself sleeping outside tonight." Ulong, overwhelmed with regret, retorted to little Wukong, "Wukong, your incessant chatter is quite bothersome." Little Wukong, perplexed, scratched the back of his head while observing Ulong. Wu Tian, amused by Ulong's predicament, pulled at his ear and remarked, "Beiji, it seems you're the one harboring unsavory thoughts. Yet you dare to chastise others. Do hurry and tidy up, lest I decide to sever those pig ears of yours for tonight's feast." Ulong quickly covered his ears, emitting a few discontented hums but remained silent. For he greatly feared Wu Tian, knowing well that his martial prowess far surpassed that of little Wukong. He dreaded the thought of Wu Tian's ire, which could result in him receiving several unwanted blows. "Very well, little Wukong, do call for me when it's time to eat. I shall step outside to practice," Wu Tian declared as he exited the room, casting a glance at the sun, which hung low in the western sky. Despite its descent, the desert's heat remained oppressive. He hurried towards the tallest sand dune, and upon sitting, felt the scorching sand beneath him. Activating his Jiuyang Gong, he commenced his training for the day. After more than an hour, Wu Tian ceased his practice, feeling a marked increase in the vitality of his qi compared to usual, and a noticeable acceleration in its flow through his meridians. Even the slightest enhancement in his qi was strikingly apparent. As night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, Wu Tian's vision remained acute. With a swift push from his feet, he soared towards the dwelling. His agility had become increasingly refined, and at this rate, traversing several miles in the air would soon be a trivial feat. Albeit much slower than running on the ground. At that moment, he heard little Wukong calling for him. In a flash, he gracefully appeared before little Wukong. "Brother Tian, dinner is ready," little Wukong announced. Wu Tian nodded and followed him inside, where the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Upon seeing Bulma in her apron, busily serving dishes, Wu Tian mused to himself, "Truly, she is the epitome of the ideal wife, adept both in the kitchen and in society." Around 8 o'clock in the evening, they gathered in the living room, watching television and engaging in casual conversation. "Wukong, what exactly were you doing at Frying Pan Mountain?" "We went in search of the Dragon Balls," came the reply. "Dragon Balls? What on earth are those?" Ulong inquired, puzzled. Little Wukong retrieved the 4-star ball from his pocket and explained, "This is it." Ulong examined the Dragon Ball with great curiosity, marveling at its beauty. "But what do you need it for? Is it valuable?" Little Wukong elaborated. "Bulma said that if we collect all 7 Dragon Balls, we can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant us any wish we desire." "Ah, such a thing exists. Nonetheless, I hold no interest in the Dragon Balls. My only fascination lies with girls I have no wishes to fulfill, so let us not pursue this venture, especially since Frying Pan Mountain is home to the formidable Bull Demon King." "You will not succeed in obtaining the Dragon Balls," Ulong insisted, attempting to dissuade little Wukong. Little Wukong dismissed his concerns. "Fear not, I will defeat him when the time comes." Ulong, exasperated, contemplated ways to escape, aware that Frying Pan Mountain posed a significant threat. Despite his faith in little Wukong and Wu Tian's prowess, he remained convinced that they stood no chance against the Bull Demon King, and if he did not flee, he would surely meet his demise. Meanwhile, Bulma sat beside Wu Tian, both engrossed in the television, which resembled that of the 21st century, yet found it uninteresting. Just as she prepared to rise, she heard a noise outside. Turning down the volume, she listened intently. "Did you hear that? Puraru and the others mentioned something about Dragon Balls that can summon the eternal dragon and fulfill any wish," Yamucha whispered from his hiding spot by the window. "Indeed," came the hushed reply from Yamucha. "We must devise a plan to seize those Dragon Balls, but we must wait until they are asleep to act. That little brat is quite formidable. So it's Yamucha, is it? That rascal wishes to steal my Dragon Balls. Let us see if I can't deal with him," Wu Tian thought, preparing to confront Yamucha, only to find that he had already retreated. Moments later, Wu Tian heard faint footsteps outside the house. Pausing to listen, "Asu, hurry up, or we'll be in trouble if we're discovered," a male voice urged. "Stop pushing me. I'm adjusting the timing," came the reply. Furrowing his brow, Wu Tian wondered. "Is that not Yamucha? Who could it be? Another thief after the Dragon Balls? It seems many are vying for them. Perhaps it is the Red Ribbon Army." Wu Tian swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor. Leaping onto the rooftop and peering down, he spotted a man and a woman, the man fiddling with a rectangular device. Due to his vantage point, Wu Tian could not discern the object clearly. With a gentle push from his toes, he floated down, landing just above the woman's head. What a scoundrel, attempting to plant a bomb, Wu Tian realized, feeling a surge of determination to frighten them. He lowered himself slightly, stopping just before touching the ground. With a gentle breath, he exhaled upon the woman's neck before swiftly darting away. The woman, sensing something amiss, turned her head, attributing the sensation to a passing breeze, and dismissed it, observing that she had not reacted. Wu Tian blew another breath in her direction. This time, She shivered, slowly turning to look behind her, but Wu Tian had already vanished from sight. She gasped, about to cry out, but thankfully managed to stifle her voice. She nudged the man, Asu, and scanned the vicinity, but saw nothing. Stop fidgeting. It will be ready soon, Asu replied, still engrossed in his task, clearly irritated by her urgency. The woman, after a thorough examination of her surroundings, convinced herself that it was merely her imagination and dismissed her fears, though she remained uneasy, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just as she turned back to Asu, she felt another gust of wind, and once again, he had vanished. Humph, she gasped, collapsing to the ground in shock. Thankfully, she had covered her mouth, but her hand clutched tightly onto Asu. Asu exclaimed as her grip startled him, causing him to accidentally stick the bomb to his own hand. This is it. I told you not to move. Now it's stuck to me. He panicked. Then toss it away quickly. We should leave. It feels haunted here. The woman trembled. No way. It's stuck tight now, and we only have a minute left, he exclaimed in terror. The woman glanced at the timer, realizing with dread that it had indeed dropped below 1 minute. Then take your time. I'm going back to the car, she declared, preparing to leave. Just then, Wu Tian appeared before them like a ghost, startling the woman, who finally caught a glimpse of his ethereal form. Ghost, ghost, she screamed. Meanwhile, Bulma, hearing the commotion, felt a tightness in her chest. What is that noise outside? Little Wukong, go check. Upon hearing her call, Asu panicked and bolted, shouting to the woman, Oh, run, they're coming. After running for a while, he noticed Oh, still sitting on the ground, and hurried back to drag her along. Fleeing in haste, Wu Tian, seeing their escape, pursued them and danced around Asu, disorienting him further. Regrettably, that Asu seemed oblivious, whether due to his haste or some other reason, and failed to notice Wu Tian. Wu Tian, feeling a bit dejected, swiftly unleashed a burst of energy that tripped Asu, causing him to stumble and retreat several meters. What a ghost! A ghost! Asu exclaimed upon spotting the dark shadow hovering in the air before him. It was evident that Asu was far bolder than Ao, for although he was nearly paralyzed with fright, he nonetheless managed to support the somewhat dazed Ao and change direction to flee. Wu Tian followed closely behind, trailing them and occasionally emitting sharp cries of ghost. Upon turning his head, Wu Tian discovered that it was Xiao Wukong who had caught up with him. Tiangu, what are you doing here? Who are they? He inquired. Just two little thieves trying to steal something. Let's go back, Wu Tian replied. With that, he shouted into the sky, his voice echoing throughout the desert, causing the fleeing Asu to panic and fall to the ground once more. Wu Tian then vanished into the night with a swift leap. Oh, it's so hot. Why is it so unbearably hot? Bulma complained from the vehicle. Wu Tian gazed ahead, noticing that the sky in the distance had turned crimson. Are we nearing Frying Pan Mountain? Ulong, who was driving, trembled at the thought. It seems so. Are you all sure we want to go there? We might not come back. Upon hearing they were approaching, Bulma rejoiced. Wow, we're finally getting there. No wonder it's so hot here. Keep going, Beiji. I assure you won't perish, Wu Tian reassured Ulong. The latter felt a sense of relief, although he was uncertain of Wu Tian's strength. He had heard from Xiao Wukong that Wu Tian was significantly more formidable, giving him a glimmer of hope for his safety. But that is the Bull Demon King. Are you certain you can defeat him? Speak no more. Be wary of my finger. As they drew nearer to Frying Pan Mountain, Wu Tian sensed a restlessness within his internal energy. What was happening? This sensation was unprecedented, as if his energy was operating on its own. He promptly calmed it, realizing it felt as though it was being summoned by something unseen. The vehicle slowly approached Frying Pan Mountain, and the surrounding air grew increasingly sweltering. Everyone was drenched in sweat, except for Wu Tian, who sat with his eyes closed, remarkably composed, without a single bead of perspiration. This left the others envious. In truth, Wu Tian was the most uncomfortable. As the closer they got to Frying Pan Mountain, the more agitated his internal energy became. He was struggling to suppress it, fearing that a lapse could lead to the destruction of his meridians. Just as they halted the vehicle, Wu Tian finally managed to momentarily quell the surge of his internal energy, sealing several key acupoints with a few deft taps. As they gazed at Frying Pan Mountain engulfed in flames, a wave of trepidation washed over them, and Wu Tian sensed that the sealed acupoints were on the verge of being breached. Is this Frying Pan Mountain? No wonder it's so hot. It resembles a mountain roasting upon a furnace. How can we possibly enter? Bulma lamented upon seeing the raging inferno. Wu Tian observed for a moment and remarked, It seems that only the mountain is aflame. The castle inside should remain untouched if Xiao Wukong can ride the Nimbus cloud down from above. It might be feasible. Bulma's eyes lit up at this. Yes, Tiangu, you're brilliant. She turned to Xiao Wukong and said, Wukong, This time it depends on you. You must find that Dragon Ball, according to the radar. It should be located at the center of the castle. All right, no problem. I will definitely find the Dragon Ball, Xiao Wukong vowed. Just as he was about to summon the Nimbus cloud, a sudden rumbling sound erupted from the ground. Ulong, ever alert, cried out, "It's over! It's over! The Bull Demon King is coming! You all better run!" He scampered into the vehicle to hide. Sure enough, a giant figure soon appeared before them, rushing towards them with a massive axe. Furious, despite his enormous size, the Bull Demon King moved with astonishing speed, swinging the axe down upon them. Wu Tian swiftly dodged to the side with Bulma in his arms, while Xiao Wukong charged forward. Brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang against the Bull Demon King, Xiao Wukong delivered a powerful kick to the Bull Demon King's chest, but the latter merely staggered back a few steps before regaining his stance. The Bull Demon King glared at them in fury, declaring, "You wretched thieves! Stealing from the Bull Demon King is no easy task. I'll cleave you in two." Upon realizing that he was indeed facing the Bull Demon King, Xiao Wukong asked defiantly, "Are you the Bull Demon King? You don't seem all that strong. We're not here to steal anything. We just want to find the Dragon Ball." The Bull Demon King, infuriated, retorted, "Dare you deny it? Prepare to meet your end." Xiao Wukong wasted no time, swiftly dodging the descending axe and racing up the Bull Demon King's arm, delivering a powerful kick to his head. Although Xiao Wukong was strong, he found his strength somewhat lacking against the Bull Demon King, who was both massive and a skilled warrior. After performing a backflip, Xiao Wukong soared towards the Bull Demon King, unleashing a flurry of punches to his abdomen, forcing the Bull Demon King to stagger back several steps. Had it not been for the armor protecting him, he would have likely fallen. Seeing that his earlier attacks had little effect, Xiao Wukong quickly leaped again, using just a fraction of his strength to kick the Bull Demon King in the stomach. Bang! The Bull Demon King was unable to withstand the force and was sent flying several meters away, collapsing on the ground while clutching his belly in agony. Bulma, witnessing Xiao Wukong's unexpected victory over the Bull Demon King, erupted in cheers, while the frightened Ulong emerged from the vehicle, staring incredulously at Xiao Wukong. The Bull Demon King, shaking his head and regaining his composure, looked at Xiao Wukong seated upon the Nimbus cloud and shouted, "Kid, is that Nimbus cloud you're riding? Where did you get it?" Xiao Wukong, puzzled, replied, "Yes, this Nimbus cloud was given to me by Grandpa Turtle Sage." "How did you know?" The Bull Demon King was astonished. "What? The great master Wu Tian gave it to you. Do you know where he is now?" "Wu Tian? Who is that?" Xiao Wukong asked. The Bull Demon King hurriedly explained, "Wu Tian is the Turtle Sage. Do you know where he is?" "Oh, I know. Grandpa Turtle Sage lives in the sea with the sea turtles." Bulma, interjecting, hit Xiao Wukong on the back of the head. "Fool, he can't possibly live in the sea. He must reside on a small island in the South Sea." The Bull Demon King was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Really? Is that so? That's wonderful. Ha ha ha. Kid, I have a favor to ask of you, all right?" The Bull Demon King looked at Xiao Wukong with a hint of desperation. He explained, "It is said that the flames of Frying Pan Mountain can only be extinguished with the banana fan, which is in the possession of the Turtle Sage. Could you lend me that banana fan to put out the fire? I promise to reward you with many treasures." Xiao Wukong, eager to help, replied, "Sure, but I don't want your treasures. I only want the Dragon Ball." The Bull Demon King was taken aback by Xiao Wukong's willingness, chuckling, "No problem. Just bring me the banana fan, and I will give you anything." "All right then, I will go find this banana fan. At that moment, Wu Tian felt that his internal energy was nearing its limit. He needed an outlet to release it. "All right, Xiao Wukong, hurry and fetch the banana fan. I have matters to attend to and must enter the city first. Do not extinguish the fire before I return." Upon uttering these words, he unfastened the acupoints on his body, propelled himself with a powerful push of his feet, and soared towards the castle. Then, with a swift maneuver reminiscent of the flying swallow, he rapidly darted towards the Fire City, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in an instant. Bulma, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Tiangu! Tiangu! Where are you going? It's dangerous in there." Ulong also found it peculiar, pondering if Wu Tian had lost his sanity, daring to enter such perilous grounds. Meanwhile, hiding behind a stone, Yamcha gaped in disbelief. "That guy can fly? Is he even more formidable than that fellow named Wukong?" Wu Tian had plunged into this perilous venture driven solely by an instinctual judgment of his body. He understood that only within these walls could he address the turmoil of his internal energy. Failing to do so could lead to unpredictable consequences. He swiftly located the castle and ascended to the pinnacle of its tower. Sitting cross-legged at the apex, he did not need to consciously channel his energy. He observed as the turbulent energy began to circulate on its OWN.TO prevent it from recklessly coursing through his meridians. He gently guided its flow. As this energy autonomously circulated, an immense influx of fiery energy surged from outside, enveloping Wu Tian in flames. He felt the pace of his energy intensifying, the surrounding fire multiplying, and the temperature escalating. He hastily reined in the speed of his energy, preventing it from accelerating further. Soon, Wu Tian realized that the fiery energy now flooding his meridians possessed a markedly more volatile nature than any he had previously absorbed. Confounded by this revelation, he understood that the immediate priority was to refine this unfamiliar energy. Just as he was about to channel his energy again, he felt his internal energy intertwining with the fiery force. The two energies began to whirl within his dantian, resulting in excruciating pain coursing through his meridians, nearly causing him to faint. This agony surpassed the discomfort he had experienced during the initial stages of cultivating the Jiuyang Gong. Wu Tian recognized that if he could not endure, he would indeed be consumed by these two forces, as they battled ferociously within his body, turning his meridians and dantian into a battlefield. If the Jiuyang energy could devour the fiery energy, it would be ideal. However, should the fiery force prevail, the consequences could be catastrophic, potentially leading to his incineration. Naturally, Wu Tian had the option to subdue it, but that would require considerable time for refinement. He endeavored to ignore the pain relayed through his meridians and gradually redirected all his Jiuyang energy to his dantian. Soon, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Before long, the previously siphoned energy in his meridians was inundated once more with that inexplicable fiery energy. Fortunately, it lacked the dominion of the dantian's fire energy and was merely a more aggressive variant. Wu Tian swiftly dispatched several streams of Jiuyang energy to confront the encroaching fiery force. With the recent reinforcements, the Jiuyang energy within Wu Tian's dantian gained a decisive upper hand. Incorporating the fiery energy within the meridians and preparing to eliminate them collectively in no time, Wu Tian felt an intensification of pressure from the Jiuyang energy. Nevertheless, it maintained its advantage. His sole recourse was to protect his meridians. As long as nothing unforeseen occurred, Wu Tian could assist the Jiuyang energy in gradually exhausting the fiery force in his dantian before ultimately absorbing it. Time passed gradually, and Wu Tian dedicated himself wholly to the struggle against the fiery energy. Oblivious to the world outside, Wu Tian had been within the castle for an entire day and night, leaving the waiting crowd outside in a state of mounting anxiety. Came Sinin, and the others believed it impossible for Wu Tian to survive in such high temperatures. Yet little Wukong vehemently disagreed. He could sense that Tiangu was still inside and was aware that Wu Tian appeared unafraid of fire. He knew Wu Tian was likely cultivating within. He had previously witnessed Wu Tian meditate for an entire day. Initially, Bulma had urged little Wukong to enter the castle. However, as Wukong ascended into the air, he hesitated, realizing that the entire castle was enveloped in a blazing fireball, making it impossible to approach even a fraction closer. After absorbing the last vestige of fiery energy from his dantian, Wu Tian incorporated the fiery energy from his meridians as well, swiftly devouring it. He knew he had succeeded. The fiery energy previously residing in his dantian had acted as a leader, and now that leader had been subdued. Consequently, the subordinate energies posed no challenge to this moment. The Jiuyang energy coursing through Wu Tian was no longer the faint yellow hue it once was. Following the absorption of this formidable fiery energy, it had undergone a spectacular transformation, now radiating a brilliant golden color, significantly amplifying its destructive power. After circulating the newly invigorated Jiuyang energy throughout his body, Wu Tian slowed its pace, initially contemplating concluding his cultivation. However, considering the abundant fire energy surrounding him, he resolved to continue cultivating, hopeful for an unexpected breakthrough. Thus, after a continuous day of cultivation, Wu Tian had thoroughly refined all the meridians within his body using the new Jiuyang energy. His Jiuyang Gong had now reached the pinnacle of the 4th level, prepared to swiftly ascend to the 5th level when the moment was ripe. Concluding his cultivation, he exhaled a few breaths of impure air, his stomach growling with hunger as he placed a hand on it, feeling its warmth. Although starved, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort throughout his body. "Where are my clothes?" Wu Tian exclaimed, covering himself as he surveyed his surroundings, which were engulfed solely in flames. He soon spotted remnants of his attire, charred to ash where he had Saturday. Wu Tian was left speechless, observing his body, which glowed red as if he had just emerged from a hot bath. Surprisingly, despite being scorched, he felt no pain, and although his clothes had been incinerated, his body remained unscathed. What a remarkable harvest this has been! Channeling his energy with full force, Wu Tian found himself enveloped in a layer of golden energy. The surrounding flames surged toward him, and with a gesture of his hand, he beckoned the flames closer, watching as they danced in accordance with his movements. Amazed, he contemplated the phenomenon, then focused his energy into his hand and drew in the flames. Astonished by the sight before him. Incredible! It's like magic. It doesn't even burn. Delighted by this newfound ability, Wu Tian reached into the inferno once more, feeling a slight warmth akin to a soothing bath. Haha, I've become a sorcerer. After playing with the flames for a while, his stomach growled again. With a gentle push off the ground, he began to ascend towards the castle's exit, soon reaching the city gate. Only to find that the sky had turned completely dark. How could time fly by so quickly while I was cultivating? It's embarrassing to go out like this, Wu Tian lamented, hovering in midair. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called out towards the outside, Little Wukong, come quickly. At that moment, the group dining at Ninyong Wang's residence was startled by Wu Tian's voice echoing in their ears. However, upon glancing around, they found no trace of him, instantly suspecting they had encountered a ghost. Upon hearing his brother call, Little Wukong dashed out the door, summoned the Kintown, and swiftly flew towards the castle. Wu Tian, spotting the Kintown, shouted, Little Wukong, over here. When Little Wukong arrived and beheld Wu Tian in his current state, he was momentarily perplexed, asking, Tian, are you taking a bath? Stop the nonsense. Hurry and fetch me a set of clothes. Okay, I'll be right back. Little Wukong swiftly returned to Ninyong Wang. Uncle Ninyong Wang, could I borrow a set of clothes? Clothes? What do you need clothes for? It's for my brother Tian. Bulma, overhearing, exclaimed in excitement, is it really Tian? Where is he? Oh, he is at the city gate. Is that true? Great. I'll go get his clothes. You can take me with you. She then hurried off to retrieve Wu Tian's garments. But you can't ride the Kintown. Bulma dismissively replied, just carry me on your back, can't you? Hurry up. Little Wukong pondered for a moment and said, all right then. Tian, I'm coming. Little Wukong called out to Wu Tian from a distance. Little Wukong, you are so slow. Hurry and give me my clothes. As Little Wukong was carrying Bulma on his back, he jumped directly in front of Wu Tian. The moment Bulma descended, she rushed towards the person she had missed for 2 days. Tian, you finally came out. I thought I would die missing you. Wu Tian was instantly petrified. He did not expect it to be Bulma. As Bulma embraced Wu Tian, the reaction of Little Wukong was quite dramatic. He immediately pushed against Bulma, leaving Wu Tian utterly bewildered. Tian, what's wrong with you? Bulma also reacted a bit slowly and quickly released Wu Tian, covering her eyes as she stepped aside. Tian, why aren't you wearing any clothes? You scared me to death. Wu Tian, feeling extremely embarrassed, quickly put on his clothes and stammered, well, my clothes got burned. Who knew it would be you? Wu Tian was left speechless by Little Wukong and reproached, Little Wukong. Didn't you see you was wearing clothes? Why did you bring Bulma over? Little Wukong, confused, replied, it was Bulma who insisted on coming along. I had no choice. All right, brother, I am truly at a loss for words. Well then, Bulma, let us head back. Upon returning to the residence of Ninyong Wang, they found the dining table laden with an assortment of food. Wu Tian greeted everyone and immediately began devouring the nearest piece of thigh meat. While Little Wukong continued to munch on the piece of meat he had not finished earlier. After half an hour of feasting, Wu Tian finally stopped, patting his belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Noticing everyone staring at him, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Heh, I hadn't eaten for a day, so I was a bit hungry, Wu Tian said, looking at the leftover bones in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had consumed such a staggering amount. Nearly equivalent to 20 people's portions. Bulma, upon hearing this, was filled with questions. Tian, was there food in the castle too? What food? I don't know. I had no time to look for food. I was practicing inside. And when I woke up, it was already dark. Even if there was food, who knows when I would have found it? I was starving in there for a whole day. Ulong shouted, what do you mean a day? You've been in there for more than 2 days? All right, you weren't just sleeping in there, were you? Wu Tian appeared dazed and looked questioningly at Bulma, who nodded in affirmation. Little Wukong chimed in while gnawing on his meat. Yes, Tian, you've been inside for 2 days. Wu Tian was oblivious to the fact that he had been training in the castle for over 2 days, feeling embarrassed at the peculiar expressions from everyone. He now noticed that Master Rashi was merely seated, along with a little girl dressed in strange attire, presumably Chi-Chi. Haha, I must have misremembered, he chuckled. Master Rashi, you're here too. The next day, Wu Tian indulged in a long slumber. Awakening when the sun was already high in the sky, having finally caught up on his lost sleep. Master Rashi, are you really confident you can extinguish the fire in the castle? Master Rashi confidently replied. Of course. Putting out this fire is a trivial matter. He approached the wall and attempted to climb up, but after a prolonged struggle, he still couldn't reach the top. He turned to Wu Tian and said, Wu Tian, come lend a hand. Wu Tian felt a pang of embarrassment. This lecherous old man truly was something. He stepped forward and kicked Master Rashi gently on the backside, causing him to fly up effortlessly. Thankfully, Master Rashi managed to land firmly on the edge of the wall. You young people really lack respect for your elders. Sigh. I'm getting old, Master Rashi lamented, then began to remove his clothing. Exposing his frail frame, he had several patches of medicated plaster on his back, along with a large band-aid on his forehead. Truly, he had an eccentric personality. Master Rashi spread his legs, clenched his fists, and with a huff, his previously tiny stature suddenly expanded several times, resembling a muscular titan. It was indeed bizarre. With muscles like that, the energy absorption was rather extraordinary. Master Rashi took a step forward, wringing his hands together, focusing intently as they gradually moved. At that moment, Wu Tian felt the energy within Master Rashi, coursing from his feet up to his torso and gathering in his hands, surging to an incredible level. The energy intensified gradually. Just as Master Rashi unleashed all his energy, a sphere of energy the size of a basketball appeared in his hands. Drawing power from his lower back, he thrust it forward, and the energy shot swiftly towards the volcano. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed, dust swirling as the frying pan mountain was flattened to the ground. The castle reduced to rubble. At that moment, Master Rashi reverted to his original lecherous self. Wu Tian was utterly perplexed. How could such immense energy reside within that old man? Although he could claim to surpass Master Rashi in strength, he suspected his physical resilience was still lacking compared to that of Master Rashi. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Master Rashi scratched his bald head and said, I didn't control my strength well, and I ended up destroying your castle. Ninyong quickly replied, no worries, as long as the fire is extinguished. The castle can be rebuilt. Meanwhile, Bulma had already dashed into the ruins of the castle in search of the Dragon Balls. Wu Tian approached Master Rashi and inquired, Master Rashi, how do you unleash that Kamehameha wave? Is it just about gathering all your energy together and then releasing it? Master Rashi nodded. Yes, that's right. But to master it like me requires 50 years of training. Indeed. I thought there might be some secret to it. Wu Tian remarked. While they conversed, little Wukong was busy imitating Master Rashi's stance nearby. After several failed attempts, little Wukong raised his hand again, concentrating as he shouted, Kame, Pame, Ha. Instantly, energy surged within little Wukong, coalescing in his hand to form a sphere slightly smaller than Master Rashi's. With a thunderous crash, the energy sphere struck a nearby hill, reducing it by half. Wow, I did it! Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully, bursting into laughter. Master Rashi, watching in awe, was taken aback, realizing that this grandson of Sun Wukong was truly remarkable. If he continued training, he might even surpass me. Wu Tian, however, remained unconvinced. He was well aware that more than half of little Wukong's energy had been wasted due to lack of control. By that measure, little Wukong was slightly stronger than Master Rashi, but he still had yet to fully master various techniques, which made him appear somewhat weaker. Bulma, check the Dragon Ball radar. How much longer until we arrive? I'm exhausted, Wu Tian asked, reclining in his seat, feeling a bit bored. Bulma pulled out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed a few buttons, and replied, according to the radar, we have about 30 miles left to go. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited, envisioning the 7th Dragon Ball just within reach, and the vehicle accelerated further. 5 minutes later, from the vehicle, they caught sight of an enormous castle in the distance. Wow, that's a wealthy individual. It must be that mixed rice guy, that little fellow dreaming of world domination, who surprisingly has some capital, Wu Tian mused. Those two people from last time were likely his subordinates though. How magnificent. If only this castle were mine. And I could marry a girl from the castle, such is the whimsical ambition that fervently resides within me. Indeed, the grandeur is undeniable, yet the decor lacks taste. All the houses are identical, and there is a dearth of trees and flowers. One would think they could have incorporated some greenery. It is utterly disappointing. Quite a failure. That moment, the young lad known as Zhao Kai was blissfully dreaming of world domination in his nursery. Beside his bed lay several dolls and delightful plush toys. Suddenly, a hurried call rang out. Shakai. The urgent voice jolted him awake from his pleasant slumber, where he had been cuddling a doll. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Zhang exclaimed in anger, "Ashu, you scoundrel. Did I not tell you to let me sleep in peace? Do you wish to be chopped into 8 pieces by me?" Ashu hastily replied, "No, no, my intention was not to disturb your slumber, but rather to inform you of the latest news regarding the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing the mention of Dragon Balls, Zhang forgot to don his clothing and dashed out in his red Mickey Mouse pajamas. "Is it true that my Dragon Balls have arrived?" he inquired excitedly. "Indeed, Zhang, they are just outside the castle," Ashu affirmed. "Ha ha ha, splendid. My Dragon Balls have finally come. I shall go out and deal with them myself." With that, he exited with a boisterous laugh. Ashu called after him, "Wait, Zhang, please hold on a moment." "What is it?" Zhang replied impatiently. Ashu pointed at Zhao Cai's attire. Perhaps you should change your clothes. Your current appearance may tarnish your noble image." Zhao Cai glanced down and instantly turned crimson, hastily covering his chest with his hands while threatening Ashu, "Get out, quickly. If you dare speak of my current state outside, I shall chop you into 8 pieces." After about 5 minutes of driving towards the castle, they finally spotted the grand entrance that moment. Wu Tian noticed 3 figures swiftly approaching them. "Slow down. Something seems amiss. It appears something is coming our way." Soon enough, 3 robot-like entities dashed forward, blocking Wu Tian and his companion's path. "Welcome to my castle. I am the illustrious Zhang, the master here, and soon to be the ruler of this world. Hand over all the Dragon Balls you possess." The voice emanated from the smallest of the robots. Though their appearance was obscured, the voice was peculiar, and the robots appeared rather diminutive. Bulma retorted furiously, "Humph, so you knew we had the Dragon Balls all along. You were waiting for us to arrive, weren't you? Indeed. Now you understand the might of Zhang, do you not? Hurry and surrender the Dragon Balls, and perhaps I shall allow you to serve as my subordinates." "Bah, who would want to be your subordinate? We refuse to give them to you." "What are you going to do about it?" Wu Tian interjected. "Enough chatter. Little Goku, take them down," Wu Tian commanded. Little Goku brandished his Rui Bang and declared, "You 3 villains think you can snatch my grandpa's Dragon Balls. I shall defeat you." He charged at the smallest robot, swinging his Rui Bang with great force. Zhang was unfortunate, for Wu Tian had taught little Goku to target the weaker foes first. Clearing obstacles to prevent interference. In one swift motion, Zhang was struck, emitting smoke as he was sent reeling. With a swift strike to each of the 2 remaining robots, within mere breaths, the once arrogant trio lay vanquished on the ground. Little Goku, sheathing his Rui Bang, expressed his boredom. "Why are they so weak? I barely did anything, and they fell over. How dull." Wu Tian approached and kicked Zhao Cai's robot a few times, saying, "Hey, come out. If you don't, this robot is going to explode. It's already smoking." Hearing the threat of an explosion, Zhang quickly opened the door and jumped out. He stood slightly shorter than little Goku, dressed in green attire, with the words "Chow Fan" emblazoned across his chest. Wu Tian could not help but laugh heartily. Wu Tian crouched down, suppressing his laughter, and pointed at Zhao Cai's chest, asking, "What do those words say?" Bulma rushed over, glanced, and replied, It says Chow Fan. Wow, ha 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 ha, Chow Fan. Ha ha, Chow Fan." Wu Tian chuckled, finding the situation increasingly amusing. "Hey, little guy, is your name Chow Fan?" "Ha ha ha. You think you can snatch the Dragon Balls?" Zhao Cai's face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted, "I am not called Chow Fan. I am Zhao Cai." Wu Tian laughed again. "All right, you are Zhao Cai. But your profession is to fry rice, correct? Even if you are Chow Fan, do you truly believe you possess the power to seize the Dragon Balls? Do you think being able to fry rice makes you remarkable?" Zhao Cai, filled with indignation, retorted, "I am not a mere fried rice. I am the master of this castle, the sole ruler of this world. You cannot treat someone as noble as I in such a manner. Release me at once, or I shall not spare you." Wu Tian patted Zhao Cai on the head, saying, "Dream on. You, a mere fried rice, wish to dominate the world. Have you even looked in a mirror? Ashu, you 2 fools. Capture them." Zhao Cai bellowed at the 2 still hiding within their robots. Upon hearing the command, Ashu and Awe hastily emerged, brandishing weapons at Wu Tian. Wu Tian had no intention of taking them seriously, as they were simply 3 clowns after the Dragon Balls. He approached Zhao Cai's robot, stepping on it, which resulted in a significant dent, followed by a swift kick that sent the robot flying hundreds of meters away. Ashu and Awe trembled in fear, too terrified to approach. As Wu Tian advanced toward them, the best buddy duo quickly hid behind Zhao Cai. Seeing this, Zhao Cai felt an urge to crush his subordinates underfoot. Trembling at Wu Tian's approach, he wished to escape, but found himself firmly grasped by the 2 behind him. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Wu Tian continued forward, gently patting Zhao Cai's head. Do not fear. I shall not kill you. I still want to taste your egg fried rice. How could I ever bring myself to slay you? Now, hand over the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing that he would not be killed, Zhao Cai felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, when the Dragon Balls were mentioned, his expression changed, and he stammered, I do not possess any Dragon Balls. Wu Tian, unfazed, replied, Oh, you have no Dragon Balls. It seems I was mistaken. Well then, since you three are of no use, I shall simply eliminate you. Better to avoid future troubles. Please, do not kill us, my lord. I know where the Dragon Balls are. Please do not kill us. I will lead you to them, Ashu exclaimed in a panic, sensing Wu Tian's advancing threat. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's interest peaked. Excellent. Come here, bind that fried rice and the one named Ao. At the mention of binding Zhao Cai, Ashu was paralyzed with fear. He dared not proceed, fearing retribution from Zhao Cai. Then I shall approach you, Wu Tian threatened, advancing toward Ashu. Wait. I will bind him. Ashu summoned his courage and retrieved a rope from his pocket. Approaching Zhao Cai, who made no move to resist, merely glaring daggers at Ashu. Ignoring the murderous glare, Ashu efficiently tied the hands of both Zhao Cai and Wu Tian. Witnessing this, instructed little Goku, go bind him as well. And let them lead us to the Dragon Balls. Little Goku complied, tightly binding Ashu, with 3 ropes in hand, incessantly tugging at the trio. All right, fried rice, you 3 lead the way. Bulma, let us proceed. Little Goku urged the 3 forward as they made their way into the castle. Zhao Cai, meanwhile, was plotting an escape, while Ashu was drenched in sweat, terrified that Wu Tian would take his life. However, he was far more terrified of the punishment from the fried rice, which he deemed utterly inhumane. After a 10-minute walk, they finally reached the castle's entrance, at which point Wu Tian suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said to Bulma, can you check the location of that star? Just as Wu Tian finished speaking, the fried rice swiftly kicked the wall, and they were abruptly blocked off by a stone wall, effectively separating them from the group of fried rice. Wu Tian shouted, How careless! I never expected this fried rice would scheme against us. Wu Tian turned to the golden metal fighter, Little Wukong, and instructed, Little Wukong, break down this wall for me. Little Wukong complied and threw a punch at the stone wall. Bang! The wall showed no signs of damage. It was significantly harder than ordinary walls. Standing firmly before the wall, Little Wukong tightened his waist and delivered another powerful punch. Bang! This time, a half-meter-sized hole was made in the exceptionally hard stone wall. Little Wukong was the first to step through, only to find no one there. Where is everyone? There's no sign of life. Upon stepping outside, Wu Tian realized that the fried rice, not being a fool, would not simply wait around. And before him stood yet another stone wall left by the fried rice. Little Wukong, continue smashing that broken wall. Little Wukong approached the wall once more, but just as he was about to break through, he suddenly felt as if the ground had vanished beneath his feet, causing everyone to plummet downwards. Ouch! Ah, that hurts. As Wu Tian neared the ground, he swiftly summoned his energy and instinctively pulled Bulma into his embrace. Looking up, he saw that the rooftop was tightly sealed. All right, you all retreat to the corners and stay put. I will blast open that rooftop. Wu Tian once again soared into the air, preparing to strike upwards. But the rooftop unexpectedly opened on its own, dropping 2 individuals down. Wu Tian swiftly dodged and looked upwards, only to find the stone door closing again. Damn, this fried rice certainly knows how to manipulate mechanisms. Gazing at the recently fallen figures, he recognized them as the desert bandit Yamcha. Ulong, upon seeing this, exclaimed, Aren't you that crybaby Yajirobe? What are you doing here? Humph, what business do I have here? The pig retorted before rushing towards Yamcha. Bulma, equally perplexed, asked Yamcha, Who are you? How did you end up here? Ulong, do you know them? Upon seeing Bulma, Yamcha froze as if struck by lightning, falling stiffly to the ground. Lord Yamcha, are you all right? Ulong remarked, Humph, he is a bandit from the desert. Last time, they attempted to steal from us, but were defeated by Wukong. Oh, that's how it is, Bulma mused. But this fellow is quite strange. Although he looks decent, he appears rather foolish at that moment. A screen suddenly appeared on the wall, displaying the fried rice, who had just been a captive. Haha. Hello everyone. It's great to see you again. Now you understand the might of Lord Fried Rice, don't you? I told you to hand over the Dragon Balls, or you'd suffer. I've decided to retrieve them myself. Wu Tian floated closer and addressed the camera. Listen here, Fried Rice, you'd better release us quickly. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The sudden appearance of Wu Tian genuinely startled the fried rice, who was terrified of him. At that moment, he was no longer intimidated by Wu Tian's threats and retorted, "Humph, you cannot escape. There are 108 traps here. Let us see how you get out. I intend to punish you by keeping you here for eternity, and then we shall see if you dare to offend the noble fried rice again. Now, let us see you all take a nap." Fried rice pressed a button on the control panel. Wu Tian looked up and saw a thick cloud of yellow gas emanating from the walls. "Damn," he asked, releasing poison. Wu Tian quickly held his breath and glanced at Bulma and the others. "What is this? I feel so sleepy." "Huh?" It turned out to be a sleeping gas. It seemed the fried rice intended to incapacitate them before coming down to steal the Dragon Balls. Clever, indeed. Why isn't that brat asleep yet? Is the sleeping gas insufficient? As soon as the fried rice finished speaking, Wu Tian collapsed to the ground. "Haha, got him. Let's hurry down and grab the Dragon Balls." The fried rice cackled triumphantly, surveying the incapacitated figures and finally locking his gaze on Wu Tian. Found you." Carefully, the fried rice crept over the fallen individuals, swaggering towards Wu Tian with an air of arrogance. Observing Wu Tian, he recalled all the grievances he had suffered at his hands. Growing increasingly enraged, the fried rice glared fiercely at Wu Tian and sneered. "Heh, you insolent fool. Did you ever think you'd fall into my hands? Watch me crush you." Raising his right foot, he aimed to stomp on Wu Tian. Bang! However, his foot landed empty, missing Wu Tian by a full foot. The fried rice stepped forward again, attempting to stomp on Wu Tian once more. Bang! Again, his foot was still a foot away from Wu Tian. Frustration surged within him as he continued to miss, and after several attempts, he was nearly driven mad. Meanwhile, Ashu and Ao had huddled together, trembling in fear as they watched. Each time the fried rice's foot descended, Wu Tian's body effortlessly rolled aside, unnoticed by the fried rice. Unyielding, the fried rice pursued Wu Tian across the corners, ultimately returning to the original spot without even brushing against Wu Tian's clothing. Leaving the fried rice utterly exhausted, just as the fried rice leaned over, gasping for breath, Wu Tian began to stir. Ashu and Ao were taken aback, nearly collapsing as they witnessed Wu Tian's body slowly rising. Standing upright with eyes still closed. He's back to life. The fried rice, seeing Wu Tian stand up slowly, revealed a half smile, his face twitching in disbelief. You're awake." Suddenly, Wu Tian opened his eyes wide, locking onto the fried rice with an inexplicable aura emanating from him. The fried rice was struck by this aura, sending him flying into Ashu and Ah. Wu Tian swiftly dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the fallen fried rice, causing the others to scream in fright. "Fried rice, what were you just doing? You seemed rather excited. Care to share?" Wu Tian grinned mischievously at the fried rice, his expression far from innocent. Wu Tian lifted the fried rice from the ground, steadied him, and patted his face, saying, "You clumsy child, how could you be so careless? Now, let's go find the Dragon Balls." With that, he pressed several points on the fried rice's body, rendering him petrified. Wu Tian turned to Ashu, who was still clinging to Ado, and said, Ashu, right? Come here for a moment." Upon seeing Wu Tian, Ashu and Ao felt as if lead had filled their bodies, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Wu Tian beckoned Ashu with a finger, and inexplicably, Ashu's legs began to drift toward Wu Tian without moving. This bizarre occurrence nearly caused Ashu to faint. "Is there something you need, my lord? We are at your service," Ashu stammered. Wu Tian put away his smile and replied, "Oh, indeed there is. Please hand me that one-star ball." "Thank you, Yes, sure." Though Wu Tian wore a cheerful expression, Ashu found it difficult to muster a smile in such a tense environment. Sigh. "Never mind. I'll handle it myself. No need to trouble you." Upon hearing this, Ashu hastily knelt down, exclaiming, "Please, do not do this, my lord. Spare my life. Spare my life." It was rather perplexing. After all, he had not uttered a word about killing them. Why was Ashu so anxious, realizing he had misinterpreted the situation? Ashu finally felt a weight lift from his heart. However, Ashu shouted, fearing that Wu Tian had changed his mind. Wu Tian had tapped a few times on Ao, causing her to collapse onto the ground, which made Ashu cry out even louder. "Enough with the shouting. I haven't harmed her. Now, how do I apply pressure points on this dog?" After contemplating for a moment, Wu Tian concluded it would be better to keep Ashu close. Take this fried rice with you. No need to bind it. You can either carry it or put it on your back, that I'll follow behind you. And remember, don't try any tricks. This mixed rice cannot move because of me, and only I can save it. If you attempt anything devious and it dies, The responsibility falls squarely on you. Upon hearing this, Ashu felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Trembling, he quickly hoisted the mixed rice onto his shoulder and respectfully addressed Wu Tian. My lord, please follow me. Ha! Now there's no fear of interruptions. Wu Tian joyfully followed in Ashu's footsteps. Upon entering the room, Wu Tian momentarily thought he had stepped into a young girl's chamber, as it was adorned with colorful decorations and filled with various toys that girls adore. Goodness, this fried rice certainly has an unusual taste. After scanning the room, Wu Tian noticed a small red box beside the bed that he approached, picked up the box, and discovered it to be quite exquisite. Upon opening it, he found, to his delight, a dragon ball glowing with a radiant yellow light. Finally resolved, Wu Tian sighed in relief upon seeing the last dragon ball. The search for these dragon balls had truly drained his energy. Such exertion was far from his preference. He walked over and snatched the mixed rice from Ashu's shoulder, holding it in his hands as he addressed the fried rice. In gratitude for your dragon ball, I, the most benevolent being in this universe, shall allow you to witness my wish, so you may also behold the majesty of the dragon. The mixed rice, upon seeing the dragon ball in Wu Tian's hand, felt a surge of rage, its eyes turning red and spinning in frustration, unable to utter a word in anger. This was the greatest humiliation of its life, with the final dragon ball secured. Wu Tian felt a wave of satisfaction as he hummed a tune while heading towards Bulma and the others. I must prepare my wish beforehand, he thought. Wu Tian returned to the secret chamber, where Bulma and the others were still sound asleep. He gently shook Bulma, calling out, Bulma, Bulma, wake up! After a dozen shouts, Bulma showed no sign of waking, so he rushed over to little Goku and repeated his efforts, yielding no response. What? Must I summon the dragon and make my wish before they awaken? That seems a bit unfair, given that we all searched for the dragon balls together. At the very least, they should witness the dragon. After some consideration, Wu Tian decided to try channeling his chi, starting with Ulong. He lifted Ulong and pulled at his ears, pinching them, and then pressed down on the pig's head while infusing it with his energy. After a few seconds, Ulong finally gasped for breath and awoke. Yawn. Ulong, still groggy, looked at Wu Tian and said, What are you doing? You're disturbing my sleep. Can you not be so annoying? He promptly flopped back down. Wu Tian, uninterested in Ulong's complaints, moved directly to Bulma, placing his hands in front of her and channeling his energy. After several seconds, she too roused from her slumber. Tian, brother. Oh, my head is spinning. Stop sleeping. Wake up. I found all the dragon balls and am about to summon the dragon. Upon hearing about the dragon balls, Bulma perked up, shaking her head in excitement. Really? You found them? Wu Tian confirmed. Indeed. Here, take this, and I'll wake up little Goku. Just as Wu Tian was about to rouse him, he noticed that little Goku had already sat up. Looking dazed. All right, everyone rise. We are going outside to summon the dragon. Hey, Ulong, stop sleeping. If you don't get up, we'll leave you behind. It seemed that Ulong was oblivious to the commotion, quickly resuming his snoring. Forget it. Little Goku, drag Ulong down with you, and take the others too, but don't wake them. Little Goku, with one arm around Yamcha and the other around Ulong, lifted both effortlessly and, with a flick of his tail, also picked up Yajirobe, making his way down steadily. Wu Tian observed little Goku's impressive strength with admiration. The group exited the castle and found a spacious area to halt. Wu Tian, feeling a surge of excitement, said to Bulma, This will do. Bulma, please bring out the dragon balls. Little Goku tossed the others onto the ground, causing Ulong to squeal in protest. Ouch, that hurts. Ulong was still dazed, crying out from the pain. Wu Tian arranged the dragon balls on the ground, his hands trembling slightly. We're still missing one. What's going on? He exclaimed. It's with me. Little Goku quickly produced the 4-star ball and handed it to Wu Tian. Wu Tian let out a sigh of relief. It was easy to make mistakes when under pressure. He looked at Bulma and asked, Bulma, are you sure you have no wishes? Bulma, slightly embarrassed by the question, replied, No, you go ahead and make your wish. All right then, I'm getting ready to summon the dragon. Wu Tian steadied himself, realizing this was a historic moment, and his voice quivered slightly as he prepared to speak. Just as he was about to shout, Ulong piped up, I have a wish. Wu Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation, sneering, What wish do you have? You have no right to speak. Ulong protested. What? That's so unfair. I helped too. I just want a cute girl. Wu Tian completely disregarded Oolong's complaint, glancing at little Goku, who was curiously observing the glowing dragon balls, maintaining a calm demeanor far superior to Wu Tian's. Meanwhile, the mixed rice, standing nearby, was fuming with rage. appearing as though it had swollen from anger. Wu Tian gathered his thoughts and bellowed towards the dragon balls. "Come forth, dragon." Suddenly, the 7 dragon balls erupted with brilliant light, soaring into the sky with a resounding hum. In an instant, the entire sky began to transform. Soon, thunder roared, and darkness enveloped the heavens. It was as if the entire world had been shrouded in shadow. Following a crack of lightning, a long shadow darted through the storm clouds. Rapidly approaching Wu Tian and the others, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming force barreling toward them. Before long, a creature with a serpent's body, lizard legs, phoenix claws, deer antlers, fish scales, a fish tail, and long whiskers floated through the air. Its red eyes gleaming ominously, this was the legendary dragon. The entirety of the sky was consumed by the dragon's form, rendering its tail invisible. Bulma nearly collapsed in terror at the sight of the dragon, prompting Wu Tian to channel some energy into her to steady her nerves. Little Goku, however, remained remarkably composed, gazing at the dragon with curiosity. The moment the dragon appeared, Wu Tian felt a wave of pressure emanating from it. But its impact on him was negligible. Such pressure affected only mere mortals. Oh, this is the dragon, is it? Nothing extraordinary, he mused. Aside from resembling the legendary Eastern dragon in appearance, there is nothing particularly remarkable about it. Given my current prowess, slaying this dragon does not seem to pose much of a challenge. The title of Dragon Slayer certainly carries a certain grandeur, or so it appears. Wu Tian gazed at the dragon. He couldn't help but imagine that he regarded the divine creature with utter disdain, though that was merely a fleeting thought. He would never stoop to the foolishness exhibited by old Pick. The dragon closed its eyes and let out a low hum, casting a condescending gaze upon the crowd below before slowly speaking. "Speak your wishes. No matter their nature, I can grant them. But you may present only one." Wu Tian felt a sense of irritation as he perceived the dragon's dismissive attitude towards him. With a gentle push from his feet, he began to ascend, hovering until he was approximately half a meter above the dragon's head. The dragon, noticing Wu Tian's approach, addressed him. "State your wish." Looking into the dragon's eyes without a hint of fear, Wu Tian boldly inquired, "Is it true that any wish can be granted?" The dragon nodded its head affirmatively and replied, "Indeed, but you are limited to a single wish." With a scoff, Wu Tian retorted, "What if my wish cannot be fulfilled?" He aimed to provoke the dragon, employing a strategy of psychological manipulation, though he remained uncertain whether the dragon would genuinely grant his request, as he harbored doubts regarding the creature's seemingly unimpressive power. Unfortunately, the dragon appeared entirely unfazed, lacking any semblance of emotion. "Go ahead, articulate your wish." The dragon responded with calm composure. That moment, Yamcha, who had emerged from a prolonged stupor, was awakened by the dragon's overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan, standing beside little Wukong, clung to his arm in a manner reminiscent of a frightened child, almost as if seeking maternal comfort. Observing the dragon's demeanor, Wu Tian sensed a sincerity that belied mere deception. Steeling himself, he began to articulate his desire. "Listen closely, dragon. Do not overlook any detail. Moreover, after I state my wish, do not rush to fulfill it. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Speak," the dragon urged. Wu Tian collected his thoughts, adopting a serious expression as he addressed the dragon. "My wish is rather simple, likely a trivial matter for you. I wish to obtain 2 items. After announcing his first request, Wu Tian glanced at the dragon, which showed no sign of reaction, causing his heart to race. He pressed on. "The first item I desire is a space ring." Anticipating the dragon's potential confusion, he elaborated. A space ring is a storage device capable of holding countless items. It should function akin to a limitless storage bag, allowing for the size to expand or contract at my will. And it must merge with my body. The spatial dimensions will depend on your abilities. The larger, the better. Wu Tian swallowed hard and continued. "Oh, and the material must be the most impervious and indestructible substance in the entire universe." Upon concluding, he looked to the dragon again, which remained expressionless, as if patiently awaiting the continuation of his request. "Now, for my second desired item, a staff that can morph into any shape at my command. Capable of changing size and weight, constructed from the most resilient, indestructible material in the cosmos. Essentially, it should be made of the finest material available in the universe. That is all. I have completed my wish." "Dragon, please grant it." Wu Tian's heart raced with anticipation as he awaited the dragon's response, his excitement palpable as he feared the dragon might dismiss him with, "I am unable to fulfill your wish." After contemplating Wu Tian's request, the dragon replied, "I have understood your wish." With that, it closed its eyes, Moments later, the dragon reopened its eyes and spoke in its timeless tone. Your wish is quite challenging. Please allow me some time. It then shut its eyes once more and soared into the heavens. As Wu Tian heard the dragon's initial statement, a chill ran down his spine. Upon the dragon's conclusion, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout. He knew that if the dragon had uttered such words, the likelihood of success was high, and the anticipation was exhilarating. As seconds turned into an eternity, Wu Tian's anxiety heightened. He stood before the dragon, serious and expectant, awaiting its return. He recalled watching Dragon Ball in his youth, where the dragon would always declare, "This wish is simple." Now, however, it seemed to have transformed into a formidable challenge. Could it be that his wish was truly so difficult? He silently implored, "Please do not let there be any complications." 5 minutes stretched on like 50 years, each moment agonizingly drawn out. Suddenly, the air trembled, and a flash of light erupted as the dragon finally opened its eyes. Before Wu Tian, two objects materialized, suspended in midair, a ring radiating a golden light and a metallic staff emanating the same luminous hue. Wu Tian's heart soared with joy, realizing that his wish had been granted. Suppressing his elation, he reached out for the two treasures. Upon grasping them, the weight of their existence settled in, and his previously suspended anxiety dissipated. At the very moment Wu Tian's wish was fulfilled, a mysterious beam of light descended upon the celestial realm of the gods, striking the deity who was deep in meditation. The god, startled, spat a mouthful of divine blood, and upon regaining his composure, was filled with sheer terror. This was the universe's punishment. "Well, your wish has been granted," a voice suddenly echoed, startling those present. It was the dragon, yet its tone resembled that of an aged elder. Devoid of the previous resonance, as if it had instantaneously aged, the final sigh it released left Wu Tian perplexed. What is happening? Is this a side effect of the dragon granting wishes? He paid little heed to the dragon's transformation, his focus solely on the treasures in his possession. Unbeknownst to him, the dragon had obliterated 2 burgeoning planets within the galaxy to fulfill his requests. Furthermore, it had disrupted several major atmospheric pathways between the celestial bodies. Such audacity from a being of the dragon stature was intolerable to the cosmos. The power to perform such feats stemmed entirely from the entity that created it, namely, the deity, a member of the Namekian race. A unique species capable of conjuring the extraordinary. The deity, when crafting the dragon, had failed to impose certain constraints, leading to the emergence of an anomaly like Wu Tian, whose single wish caused chaos. Consequently, the penalties imposed by the cosmic laws drained 90% of the dragon's life force. While the creator, the deity, suffered the loss of half its essence, such repercussions were nothing short of severe. The universe operates under its own set of principles, and no divine being is exempt from transgression. For punishment is inevitable. Meanwhile, Wu Tian reveled in his newfound treasures, eagerly exploring them, his joy evident as the sky returned to its previous clarity following the dragon's departure. As if the recent darkness had never occurred. The few individuals on the ground were now utterly exhausted, seated upon the earth. Upon witnessing the sky's restoration, Goten finally realized what had transpired and shouted towards the spot where the Dragon Balls had vanished. "Hey, Shenron, thanks a lot. Next time, I owe you a cup of tea." With the sky now clear, the 2 treasures in Goten's possession revealed their true forms. The golden ring on his left hand was in the shape of a dragon, unmistakably resembling the recently departed Shenron. "Wow, that Shenron is rather vain," Goten mused, but the ring's design was undeniably impressive, with the lifelike dragon coiled in an intricate circle, every detail vividly clear, as if it had come to life, and exuding a lingering aura left by the dragon. Not bad at all, though I shall need to erase that narcissistic essence he left behind. As Goten attempted to slide the ring onto his finger, he found it too large. Just as he was about to express his frustration, the ring suddenly began to shrink, adjusting perfectly to his finger. Haha. I knew that Shenron wasn't just a simple-minded dragon. Goten silently willed the ring to enlarge, and indeed, it gradually expanded. Focusing intently on the ring, a vision emerged in his mind of a space of undefined shape and size, a chaotic realm devoid of any discernible presence. The word chaos inexplicably flickered in his mind. The entire space shrouded in profound mystery far beyond Goten's comprehension. Goten gazed at the staff in his hand, and with a mere thought, it instantly entered the chaotic realm. Floating within that nebulous expanse, he commanded the staff to move, and it complied effortlessly, allowing him to experiment with several other items, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Since the ring bore the likeness of the dragon, he decided to name it the Dragon Ring. As he uttered the name, he distinctly felt a response from the ring, as though it acknowledged his words. "Haha, this is fantastic." With this spatial ring, I could rob a bank without anyone ever knowing. Goten retracted his energy and gently descended to the ground at that moment. Bulma and the others rushed over upon seeing Goten's arrival. Goten, what wish did you make? Bulma inquired eagerly. Little Goku looked on curiously. Goten smiled at Bulma and, with a thought, a staff suddenly materialized in his hand. I asked this it. What, you wished for this? Oh dear, what a waste, Bulma complained, eyeing the unremarkable staff. Hey, don't underestimate this staff. I'll demonstrate its power shortly. And you'll see what a true artifact is, that it's far superior to Goku's Rui Bang. Upon hearing this, little Goku's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Is it really that powerful? Goten inspected the staff given to him by the dragon. Noting its dark golden hue, smooth surface devoid of any embellishments. The material appears quite sturdy, but its simplicity is a bit dull. It would be splendid if it had some adornments, as he spoke. The image of the Rui Jingu Bang from the classic tale of Journey to the West surfaced in his mind. Miraculously, as soon as he finished speaking, the staff began to transform in his grasp, ultimately morphing into the Rui Jingu Bang he envisioned, perfectly replicating every detail. The others stood in awe, as the formerly plain staff had vanished, replaced by the exquisitely crafted Rui Jingu Bang. The ends were adorned with a golden starry cloud motif, while the middle retained its dark golden hue, now inscribed with the characters for Rui Jingu Bang, appearing as if they were part of the staff itself. Gripping it felt entirely comfortable, the blending of dark gold and gold seamlessly harmonious, bringing Goten immense joy. Haha, Rui Jingu Bang, henceforth you shall be called Rui Jingu Bang. I adore it. The staff seemed to resonate with Goten's words, emitting a hum that further astonished the onlookers. Goten grasped the staff and willed it to become heavier. It gradually matched his body weight. Little Goku approached, observing the staff. Wow, it really does seem impressive. Pfft, you think that's impressive? Let me show you what true might looks like. Goten hurled the staff skyward, and after spinning several times, it lodged itself securely in the ground. Rui Jingu Bang, grow, he commanded, and the staff responded eagerly, stretching upwards. As it continued to elongate, he cried, grow larger. The staff expanded rapidly until it reached a girth of 5 meters, at which point Goten instructed it to halt. Yet he allowed it to continue its growth, and moments later, an immense force emanated from the staff, shaking the ground with a thunderous roar that startled everyone. Whoa, did that just pierce the heavens? Bulma exclaimed, swallowing hard. Goten, quickly retract that staff. It's already breached the atmosphere. Damaging it would be a disaster. Goten, recognizing the validity of her concern, focused his thoughts, and the staff promptly shrank to a more manageable 2 meters. He regarded the staff with pride. Little Goku, see, my Rui Jingu Bang is far superior to yours. Before little Goku could respond, Ulong interjected, Pfft, what's so special about that? It just grows and elongates. What's the big deal? Goten, inspired by Oolong's remark, envisioned the appearance of the 9-toothed rake, and in an instant, the Rui Jingu Bang transformed into the weapon of martial Tianpeng. The 9-toothed rake. That's so. What do you think of this rake? Ulong, is it an artifact? Goten teased, approaching Ulong with the rake. Oolong's eyes nearly bulged from his head, captivated by the mysterious aura emanating from the rake. Perhaps I should gift you this 9-toothed rake? Goten jested, extending it towards Ulong. Ulong, brimming with excitement, inquired, are you really giving it to me? Upon witnessing Oolong's enthusiasm, Goten was taken aback. He had anticipated disdain for the rake, yet Oolong's reaction was unexpected. Of course. As long as you can lift it, it's yours. Ulong, realizing that the rake was now in his possession, erupted with joy, not suspecting Goten's trickery. However, as he celebrated, he soon felt the rake growing heavier, ultimately crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Goten swiftly retrieved the rake and taunted, Ah, what a pity. I had intended to gift it to you, but alas, your strength is insufficient. Ulong, frustrated, protested, Humph, you're clearly up to something. You cunning rascal, let me try again. I can surely lift it. He reached out once more, but Goten, anticipating his move, dodged swiftly, returning the staff to its original form. Ulong, you really shouldn't be so shameless. The opportunity was yours to seize, but you failed to grasp it. Who's to blame? Ulong harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Wu Tian, glaring at him with an expression of profound indignation. Wu Tian, having stowed away the golden cudgel into the dragon ring, surveyed the surroundings and noticed that Zhang Tian was seated on the ground, his complexion having undergone countless transformations. drenched in cold sweat interspersed with the faint traces of tears, his eyes fixated on the spot where the divine dragon had vanished. Muttering incoherently, resembling a helpless child who had lost his mother, Wu Tian approached him with a cheerful demeanor, intending to release his pressure points. In the midst of his sorrow, Zhang Wufan suddenly felt an overwhelming, dreadful aura descending upon him, as if a demon had set its sights on him. Cold sweat poured down his face like rain, and he instinctively rolled back a few paces. Upon regaining his senses, he was confronted by the visage of the very person he least wished to see, a face more sinister than that of a demon itself. He was taken aback by an unexpected surge of courage, standing up to Wu Tian and rebuking him vehemently. "You demon! It is you who has desecrated the divine dragon. You are the one who scared my dragon away." Wu Tian was taken aback by Zhang Wufan's reaction, astonished that he was now able to move freely and speak, despite not having released his pressure points. "Hey, fried rice, how can you speak now?" Wu Tian inquired, puzzled. Zhang Wufan, noticing his limbs were indeed mobile, exclaimed in delight. "Oh, I can move. Strange. Could it be that the divine dragon frightened my pressure points into releasing themselves?" At that moment, Zhang Wufan was fully alert, and upon spotting Wu Tian, he swiftly retreated several meters, his face twitching and his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Humph. Do I hold a grudge against you, fried rice? Why do you regard me with such disdain? You should be grateful to me. Were it not for my presence, would you have ever encountered that divine dragon? Meeting me is the greatest opportunity of your life. Don't be ungrateful. Well then, I require your thanks. Since your pressure points have released themselves, farewell." With that, Wu Tian chuckled and turned to depart. "Oh, by the way, thank you for that Dragon Ball. Haha." Zhang Wufan watched the retreating figure of the demon, reflecting on the series of unfortunate events he had endured since encountering Wu Tian, overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. Tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks as he bit his lip and began to sob, resembling a wronged child. Wu Tian then made his way towards Yamcha, who had already discerned the terrifying extent of Wu Tian's power. Seeing Wu Tian approach, Yamcha felt an involuntary tightening in his chest, fearing Wu Tian had come to settle the score. Observing Yamcha's anxious demeanor, Wu Tian bestowed upon him a peculiar smile, one laden with teasing implications, which caused Yamcha to feel tense and immobilized. Disregarding Yamcha, Wu Tian approached the quaking Apulu, who, upon perceiving Wu Tian's advance, felt a surge of terror as every hair on his body stood on end. He stood frozen, unsure of how to react, while Ulong, standing nearby, watched with evident schadenfreude. "Do not fear. I am not a villain. I am quite benevolent, you know. Why do you look at me as though I were a ghost? Is your name Apulu?" Apulu instinctively nodded, trembling uncontrollably. Wu Tian continued, "So, you and that pig over there emerged from that place called Transformation Kindergarten, right?" Apula glanced in the direction Wu Tian pointed, realizing that the pig referred to Ulong, and nodded again. Upon hearing Wu Tian's moniker for him, Ulong protested vehemently, expressing his dissatisfaction. Wu Tian, undeterred by Ulong's complaints, turned back to Apulu and inquired, "By the way, do you know the address of your Transformation Kindergarten?" Yes, I know," Apula stammered, taken aback by Wu Tian's question regarding the address of the kindergarten. Wu Tian's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "That's splendid. Please tell me the address at once." After a prolonged moment of silence, Yamcha, noticing Apulu's lack of response, felt a rush of anxiety and urged, "Apulu, you must tell him." Finally, Apulu snapped out of his stupor, gulped nervously, and to Wu Tian's surprise, a map suddenly materialized before him, suspended in midair, an impressive feat of Apulu's transformation. "This can also be done." Wu Tian marveled at the map. Although he could comprehend it, he was utterly lost regarding the locations. After a cursory glance, he turned to Bulma for assistance, waving her over. "Bulma, could you please note down the address on this map? I intend to visit that place shortly." Bulma examined the map briefly and replied, "All right, done. I've memorized it. That was quick. You've noted it already?" Wu Tian inquired, astonished out of course. "I am a genius, and remembering this map is a piece of cake." Bulma declared with pride, "Fine, I concede you're clever. Apulu, thank you. I owe you a tea next time." As Wu Tian departed, both Yamcha and Apulu breathed a sigh of relief, now that the Dragon Balls have been located and the wish granted. "Where shall we proceed next?" Wu Tian asked Bulma. Bulma's heart sank at the question. She was uncertain about her next steps. Initially, Her plan was to return home after finding the Dragon Balls, but now everything had changed. Her heart was entirely invested in Wu Tian, and she was anxious about his intentions. Ever since meeting him, she felt as though she had transformed into a different person altogether. Noticing Bulma standing with her head down. Fidgeting, Wu Tian approached her and said, "If you have the time, why don't you accompany me for a while? I have some matters that require your assistance." "Really?" Bulma asked, her eyes widening in surprise, seeing her delighted expression. Wu Tian smiled and replied, "Indeed, my next destination is the transformation kindergarten. Since I cannot find it alone, I will need you to guide me. First, I must take little Wukong to Master Roshi, and then we will plan our journey." Bulma's heart soared at Wu Tian's words, her previous worries dissipating instantly. Little Wukong approached Wu Tian, asking, "Brother Tian, am I going to Master Roshi's to train? Are you coming along too?" Wu Tian, slightly sweating, replied, I think I'll pass. You can train there for a while, and I'll come to find you later." After a moment's thought, he added, "Actually, never mind. You should go alone. You will progress faster that way." Wu Tian pondered whether he should acquire a Nimbus cloud. The mere thought of that lecherous old man left him bemused. He hoped sending little Wukong to train under him would not mislead the child. However, he had his own matters to attend to and wished for little Wukong to follow the original path. Not wanting to alter him too drastically, this was the opportune moment for them to part ways. Wu Tian then turned to Ulong and asked, "So, Pigsy, where do you plan to go?" Ulong, now that the Dragon Balls had been found, felt a surge of relief, realizing he could finally escape the clutches of his predicament and return to his former life. Of course, I am going back to my own home. Heh. Wu Tian walked over and pinched Ulong's ear, saying, "You wish to return to that Gao Lao Zhuang. If you want to be roasted by those villagers, I shall fully support you." Ulong trembled at the thought, his ears drooping in disappointment. Wu Tian gave Ulong's head a light pat and told little Wukong, "Little Wukong, take Pigsy with you. We wouldn't want him causing trouble for anyone else." Ulong protested vehemently. "I absolutely refuse to accompany him." Wu Tian ignored Ulong's objections and insisted, "All right, little Wukong, you take Pigsy along. We must be on our way." Little Wukong approached Ulong and urged, "Pigsy, let us go." He summoned the Nimbus cloud and jumped on, looking back at Ulong still lingering nearby. Wu Tian walked over, grasped Ulong's eye, and, preparing to toss him toward little Wukong, sent him flying. "Hey, how can you do this to me?" Ulong exclaimed as both he and little Wukong vanished into the distance upon the Nimbus cloud. Watching their departing figures, Wu Tian felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, finally free from little Wukong. He turned to Bulma and said, "All right, Bulma, let us set off as well. Oh, by the way, Bulma, can you tell me which direction the transformation kindergarten is in? How long do you think it will take to get there?" After contemplating for a moment, Bulma replied, "Well, if we head from here, it's still several thousand kilometers away. At our current pace, it will likely take us around 2 days to arrive." "What? 2 days? Goodness, that seems rather slow." Goten was truly reluctant to spend several days cooped up in the vehicle. He found himself enviously thinking of that little Goku's flying Nimbus. Bulma added, "Not at all. I just meant right now. Let us see if we can find somewhere selling flying capsules. If we fly, we can get there in about 3 hours. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought we were going to be stuck in this wretched car for days." "But then again, your vehicle is indeed quite sluggish." 5 hours later, Bulma piloted the aircraft as it began its descent. She noticed Goten, fast asleep in the co-pilot's seat, and found herself captivated by the sight. Completely forgetting her surroundings, although Goten was slumbering, his martial training granted him a keen sensitivity to changes in his environment. Slowly, he opened his eyes, realizing the plane had landed. Glancing sideways, he saw Bulma lost in thought. Staring at him, he waved his hand in front of her eyes, but she did not respond. "Bulma, Goten, you're awake," Bulma exclaimed, startled, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Goten was already accustomed to Bulma's reactions. He looked outside the aircraft and inquired, "Have we arrived?" "Yes, we should be close. According to the map from Apru, we are in the vicinity. However, due to the dense foliage here, we'll need to disembark and search." They both exited the plane and surveyed the lush greenery surrounding them. With no clear path in sight, Goten focused intently, channeling his energy to enhance his hearing. After a while, he lifted Bulma in his arms and flew towards the direction from which he sensed a sound. After several minutes, they finally discovered the transformation kindergarten hidden within the forest. This transformation kindergarten is remarkably well concealed. If it weren't for my ability to fly, I wonder how long it would have taken to find it." Upon entering the kindergarten, they found it quite spacious, adorned with various exotic plants and peculiar creatures. The arrival of the two did not startle the small animals. They merely glanced at them before continuing with their own activities. The splendid environment lifted their spirits immensely. "Wow, this place is stunning. I can't believe that Pigsy used to study in such a beautiful setting. I'm truly envious," while Bulma was marveling at the surroundings. A massive bird suddenly appeared in the sky, overshadowing everything. Goten squinted at it, increasingly feeling it was surreal. Just as the enormous bird was about to land, it vanished in a flash, revealing an old Taoist priest clad in a robe. Goten was taken aback. The old priest wielding a whisk resembled a figure from ancient Chinese folklore. In that moment, Goten had already begun to regard the old Taoist as a celestial being. Feeling a mix of excitement and astonishment, the old priest waved at the surrounding birds and beasts, and instantly, all the animals transformed into humanoid figures, though they retained their animal characteristics. Each was capable of human speech and chattered away as they departed the area. It turned out that the creatures they had just seen were merely transformed individuals, now dismissed by the old priest. Both Goten and Bulma were further astonished. The old priest, upon noticing their presence, displayed a look of surprise, for since the establishment of the transformation kindergarten, no outsiders had ever visited, as it was strictly forbidden for non-students to enter. "May I inquire how you two came to be here?" he asked, his expression grave and serious. Before they could respond, he continued, "What is it that you seek here?" His tone was rather impolite. Initially, Goten held a sense of reverence for the old priest, but his demeanor quickly soured upon hearing the priest's words. Bulma, feeling uncomfortable with the old man's lack of courtesy, retorted, "Humph, old man, how rude of you. Why do you care how we got here? We simply need to speak with the head of your school." "Humph, I am both the teacher and the principal of this school. What business do you have with me?" Goten scrutinized the old priest for a long moment. Aside from his ability to transform, Goten sensed no remarkable power emanating from him. He appeared to be an ordinary person. The priest's robe seemed to be a mere coincidence. When Goten released a surge of energy, he accidentally tore a small hole in the old priest's sleeve. Yet the old man showed no reaction. Though he was displeased with the old priest, Goten knew they were here for a purpose and did not want to lose face. He stepped forward and politely addressed the old man. "Hello, principal. We are from the city, and I have come seeking your guidance regarding transformation techniques. I wonder if you might be available to assist us." The old priest maintained his guarded demeanor, eyeing Goten warily. "Speak your mind, but I fear I may not be of assistance." Goten smiled faintly. "It's not a big deal. Really, I understand that your transformation kindergarten specializes in teaching transformation techniques, and I would like to learn from you." His expression was earnest, yet unexpectedly, the old priest took a large step back and scolded them angrily. "Humph, I knew you had ill intentions. You wish to learn our transformation techniques. That is impossible. You have come to the wrong place. Please leave." Goten was utterly taken aback by the old priest's reaction, unable to comprehend his words. Unwilling to give up, he said, "Principal, why won't you teach me the transformation techniques? Isn't this a school? Money is not an issue. I can pay whatever you require." With Bulma beside him, Goten felt no concern over finances. "Humph, do not harbor such foolish thoughts. Even if you offered me a fortune, I would not teach you. Now leave." Bulma, feeling even more incensed than Goten, retorted angrily, "Humph, is your transformation kindergarten really that impressive? If you refuse to teach, then so be it. Who needs it anyway? Come on, Goten, let us go. I'm sure there are better schools out there." Goten squinted at the old priest, puzzled as to why he harbored such animosity towards them. Although the outcome was unexpected, it was beyond his control. Hearing Bulma's words, he smiled at her and approached the old priest once more. Noticing Goten's sudden smile as he approached, the old priest instinctively took a step back, but Goten was quicker. Before the old man could react, Goten's hand was already resting on his shoulder. "Principal," Goten began, "though I am unsure why you refuse to teach me the transformation techniques, I am curious as to why you seem to harbor such strong hostility towards us." The old priest seemed disinclined to respond, desperately trying to shake off Goten's hand, but found it impossible to rid himself of the grip. "Very well, since you prefer not to speak, I shall not press you further. Take care, and farewell." With that, Goten pulled Bulma away, and as they departed, Bulma huffed in irritation, giving the old priest a few disdainful glances as a form of venting her frustration. observing Goten and Bulma exit the school gates. The old priest scoffed. "Humph, you humans wish to learn my transformation techniques? Dream on." No sooner had he spoken than his robe suddenly disintegrated into ashes, scattering to the ground, leaving him entirely exposed, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. The old priest jumped up and, realizing what had transpired, began cursing loudly towards the school gate, filled with fury. This transformation of the old priest's attire was, of course, Goten's doing. He had wrapped the fabric in energy. And once that energy spiraled out of control, it would tear apart. What a lunatic. It's no wonder he produced a pig like Pigsy. Goten, are we just going to walk away like this? Of course not. I need to understand why that old man reacted so negatively towards us. Let us find a place to stay nearby and devise a plan, especially since nightfall is approaching. Certainly, Wu Tian could not return empty-handed. The old Taoist's every action was worthy of investigation, and Wu Tian was filled with curiosity about it. Humans, could it be that this old fellow is not human? Why does he harbor such hatred towards humanity? Humph, there must be something amiss. In the deep of night, Wu Tian soared swiftly through the treetops towards the transformation kindergarten. Intending to conduct a nocturnal exploration of the old Taoist, he stood atop the building of the kindergarten, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Following the aura of the old Taoist, he soon discovered the old man's dwelling. With a swift motion, Wu Tian arrived at the doorstep, only to find the windows of the old Taoist room tightly shut. Thus, he resorted to carefully creating a small hole the size of a fist in the wall with his hands. Peering inside, he observed the old Taoist seated in a chair, eyes closed, hands cradling a milky white jade pendant. The old man's demeanor radiated sincerity, and the pendant emitted a soft white glow from time to time. At this sight, even a fool could discern that the pendant was undoubtedly a treasure. Goodness, a treasure indeed. This old fellow possesses such a remarkable artifact. One that shines. How much could it be worth? At that moment, the old Taoist opened his eyes, gazing at the pendant in his hands. After a deep sigh, he placed the pendant into his bosom, then climbed into bed, covering the pendant with his hands as he drifted off to sleep. Wu Tian summoned his energy and directed it towards the old Taoist, causing the old man to tilt his head and faint. Wu Tian swiftly opened the window and leapt inside. That a cursory glance around revealed that it was merely a plain room, devoid of any exits. Approaching the bedside, he extracted the jade pendant from the old Taoist's grasp. Holding the oval-shaped pendant, Wu Tian examined it closely. The pendant bore no embellishments, merely a bare piece of jade, although it resembled a pendant. Upon further inspection, Wu Tian found nothing remarkable about it. Just as he was about to pocket the pendant for safekeeping, a wave of warmth emanated from it, nearly prompting him to exclaim. It felt like a cry from the depths of his soul, awakening a clarity he had never experienced before, compelling him to scrutinize the pendant once more. As he observed the soft white light emanating from the pendant, he noticed intricate patterns slowly emerging with the light's flicker. Wu Tian focused his energy, directing his gaze towards the patterns, which gradually became clearer. Alas, he could not decipher the structure or intent of those patterns. However, he was certain that they were crafted by human hands. Suddenly, Wu Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in an ethereal white space. Gazing at the abrupt change in scenery, he was taken aback. At that moment, the space before him began to tremble, revealing a figure, the very old Taoist who lay in bed. This genuinely startled Wu Tian, leading him to believe that the old man was indeed extraordinary. Yet, he soon realized that the old Taoist paid him no heed, as if he were completely oblivious to his presence. What is the meaning of this? Wu Tian's mind was filled with questions before he had time to ponder further. The old Taoist began to move before Wu Tian. With each motion, he transformed into various forms: a rabbit, a monkey, a tree, a house, and so on. This was unmistakably the transformation technique. Floating beside the old Taoist was a piece of text suspended in midair, seemingly woven into the very fabric of the atmosphere. Enigmatic and profound. As Wu Tian watched the old man's transformations, he gradually lost consciousness, his mind flooded with countless images, both of them entering a state of transcendence. Time slipped away, and the old Taoist before Wu Tian slowly faded from view. The text that remained also began to dim, and Wu Tian gradually regained his senses. Upon opening his eyes, the once misty space had vanished, and he found himself back in the old Taoist's room. Staring at the old Taoist still lying in bed, he was utterly bewildered by the events that had just unfolded. Closing his eyes, the memories of his recent experiences were vividly clear, like a film playing in his mind that he lost track of time. And when he opened his eyes again, a few large characters appeared in his mind. Transformation technique. So this is the transformation technique. The very same 1,000 transformations technique. Wu Tian was overjoyed, standing there foolishly and exclaiming, "Ha! Who would have thought that this transformation technique, or rather, the 1,000 transformations technique, would be concealed within this pendant? How incredible!" At that moment, Wu Tian felt an inexplicable energy emanating from the pendant. Startled, he was about to resist it with his true energy, but he soon realized that the energy bore no hostility. Prompting him to abandon the idea of expulsion, he watched as the white, transparent gas dispersed from the pendant, rapidly enveloping his entire being. This gas not only lacked any malice, but felt like a return to his homeland. Swiftly merging into Wu Tian's body, with his Ninyong true energy showing no signs of resistance. Once the gas had fully entered his body, Wu Tian attempted to locate it within himself, but despite searching everywhere, he could find no trace of the mysterious energy, as if it had never been there. Had it been absorbed by the Ninyong true energy? He pondered in confusion, looking at the pendant in his hand. He noticed that the milky white glow had faded, its luster dimming to resemble an ordinary piece of jade. The energy within it completely absorbed into Wu Tian's body and vanished. Wu Tian scrutinized the pendant for some time. But after finding no further anomalies, he tossed it into the dragon ring for future study. How strange. It felt as though his entire body had undergone a profound transformation, yet he could not articulate what had changed. The peculiar energy was nowhere to be found, leaving him utterly perplexed. As he cast his gaze towards the bed, he was startled to see that the old Taoist had vanished, replaced by a large, completely plucked bird lying on the bed. Wu Tian stared at the bare bird in speechless astonishment. Goodness, so this is the true form of the old Taoist. No wonder he harbored such disdain for us humans. Claiming to be something other than human, turns out he is a birdman. With this revelation, combined with the old Taoist's previous words and actions, Wu Tian finally grasped the situation, now that he had obtained the 1,000 transformations technique. He felt no desire to linger in this place. In a flash, he vanished from the room. Standing atop the building of the transformation kindergarten with closed eyes, Wu Tian meticulously recalled everything that had transpired in that ethereal space. Soon, images began to flood his mind, rapidly flowing through his thoughts, many of which depicted creatures and phenomena he had never encountered before. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of imagery, Wu Tian struggled to focus until he finally spotted a familiar animal among the chaos, a tiger. Without hesitation, he directed his thoughts towards the swiftly moving creature. In an instant, Wu Tian felt his body enveloped by a mysterious energy, the very same energy from the pendant. This energy vanished in a heartbeat. And Wu Tian's perspective shifted lower. As he looked ahead, his vision transformed completely, allowing him to see clearly. He had transformed into a tiger, experiencing the novelty of his new form, looking down at his two paws. The moonlight glistened on his claws, highlighting their lethal potential. Wu Tian felt no discomfort in this tiger's body. It was as if he had always been a tiger. With exhilaration, he let out a triumphant roar. Expressing his joy, he continued to manifest the images in his mind, bringing to life each one, including the rare and exotic creatures described in Chinese texts, such as the qilin, the phoenix, and the Chinese dragon, leaving Wu Tian even more curious about the jade pendant. However, when he took it out to inspect, no matter how he experimented, it displayed none of its previous activity. At that moment, Wu Tian soared through the air, morphing into the 5-clawed golden dragon he had just seen. His massive form dominated the sky, and his dragon head resembled that of a divine dragon, yet it appeared even more formidable, majestic, and sacred. Haha, I have become a divine dragon. My 5-clawed golden dragon is far more impressive than that celestial dragon. The next time I encounter that celestial dragon, I will surely terrify it. Wu Tian attempted to fly with the body of the divine dragon. Yet he found his speed remained that of his original form, and coupled with his enormous size, he appeared astonishingly slow. This left him quite frustrated. Just as he suspected, the 1,000 transformations technique only altered his form. It did not enhance his inherent abilities. Could it be that he could only transform into the images already present in his mind? That seemed implausible. Upon recalling this, Wu Tian hastily reverted to his original form and lightly descended to the ground. As thoughts of Bulma filled his mind, an unexpected surge of energy manifested and then vanished in an instant. Looking down, Wu Tian was astonished to find himself transformed into Bulma's likeness, a wave of excitement washing over him. He attempted to will his body to enlarge, and to his amazement, it continuously fluctuated in size according to his thoughts. He experimented with every conceivable transformation he could envision. Wu Tian frolicked joyously amidst the mountains, wreaking havoc upon the rocks and trees, leaving the forest in a state of disarray, while the wild beasts trembled in fear at his antics. Upon awakening and discovering Wu Tian's absence from the room, Bulma ventured outside in search of him. Hearing her voice, Wu Tian realized that dawn had arrived and transformed into a parrot. He soared towards her. Tiange, where are you? I'm right here, Bulma. Bulma turned around, searching for a trace of him. But Sano figured out I'm behind you. By the way, did you see that? Bulma spotted the parrot flapping its wings and beckoning to her, exclaiming, "Ah, so it was you, this mischievous parrot. Just wait, I'll teach you a lesson." With that, she cautiously approached Wu Tian, extending her claws. Wu Tian was taken aback by Bulma's reaction. He had intended to startle her but only succeeded in amusing himself by transforming into a parrot, disappointed at not having frightened her. He decided to revert to his original form. The sudden appearance of Wu Tian startled Bulma, who clutched her chest and exclaimed, "Oh, Tiange, why did you suddenly appear? You scared me to death." "Well, I did say hello just now. Didn't I? Don't believe me. Let me show you again." With that, Wu Tian transformed back into a parrot, flapping his wings and calling out to Bulma. Stunned, Bulma quickly regained her composure and joyfully exclaimed, "Tiange, how did you suddenly learn to transform like that?" Wu Tian tousled his hair and chuckled. "You should remember who I am. This mere transformation technique, it took me just one night to learn it, simply by observing the changes in Beiji and the others when they transformed." Bulma, overwhelmed with delight, ceased to analyze the situation and readily accepted his words. "Tiange, you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you grows by the day." Wu Tian relished her praise, despite having not rested for an entire night. He felt no fatigue, as 3 days without sleep posed no challenge for him. By the way, Bulma, have you ever researched gravity devices? Wu Tian inquired as he sat in the vehicle while Bulma drove. Gravity devices? Yes, they are merely a simple form of gravity conversion. Many research institutes in the city have gravity testing chambers, though I'm not referring to those research gravity spaces. That I'm looking for a portable gravity device, something akin to a wristwatch that one can wear, which would allow an individual's weight to fluctuate under its influence. Bulma shook her head, saying, "That's the first time I've heard of such a gravity device. It likely doesn't exist, but don't worry. I'll help you research it when we get back." My father is a scientist who enjoys exploring peculiar inventions. He is one of the most outstanding scientists of this century. Wu Tian was thrilled to hear this, not because he doubted Bulma's abilities, but rather concerned about the time it might take to create such a device. Oh, by the way, which direction is your home? How long will it take to get there? My home is in West City. From here, it's several thousand kilometers away. At our current speed, it will take a few hours to arrive. Goodness, this place is enormous. Are you sure this is your backyard? It doesn't resemble a park or a zoo? Bulma confidently replied, "Yes, this is indeed my backyard." Gazing at the backyard, which was even more exquisite than a garden and teeming with various large animals and busy robots, Wu Tian felt an immense envy. Wealthy individuals truly live differently, transforming their backyards into parks of splendor. "How many people live in your home, Bulma?" he asked, eyeing the grand edifice. "3. Just my parents and me," she responded. Wu Tian found it hard to fathom the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. Merely 3 people residing in such a vast house was beyond his comprehension. Isn't it a bit extravagant for just 3 people to occupy such a large house? Bulma pondered before replying. "Not really. We only occupy the top floor. Most of the house is filled with my father's research." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian understood Bulma's father was a peculiar scientist, and it was only natural for there to be such a large laboratory. "Ah, so that's it. It's a laboratory." He laughed. "Is anyone home?" Bulma led Wu Tian into the house, where they found no one inside until a robot approached them. "Miss, you have returned." Bulma inquired of the robot. "Where are my parents?" "Master and mistress are in the inner courtyard." "Tiange, come with me. I'll introduce you to my parents." Wu Tian followed Bulma through a door. He was astonished by the sight before him, mistaking it for the backyard once more. However, upon noticing the lively little animals, he realized they were in the inner courtyard. Not only were the animals smaller, but there were also various insects he had never encountered before. And the flora was far more beautiful than that of the backyard. This is decadence. Is it really necessary for just 3 people to live like this? After walking for a while in the inner courtyard, they spotted an elderly man riding a bicycle towards them. Upon seeing him, Bulma exclaimed, "Dad, I'm back." The elderly man responded, "Ah, Bulma, you've finally returned. Why did you take so long?" Bulma approached him and said, I told you I was off to find the Dragon Balls, so of course it would take a while. The man observed Bulma closely and remarked, strangely, you seem different from before. Not at all. Come, let me introduce my friend. This is Wu Tian, whom I met while searching for the Dragon Balls. Wu Tian stepped forward and said, hello, sir. I'm Bulma's friend. Wu Tian. Hello. I'm Bulma's father. Brief. By the way, whereas my wife? Oh, your mother. She should be nearby. You can go look for her. Wu Tian patted Bulma's shoulder and pointed to a figure standing several meters away. There, a middle-aged woman with yellow hair was watering flowers, humming a tune. Wu Tian initially thought he could finally enjoy a few days of normalcy, but little did he know, this was just the onset of a nightmarish experience. Bulma's mother was exceedingly enthusiastic, introducing Wu Tian to all her friends, most of whom were of similar age to her. In just a few days, Wu Tian found himself thoroughly exhausted. Realizing the formidable power of women, he had intended for Bulma to accompany him in exploring how this world differed from his previous life. But Bulma and her father were preoccupied with researching the gravity device, leaving her no time to join him. On the third day, Wu Tian feigned a desire to practice martial arts, and Bulma's mother finally left him in peace. He flew to a mountaintop in the suburbs, retrieving the Rui Jingu Bang. Previously, while at the Mixed Rice Castle, he had experienced a moment of enlightenment but had not had the opportunity to test it until now. After much searching, he finally discovered a suitable location. Holding the golden staff, Wu Tian concentrated his energy, slowly feeling the flow of energy through the staff, which emitted a low humming sound under the influence of his inner force. With his energy at its peak, he gripped the staff and swept it forward with great force. Whoosh, whoosh. Under the continuous sweeping motions of Wu Tian, streaks of pale yellow energy surged forth from the golden staff, striking the ground and leaving behind marks reminiscent of knife cuts. While this effect was entirely anticipated by Wu Tian, witnessing it firsthand evoked a different emotion. The external manifestation of internal energy represented an elevated state within the martial arts realm. It was known that the Jiuyang technique achieved this capability only after reaching the 6th level, the minor accomplishment stage. In comparison, the disparity was staggering. One could only wonder what kind of power would emerge when the Jiuyang technique reached the 6th level. Known as Luong Huishou. Given that Master Roshi's Kamehameha technique gathers all bodily energy before unleashing it, one would assume that my own true energy should be easier to control. Why then must I resort to using an object to express it? Wu Tian once more harnessed his true energy, channeling it throughout his body and directing it toward his hands. However, when the energy gathered, he found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Despite his vigorous hand motions, no reaction ensued. Wu Tian was perplexed. When wielding the golden staff, he could unleash energy, yet he could not replicate Master Roshi's ability to project energy with his bare hands. Was it a matter of insufficient internal strength? If so, why was it so effortless when utilizing the staff? Closing his eyes, Wu Tian recalled Master Roshi's execution of the Kamehameha, analyzing each of the Master's movements. After several repetitions, he arrived at a simple conclusion. Energy must coalesce before it could be forcefully expelled. He found no intricate secrets. Even little Wukong exhibited no notable changes within. His growing frustration muddled his thoughts, prompting Wu Tian to engage in the cultivation of the Jiuyang technique. Half an hour later, the earlier agitation had subsided, and he began to reflect on the physical transformations exhibited by Master Roshi and little Wukong during their energy manifestations. Was it related to their physical constitution? Could their bodies store a significant amount of energy, facilitating the aggregation of energy throughout their entire being? The more Wu Tian pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Although his own body could store only a limited amount of energy, surely he could still gather it to a point. With this thought, Wu Tian stood, took a step forward, closed his eyes, and focused on controlling the scant energy within his body. Clearly, he had underestimated the difficulty of energy aggregation. After numerous failed attempts, he was drenched in sweat. His spirit somewhat depleted. He settled into a cross-legged position to recover, though the process was arduous. He sensed a flicker of response within him, as if his true energy had begun to stir. Finally, a glimmer of hope emerged, and a smile crept onto Wu Tian's lips. True energy, he had been suppressing it while trying to stimulate the energy of his body. What if he simultaneously harnessed true energy while activating his physical energy? The prospect excited him, as it seemed his hypothesis was validated. Rising to his feet, he channeled Jiuyang true energy and activated his physical energy. He quickly realized that the flowing Jiuyang true energy had significantly slowed down, but he paid it no mind, continuing to exert effort in his endeavor. Due to the limited energy stored within his body, which was predominantly absorbed by the meridians, the process proved exceedingly cumbersome. When the energy reached halfway to aggregation, it all flowed back, compelling Wu Tian to abandon the effort. It was evident that his bodily energy was insufficient. This physical constitution posed a significant problem. While it was indeed powerful to not rely solely on energy blasts, this was a crucial long-range skill for self-preservation. Wu Tian guided his true energy through the meridians to his palms, enveloping them in golden true energy once more. Although true energy could manifest externally, it dawned on him that if he could project true energy outward and then use physical stimulation to gather the external energy, it could work. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the brilliance of his idea. Acting on this thought, Wu Tian exerted himself once more with Jiuyang true energy, soon enveloped in a layer of yellow energy, reminiscent of a super Saiyan's aura, albeit less potent. With a mere thought, the pale yellow aura dissipated, revealing a golden sphere of light, roughly the size of a bowl, in his palm. Wu Tian realized he had succeeded and erupted into laughter. The sphere of light felt akin to controlling his internal true energy, and he forcefully slammed it down towards the ground. Upon contact, a resounding bang echoed as the sphere detonated against the earth, creating a small crater the size of a basketball. Witnessing the outcome, Wu Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he had successfully unleashed an energy blast, its power was rather meager. It was a given. The energy of the sphere was indeed limited and challenging to control. Despite his success, something felt amiss. The true energy within him had shown no signs of movement during the release. The true energy blast should harness internal energy as its driving force. Wu Tian attempted several more times, yet the results remained consistent. Stimulate, stimulate. He mused that if activating his physical energy proved ineffective, perhaps he could stimulate true energy using physical force. The meridians could absorb the energy stored in the body. So it followed that the body could likewise absorb true energy from the meridians. How had he not realized this sooner? Resolving to focus on gathering all his energy to his hands, Wu Tian felt the true energy within him released instantaneously, rapidly concentrating between his palms. Zang. Once again, golden spheres appeared in his hands, now the size of basketballs, and he could sense the immense energy pulsating within them. Wu Tian directed his true energy into his palms, and upon contact with the sphere, a resonance occurred. Utilizing true energy as a driving force, he propelled the sphere away with great force. The ground trembled violently as a massive crater, 3 meters in diameter, formed at the impact site. Though it paled in comparison to Master Rashi's feats, it did not imply that Rashi was superior to Wu Tian. With his current prowess, Wu Tian could easily defeat the Master. The disparity in the destructive power of energy blasts remained a mystery to him. Haha, I finally succeeded. Wu Tian gasped, laughing heartily, though he found himself with less than a third of his true energy remaining. The moment he released the sphere, he had failed to control it properly, wasting a substantial amount of energy. Lying on the ground, he chuckled foolishly. Though he had succeeded, he had yet to synchronize his efforts effectively. His true energy had lagged behind. Perhaps only upon breaking through to the 6th level of the Jiuyang technique could he freely unleash energy blasts. Nonetheless, he was content. At least he had not been outpaced by little Wukong. Wu Tian continued experimenting until he had completely exhausted his energy reserves. Finally stopping. He had discovered a direction to pursue. Now, all that remained was to master the art of energy blast propulsion. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon him, the joy of progress overshadowed the physical strain. This could very well be the happiest day of his life. After a moment of recovery, Wu Tian resolved to return home, eager to digest the day's achievements. With a powerful leap, he soared toward Bulma's house, where upon landing, he was greeted by Bulma rushing toward him. Tiangu, where have you been? I've been looking for you. Upon reaching the entrance, Wu Tian replied, I was just outside practicing. Did you not see your mother pestering me? I simply couldn't bear it. Bulma chuckled. Tiangu, we've finished making that gravity device for you. Here, take a look. Wu Tian accepted the watch Bulma handed him, exclaiming in delight, how did you finish it so quickly? I thought it would take much longer. Seeing Wu Tian's excitement, Bulma felt that the arduous research of the past few days was worth it, and her fatigue melted away in the glow of his smile. Pointing at the watch, Bulma explained, this is the power button. This one increases gravity, and this one decreases it. The screen displays the gravity multiplier. Currently, it can reach a maximum of 100 times. 100 times. Bulma, you are incredible. I thought achieving 10 times would be impressive. You truly are a genius. Bulma beamed with happiness at Wu Tian's praise. Wu Tian pressed the increase button, feeling a slight tremor in his body, but not much else. He pressed it again until the gravity reached 5 times, at which point he noticed a bit of heaviness. Taking a few steps, he found it still manageable. He pressed it 2 more times, letting out a grunt as walking became somewhat laborious. 0.8 times gravity will suffice for now. I'll gradually acclimate before increasing it further. Wu Tian was thoroughly pleased with the gravity watch. Approaching Bulma, he said, Bulma, could you create 10 more of these gravity devices for me? They will prove useful in the future, and the more, the merrier. Bulma nodded in agreement. Tian, are you using that gravity device now? I thought you only activated it while training. I often keep it on. I'll get used to it over time. It greatly benefits the growth of my abilities. After exchanging a few words, Wu Tian began to feel somewhat fatigued. Coupled with previous exertions, he found himself slightly breathless while speaking. He attempted to circulate his energy to alleviate his weariness, only to discover that the flow was exceedingly sluggish, forcing him to temporarily abandon the effort. Once he turned off the gravity device, Wu Tian felt as if he had been liberated, experiencing an immense sense of relief. Bulma, I might head off to train tomorrow. Would you accompany me today to buy some supplies? Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression shifted dramatically. Tian, are you really leaving so soon? Will you take me with you? Wu Tian felt a pang of compassion at Bulma's plea and replied, It is not possible. I'm going to train, not to sightsee. You wouldn't be of any help. I'll be consumed with my training, and I want of time for you. Bulma's eyes glistened with tears. Oh, then I want go. Witnessing her distress, Wu Tian couldn't bear it any longer and pulled Bulma into his embrace. She was taken aback by his sudden gesture, but soon her face radiated happiness. Wu Tian whispered in her ear, Why don't you spend the next couple of days with me in Shidu? I have much to buy. Bulma nodded eagerly in his arms, rendered speechless. In the days that followed, Bulma took Wu Tian on a whirlwind tour of Shidu. His dragon ring became filled to the brim with an assortment of items, food, entertainment, clothing, and even firearms like pistols, machine guns, and cannons. After all, he didn't have to spend a dime. And although these items held little purpose for him, being from the 21st century, he held a peculiar fascination for firearms and ammunition. During this time, Bulma tightly grasped Wu Tian's hand, her countenance noticeably dimmer than usual. Bulma, it's best if you don't see me off. I'll return when I have the chance, Wu Tian said. He felt a twinge of reluctance at her appearance, unable to fathom why Bulma had developed such deep affection for him. She was nothing like the Bulma he remembered. His arrival had completely transformed her personality. The brash and willful traits he had known had vanished, replaced by gentleness and grace, though this was only evident in his presence. It was more than enough. Bulma softly implored, Tian, please return to find me soon. Wu Tian assured her, Yes, I will. Perhaps I'll be back in a month, depending on how swiftly I can complete my tasks. After I leave, continue your research on the gravity device. The heavier the better. 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, whatever it takes. He planted a kiss on Bulma's forehead, releasing her hand as he leaped into the air, taking flight. He feared that if he lingered, she might persuade him to stay longer. Activating 8 times the gravity, Wu Tian began his arduous path of training after emerging from Bulma's home. According to the data Bulma provided, the journey from Shidu to Kailata spanned over 1,000 kilometers, after adapting to the 8-fold gravity for more than 5 days. Although he could not soar through the air, Wu Tian's full-speed sprint was still half of what it would be under normal conditions. During this training period, he distinctly felt his physical strength enhancing, a marked improvement compared to the days when he struggled with stones and wood. He felt as though he had leaped from the Stone Age into an era of interstellar civilization. On the 15th day, Wu Tian began to experiment with 10-fold gravity. At his current speed, he was nearly indistinguishable from an average person, yet his lightness technique was entirely inaccessible. The energy within his body flowed sluggishly under the immense pressure. Whenever he attempted to channel his energy, it would spiral chaotically through his meridians. This is truly excruciating. I can scarcely imagine what it will be like under 100-fold gravity, even at 10-fold. I feel as if I am on the brink of collapse. At noon, Wu Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating his Jiuyang energy. The energy in his dantian slowly rotated, sending currents through his meridians. But the pace was significantly slower than before. At this rate, it would take him 3 hours to complete a small cycle. Fortunately, Wu Tian's perseverance allowed him to recognize the benefits of cultivating Jiuyang under gravity. Although his internal strength showed no signs of growth, he might even be regressing. After absorbing the fire energy from the Frying Pan Mountain, his internal power had been sufficient to break through to the 5th level of Jiuyang. Now, however, the energy within him was gradually being purified under the weight of gravity. Currently, his energy was reduced to about 3/4 of its peak, yet the unexpected elevation of his energy purity delighted Wu Tian. Enhancing the purity of one's energy was an exceedingly arduous task. but under the pressure of gravity, it began to extract the most refined spiritual energy. The energy absorbed into his body had already been tempered under tenfold gravity. The more his internal power diminished, the more it signified the refinement of his abilities. The lethality of his energy had geometrically increased. As his energy continued to be purified, Wu Tian noticed a gradual change in its color. Although the transformation was minuscule, he could perceive even the slightest fluctuation in his energy as it had become an integral part of him. Since his last encounter in Shidu, where he had comprehended the skill of energy blasts, Wu Tian's understanding of his energy and physical form had advanced significantly. The comprehension of the energy blast was entirely rooted in his knowledge of his own energy and the unique ability of this world's physical forms to absorb energy. This led to the creation of an entirely new skill that fundamentally altered his previous understanding of energy. Now, his training encompassed not merely the cultivation of meridians but also the intentional infusion of energy into his physical form. Wu Tian was uncertain just how pure his energy could become, yet he understood that the more refined it was, the more advantageous it would be. The increase in energy was far swifter than the growth of his physical form. And every time he unleashed an energy blast, it necessitated a harmonious union of both internal and external energies. His greatest concern was that the growth of his physical form would not keep pace with his internal power. Thus, he diligently returned his internal energy to his body each day, establishing a cycle between his muscles and meridians, allowing the energy to permeate back and forth. This method of training proved to be immensely beneficial, significantly enhancing his capacity to absorb energy. While he still lacked the extraordinary ability possessed by the inhabitants of this world to store energy, it undoubtedly provided him with a shortcut for cultivation. He had effectively merged internal and external practices, achieving a level of synchronized training at this juncture. Wu Tian no longer perceived a distinction between internal and external cultivation. Training internal power now also meant forging his physical form. Though this was merely the beginning and the process was exceedingly complex, after adapting for a while, a natural bridge would form between his meridians and physical body. Consequently, compared to the people of this world, the previous disadvantages of his physical form could very well transform into advantages. The distinction lay in energy storage within the body versus the meridians and dantian. And Wu Tian had a deeper understanding of how to manipulate energy. In his view, no one comprehended energy better than he did. After enduring the trials of tenfold gravity, Wu Tian finally managed to hover in midair, albeit with tremendous energy depletion. He could only sustain this for less than a kilometer before his energy dwindled to nearly nothing. I never anticipated my strength would advance to this extent. Alas, the energy consumption is too overwhelming under such pressure. I eagerly await the moment I break through the 6th level and my energy flows freely. Although it wouldn't be an endless supply of energy, it would be 100 times better than his current state. Continuing his training while journeying, Wu Tian pressed on for another 5 days. Finally nearing the sacred site of Kailada. A day later, he caught sight of the towering spire that pierced the clouds, his pace quickening as he raced toward the Kailada Tower, gazing at the seemingly endless tower. Wu Tian could only feel awe. Considering the height of this tower, one can hardly conceive of anyone, aside from celestial beings, possessing such extraordinary capabilities. Wu Tian sat cross-legged at the base of the tower, preparing to ascend once his internal energy had been sufficiently restored. After 2 hours of cultivation, Wu Tian opened his eyes, a glint of determination shining within them. He gazed up at the pinnacle of the tower and, with a powerful leap, soared effortlessly over 100 meters. Following that, he executed a series of aerial maneuvers, ascending several dozen meters before propelling himself upward again, reaching several hundred meters in altitude. Thus, Wu Tian ascended the tower with remarkable speed, losing count of how high he had flown after countless repetitions. Yet, the summit remained elusive, and he began to sense a depletion of his energy. Goodness, it's truly high, he mused, estimating it to be several dozen miles above ground. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately decided to disable his gravity device. At such heights, a shortage of energy would lead to a perilous fall, potentially sending him plummeting into the abyss, the extent of which would depend on the geological formations below, with the gravity eliminated. He focused his energy, feeling it surge through him like never before. It was the first time in over a month that he had released the gravity, and he felt as if he had become weightless. An unfamiliar sensation. With a powerful push against the tower's edge, he vanished in a flash, ascending at a speed tenfold greater than before. Having exerted himself fully for 2 minutes, he was astonished to find his velocity undiminished. I never expected such a vast difference in speed, he thought. After another vigorous push against the tower's side, he finally caught sight of the summit. His keen eyesight revealed that the top was not particularly large. Appearing only slightly larger than the tower itself, Wu Tian slowed his ascent. After a minute, He reached the apex, where he noticed 4 substantial openings, likely entrances for visitors. True to his nature, Wu Tian did not consider entering through those openings. Instead, he paused just over 10 meters away and executed a technique known as point treading on the clouds, gracefully stepping towards the summit as if invisible stairs floated in the air. Sauntering leisurely, he soon approached the edge of the tower's top. Peering inside, he was met with the incredulous gaze of a plump, white figure, recognizing it as the celestial being of the Kylie Tower. Wu Tian waved and called out, "Hello, Kylie Celestial." As Wu Tian glided slowly towards the celestial being, the latter, astonished to witness Wu Tian's ability to walk in midair, stood speechless, mouth agape. Watching him approach, I in the celestial's understanding, while the ability to levitate existed. Wu Tian's effortless flight seemed to belong only to divine beings, leaving him utterly astonished. Though uncertain of Wu Tian's identity, he perceived him merely as an ordinary mortal, and the sight was indeed extraordinary. Feeling a surge of pride at the Kylie Celestial's astonishment, Wu Tian called out, "Hey, big white guy, are you really the Kylie Celestial?" Startled by Wu Tian's proximity, the Kylie Celestial jumped back a couple of steps, nervously swallowing before replying, "I am indeed the Kylie Celestial, meow." Noticing the Celestial's timid demeanor, Wu Tian's playful spirit ignited. "Are you truly the only celestial being in this world?" Upon hearing this, the Kylie Celestial puffed up with pride, declaring, "Of course, there is no other celestial being in this world besides me." Meow. Wu Tian shook his head. "I don't believe it. You don't seem very impressive. If you claim to be a celestial being, how about we spar? If you win, I might believe you." The Kylie Celestial, hearing this, leaped back several steps, exclaiming, "Meow, don't be reckless. Being a celestial doesn't necessarily mean one must be skilled in combat. I was born here, and besides me, there are no others." Meow. Wu Tian, relieved, remarked, "Oh, so you've been here since birth, making you the celestial being of this place. Does that mean your celestial status holds no real power? Anyone could take your place then?" The Kylie Celestial, displeased, retorted, "Meow, that's not the case at all. I possess innate celestial abilities. I am tasked with overseeing every action on Earth daily, which is not something just anyone can do." Wu Tian's eyes brightened. "Are you saying you have to descend from the tower to patrol?" Meow, certainly not. I can see everything on Earth from here. Come, follow me, the Kylie Celestial replied, pride evident in his tone as he led Wu Tian towards a jar in the corner. Upon lifting the jar's lid, the Kylie Celestial said, "Look here, think of anything you wish to see." Meow. "Is it truly that remarkable?" Wu Tian asked skeptically. He approached the jar, envisioning Bulma, and soon saw her image appear on the water's surface, busy with her tools. "Amazing," Wu Tian exclaimed, then thought of little Goku, and the scene shifted to reveal little Goku swimming in the jar. Observing Wu Tian's astonishment, the Kylie Celestial stroked his whiskers, greatly pleased. Wu Tian turned to the smug Kylie Celestial, dismissively stating, "PSH, you just have that jar, right? If I had one too, I could patrol the Earth as well." Meow. "You don't understand. Without my magic, you wouldn't be able to see anything," the Kylie Celestial replied. Wu Tian felt disappointed, pondering how he might acquire one for himself, only to realize it required a special process. Looking at the Kylie Celestial, Wu Tian asked, "That seems rather underwhelming. Can you teach me?" "That's impossible. It's an innate ability of mine. I can't teach you," the Kylie Celestial said. Suddenly, he produced a green bean from seemingly nowhere, tossing it into the air and munching on it with delight. Wu Tian, intrigued, floated before the Kylie Celestial, feigning ignorance. "What was that you just ate? It looks delicious." He began searching around the Kylie Celestial, exasperated by Wu Tian's greedy behavior. The Kylie Celestial conjured another celestial bean and tossed it to Wu Tian, saying, "Stop searching. Here, have one." Wu Tian's eyes lit up with excitement as he caught the celestial bean, examining it closely. It appeared no different from an ordinary broad bean, and he found it hard to believe such a small item could hold immense power. He placed the celestial bean in his mouth, savoring its subtle fragrance but finding it otherwise unremarkable. As he swallowed it, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, as if he had consumed healing potions, instantly revitalizing him. This truly is a marvelous treasure akin to the Dragon Balls. While it may not enhance my powers, it is undoubtedly a life-saving elixir, perhaps even more effective than the legendary elixirs. It is said that no matter how grievous the injury, as long as one breathes, they will recover completely. Yet, this gluttonous fellow seems unaware of its true value, only using it to satisfy his hunger, a sheer waste. This celestial being is remarkable. My fatigue has vanished entirely. You truly are a celestial being, Wu Tian proclaimed. The Kylie Celestial, feeling pleased, replied, "Meow. This is merely a snack I enjoy to pass the time. It's nothing significant. There is an entire jar full of them. Before the Kylie Celestial could finish, Wu Tian vanished from sight, reappearing with the jar filled with celestial beans that the Kylie Celestial had just mentioned. Excitedly opening the lid, Wu Tian discovered the jar brimming with celestial beans. At that moment, he felt as though his very existence had been secured. Each bean had the potential to save a life. It was as if he had gained thousands more lives, clutching the jar tightly. He anxiously gazed at the Kylie Celestial and inquired, "So, Kylie Celestial, do you still need these celestial beans?" Kylie Shenron paid no heed to Wu Tian, entirely indifferent to the celestial beans. At that moment, Wu Tian resembled a rustic villager, unaccustomed to the ways of the world. "Meow, if you desire them, take them. They are merely a few celestial beans," he remarked. As soon as Kylie Shenron uttered these words, Wu Tian swiftly absorbed an entire jar of celestial beans into his dragon ring. Finally feeling a sense of reassurance upon seeing the beans nestled within. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of ease enveloped Wu Tian, an indescribable lightness washing over him, as if the Jiuyang true qi within him had been purified, initiating a remarkable metamorphosis. Overwhelmed with joy, Wu Tian promptly closed his eyes to explore the changes occurring within him. Observing Wu Tian standing there with a goofy smile, Kylie Shenron found it quite peculiar that he had suddenly fallen silent. Yet he chose not to intrude, instead wandering to the edge of the tower to gaze at the boundless clouds and enjoy the scenery. After a few minutes, Wu Tian concluded his introspection, his delight evident in his expression. His Jiuyang true qi had undergone yet another transformation, now considerably stronger than before, reaching the pinnacle of the 4th level, on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level. Initially, he contemplated seizing the opportunity to ascend to the 5th level. However, upon reflection, he realized that the breakthrough seemed unobstructed, requiring merely sufficient time for confidence to grow. Thus he decided against rushing, suppressing his exhilaration over his elevated state. Wu Tian approached Kylie Shenron. "Kylie Shenron, is that all the celestial beans you possess? Do you have any more?" Kylie Shenron replied, somewhat speechless, "Meow, none left. What you just took is all I've cultivated this year. It's enough to sustain me for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian felt a twinge of disappointment and inquired further. "So, you have a jar of these celestial beans every year?" "Meow, those are my stock from the past few years that I planted only a few seeds and gave the remainder to those in need below." Kylie Shenron explained. Wu Tian, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, "You mean you can cultivate more celestial beans?" Kylie Shenron nodded. "Indeed, but there's no point in growing too many. Meow, could you perhaps spare me a few seeds? I wish to learn to cultivate celestial beans as well," Wu Tian requested eagerly. Kylie Shenron shook his head. That's not possible. These celestial beans can only be grown atop Kylie Tower." Wu Tian had only asked out of curiosity, aware that celestial beans were not easily obtained. Just then, Kylie Shenron, who had been idly grooming his claws, suddenly recalled something and turned to Wu Tian, asking, "By the way, who exactly are you? What brings you to Kylie Tower?" "Oh, my name is Sun Wutian. I merely came to explore. Why are you so anxious? You possess nothing of real value," he responded. With that, Wu Tian retrieved a can of meat he had previously purchased from within his dragon ring, presenting it to Kylie Shenron. Catching sight of the flying can, Kylie Shenron quickly caught it, regarding Wu Tian with a wary expression. "Please don't look at me like that. It's food. Don't be ungrateful." Wu Tian chided, channeling his true qi to cover the can. Moments later, as he popped the lid, a plume of steam escaped, followed by an enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Upon catching the scent, Kylie Shenron's mouth watered profusely. Wu Tian inhaled the fragrance with satisfaction and, extracting a pair of chopsticks from his dragon ring, began to feast. The luxurious canned beef weighed a mere 2 pounds, and within a few bites, Wu Tian polished it off with ease, a trivial amount for him at that moment. After finishing, he noticed Kylie Shenron pondering over the empty can. Wu Tian approached and opened another can, releasing a delightful fish aroma. Upon smelling it, Kylie Shenron meowed excitedly, snatching it from Wu Tian's hands and scampering off to enjoy it alone. As Wu Tian meandered through the tower, he returned to find Kylie Shenron licking the empty can. "Kylie Shenron, it seems you have a fondness for these canned goods. Allow me to gift you some," Wu Tian offered. "Meow meow," Kylie Shenron exclaimed in surprise, speechless with joy. Wu Tian, reaching into his dragon ring, summoned over 1,000 cans. And in an instant, a mountain of assorted flavors appeared before him. For Kylie Shenron, these cans were hardly comparable to the value of a single celestial bean, although they were the finest quality available. Their collective worth could not surpass that of a celestial bean. especially considering Wu Tian had tens of thousands of cans and an abundance of other food items within his dragon ring. Kylie Shenron's eyes widened, utterly captivated by the towering pile of cans, meowing incessantly, his paws fidgeting as he contemplated how to approach them. Wu Tian, amused by Kylie Shenron's antics, opened another can for himself, savoring the exquisite flavors of the delicacies he had purchased in bulk. Finding Kylie Shenron's reaction utterly comical, he patted his shoulder and said, "Kylie Shenron, I have a proposal for you." Kylie Shenron hurriedly wiped his mouth, turning to Wu Tian. Lord Wu Tian, what do you wish to discuss? I would like to ask for your assistance. Could you cultivate a few more celestial beings? The more, the better, that I shall bring you plenty of canned goods each year, Wu Tian proposed. Really? You would truly provide me with so many canned goods? Kylie Shenron asked, eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. Just supply me with celestial beings, however many you can spare, Wu Tian assured him. Kylie Shenron, filled with joy, replied, all right, no problem. Elated by Kylie Shenron's agreement, Wu Tian retrieved several hundred cans from his dragon ring, causing Kylie Shenron to feel faint with disbelief. Unable to withstand Kylie Shenron's obsession with the cans, Wu Tian pulled him up to the second floor. Now, Kylie Shenron, may I inquire about the location of the super divine water? Super divine water. You seek super water? Kylie Shenron asked. Wu Tian nodded. Yes, super divine water, not super holy water. Upon hearing the term super divine water, Kylie Shenron's expression grew grave. How do you know about super divine water? I have only announced the existence of super holy water to the outside world, he inquired, puzzled. Wu Tian rolled his eyes. Please, that super holy water is merely a ruse. Do you think I am unaware? As for how I learned of it, that is inconsequential. I simply need you to guide me to the location of the super divine water. Kylie Shenron scratched his head, gazing intently at Wu Tian. But the super divine water is likely of no use to someone like you. What do you intend to do with it? I am well aware of its significance. It holds great importance for me. Wu Tian replied firmly. Kylie Shenron hesitated. You must understand that while the super divine water can enhance strength, it is exceedingly perilous, almost certainly leading to death. I am aware of that. However, the super divine water is not necessarily for consumption. I have other purposes for it, Wu Tian explained. Upon hearing this, Kylie Shenron felt reassured. Meow. As long as it's not for drinking, I shall guide you there. But please, do not consume the super divine water. Understood. I have already stated it is not for drinking, Wu Tian reassured him. Then follow me. Kylie Shenron beckoned, leading Wu Tian to a secluded corner, pointing at a jar resting on the ground. You need only enter here to reach a maze in the north. Deep within the maze lies the super divine water. However, darkness guards the water, making it a formidable challenge to retrieve. Nonetheless, I believe it should pose no problem for you. Wu Tian observed the jar's opening, approximately a few inches in diameter, and was left speechless. Kylie Shenron, don't you think this opening is too small? How can a person of my size possibly fit through? Do you have a larger jar? Kylie Shenron shook his head. Meow, do not underestimate the size of this opening. It can accommodate much larger objects. Everyone who has come here has entered through this very entrance, many of whom were larger than you. So you need not worry. Wu Tian looked at Kylie Shenron, asking, so, how do I get inside? Simply jump in, as I have instructed, Kylie Shenron replied. Wu Tian took a deep breath, levitating above the jar's opening, and asked Kylie Shenron, do you have any tips or precautions I should be aware of? Kylie, the celestial being, stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, indeed, while the interior harbors peril, it should pose no challenge for you. However, do refrain from consuming that divine water. Wu Tian attempted to descend slowly, but as his feet barely grazed the mouth of the altar, an overwhelming force emerged from within, and before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself plummeting into a frigid expanse of ice and snow. Ah, a teleportation portal, how mundane, he mused. Just as he prepared to move, Kylie's voice echoed above him. My Lord Wu Tian, remember, do not drink that divine water. Once you acquire it, return here, and I shall retrieve you. Wu Tian, disinclined to engage in further conversation, exited the peculiar circle and surveyed his surroundings. He gazed at the ice blocks reflecting like mirrors, marveling at the wonders of nature. How breathtakingly beautiful, albeit somewhat cold, he exclaimed, reaching out to touch a colossal ice block. However, upon contact, his fingers froze instantly, prompting him to channel his energy into his immobilized hand. How perilous! A misstep could lead to a disastrous fall upon this ice. Wu Tian enveloped himself in a protective energy, dispelling the chilling sensation that he pondered whether these ice blocks could be classified as millennium-old ice. If so, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. I should collect a few as treasures for my journey. He thought. As he continued onward, Wu Tian noticed numerous diamond-shaped ice blocks suspended in the air, resembling colossal gemstones. Aware that they contained the essence of ice, he gathered the most pristine specimens into his dragon ring. Not considering their potential utility, he simply found them aesthetically pleasing, and they occupied little space. Goodness, it has been an entire day, and yet, only ice remains. What am I to do here? Just as Wu Tian lamented. A fierce wind suddenly whipped through both sides of the icy path. With a whoosh, a tornado materialized not far in front of him, its roar intensifying as the surrounding ice blocks were shredded. Wu Tian swiftly took to the air, for the tornado's power was formidable enough to obliterate ice as hard as steel. Yet, upon encountering the 9 Sun True Chi emanating from Wu Tian, the tornado vanished without a trace. Furrowing his brow, Wu Tian mused, "Is this how the wind behaves?" The tornado rushed towards him at an alarming speed, leaving him no time to evade. In moments, it engulfed him entirely. Nevertheless, Wu Tian remained remarkably composed, floating in the air as his protective energy continued to circulate. After a few minutes, the tornado expanded, sucking in all nearby ice blocks before curiously advancing towards him. Spotting the incoming ice debris, Wu Tian deftly stepped into the void, vanishing from sight. Hovering high above, he observed the dissipating tornado, which seemed to sense his absence and soon dissolved, leaving behind a cracking ice surface. Moments later, a towering ice creature emerged, standing over 10 meters tall. Woo woo woo, it bellowed, spotting Wu Tian aloft and unleashing a barrage of ice spikes in his direction. Observing their rapid approach, Wu Tian smirked, sidestepping effortlessly in midair. He had no desire to engage in prolonged conflict with the ice creature. Swiftly employing the technique point tread flat cloud to vanish into thin air and descend back onto the icy path. Resuming his journey, Wu Tian recognized that while such a massive ice creature posed no real threat, vanquishing it would be a hassle. After all, in this realm of ice, even pulverizing it would allow for rapid regeneration. Better to simply evade it, he thought, letting the creature search for him in vain. However, Wu Tian soon realized his miscalculation. Though he had escaped the first ice creature, countless others awaited him ahead, even if he evaded one. Another would surely follow, and soon he would be besieged by an unending horde. Frustrated by the ceaseless pursuit, Wu Tian halted. Upon spotting him, the ice creature lunged with a colossal paw, prompting Wu Tian to ascend rapidly. "If you insist on this relentless chase, I shall send you to the abyss," he declared, retrieving the golden staff from his dragon ring. With the elongated staff in hand, he swung it forcefully at the ice creature, resulting in a resounding crack as it was cleaved in two. Undeterred, Wu Tian raised the staff once more, commanding, "Golden staff, transform." The staff morphed into a massive hammer, expanding until its end matched the size of the ice creature. With a mighty swing, he struck down upon its head, and with a thunderous impact, the creature shattered into countless fragments. Wu Tian stowed the staff back into the dragon ring, gazing at the pile of shattered ice. Moments later, as he had anticipated, the fragments began to coalesce once more. Alarmed, he took to the skies, unwilling to remain entangled with this creature any longer. Yet, the more he sought to escape, the more the ice creature pursued him. Within mere minutes, another tornado appeared, and once again, the ice creature emerged. "This is truly relentless," Wu Tian exclaimed, wielding the golden staff once more to mercilessly obliterate the creature. He sprinted several miles, only to find that no matter where he went, the creature always reappeared. "Banana you, is it that as long as there is ice, you will never vanish?" Frustrated by the creature's persistence, Wu Tian contemplated how to rid himself of it. "You seemed quite wary of my 9 Sun True Chi earlier. Allow me to introduce you to my 9 Sun Chi Gong." Wu Tian landed on the ice, spreading his feet apart and opening his palms toward the ground. Gathering energy within, he formed 2 golden orbs of power in his hands. Once he deemed the energy sufficient, he pressed the orbs together, causing them to swell in size. "Behold, ice creature, witness my 9 Sun Chi Gong." Channeling his inner energy, Wu Tian launched the basketball-sized golden orb towards the ice creature. With a deafening explosion, a massive crater formed where the creature had stood, obliterating it entirely, leaving no trace behind. After observing the enormous pit, Wu Tian remained vigilant, wary of any potential resurrection. After a minute of stillness, he concluded that the ice creature had indeed been vanquished. "You dare to challenge me. I shall not let you rise again." After waiting several moments without any sign of the creature's return, Wu Tian resumed his journey, noting that the ice wall had been breached, revealing a large hole. Just a few meters ahead lay a turn. As he passed, he noticed the depth of the gaping cavity, which appeared to lead into darkness. Pleased with his handiwork, Wu Tian felt a sense of pride. "Wait, something feels amiss. Is that a draft coming from the hole?" After walking a few meters, Wu Tian retraced his steps, pausing at the hole as a chill breeze wafted past him. Though he felt no coldness, The fluctuation of energy around him was unmistakable. Could it be that my 9 Sun Qi Gong has penetrated the entire ice mountain? Wu Tian lightly tread upon the icy surface, gliding toward the entrance of the cave. After traversing approximately 10 meters, he sensed a shift in the air. The previous chill of the iceberg had vanished. He had indeed pierced through the ice wall, albeit a mere 20 meters thick. Standing at the threshold of the cave, Wu Tian gazed into the abyss before him. After a moment of acclimatization to the darkness, he discerned what appeared to be an immense cavern, an enclosed space devoid of any light. Through the passage created by the ice wall, he could faintly perceive the surrounding cave walls, channeling his vital energy. Wu Tian ascended slowly. At last, he had escaped the iceberg. Although this new environment was not particularly inviting, a change of scenery was refreshing. Gradually descending, Wu Tian observed the pervasive darkness around him, silence enveloping him as if time itself had come to a standstill, causing a shiver to run down his spine. After half an hour, he distinctly felt a rise in temperature, signaling his approach to the cave's bottom. Just as Wu Tian felt a surge of elation, darkness suddenly engulfed him, rendering him unable to see anything. The protective vital energy surrounding his body seemed to dissipate. Alarmed, he hastily intensified the energy at his surface, and in that moment, visibility returned. Yet, before he could savor the relief, darkness descended once more, the protective energy wavering. In a desperate effort, Wu Tian summoned all of his vital energy to his exterior, transforming himself into a radiant entity, illuminating the surroundings. At last, he comprehended the situation. He observed dark tendrils of gas continuously advancing toward him, only to be engulfed upon nearing his yang energy. It was not that his energy was being devoured, but rather obscured by the encroaching darkness. What on earth is this? Wu Tian descended cautiously, realizing the black mist seemed to pervade the entire space. Could this be the darkness spoken of by the immortal Kylie? It appeared rather unremarkable. Then, he discerned the sound of water. Encouraged by the sound, Wu Tian hastened toward its source. After a minute or so, he finally landed on solid ground, joy surging within him as he recognized he had reached the origin of the water's sound. The surrounding black mist gradually dissipated, restoring the usual darkness. Yet under the illumination of Wu Tian's yang energy, the area appeared remarkably bright. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a small pool not far from him, filled with an unknown liquid. Upon seeing it, Wu Tian was elated and rushed over to examine it closely. The pool measured merely 3 meters in diameter, the liquid within stagnant and lacking any visible source. Suddenly, he noticed ripples forming on the surface of the pool. Alarmed, he stepped back, and with a splashing sound, a stone resembling a human face rose from the center of the pool. Wu Tian, astonished, inquired, "Are you the one who guards the divine water?" The stone figure responded, "Indeed, you seek the super divine water, do you not?" Unfazed, Wu Tian nodded and asked, "Is all the water in this pool super divine water?" The stone figure affirmed, "Indeed, this is all the super divine water that has existed since the birth of this world." Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If all the super divine water since the inception of the world was contained within this modest pool, it must be exceedingly precious. "May I take some of this super divine water?" he inquired. "Certainly," the stone figure replied. With a grin, Wu Tian exclaimed, "Then I shall not be polite." He manifested the dragon ring, and with a thought, it began to absorb the super divine water from the pool. The stone figure showed no reaction. It was only when 2/3 of the pool's water had been absorbed that Wu Tian ceased his efforts. He hesitated to drain the entire pool, pondering how the stone figure might react if he took all of it. After all, it was its domain. 2/3 seemed ample. Content with the super divine water now floating within the dragon ring, Wu Tian felt satisfied with his haul. Noticing the stone figure remained unresponsive, he decided against lingering in such a stifling environment. "Thank you. Next time, I shall treat you to tea," he called out before propelling himself upward, departing for the exit. With a powerful push, Wu Tian soared upward, utilizing the experience gained on his journey down, and within less than 2 hours, he returned to the teleportation point from whence he came. "Kylie, immortal! Kylie, immortal!" he shouted toward the top. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Kylie Tower, the immortal Kylie lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep amidst a sea of empty cans. After a few minutes of silence from above, Wu Tian retrieved the golden staff from the dragon ring. Gripping it with one hand, he commanded, "Golden staff, extend." The staff promptly elongated. 10 minutes passed, and the staff continued to rise. After half an hour, it still ascended. Unconvinced, Wu Tian urged the staff to rise further. An hour later, nearly drowsy atop the staff, he gazed upward, astonished by the seemingly endless height. At this rate, he mused, he could have reached the moon by now. Determined not to waste any more time, Wu Tian called out again, Kylie, immortal, Kylie, immortal. Finally, the immortal Kylie stirred awake, amused by the interruption. Who calls for me? He mumbled, scanning the vicinity before his gaze landed on the scattered cans. Triggering his memory, he hurried to a corner where he spotted Wu Tian reclining beneath a pillar. Your Excellency Wu Tian, you have returned, Kylie exclaimed. Startled, Wu Tian opened his eyes to find a colossal face hovering above him. Goodness, could you not frighten me so? Quickly, pull me up, he implored. Of course, Kylie replied, swiftly placing his staff back into the ground. Your Excellency Wu Tian, grasped my staff to ascend. Wu Tian, seizing the staff presented before him, felt a jolt as he was transported to the Kylie Tower. Surveying his surroundings with disbelief, he gasped, I just flew for hours and did not arrive, yet you pull me up in an instant. Kylie, brimming with pride, retorted, Indeed. As I mentioned, I am an immortal, without my assistance. Even if you were to fly for eternity, you would never reach this height. Wu Tian, momentarily speechless, finally exclaimed, Yet I called for you for so long, and you did not hear me. Kylie, feeling somewhat embarrassed, muttered, my apologies. I was napping. By the way, Your Excellency Wu Tian, have you found the super divine water? Kylie inquired. Of course. Would you like some? I can share, Wu Tian generously offered, retrieving a sphere of super divine water encapsulated in his vital energy, radiating an eerie glow. Upon seeing the water, Kylie instinctively recoiled, having witnessed too many perish due to their desire for the super divine water. No, I do not require that, he hastily declined, valuing his life far too much. Though he was an immortal, his constitution was not guaranteed to be stronger than that of a mortal. Oh, by the way, Kylie, do you possess many Nimbus clouds? Might I have one? Wu Tian boldly requested. However, Kylie replied graciously, Indeed, but not everyone can ride a Nimbus cloud. Only those with a pure heart may do so. From my perspective, it seems unlikely that you would qualify. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian rolled his eyes and scoffed. Humph, you fat one know nothing. I am a person of utmost purity. Hurry and summon your Nimbus cloud. I shall prove it to you. The immortal Kylie, skeptical of Wu Tian's claim, waved his wooden staff towards the tower's exterior. To Wu Tian's astonishment, dozens of yellow Nimbus clouds soared from the distance. He was taken aback, for many of them differed in size from the small one associated with Wukong, some large, others small. The collection of Nimbus clouds clustered together like a dense layer of clouds. And Wu Tian, awestruck by the spectacle, straightened his posture and leaped onto the Nimbus, standing firmly atop it. Kylie, witnessing Wu Tian's ability to balance on the cloud, was greatly astonished. Once steady, Wu Tian looked at Kylie with a sense of pride. See, now you understand how pure and kind-hearted I truly am. There are hardly any like me left in this world. Kylie, disinterested in Wu Tian's self-congratulatory remarks, cleared his throat and said, Very well, Wu Tian, you may choose one from among them. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian blushed and executed a move named Airborne Swallow. Soaring up to the Kylie Tower, he addressed Kylie, saying, well, while I can certainly mount one, my friends are unlikely to share my level of purity. Could you provide me with a Nimbus that has fewer restrictions? Kylie stood in silence, stroking his beard. If you can indeed ride such a Nimbus, then I shall accommodate your request, with another wave of his staff. A black Nimbus cloud swiftly approached him. This black Nimbus can be ridden by anyone. It is yours. Wu Tian's face lit up with joy as he leaped onto the black Nimbus, gradually retracting his energy. Indeed, he did not plummet, and his excitement soared as he called out, Nimbus, let us take flight. The black Nimbus whisked Wu Tian away with a whoosh, vanishing from sight, and his exhilarated shouts echoed in the distance, causing Kylie to breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as Kylie turned away, Wu Tian's voice rang in his ears. He jumped in front of Kylie and asked, Kylie, do you have any other types of Nimbus clouds? This black one represents evil, and it seems inappropriate for someone as pure as I to ride on a cloud of such malevolence. Kylie, rendered speechless, replied, No, that is all. There are only these two types of Nimbus. Wu Tian scratched his head and inquired, Kylie, did you create these Nimbus clouds yourself? Of course. Kylie boasted, only I, Kylie, possess the ability to conjure them. Wu Tian disregarded Kylie's arrogance and asked, So, the color of the Nimbus clouds is indeed your creation? Kylie, even more pleased, affirmed, Yes, indeed. Yellow signifies righteousness, while black represents evil. Wu Tian was taken aback. In his recollection, white was the color that symbolized virtue. Could you create a white Nimbus for me? White neither signifies righteousness nor evil, making it perfectly suitable for me. After some contemplation, Kylie conceded, Very well, wait a moment. He waved his staff, plucking a large white cloud from the sky. Wu Tian gazed at it with envy and added, also, enlarge the Nimbus several times. It should be at least large enough to accommodate 2 people. Kailei, upon hearing this, summoned more clouds from the sky, muttering incantations under his breath. With another wave of his staff, a freshly crafted Nimbus cloud materialized. Wu Tian, envious of Kailei's magical prowess, was thoroughly satisfied with the Nimbus, which was several times larger than the one associated with Wukong. All right, it has been made according to your request. You must be satisfied now. Wu Tian leaped onto the white Nimbus and found it far more comfortable than a bed, reclining upon it comfortably. Ha ha ha. I am exceedingly satisfied. Such purity deserves to ride upon this Nimbus. Ha ha. From now on, this Nimbus shall be called Little White. Turning to Kailei, he expressed gratitude. Thank you. Don't forget to plant more celestial beings for me. Farewell. With that, Wu Tian soared away on the grand Nimbus, vanishing from Kailei Tower. Kailei, relieved that Wu Tian had finally departed, yawned, picked up a can of fish, and reclined on the ground, indulging in a leisurely meal. Wu Tian lay comfortably atop the Nimbus, sporting sunglasses and headphones, relishing the experience. Who else in this world could enjoy such luxury? Currently, Wu Tian was navigating through tenfold gravity, yet the Nimbus completely disregarded it. The convenience of the Nimbus was undeniable. No longer did he have to endure the discomfort of vehicles or airplanes that at several hundred meters in the air. Wu Tian brought the Nimbus to a halt and pondered whether he could utilize it for training at such heights. However, a grave concern loomed. Any sudden movement could lead to reckless consequences. Thus, he needed to verify whether the Nimbus truly remained motionless. Thus, Wu Tian lay there foolishly for 5 hours, testing the Nimbus's stability. Eventually, he decided he could no longer wait idly as he realized the Nimbus had not budged even a fraction. He had initially thought it would drift like ordinary clouds. But to his surprise, this Nimbus was indeed extraordinary. As he gazed at the now darkening sky, the night had enveloped the landscape. Wu Tian piloted the Nimbus towards West City. Half an hour later, he leaped down from above Bulma's house. Wu Tian was quite familiar with the layout of Bulma's residence, entering without encountering a soul, and made his way directly to the top floor. Noticing that Bulma's room was illuminated, he approached and, wishing to surprise her, gently pressed his hand against the door, which opened quietly. Upon entering, he found Bulma lost in thought by the window. Wu Tian glided over and extended his arms to embrace her. Just as he was about to wrap his arms around Bulma, she suddenly turned and exclaimed, "Tian, Brother Tian, you're back." Wu Tian was taken aback, surprised that Bulma possessed the ability to foresee his return. Embracing her, he replied, "Yes, I am back. How have you been?" Bulma replied with a quiver in her voice, "I have been well. I missed you so much. The moment you stepped through the door, I sensed your presence and thought I was imagining things." Wu Tian was momentarily speechless, realizing it was merely his own scent that had given him away. Releasing Bulma, he said, "Bulma, could you prepare something to eat? I'm famished. I haven't had a proper meal in over a month." Upon hearing this, Bulma's heart ached with concern, and she hurriedly summoned the robotic maid to prepare a meal. "I'll go take a shower first. I'm absolutely filthy." 18 noon, the scorching sunlight beat down upon the already bustling West City, intensifying the summer heat. High above, a white cloud basked in the sun's rays, appearing as though it were in a deep slumber, utterly motionless. As the saying goes, happiness invigorates the spirit. At this moment, Wu Tian's inner strength had significantly improved compared to days prior. After acquiring 3 divine artifacts from Kailei, he returned to Bulma's home, where it had rained for 2 consecutive days. Today, however, the skies had cleared, and Wu Tian eagerly ascended to the high altitudes aboard his Nimbus. After a session of internal cultivation, Wu Tian concluded his practice. The scorching sunlight caused a momentary dizziness, yet the weather was perfect for him. The energy in the high altitude was more concentrated and pure than that at ground level. Though such favorable weather was regrettably rare, Wu Tian retrieved the ultra-divine water he had acquired from the ice mountain, observing the liquid that resembled mercury. Initially, he had mistaken it for something else, but after having Bulma tested, he confirmed it was an ultra-high-density energy substance, not liquid metal. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that his efforts had not been in vain. Now, gazing at the ultra-divine water reminiscent of mercury, he felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, he noticed the liquid in the bottle visibly diminishing. "What? It's already lost a third of its volume. Fortunately, I have already separated some. It seems this ultra-divine water is heat-sensitive, evaporating swiftly under the sun's rays. Thankfully, my dragon ring maintains a stable temperature." Wu Tian unscrewed the cap of the miraculous water bottle, furrowing his brow and closing his eyes, tilting his head back as if facing a gallows. and consumed the small vial of extraordinary liquid. As the miraculous water entered his stomach, it felt as effortless as drinking plain water, eliciting little reaction. He merely sensed the liquid swiftly dispersing within him, emanating throughout his entire being. It was as though he could visually perceive the miraculous water flowing into every corner of his body, a sensation so vivid that he was astounded, even during his internal cultivation. He had never experienced such clarity. This miraculous water was indeed remarkable. Just as Wu Tian marveled at this, a simultaneous wave of pain coursed through his entire being. He understood that the miraculous water had begun to take effect and quickly channeled the Jiuyang, true qi, gradually allowing it to circulate. As time progressed, beads of sweat multiplied on his brow. The initial mild discomfort morphed into sharp pain, which ultimately escalated into a cramping agony, as if he were being churned in a meat grinder. Amidst this torment, the true nature of the miraculous water finally erupted, and his stimulated body began to undergo a transformation, filling Wu Tian with sheer terror. His constitution was changing. How could this be? He had a fire attribute constitution. Yet now it was gradually shifting towards a water attribute. How could this happen? Enduring the excruciating pain, Wu Tian struggled to comprehend the magnitude of this transformation. Was the miraculous water truly an embodiment of water energy? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, especially since the miraculous water had originated from icy mountains, making its water nature quite natural. This was a monumental problem. He had never considered such repercussions before. Just as Wu Tian discerned the reversal of his innate attributes, he began to fight back, attempting to utilize the true qi that the pain had obstructed. However, a numbing sensation following the agony instilled a profound dread within him. Moments earlier, while trying to channel his true qi through the pain, he realized that the meridians, which should have instinctively responded, were now imperceptible. It felt as if he had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. How could this happen so quickly? The sensation of his meridians was entirely absent. What had once been fear was now despair. The Jiuyang technique was inherently a yang attribute cultivation method, yet his body had been inverted to a passive water attribute. How could he continue to cultivate? Aside from the Jiuyang technique, he had no knowledge of any yin attribute techniques, and not a single member of his family possessed such knowledge. If his constitution had indeed changed, the Jiuyang technique would be utterly incompatible, leaving him bereft of a means to survive in this world. After several attempts, he remained unable to sense the existence of his meridians. However, deep within his dantian, he could still feel the flow of true qi. As he continued to circulate the true qi, his dantian became increasingly hot and uncomfortable. Wu Tian resolved to maintain his focus on the dantian, persistently circulating the true qi while also striving to channel it into his meridians. Gradually, he discovered that while he could not feel his meridians, they indeed still existed. He had simply been unable to sense them, and thus could not perceive the flow of true qi. After numerous attempts, he finally regained a glimmer of hope and let out a sigh of relief. Thus, the true qi within him continuously flowed from the dantian towards his entire network of meridians. Though there was no clear path, it was the only viable method of salvation at present. After more than 2 hours of effort, the agonizing sensation of ice and fire converging within his dantian began to ease significantly, and the previously disappeared meridians gradually regained sensitivity. Each time true qi coursed through, it intertwined with the cramping pain caused by the miraculous water, creating an excruciating sensation akin to being scalded and subsequently doused with water. Compared to the prior cramping agony, he would have preferred to endure double the previous pain rather than this torment, truly grasping what it meant to be in a state of limbo between life and death. After more than 5 hours of desperate resistance, Wu Tian's Jiuyang true qi finally gained the upper hand, completely reversing the situation, forcibly restoring his bodily attributes altered by the miraculous water. Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief, sensing the meridians within him and feeling as if he had regained control over his entire world. However, the true test was only just beginning. He felt as if he were being roasted to a perfect medium, with heat radiating from him and moisture evaporating rapidly. Yet, he dared not relax, enduring the discomfort while forcing the Jiuyang true qi to circulate. Wu Tian occasionally emitted horrific cries, trying desperately to suppress his voice. Yet, the intersection of pain in his meridians and body resonated through every cell, producing sounds beyond his control, a primal scream of his corporeal essence. As time wore on, those horrific cries transformed into intermittent groans. After over an hour, the cramping and discomfort diminished significantly, and the rewards of his efforts were immense. That a peculiar connection had formed between his meridians and flesh. with just a slight prompting of the true qi in his dantian. It would autonomously flow into his body and then return to the meridians and dantian. It was a symbiotic relationship, and if this continued without major mishaps, the distinction between meridians and flesh would ultimately blur. Wu Tuan sat up, sensing the changes in his body, realizing that every muscle continued to writhe. Though the previous heart-wrenching pain had subsided, an indescribable discomfort lingered as the true qi infiltrated his spasming muscles, seemingly cleansing every cell within. As the true qi gradually permeated, the discomfort lessened bit by bit. Wu Tian observed that the rate of true qi infiltration was painfully slow and wished to guide it. However, recalling that the true qi operated autonomously, he feared disrupting its transformative process. After 3 hours, the true qi within him finally ceased its movement. Wu Tian promptly channeled the true qi, and as he initiated it through the first meridian, he was astonished to find that the true qi directly penetrated his flesh to reach the meridian, surpassing his expectations. Wu Tian nearly gasped in surprise. Previously, he would have had to circulate the true qi through the meridians before slowly permeating the flesh. Now, it directly traversed the flesh to reach the meridians. How could this not excite him? This saved him more than half the time. Now, the strength of Wu Tian's flesh and meridians had achieved a perfect harmony. In his prior cultivation, he had to consider the strength of his flesh during the infiltration process. Now, the flesh and meridians had become completely synchronized. Although the enhancement of his physical body was not as formidable as he had imagined, it brought him immense joy. The current state of his physique was utterly transformed compared to before. Could this be the sensation of perfect synchronization? It felt as though, with even a trace of true qi, he could unleash boundless strength. As Wu Tian reveled in the exquisite sensation of true qi flowing through his meridians and flesh, he unknowingly entered a profound state of enlightenment. Instinctively, he began to channel the 5th level of the Jiuyang technique, but encountered no barriers. Thus, he effortlessly entered the 5th realm of the Jiuyang technique. Blazing sun illuminates. Wu Tian did not pause after his breakthrough. The Jiuyang true qi within him continued to circulate incessantly, and he merely followed the sensation to guide the true qi. Unbeknownst to him, his true qi was being purified, becoming far more refined than at the moment of his breakthrough. 2 hours later, awakening from that profound sensation, he expelled a great breath of turbid air, striking the atmosphere as if attempting to ignite it, producing a crackling sound. Wu Tian felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, sensing every subtle change within his body, and let out a wild howl towards the sky. Having reached the 5th level of the Jiuyang technique, all previous exhaustion was replenished, and the fatigue vanished without a trace. I've reached the 5th level. What an arduous journey it has been. Wu Tian lay on his cloud, gazing at the crescent moon before him. That a sudden thought struck him as he rose to his feet, spreading his arms wide. With a surge of true qi, a golden energy orb, the size of a basketball, materialized in his palms, radiating brilliance. Merging his hands, he lifted the orb, recognizing the volatile energy within and its immense destructive potential. Wu Tian glanced at the moon and decided to unleash a more formidable attack. With fervor, he channeled the true qi within him. A minute later, observing the energy orb now the size of a basket, he felt a thrill of trepidation. With a firm thrust of his palms, he propelled the energy orb towards the moon in outer space. As the Jiuyang technique unleashed its force, Wu Tian channeled every ounce of true qi in a single, powerful surge, making the energy orb appear as though it trailed a long, luminous tail. The Nimbus, propelled by a tremendous force, plummeted from several thousand meters high directly to the ground. Goten, riding the Nimbus, swiftly soared back to the original location, observing the energy blast that ascended like a rocket. He anticipated its trajectory towards the moon. However, shortly after breaching the atmosphere, the diminutive energy sphere vanished from sight, leaving him uncertain whether it had disappeared entirely or simply become too minuscule to perceive. After waiting foolishly for about 10 minutes without any sign from the moon, Goten felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The pinnacle of Goten's joy today lay in the seamless integration of his physical form with his meridians. Even the 5th level of the Ninyong art had not stirred such exhilaration within him. This newfound harmony had accelerated his training speed significantly. Stepping down from the Nimbus, Goten descended through the air, akin to traversing a staircase, gradually making his way towards Bulma's residence. He harnessed the Ninyong energy to envelop himself in a protective aura, radiating a golden glow, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to Earth. Should any onlookers catch sight of him, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless by his striking appearance. With heavy footsteps, Goten approached Bulma's room. Upon opening the door, he found it empty. After searching for a while, he discovered Bulma in her laboratory on the 3rd floor, diligently working on an aircraft with various mechanical tools. As he observed her, Bulma, wearing a cap, appeared particularly petite and endearing. Goten, you're back. Wow, it's already late at night. I'm so hungry. Goten felt speechless. Bulma truly seemed to embody the essence of a workaholic. He walked over and gently brushed her hair aside, saying, "You haven't been working all day, have you?" "Yes, it's all my father's fault. He asked me to modify this airplane while he took on someone else's job. It's infuriating." Goten recalled the small spaceship of Monkey King hidden in the mountains behind his home, wondering if it had succumbed to rust after all this time. "Bulma, can you currently create a spaceship?" he inquired. Bulma frowned, uncertain that it should be impossible. "Given our current technology, it will take some time, and we haven't been researching that area. I have no idea if anyone could make a spaceship." Reflecting on Bulma's words, Goten considered the scientific progress in their vicinity, speculating that the next step should indeed be towards space exploration. Well, he scratched his forehead and continued. "If I were to provide you with a spaceship for research, would you be able to create one?" Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Considering my present skill level, while it may not be likely, with some time dedicated to research, I should be able to manage. Then, if I find a spaceship for you to study, would you want it?" Bulma looked at Goten with astonishment, questioning, "Goten, what do you mean? Do you have a spaceship?" Goten nodded. "Yes, I'm aware of one, but I'm unsure if it can be repaired since it's been broken for over a decade." Bulma's excitement was palpable. "Wow, really? It doesn't matter. As long as it hasn't completely decayed, there's a chance for research." Pondering, she added, "It's strange. Who could have made a spaceship? I know nothing about spaceships at all." "Well, the spaceship I discovered wasn't made by people from Earth," Goten clarified. Bulma paused, astonished. "What do you mean it wasn't made by Earthlings? Are you saying it's an alien spaceship?" Goten affirmed with a nod that moment. Bulma was left speechless with surprise. Goten continued, "I witnessed that spaceship land over a decade ago. It actually belongs to Monkey King." Bulma, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean it belongs to Monkey King? What are you talking about?" Goten, "To clarify, Monkey King isn't from Earth. He arrived here aboard that spaceship. Monkey King is an alien." "Indeed, he is, although he himself is unaware of it. Please, do not mention this to him." Bulma exhaled, realizing the weight of this secret. "No wonder Monkey King has a tail. It turns out he's an alien." "But this alien looks just like a human." Goten chuckled. "Yes, aliens can resemble humans as well. The spaceship is located in the mountains behind my house." Bulma, bursting with excitement, clutched Goten's arm. "Goten, shall we go find that spaceship tomorrow?" Goten smiled and agreed. "Tomorrow? Then it's not like I have anything urgent to attend to, so I'll take you to find it." Bulma, thrilled by his consent, exclaimed, "You're the best. Goten, let's set off tomorrow." After speaking, she excitedly planted a kiss on Goten's cheek. Goten, seizing the moment, brought her close and kissed her on the lips fervently. "All right, now we must eat. I'm absolutely famished." Bulma stood frozen, taken aback by Goten's unexpected boldness, her heart racing with exhilaration. The following morning, Bulma woke Goten from his slumber. "Goten, what are you doing? What time is it?" Pinching his nose, Bulma urged, "Goten, wake up. Didn't you promise to take me to find the spaceship? We need to hurry. It will take us half the day to get to your house." Goten, feeling exasperated, replied, "There's no rush. We'll get there soon enough. Just let me sleep a little longer." After several minutes of coaxing from Bulma, he finally got up. Watching her pull out a flying capsule filled him with pride. "Come on, Goten, get on," Bulma called from the aircraft. Goten chuckled, shaking his head as he whistled into the air. Soon, the white Nimbus appeared before him. He leaped onto the Nimbus and soared to Bulma, boasting, Look at me on my Nimbus. I'd rather not ride your clunky aircraft." Bulma pouted in silence, and Goten couldn't help but laugh as he pulled her out of the aircraft. Goten, I can't. I can ride the Nimbus too." I told you. How could a cute and kind girl like me not manage it?" Goten, not wishing to deflate her enthusiasm, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Well, Bulma, this Nimbus isn't like Monkey King's. Mine can be ridden by anyone, regardless of their character. As they reclined on the Nimbus, Bulma asked, "Goten, could you make me a Nimbus as well?" Goten readily agreed. "Of course. When the time comes, I'll ask Master Kairi to provide you with a black Nimbus." "Really?" Bulma exclaimed with excitement. They leisurely rode the Nimbus toward Goten's home, which they reached 2 hours later. "Wow, it's been months. We're back," Goten remarked, his heart fluttering at the sight of the dusty house. However, he felt no desire to linger, guiding Bulma toward the mountains behind his home. Bulma clung tightly to Goten's waist, squealing with delight. Upon landing, Goten pointed to a small hill. It's over there. Let's go. Bulma squinted at the hill, which was merely a patch of wild grass. Where's the spaceship? Yet, trusting Goten, she followed him. As they neared the hilltop, Goten raised his right hand, releasing a Ninyong energy blast that soared toward the hill. With a resounding thud, the entire hill collapsed inward. Goten, witnessing the aftermath, couldn't help but grimace. He had intended to create a small entrance. But either his blast was too powerful, or the hill was too fragile, resulting in a complete collapse, burying the hidden spaceship beneath the ground. Seeing Bulma's confusion, Goten decided to act as if nothing had occurred. He gestured for her to stop and walked ahead, revealing his dragon ring. His consciousness penetrated the earth, and with a thought, the spaceship that had been concealed for over a decade materialized within his dragon ring. Returning to Bulma, he produced the spaceship he had just retrieved from the depths of the earth. Upon examining the spacecraft, one could hardly believe that after lying dormant for over a decade, it bore no signs of rust whatsoever. Wow, is this truly a spacecraft? But it seems so small. I was perplexed as well. However, it appeared to be intended for a single occupant. Bulma gently caressed the spacecraft. She exclaimed, Tiyunzong, this is indeed a spacecraft, but it seems to be damaged. She rummaged through her bag for tools, ready to dissect the spacecraft. Yet she couldn't ascertain what was amiss. Goten, exasperated, interjected, Bulma, perhaps we should prioritize bringing the spacecraft back first. You make a valid point. All right, Tiyunzong, please stow the spacecraft away, she replied. After Goten had stored the spacecraft, he turned to Bulma and inquired, Now, should I prepare a Nimbus cloud for you, or shall we head to your home first? After a moment's contemplation, Bulma responded, Considering your Nimbus cloud is so swift, let us proceed directly to By the way. Tiyunzong, where does that Nimbus cloud originate? And who is Shenron? Goten explained. Shenron is the sage residing atop Kailai Tower. He is the one who created the Nimbus cloud, and the one that little Goku possesses was also made for Master Roshi by him. I see. But what a peculiar name Shenron is. Bulma remarked. If I had known, I would have gone to Kailai Tower first. Now we must backtrack, adding several thousand kilometers to our journey. Goten sighed, slapping his forehead. Bulma took hold of Goten's hand, reassuring him, It's all right. Your Nimbus cloud is incredibly fast. We'll arrive in no time. True, let us consider this a pleasant excursion, Goten agreed. Tiyunzong, why is your Nimbus cloud so vastly different from little Goku's? I recall as being just a tiny speck, Bulma observed. Goten, filled with pride, replied, I had that sage make mine larger. It's much more comfortable and can even serve as a bed. Indeed, this Nimbus cloud is far more comfortable than a conventional bed. Bulma concurred. An hour later, upon gazing at Kailai Tower, Bulma exclaimed, Tiyunzong, that tower is immense. Did you really climb up there? Of course, ascending that tower is trivial for me, Goten replied confidently. Tiyunzong, I'm feeling a bit breathless. This height is quite overwhelming. Noticing Bulma's discomfort, Goten wondered aloud. Really? I don't feel anything at all. After some thought, he surmised that his training as a martial artist rendered him impervious to such sensations. We'll arrive shortly. Just hang in there. Goten cradled Bulma as he soared into the tower, yet he found no sign of Shenron. Bulma, gazing at the towering edifice, felt a pang of anxiety. Tiyunzong, this place is astonishingly high. It's you, Goten. How did you return so swiftly? Shenron called from the second floor. Goten recognized the sage's disheveled appearance, indicating he had just awakened. Greetings. Shenron. It's good to see you again. I have business to discuss, he said. Bulma approached, marveling. What a large white cat. So adorable. Shenron blushed at her compliment, momentarily at a loss for words. Goten introduced. This is Shenron, though he appears as a mere cat. He possesses remarkable abilities. Do not underestimate him. Shenron, flattered, retorted, You shouldn't be so rude. I am, after all, a sage. Goten, placing an arm around Shenron's shoulders, asked, Could you craft another Nimbus cloud for me, but you already possess one? Don't you? Shenron replied. Goten scratched his head. Well, that's not for me. It's for her. You have plenty of Nimbus clouds. Could you make one identical to mine for her? Please. Shenron hesitated. Normally, that wouldn't be permissible, but for your sake, I shall oblige. Goten beamed. I knew you'd come through for me. Let us get on with it. Tiangu, come quickly. I see my parents, and little Goku too. Bulma called from the altar, appearing completely unfazed by the Nimbus cloud situation. Hurry over. Your Nimbus cloud will be ready shortly, Goten urged. Bulma, filled with excitement, sprinted over to watch Shenron muttering to himself. Soon, another pristine Nimbus cloud was born. Is this truly my Nimbus cloud? Bulma marveled. Goten, observing her fascination with the cloud, approached Shenron, asking, is the pinnacle of this tower a passage to the realm of the gods? Shenron appeared taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. How did you come to know that? Goten, unable to provide a clear explanation, rubbed the back of his head. I read about it in a book. It has said that the top of Kyle Tower leads to the realm of the gods. Shenron stroked his beard. Indeed, the summit of Kyle Tower does lead to the realm of the gods. But how could anyone be aware of such a place? It is quite peculiar. You seem to know everything. Goten, brimming with pride, declared, of course, my knowledge of this world far exceeds your imagination. It is beyond your comprehension. Shenron dismissed Goten's bravado, choosing to ignore him. Goten brandished the golden staff from his dragon ring, waving it before Shenron. Then I shall venture to this so-called heavenly palace. Shenron paid no heed to the staff. Cautioning, the heavenly palace isn't a place one can simply visit. It is exceedingly perilous. Accessing the realm of the gods requires a key. Otherwise, it is unattainable. Goten waved the staff again. Are you referring to the Rui Bang? Look at my golden staff. It can stretch. As Goten demonstrated the staff's ability to elongate, Shenron's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you acquire such a staff? It's simply unfathomable. Goten, reveling in the moment, proclaimed, my golden staff surpasses the Rui Bang by leagues. It can not only extend but also enlarge. Shenron was utterly astonished as he witnessed the staff grow before his eyes. Goten's extraordinary capabilities and peculiar possessions were truly beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. Shenron, do you think I can ascend now? Goten asked, brimming with confidence. Shenron, appearing puzzled, queried. Goten, what do you intend to do in the realm of the gods? Is there something there that you desire? Goten, feeling speechless, thought to himself how fertile Shenron's imagination was. Please refrain from conjecturing. I merely wish to witness the realm of the gods. There is nothing there that holds my interest compared to what is tangible here. Bulma, you should return home. I have matters to attend to, he instructed. Bulma, reluctant, protested, Tiangu, cannot wait for you here. Goten shook his head. It's best you go back. I cannot predict how long I will be here. And I have other places to train. Bulma, previously elated, now wore a glum expression upon hearing Goten's words. Tiangu, why must you continue training? You're already incredibly powerful. What more could you gain from daily practice? Goten, sensing her discontent, gently placed his hands on her shoulders to explain. Bulma, listen closely. There are countless individuals stronger than I am. Each of them could crush me as easily as one would an ant. And they are not friendly. A great calamity is looming over Earth, so I must diligently enhance my strength. Bulma, perplexed, questioned, is that truly possible? Are there really beings stronger than you? Bulma, trust me. You've seen little Goku's spacecraft. Those powerful beings hail from the cosmos. Thus, my time spent with you may become scarce, Goten reassured her. Upon recalling little Goku's spacecraft, Bulma felt a twinge of belief, furrowing her brow as she inquired. Tiangu, are you referring to little Goku? Certainly not. Huh. He is the kindest of them all. You will understand in time. For now, I need you to support me. All right? Bulma nodded. Then, Tiangu, when will you return to see me? After contemplating for a moment, Wu Tian turned to Bulma and inquired, how much longer until the World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma replied, there are still 6 months left. Are you planning to participate in the tournament? Wu Tian shook his head, saying, no, little Goku will be the one to compete. I will come to find you all then. Bulma nodded and said, make sure you come, okay? I'll be waiting for you at the tournament. Yes, Wu Tian said, planting a kiss on Bulma's cheek. I will go. You should head back now. Watching Bulma's departing figure filled Wu Tian with a tinge of reluctance. Regaining his composure, he addressed Master Kaylee. All right, Master Kaylee, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Lord Wu Tian, Master Kaylee responded. Wu Tian halted in his tracks, looking back at him. Lord Wu Tian, it is imperative that I inform you. To reach the celestial realm, you must pass through the thunderstorm zone's trial, which is exceedingly perilous. Wu Tian nodded, unperturbed, as he had never feared such thunder and lightning. They posed little threat to him. Master Kaylee continued. However, it is not a certainty. If you're fortunate, the thunderstorms may not manifest. Wu Tian shot a glance at Master Kaylee, declaring, "All right, I'm heading up now to no more idle chatter." Master Kaylee called out as Wu Tian began to ascend. "Lord Wu Tian, wait. I have something to give you." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian swiftly turned back, reappearing before Master Kaylee. "What is it that you wish to give me?" Master Kaylee produced a small bell, offering it to Wu Tian. "Take this bell with you. I shall serve as your guide. And only with it can you meet the celestial deity. Without this bell, you will never encounter the deity." Wu Tian, upon hearing Master Kaylee's words, replied with exasperation, "Humph, I thought you had some treasure for me. Just this broken bell? You should keep it for yourself. If the celestial deity refuses to meet me, I shall force him to appear. Nevertheless, thank you. Farewell." With that, Wu Tian vanished from sight, appearing at the pinnacle of the Kaylee Tower. Master Kaylee, upon hearing Wu Tian's dismissal, grew anxious, exclaiming, "You cannot be disrespectful to the celestial deity." At the very center of the tower's summit, Wu Tian discovered a small opening, merely a few centimeters in diameter. He retrieved the golden staff from his dragon ring. Its size was evidently larger than the opening, given that it was not the original fit. Placing the golden staff at the opening, he commanded, "Golden staff, shrink." The staff complied with his will, diminishing to match the size of the opening. Wu Tian then leapt atop the staff, commanding, "Golden staff, extend," initially believing that the celestial realm, no matter how lofty, could not be excessively high. Wu Tian found himself lying on the golden staff for over 5 hours. Goodness, the path to the celestial realm likely adheres to spatial laws. Otherwise, I might have reached the moon by now. Just as Wu Tian pondered this, he suddenly heard a cacophony of thunder, its crackling sound foreboding. That sounds quite terrifying. This must be the thunderstorms Master Kaylee spoke of. Wu Tian quickly summoned his inner energy to shield himself, and after several minutes, he beheld an expansive network of lightning. It was truly a breathtaking spectacle. He slowed his ascent, extending a hand towards the lightning. Upon contact with his energy, the lightning instinctively veered away, leaving a tingling sensation in its wake, much to Wu Tian's delight. These thunderstorms are indeed not as formidable as I imagined. Wu Tian swiftly ascended, the surrounding lightning circumventing his body. Though he felt a slight tingling all over, he soon adapted to it. After half an hour traversing the thunderstorm zone, the celestial palace finally came into view, suspended in midair. Observing the palace, which was merely a few hundred meters in diameter, Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words. Is this truly the celestial palace? My goodness, it appears rather shabby, utterly unworthy of its divine title. Wu Tian stored the golden staff in his dragon ring and leisurely approached the celestial palace. Indeed, it was a step above where the immortals resided. Suspended in the air, though somewhat modest, it was certainly superior to Master Kaylee's abode. With a gentle push, Wu Tian instantly materialized at the center of the celestial palace. The environment is quite pleasant, adorned with flowers and grass. He sensed 2 relatively powerful auras, and as he gazed towards the main hall, he noticed the doors were ajar. Just as he was about to step inside, a voice halted him. "Who are you? How did you come to be in the celestial palace?" Wu Tian turned to see a plump black man standing before him, dressed in an attire reminiscent of an Indian. Wu Tian swiftly sidestepped to stand before the man, inquiring, "And who might you be? Do you reside in this celestial palace?" The man, taken aback by Wu Tian's speed, replied, "I am Bobo, a servant of the celestial palace. What brings you to the celestial realm?" Wu Tian scrutinized this person, who appeared to be a teacher of Sun Wukong, yet found no discernible prowess. "I am Sun Wutian, that I merely wish to visit the celestial realm and see what the celestial deity looks like." Bobo nodded. "Oh, now that you've seen it, you should be on your way. The celestial palace is not a place one can enter so casually." Wu Tian disregarded Bobo's words, laughing. "What nonsense. I've come all this way to this desolate celestial palace. Even if I were to leave, I should at least meet the celestial deity. Furthermore, you must show me around the palace. Otherwise, my visit would be in vain." Bobo pressed further, asking, "Do you have a bell?" "No, why would I need a bell? You cannot meet the celestial deity without a bell, so you should return." Wu Tian chuckled. "Do you truly believe your celestial deity is that intimidating? Meeting him won't be fatal. Besides, you haven't even reported my arrival to the deity." Just as Wu Tian finished speaking, a voice resonated from within the main hall. "Leave at once. I shall not meet with you." Wu Tian's interest was piqued, and he retorted, "Oh, so you've summoned me, have you?" He then boldly walked towards the main hall. Bobo, alarmed at Wu Tian's audacity, rushed forward to block him. Wu Tian deftly dodged, while Bobo pursued him with determination. Wu Tian, astonished by Bobo's speed, realized he was almost matching his own velocity under 10 times gravity. Wu Tian halted. Observing Bobo's approach, he gathered energy in his right palm and struck forward. Bang! Bobo was sent crashing to the ground. Though Bobo possessed commendable speed, his combat skills were woefully inadequate. Wu Tian contemplated for a moment, standing firm, and grinned wickedly towards the main hall. Very well. I shan't intrude if your celestial deity is as formidable as you claim. Then I shall force him to come out. With a slight step, he gathered energy throughout his body, and a sphere of energy, the size of a basketball, materialized in his right hand. To whatever celestial deity resides here, I grant you 1 minute to appear before me. If not, I shall obliterate this so-called celestial palace. Bobo, upon hearing this, was struck with panic as he gazed at the terrifying energy sphere that he rushed towards Wu Tian. Pleading, Lord Wu Tian, you cannot do this. Such actions will destroy the celestial realm. Wu Tian coldly replied, the decision rests entirely with your so-called celestial deity. If he dares to put on airs in my presence, then he must bear the consequences. Moments later, a green-skinned humanoid creature emerged from the celestial palace, donned in a robe inscribed with the character for deity, wielding a wooden staff. Seeing this Namekian's appearance, Wu Tian couldn't help but smirk. Ah, so you finally decided to show yourself. Quite the grand entrance, I must say. However, your status as a celestial deity is rather embarrassing. Why adorn yourself with the character deity on your chest? Are you afraid others might not recognize your divine status? The celestial deity remained unperturbed, gazing at Wu Tian. Who are you, and why have you come to disrupt the celestial palace? My identity is of little consequence. I merely sought to see what the celestial palace is like. And now that I have, I must say it is quite underwhelming. Apart from its lofty position, it is utterly devoid of merit. Upon hearing Wu Tian's remarks, the expression of the celestial deity turned rather sour. Nevertheless, Wu Tian paid no heed to the deity's countenance and continued. Moreover, this so-called god of earth is rather lackluster. Wouldn't you agree? I doubt you could withstand even a few of my moves. Which is truly disappointing. Sigh. The celestial deity, ignoring Wu Tian's provocations, inquired, what is your purpose for visiting the celestial hall? Wu Tian, growing impatient, retorted, must you prattle on so? I've already stated that I merely wish to tour this celestial hall. Do you expect me to perform a Ninyong technique for you? Besides, what could possibly interest me in this desolate place? With a sudden shift in demeanor, Wu Tian added, however, I have changed my mind. You have just offended me, so brace yourself for my wrath. The celestial deity, perplexed, pondered for a while, unable to discern how he had offended Wu Tian in a flash. Wu Tian appeared before the deity and struck at his abdomen. The deity, not one to be caught off guard, swiftly dodged Wu Tian's attack and positioned himself defensively, aware that a confrontation was inevitable. The celestial deity was astonished by Wu Tian's formidable prowess, realizing he had narrowly avoided a direct hit. Had he not evaded with all his might, the consequences would have been dire. Thus his expression grew grave. Heh, you celestial being possess some skill after all. Let us continue. Wu Tian maintained his prior speed and strength, unleashing a barrage of punches and strikes upon the celestial deity without restraint. Yet, the deity deftly evaded each of Wu Tian's assaults. After exchanging around 20 blows, Wu Tian could no longer contain himself. That you're not too shabby. But prepare to receive my final move. The somewhat breathless celestial deity, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, quickly gathered his focus, his eyes fixed on Wu Tian, awaiting the next onslaught. Wu Tian, still maintaining the same pace, appeared leisurely, which led the celestial deity to believe that Wu Tian's strength was limited, causing him to relax his taut nerves. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, an overwhelming force surged toward him, striking with unexpected ferocity, leaving him with no option to evade. Solar Split Dual Radiance. Wu Tian unleashed the second form of the Solar Split technique, and as he executed the move, a tenth of his inner energy was expended. Although the Solar Split was immensely powerful, it consumed considerable internal energy. The celestial deity was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. Seeing this, Bobo hurried over, murmuring incantations, and soon the deity's injuries began to heal. The celestial deity rose, his expression grave. He had been utterly unprepared for the sheer force of Wu Tian's strike, feeling as though he had been struck by an unstoppable force, leaving him shaken. Wu Tian, satisfied with the outcome, approached the celestial deity and remarked, "My apologies. I miscalculated my strength that I intended merely to engage in friendly sparring, but it has been so long since I last fought that I lost control. Truly sorry for that. The two, however, remained guarded. Eyeing Wu Tian with suspicion. Enough with those expressions. I assure you I am a good person. I shall not trouble you further. Mr. Bobo, please show me around the Celestial Hall. Wu Tian stepped closer to Bobo, who was clearly reluctant and remained silent. Very well. It seems I must create a scene to gain your cooperation. In an instant, Wu Tian conjured an energy orb similar to the one before. Bobo, upon seeing this, quickly exclaimed, all right, Lord Wu Tian, I shall take you on a tour at once. Now that's more like it. Why force someone into reluctance? Such behavior is rather unbecoming. Wu Tian followed Bobo as they entered the main hall, observing the surroundings. Bobo guided Wu Tian through the hall, revealing its fascinating wonders, including the time room and the time passage, which were truly remarkable. However, after exploring the Celestial Hall, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Finding nothing of interest, he had no desire to linger in such a desolate place. His greatest achievement of the day was defeating the so-called deity. Although the celestial deity's strength was lacking, the victory brought him immense satisfaction. After bidding farewell to Bobo, Wu Tian leapt down from the Celestial Hall. Both the celestial deity and Bobo sighed in relief, fearing that Wu Tian might demolish the hall if he were to be displeased. A few minutes later, Wu Tian spotted the Kailida, having encountered no further disturbances from the Thunder Zone, which had become rather mundane. After all, these two locations were the highest ranked in all of Earth, and it was only natural for them to be peculiar. Upon landing in Kailida, Wu Tian discovered that the Kylie Immortal was once again asleep. This glutton is nearing the point of resembling a pig, Wu Tian mused, squatting down before the Kylie Immortal and gently patting his belly. Meow. Wu Tian initially intended to awaken the Kylie Immortal, but upon seeing the blissful expression on his face, he increased the force of his pats until they resounded. Each time he struck, the Kylie Immortal would emit a meow. Wu Tian could no longer contain his laughter, erupting in guffaws, finally disturbed from his slumber by Wu Tian's laughter. The Kylie Immortal groaned. Meow meow. Ha. Kylie Immortal, it's raining. Time to wake up and bring in the laundry that you've been sleeping all day. The Kylie Immortal awkwardly stood, turning his back to Wu Tian and wiping his mouth repeatedly. Lord Wu Tian, how did you return from the celestial realm so quickly? I told you that only with the bell could you meet the celestial deity, yet you refused. Wu Tian waved dismissively at the Kylie Immortal, saying, spare me your bell. It's utterly useless. The celestial deity came to see me out of fear, and the hall was far too small and dull, so I left. I'd rather be here. Albeit smaller, it's much more comfortable. Meow meow. You frightened the celestial deity, which is quite unreasonable. Puffed. Had I not found the celestial hall so shabby, I would have driven the deity away myself. The Kylie Immortal gazed at Wu Tian in disbelief, at a loss for words, recognizing that he could not view him through the lens of an immortal. Wu Tian glanced at the sky, noting that night had fallen. All right, I plan to stay here tonight. Ugh, I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving. Wu Tian summoned the Nimbus cloud to the Kailida, now treating it as his portable bed. The Kylie Immortal completely ignored Wu Tian's presence, lying down once more to sleep. Kylie Immortal, you seem to have gained some weight. Wu Tian chuckled. 17 times. Ah, now let us see how 20 times feels. Wu Tian pressed down on the gravity device 3 times. Humph. Just as he pressed the confirmation button, Wu Tian collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, what the? His body trembled as he struggled to rise, hastily channeling his true energy. However, the gravity exceeded his limits, forcing his energy back to his dantian with a heavy thud. Puffed. A mouthful of blood erupted from Wu Tian's lips, prompting him to quickly consume a magical bean from his dragon ring. That was close. Thank goodness for these magical beans. Wu Tian did not relieve or reduce the gravity. He continued to endure the 20-fold pressure point 20 times. 20 times. Gasping, Wu Tian pressed onward toward the southernmost point of Earth, simultaneously training as he traveled. It had been 3 months since he began his journey southward, and he had recently fully adapted to the 10-fold gravity. Now, with great strides, he had leaped to 20-fold gravity. Though this 20-fold pressure seemed astonishing, he knew that if little Wukong attempted to withstand it, he would likely be utterly defeated. After all, the difference in physical constitution was significant. To surpass a Saiyan of equal rank, one must exert several times more effort. A month later, Wu Tian gazed out at the vast ocean, unsure how to proceed. Goodness, This sea stretches over 1,000 kilometers. With this 20-fold gravity, one misstep, and I could be buried beneath the waves. Wu Tian exhaled deeply and braced himself. With a powerful push of his legs, he vanished in a swift motion, appearing on the surface of the sea where he deftly employed his lightness skill, rapidly advancing southward. Half an hour later, with a resounding splash, Wu Tian, having exhausted all his inner energy, plunged into the ocean. The 20-fold gravity pressed him down to several thousand meters beneath the surface, and it took him over 10 minutes to resurface. Gasping for breath, Wu Tian once again swam towards the south. His speed significantly diminished compared to his earlier sprint on the water's surface. Thus, after depleting his true energy while traversing the sea, he fell back into the water, continuing his journey. Once all his energy was spent, he consumed a magical bean, replenished himself, and pressed on, eventually leaping onto the Nimbus cloud at night for a sound sleep. Through this cycle of relentless travel, Wu Tian spent a month completing the maritime journey, followed by another month reaching the fabled venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament, Papaya Island. It must be said that although the months of training were arduous, the gains were monumental. Wu Tian's physical strength and the potency of his meridians had significantly increased, equating to the results of a year's worth of training previously. Uncertain of how much time remained until the grand tournament, Wu Tian diligently practiced daily in the sea, confident that he would soon break through to the 6th level of the Ninyong skill, where his true energy could circulate endlessly. As time passed, Wu Tian noticed an increasing number of people on the island, indicating the tournament was drawing near. His inner power had become increasingly refined with the intensified gravity, although the purification of his true energy progressed slowly. Each transformation greatly enhanced his combat prowess. He had not anticipated that he would soon be on the verge of another breakthrough in the Ninyong skill, which he had only recently mastered. At this rate of training, he was optimistic about achieving 2 breakthroughs within a year. The magical beans in his dragon ring were consumed at least a few times a day. He only ceased when he was utterly exhausted, often leaving his body severely injured, with his Dantian sustaining multiple injuries. Without the magical beans, even 1,000 lives would not suffice for him to endure the strain. He could hardly fathom how Sun Wukong could traverse freely under 100-fold gravity in just a few days. In comparison, he felt like a mere mortal. The disparity between them was painfully evident. Now at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Ninyong skill, Wu Tian found himself unable to advance further. His only option was to continue purifying his true energy. However, this process proved far more challenging than breaking through to the next realm. Each day, aside from a few hours dedicated to internal cultivation, he ceased his external training, striving to maintain a tranquil mindset to seek an opportunity for breakthrough. This 6th level represented a significant turning point in the Ninyong skill. A successful breakthrough would result in a transformation of his power beyond imagination, granting him the ability to soar freely through the skies. Although he had the ability to float in the air, it was merely a manifestation of superior lightness skill, and the depletion of his true energy severely restricted him. He had grown weary of the incessant starts and stops of his flight. As the date of the martial arts tournament approached, the true energy within him fell into a state of stillness, its flow through the meridians becoming exceedingly slow. Even after removing the gravity device, he could not discern the issue, initially suspecting something was amiss. However, after consuming several magical beans, he remained unable to find a solution. The only plausible explanation being that this was a precursor to a breakthrough. On a high mountain on Papaya Island, Wu Tian carved out a cave with his true energy, unaware of how long this breakthrough would take. To avoid starvation during this period, he consumed a magical bean before daring to enter seclusion. Wu Tian circulated his true energy, probing through his meridians, feeling the flow of energy and pausing at several acupoints of the 6th level, distinctly sensing their expansion. At this moment, Wu Tian had entered a semi-hibernation state, the true energy within him gradually circulating on its own, causing him to lose track of time and sever all ties with the outside world. His mind solely focused on the meridian pathways. Meanwhile, far away, Xiao Wukong and his companions were preparing to head to Papaya Island. On Turtle Island, the bald Krillin looked at Xiao Wukong with confusion. "Wukong, aren't you the least bit anxious?" Xiao Wukong, with hands clasped behind his head, replied, "Anxious about what? The competition is tomorrow. I'm so nervous I could die." Wu Tian dismissed it nonchalantly. "Not anxious at all. It's just a competition. Nothing of great significance that I will defeat them one by one." "Ha." Krillin scoffed. "Humph. Keep bragging. So many martial arts masters from across the world are participating. Do you think it's just kids like us? I just hope we don't lose too badly. All the top masters in the world? I'm not afraid that my brother Tian said there are only 2 or 3 who could defeat me. It's the perfect opportunity to meet them, Xiao Wukong replied eagerly. Upon hearing this, Krillin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You think you're something special? You're so full of yourself. Sure, you're slightly better than me. But don't get carried away. Xiao Wukong scratched his head. Really? But my brother Tian says so. Krillin retorted. Humph, you always talk about how great your brother is. Is he really that impressive? Or are you just boasting? Lying on the ground, Xiao Wukong gazed at the sun. Yes, my brother is the strongest in the world. He says I'll soon be the second strongest. He can defeat me with just one hand. Ha ha ha, the strongest in the world. Ha ha. Xiao Wukong found Krillin's laughter puzzling. Was it really that funny? Krillin teased, you 2 brothers sure know how to boast. The strongest is clearly Master Wu Tian. Dante, you find it amusing to say such things in front of his disciple. Xiao Wukong remained unfazed. But my brother says I've already surpassed Master Rashi. Ha ha ha. Then why are you still here training under Master Wu Tian? I've just realized how much you enjoy bragging. Wukong. It was my brother who told me to come here to train. He said I should listen to Master Rashi. Whatever Master Rashi tells me to do. I do. Ha ha ha. Krillin burst into laughter again. Just as he was about to speak, Master Rashi's voice echoed from inside the turtle house. Xiao Wukong, Krillin, hurry up and prepare. We are about to set off. The 2 of them sprang into action, hearing a call from a distance as they watched a cloud swiftly approaching them from the sky. Moments later, the Nimbus cloud halted before them, and Bulma jumped down from it. Upon seeing Bulma, Xiao Wukong exclaimed joyfully, Ah, it's Bulma. How did you get here? Wow, are you riding the Nimbus? Bulma, equally delighted to see Xiao Wukong, replied, Hi, Xiao Wukong. Long time no see. With a hint of pride, Bulma added, Look, Xiao Wukong, my Nimbus cloud is much prettier than yours. Xiao Wukong approached to inspect the cloud, genuinely impressed. Wow, your Nimbus is white and larger than mine. By the way, can you also ride the Nimbus? Bulma responded with confidence, of course. How could a beautiful girl like me not ride it? Xiao Wukong glanced around, realizing he didn't see Wu Tian. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he turned back to Bulma and asked, Bulma, where's my brother? I isn't he with you. Bulma, her expression turning wistful at the mention of Wu Tian, replied, Brother Tian went off to train a few months ago. However, he said he would come to the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament to find us. Which is why I came to look for you. Xiao Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Brother Tian is going to participate in the tournament? Bulma shrugged. Not really. Brother Tian wouldn't participate in such a low-level competition. He is just going to watch. Besides, with his strength, who could possibly defeat him? Upon hearing this, Krillin could not help but scoff. Humph, you all love to boast. How could the world's #1 be you? Tian Gu, Bulma, feeling disgruntled, retorted, Who are you, you little bald head? Krillin, with an air of arrogance, declared, I am none other than the world's foremost martial arts master, Krillin, disciple of Master Rashi. Upon hearing this, Bulma covered her mouth and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Haha, so you're that old lecher's disciple. My Tian Gu could defeat him with just one finger. Krillin had no desire to engage further, and with a dismissive gesture, he strode towards the Kame house. All right, Goku, let us hurry. You take your flying Nimbus, and let us race to see who is faster. Goku, perplexed, asked, Where are we going? Bulma rolled her eyes at him. Of course, we're heading to Papaya Island. Aren't you attending the tournament? Oh, right, but I want to go with Grandpa Rashi and the others. In that case, you all can come along. I'll head out first. With that, Bulma leaped onto her Nimbus and waved goodbye to Goku as she soared towards Papaya Island. Just as Bulma took off, Master Rashi dashed out of the Kame house, his face alight with excitement. Where is everyone? Where are they? Goku, observing Rashi's frantic search, curiously inquired, Grandpa Rashi, what are you looking for? Master Rashi approached Goku and whispered, Well, Goku, where did that little girl go? Goku, puzzled, responded, Little girl. Are you referring to Bulma? But she is not called a little girl. Master Rashi was exasperated. Yes, Bulma. Didn't she come here? Where has she gone? Goku replied. Bulma said she is going to Papaya Island to find my Tian Gu. Master Rashi sighed in disappointment. Oh, what a pity. Why didn't she stay a little longer? She is also going to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Rashi then urged. All right, Goku, hurry and change your clothes. We need to set off for Papaya Island soon. Bulma soon arrived at Papaya Island, eagerly searching every hotel on the island, but found no sign of Goten. After scouring the vicinity on her Nimbus for quite some time, she felt quite dejected. Sitting atop her Nimbus, she lamented, "Why hasn't he shown up yet? I wonder if Tiangu really came to Papaya Island." Meanwhile, Goten had just awakened from a semi-meditative state, striving with all his might to reach the 6th level of the Ninyong technique. The once pitch-black cave was now illuminated as Goten's energy radiated brightly, akin to the outside world. After several days of dormancy, Goten's inner energy began to restore itself to its former state. He diligently practiced the Ninyong technique, feeling the vital points within him pulsating like a beating heart. Each cycle of energy made these points throb more intensely, and now, as he prepared for the final surge, Goten slowed his energy flow, gradually replenishing his strength point. 3 hours later, a whirlpool of energy formed in Goten's dantian, causing the energy to swirl rapidly. He recited the mental formula for the 6th level of the Ninyong technique, directing the energy toward his vital points, enduring the agonizing sensation of his body being torn apart by the energy. Goten finally broke through the first vital point after over an hour. Not rushing into the second, he waited until he had completely gathered his energy before charging at the next point. Several hours later, a muffled sound echoed from within him as his dantian trembled, dispersing the energy throughout his meridians, giving rise to a new type of energy unlike any before. Goten's tense expression gradually relaxed, a subtle smile appearing on his lips. With his eyes now open, Goten felt an overwhelming joy surge within him. After days of seclusion and cultivation, he had finally succeeded in breaking through. The energy that had expanded his meridians had doubled their capacity. Achieving the coveted state of unity of heaven and man, the interconnectedness of his meridians formed a cycle, ensuring that as long as Goten lived and a trace of energy remained in his dantian, the flow of energy would continue indefinitely. For most martial artists, the completion of their meridians signifies the pinnacle of martial arts mastery, and with his current prowess, Goten could easily stand above the rest. However, for the Ninyong technique, this was merely the beginning. Only after mastering the connections between the meridians would true mastery be achieved. As of now, the 6th level of the Ninyong technique was merely a minor accomplishment. Goten yearned to express his inner joy with a shout, yet upon sensing the remaining trace of his newly revitalized Ninyong energy, he quelled the urge. If he did not stabilize this nascent energy now, it could dissipate, and he would not know how long it would take to summon it again. He quickly focused his mind, gently guiding the energy throughout his body until it was sufficient to flow autonomously. As Goku disembarked, he spotted Bulma waiting at the entrance of the tournament venue and rushed over. "Hey, Bulma, you're here. Did you find my Tiangu?" Bulma, upon seeing Goku, furrowed her brow. "I haven't found Tiangu. I wonder if he will come." Goku, unperturbed, chuckled. "Don't worry. Tiangu said he'd come, and he always keeps his word." Bulma felt reassured, thinking perhaps Goten was simply delayed. Master Roshi, upon disembarking, immediately began surveying the nearby women. Hidden beneath his sunglasses, his bulging eyes nearly popped out upon seeing Bulma, and he rushed over. Bulma turned around to find the lecherous Master Roshi nearly pressing against her, his face twisted in a lascivious grin. Without hesitation, she slapped him across the face. Smack. Master Roshi staggered back, dazed. "Ouch, ouch," Bulma shouted at him. "Humph. You old pervert. Stay away from me." Goku and his friends waited at the registration desk for quite some time without sight of Goten. Krillin teased Goku. "Humph. Look at that. Your brother is too scared to register." Haha. Goku dismissed it. "My Tiangu wouldn't come to participate." He said no one in the world is worthy of making him fight. The following day, Bulma and Goku waited at the venue entrance for over an hour, yet Goten still did not appear. Oh no. Why has Tiangu shown up yet? The tournament is about to begin. Did he really forget? Goku approached Bulma and asked, "Bulma, are you saying Tiangu is coming to watch the tournament?" Bulma paused, realizing Goten hadn't explicitly mentioned it. Right. Maybe he is waiting until the World Martial Arts Tournament concludes before coming. Haha, Goku, you're so clever. Goku looked at Bulma, scratching his head in confusion. At that moment, Master Roshi emerged, calling out, "Goku, hurry inside. The preliminary rounds are about to start." After Master Roshi had finished freshening up, the trio swiftly made their way to the preliminary competition, all advancing to the next round with their overwhelming strength. Half a day later, after completing the preliminaries, Goku emerged to find Bulma still waiting. He approached her and asked, "Bulma, has Tiangu not arrived yet?" Bulma, with a hint of sorrow, replied, Tian probably won't come until after the match. Just as she finished speaking, a resounding boom echoed through the sky, scattering the clouds and startling everyone on the island. Goku, elated, exclaimed, "Haha, it's Tian. He is here." Bulma gazed around, exclaiming, "Is it true? Where is he?" Little Wukong explained, "That sound we just heard was from Tian, echoing from a great distance." "Wow, do you know where he is?" Bulma inquired eagerly. Little Wukong nodded, stating, "I'll give it a try. I can sense where Tian is." With that, he focused intently, searching for Wu Tian's location. After a moment, Little Wukong pointed ahead, declaring, "There, Tian is over there." As soon as he spoke, he summoned the Nimbus cloud, whooshing towards Wu Tian's direction, prompting Bulma to hastily follow. Meanwhile, Wu Tian stood outside a cave, savoring the transformations that came with his breakthrough. He channeled his vital energy outward. Observing that while the color of the energy remained largely unchanged, it now exuded a newfound vigor. Feeling the immense power within him, Wu Tian realized he had grown significantly stronger. The self-circulating energy filled him with unparalleled excitement. He would never again have to worry about a lack of vital energy. Suddenly, Wu Tian's right hand manifested a sphere of Ninyong energy as large as a bowl, with a flick of his left hand. Another sphere of Ninyong energy appeared. He maneuvered the two volatile energy spheres closer together, intent on merging their forces. At the moment of their collision, a powerful surge of energy erupted, observing the combined sphere. Wu Tian noted its enhanced potency, seemingly doubled in strength. However, he was not satisfied with a mere addition. Previously, he had refrained from experimenting too much with the energy spheres due to concerns over energy depletion. Now, with a seemingly endless supply of vital energy, he felt emboldened to explore the possibilities. Curious about the extent to which he could compress this energy sphere, Wu Tian clasped it between his palms. Concentrating all his energy into a single point, the sphere radiated even more brilliance, its internal energy exploding and then reconstituting. As the sphere diminished in size, Wu Tian remained unsatisfied. Although its power had increased severalfold, it was still within his control. He continued to infuse it with vital energy, while compressing it further, his veins and muscles bulging ominously. Finally, when the energy sphere reached its utmost limit of compression, Wu Tian ceased his efforts. He withdrew the protective barriers surrounding the sphere, and an overwhelming force surged forth from within, radiating outward with tremendous speed. Wu Tian's hair and clothing were swept by the powerful aura. Far away, seated on the Nimbus cloud, little Wukong was momentarily immobilized by the force, straining to maintain his balance. Although he managed to shield himself from the strongest wave, Bulma, positioned behind him, was knocked off the Nimbus cloud. Fortunately, the sentient cloud swiftly returned her to safety. The energy sphere leapt from Wu Tian's grasp, seemingly attempting to escape his control. However, this was entirely within Wu Tian's domain. Observing the sphere drifting away, he exerted even more force. Satisfied with the lead ball-sized energy sphere in his hand, he mused that it was likely 10 times stronger than before. Let us see just how powerful my ultimate strike can be. Super Ninyong energy, soar. Wu Tian hurled the energy sphere into the sky with great force. It appeared to comprehend his command, unleashing its contained might once more, propelled skyward like a runaway stallion. Having just escaped the residual shockwave, little Wukong found himself frozen in place again, sensing the cataclysmic aura emanating from Wu Tian's energy sphere, rendering him unable to advance. Bulma, unable to withstand the pressure, fainted atop the Nimbus cloud within mere seconds. The Super Ninyong energy had soared into outer space, vanishing from sight at an astonishing speed. Wu Tian inhaled deeply, exhilarated by the overwhelming power of the energy. He realized that if he lost control, it could lead to disastrous consequences. After releasing the energy sphere, he sensed little Wukong and Bulma nearby. In an instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing on Bulma's Nimbus cloud moments later, supporting her as he infused her with Ninyong vital energy. Before long, Bulma stirred and exclaimed with joy upon seeing Wu Tian, "Tian, you finally made it." Wu Tian noticed little Wukong a few hundred meters ahead, kneeling on the Nimbus cloud. Panting heavily, he guided Bulma's Nimbus cloud towards little Wukong. Frowning as he addressed him, "Little Wukong, what happened? How have you been training these past few months? It seems you haven't made much progress." Little Wukong gasped for breath and replied, "Tian, you've grown stronger. I can hardly resist now." Wu Tian glanced ahead. Detecting several auras far beyond that of ordinary individuals, he turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, has the World Martial Arts Tournament begun?" Bulma nodded in Wu Tian's embrace. "Yes, The preliminary rounds are over. The main event starts this afternoon. I thought you wouldn't come. Wu Tian clarified. Not at all. I arrived here months ago and have been training in that area up ahead. Really? Why didn't you tell me? Bulma lamented. Wu Tian shrugged. All right, let us head to the tournament venue. Little Wukong, having caught his breath, happily followed behind Wu Tian. Before long, the trio arrived outside the tournament venue. Wu Tian, with Bulma in tow, lightly walked on the air towards the arena. In the center of the venue, a stage spanning several dozen square meters was being cleaned by a few staff members, while peculiar individuals passed by intermittently. Wu Tian surveyed the unassuming venue and turned to Bulma, saying, Bulma, take me to eat. I haven't had a bite in over 10 days, and my mouth feels parched. After over an hour of feasting, the brothers had devoured a lavish banquet worth hundreds of thousands. Wu Tian burped and patted his stomach, addressing Little Wukong. Little Wukong, you've eaten to your fill. When does the competition start? Little Wukong reclined in his chair, pondering. I don't know. Bulma, exasperated, responded, Little Wukong, can't you focus on your competition? It starts in half an hour, and you can't afford to be this full. Wu Tian jested. Haha, Little Wukong, don't take it so seriously. If you do, you might just end up in trouble. At that moment, Wu Tian noticed that Little Wukong was wearing a rather familiar martial arts uniform, emblazoned with the character for turtle on the left chest, clearly indicating it was a product of the Turtle Hermit School. However, the outfit style left much to be desired. Oh dear, Little Wukong, your attire is quite unappealing. Can't you change into something else for the competition? Little Wukong, unfazed, replied, is it really that bad? This is what Master Roshi had me wear. Wu Tian sighed, deciding not to dwell on the outfit any longer, resolving to design a new one for Little Wukong in the future. At that moment, Krillin approached, accompanied by Master Roshi. Upon seeing Little Wukong reclining in the chair, he called out, Hey, Wukong, the competition is about to start. Why are you still here eating? Where have you been? Little Wukong, patting his belly, laughed. Haha, I need to eat well to have the strength. Wu Tian greeted the lecherous old man. Master Roshi, saying, Hi, Master Roshi, good to see you again. And you, Ulong, long time no see. Upon seeing Wu Tian, Ulong involuntarily shuddered, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. Master Roshi, upon recognizing Wu Tian, observed that he had changed significantly since a few months prior. Ah, it's you, Wu Tian, long time no see. Krillin, realizing he was addressing Wu Tian, Wukong's older brother, approached him for a closer look. After a moment, he remarked, You don't seem all that impressive. Wukong must really be exaggerating. Wu Tian regarded the small, bald figure before him. Noting his lack of a nose and the cunning gleam in his eyes, he playfully beckoned Krillin closer, saying, Little monk, come here for a moment. Curious, Krillin approached, only to find Wu Tian reaching out to ruffle his head, a gesture he despised more than anything. Moreover, at this moment, having been touched by another, Krillin angrily shook off Goten's hand and glared at him, to which Goten paid no mind. Haha, little bald head, your head shines so brightly, Goten exclaimed, before unleashing a gust of energy directed towards Krillin. In an instant, Krillin was sent flying backwards, landing several meters away, yet he remained unharmed. Upon witnessing Krillin's predicament, little Goku burst into laughter, saying, Ha, Krillin, now you understand the prowess of my brother Goten, do you not? Initially perplexed, Krillin soon realized that it was Goten who had struck him, although none had witnessed the nature of the attack. Fuming, Krillin retorted, Humph, you are far too despicable to ambush me like that. As he uttered these words, he felt a twinge of caution, gazing at Goten with a hint of trepidation, having recognized Goten's formidable strength. Goten, in turn, laughed heartily at Krillin, showing no intention of holding a grudge, and took Bulma's hand. Walking toward the venue, Master Roshi observed Goten's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. He had been thoroughly stunned by Goten's earlier display, as Goten's true energy had been revealed. Master Roshi distinctly sensed an aura far beyond his own capabilities. Half an hour later, Goten, still embracing Bulma, squeezed into the front row, watching the uninteresting battles taking place on the arena stage. After a while, boredom overtook him, and he decided to sit down on the grass with Bulma. Finally, after another half hour, he spotted little Goku and Krillin preparing to take the stage. Humph, Goku, I shall not hold back. Prepare to witness my true strength, but do not be defeated too harshly, Krillin declared. Little Goku, observing Krillin's stance, casually replied, Haha, bring it on. I will also bring you down. Krillin launched the first attack, sprinting towards little Goku, who stood relaxed in his place. As Krillin leaped to kick Goku from a few meters away. Goku elegantly shifted his right foot, causing Krillin to miss completely. Krillin quickly regained his balance, pushing off the ground and swinging his fists at Goku, who effortlessly blocked each strike, remaining remarkably composed throughout the exchange. Goten, watching from the sidelines, felt speechless and called out, "Little Goku, is this fun for you? Why are you dragging this out against someone so weak?" And this swiftly, upon hearing his brother's words, little Goku nodded and turned to Krillin, saying, "Krillin, I am about to start my offensive." Krillin, upon hearing this, focused intently on Goku's every move. Goku dashed towards Krillin at astonishing speed, leaving Krillin in shock, prompting him to hastily respond with his own attacks. However, Goku's speed proved overwhelming, and after a few exchanges, he kicked Krillin out of the arena. The spectators outside were utterly astonished, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, the two had seemed evenly matched. And now little Goku had sent Krillin flying out. Master Roshi was equally flabbergasted, never having anticipated such a disparity in strength between Krillin and little Goku. Moreover, he noted that Goku's fighting style was completely different from what he had taught. Standing at the center of the arena, the announcer shouted into the microphone, "Now, we arrive at the grand finale, the championship match. Please welcome competitors Sun Wukong and Shenron." As the two prepared themselves on stage, the announcer continued, "If both participants are ready, then the match officially begins." With a resounding clang, little Goku initiated the attack, his fists clenched tightly as he charged at Master Roshi, who swiftly assumed a defensive stance. However, he hadn't anticipated the sheer force behind Goku's strikes, making defense a strenuous task. Believing that Goku would unleash his full power from the outset, Master Roshi began to take the match seriously. After dodging a strike from Master Roshi, little Goku used the momentum to launch himself towards him. Seeing Goku return the attack so quickly, Master Roshi crossed his arms protectively across his chest, only to be met with a resounding thud as Goku struck him, sending him tumbling back several rolls, nearly to the edge of the arena. Breathing heavily, little Goku observed Master Roshi seated on the ground, appearing nonchalant, while in reality, Master Roshi was struggling, having been caught off guard by Goku's immense strength. Master Roshi lamented inwardly, "How could Goku possess such power? I never expected that I would need to exert all my strength to withstand a single blow." "This is troublesome." Goten, watching Goku's technique, was also astonished. It was evident that many of Goku's moves were derived from the techniques of the solar palm, executed with remarkable agility, although lacking the overwhelming destructive force granted by Goten's true energy. Goten did not consider Goku's abilities to be inferior to his own. Master Roshi regained his footing, adopting a stance while his eyes darted about. Noticing Master Roshi's prolonged stillness, little Goku charged at him again. As Goku approached at breakneck speed, Master Roshi hastily sidestepped to evade the attack. Goku swiftly pivoted, lifting his foot to kick at Master Roshi's chin, who was caught off guard and struck directly. Thus, time passed as little Goku relentlessly attacked while Master Roshi deliberately defended, attempting to wear Goku down. Goten, having discerned Master Roshi's strategy of exhausting Goku's stamina, could not help but smirk. Little did Master Roshi know that Goku was only utilizing half of his true power. Unable to watch any longer, Goten shouted to little Goku, "Hey, Goku, are you not annoyed?" "In this swiftly. This old man is merely toying with you." Upon hearing Goten's call, little Goku instantly became serious, believing Master Roshi had yet to reveal his full strength. Master Roshi, noticing the sudden shift in Goku's demeanor, felt a sense of dread. Before Master Roshi could react, little Goku's fist struck him squarely in the abdomen, followed by a flying kick that sent Master Roshi soaring through the air. After enduring several brutal hits from Goku, Master Roshi finally decided to fight back with everything he had, enduring the pain coursing through him as he retreated several meters, adopting a stance to gather energy. "Kamehameha!" Master Roshi shouted, and a white energy sphere materialized in his hands, prompting gasps from the audience. Little Goku, astonished that Master Roshi could execute the Kamehameha technique, found himself cornered as the energy sphere rushed towards him. With no time to dodge, he quickly brought his palms together, summoning a similar energy sphere. Kamehameha! Just as little Goku unleashed his own Kamehameha, Master Roshi's energy sphere reached him, and the two collided with a mighty push. Goku sent Master Roshi's Kamehameha rebounding back, having exhausted nearly all his strength in the initial attack. Master Roshi was unprepared for Goku's swift response. He hastily shielded himself with his arms, but the two Kamehameha blasts struck him squarely, sending him flying out of the arena and collapsing on the ground. barely conscious. All right, little Goku. Now go speak with Master Roshi. I'll take you to West City shortly. Little Goku replied, puzzled. West City? What is West City? What are we going there for? Goten gently patted Goku's head, saying, Bulma's home is in West City. We have business there. So, of course, you must come along. Yes, Goten looked back at little Goku, he stated. Well, if there are no further matters, let us depart. Just then, Master Roshi and the others emerged, with Krillin addressing little Goku. Goku, are you truly not joining us for training? You better not let me surpass you. Little Goku nodded. Of course, I am going to train with my brother Goten. I will work even harder. Soon, you won't be able to defeat me. Krillin replied. Then we shall meet again at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Though you may be slightly stronger now, I will train even harder, and I won't hold back. Little Goku smiled. All right, then we shall meet at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Goten whistled towards the sky, and the flying Nimbus swiftly appeared before them. Upon seeing Goten's white Nimbus, Master Roshi was greatly astonished. He approached the Nimbus, examining it closely, and exclaimed, Goten, is that the flying Nimbus? Wu Tian nodded and said, Indeed. This is the Nimbus cloud. Just like the one owned by little Wukong, albeit in a different hue. Did you acquire this from the immortal Kaile? Yes, he replied. It was gifted to me by that hefty fellow. Master Roshi, feeling enlightened, remarked, No wonder you possess such strength. It turns out you have already ascended the Kaile Tower. The crafting of a single Nimbus cloud consumes several years of the immortal Kailei's time. Clearly, he holds you in high regard. Just as I did in my youth. The potential of the younger generation is boundless. Wu Tian, unable to endure Master Roshi's self-aggrandizing remarks, retorted, Come on, my prowess has nothing to do with that Kaile immortal. If I were on par with you, I might as well not exist. Master Roshi, recalling Wu Tian's cultivation, felt a flush of embarrassment. By the way, Master Roshi, you mentioned that it takes the Kaile immortal several years to create a Nimbus cloud? How do you know this? Of course, it was the Kaile immortal himself who told me. Did he not share this with you? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian burst into laughter. Ha ha, so that's how it is. I believe he regards you quite highly, sharing such secrets with you. It seems the Kaile immortal has great expectations for you. How about we visit him sometime for tea and a chat? Master Roshi, pleased by this suggestion, countered, Wu Tian, that's not quite right. The Kaile immortal is swamped with affairs. We mere mortals should refrain from disturbing him unnecessarily. No matter how much he values you, the Kaile Tower is not a place one can simply visit at will. It would be disrespectful to the divine. Wu Tian cast a sidelong glance at Master Roshi and scoffed. What do you mean by valuing? What is the Kaile Tower to me? I've been to the divine realm. Those gods there even gave me a beating. Master Roshi's eyes nearly popped out upon hearing this, and he stammered, Why you? What did you say? You've been to the divine realm. How is that even possible? Wu Tian, with a hint of pride, replied, Is the divine realm something so remarkable? It's merely a shabby divine temple, not even as splendid as my home, Bulma's place. Moreover, that deity was nothing special. I thought the divine temple would be magnificent and awe-inspiring, only to find I wasted so much time. Upon hearing Wu Tian refer to my Bulma, she was already quite tipsy and clung to his arm, her face glowing with happiness. Master Roshi was utterly at a loss for words. Unable to believe Wu Tian's claims, he knew that above the Kaile Tower lay the divine realm. But Wu Tian's words were astonishingly outrageous. Wu Tian, observing Master Roshi's incredulous expression, paid him no further mind. He leaped onto the Nimbus cloud with Bulma and called down to Ulong on the ground. Hey, Beiji, do you want to go to the western capital? There are many beautiful women there. Ulong, hearing this, rejoiced. Really? I'm going. Wu Tian laughed heartily. Just kidding. Ha! Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again. Ulong, watching Wu Tian depart, gritted his teeth. That brute, so untrustworthy, humph. Bulma nestled in Wu Tian's embrace and asked, Tiangu, what is the divine realm? The divine realm is where the deities reside. Wu Tian explained. Bulma, puzzled, inquired, the place where the deities live, isn't that the Kaile Tower? Are there other immortals? Wu Tian clarified, not quite. This world is divided into several tiers. Where we mortals reside is called the human realm, while the Kaile immortal's domain is considered the immortal realm. Above the Kaile immortal is the divine realm, which consists of deities that surpass him. However, both the so-called deities and immortals in this world are rather unimpressive. You've encountered the Kaile immortal, right? If you have the chance, I can take you to see the divine temple. Bulma responded with excitement. Really? Oh, never mind. The divine temple cannot compare to my home, and those deities cannot defeat Tiangu. There's nothing worthwhile to see. Wu Tian added, in our universe, there is also a realm called Hell, where souls go after death. However, I have never visited that place, and I doubt I will ever have the opportunity. Bulma was astonished. Hell? Does it really exist? Wu Tian affirmed, of course, not only is there hell in this world, but there are also the kings of the realms above the deities. It seems there is even a great king or something like that above them. I don't quite remember. In any case, there are many things in this world that you are unaware of. Bulma's face was filled with wonder. Wow, so our Earth has so many mysterious places. Wu Tian quickly clarified. Oh, it's not quite like that. Only the immortal realm and divine realm are considered part of our Earth. Those higher-ups, like the kings of the realms, have their own planets. After approximately an hour, the trio finally returned to Bulma's home in the western capital. Upon entering, they were greeted by Bulma's mother, who rushed over joyfully. Wu Tian, you're back. Come, let me treat you to my latest concoction of cocktails. They're absolutely delightful. Wu Tian, albeit reluctantly, was pulled into the living room by Bulma's mother. Little Wukong, seeing Wu Tian being tugged along by a woman, found it curious and followed them inside. While Bulma had long since run out of patience with her mother, Wu Tian took a seat. Bulma's mother busied herself with preparing her new cocktails. Before long, she returned with a vibrant green cocktail. Upon noticing the child beside Wu Tian, she exclaimed, wow, whose child is this? So adorable. Wu Tian, holding the cocktail, introduced, this is my younger brother, Sun Wukong. You are that little Wukong. Haha, hello there. Little Wukong greeted her back. Hello, Auntie. Wu Tian took a sip of the cocktail prepared by Bulma's mother. Despite her somewhat overwhelming personality, the drink was exceptionally delicious, and he savored it while little Wukong looked on. Drooling, Bulma's mother prepared another drink for little Wukong, who eagerly accepted it and gulped it down in one go, licking his lips afterward, seemingly pleased with the taste. He then glanced at Wu Tian's drink, prompting Wu Tian to quickly turn away, shielding his glass from little Wukong's view, and facepalmed, recalling the scene of Zhu Beiji devouring the human-scented fruit. In the following days, Wu Tian and Bulma took little Wukong around the entirety of the western capital. Much like caretakers guiding a child, especially at the amusement park, little Wukong, being a child himself, relished the company of other children. Unable to bear seeing little Wukong in his martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for turtle, Wu Tian decided to modify the outfit, creating a simple black training suit devoid of any adornments. The rationale for the black color was that Wu Tian preferred black and white above all else. And since he was currently dressed in white, he figured that a black outfit would be more practical for little Wukong, who was constantly training and thus prone to getting dirty. Naturally, Wu Tian never considered little Wukong's feelings in this matter. Though little Wukong had no voice in the matter, he complied with whatever Wu Tian instructed him to do. Wu Tian also altered his own attire, apart from the training suit, which matched little Wukong's design. He crafted dozens of simplified black and white Hanfu outfits, inspired by the heroic attire he had seen in television dramas, though he made some modifications for practicality, with his hair flowing elegantly. He appeared extraordinarily dashing and ethereal. Bulma, witnessing her man's remarkable transformation, nearly swooned at the sight. Gazing at Bulma in his embrace, Wu Tian pondered whether he should design a few Hanfu outfits for her as well. After some time, he picked up his design tools and began sketching. In truth, Wu Tian had no expertise in Hanfu. He had merely observed it on television before. The men's Hanfu seemed relatively simpler to craft, while the women's were grand yet intricate, consisting of multiple layers. Hence, Wu Tian could only base his designs on a general understanding of Hanfu, creating what he deemed to be simple yet appealing. Before long, after about an hour, a robot brought over a completed women's Hanfu. Wu Tian took it, examined it carefully, and found it to be nearly what he envisioned. He handed it to Bulma, saying, Bulma, you must try this on. Bulma, filled with excitement, took the garments in her hands, although she had never worn such attire before. Her extraordinary intelligence allowed her to don the outfit with remarkable ease. Goten's eyes widened in delight as he beheld Bulma clad in the pale blue Hanfu. The ensemble suited her exquisitely, radiating elegance and grace, truly captivating, save for her hairstyle, which was a minor flaw. Upon noticing Goten's gaze, Bulma felt a rush of shyness, embodying an enchanting allure. Goten stepped closer, embraced Bulma, and planted a kiss on her lips, exclaiming, Bulma, you are truly beautiful. Yet, Bulma found it hard to part with the attire, and when her mother saw her in such a stunning outfit, She was left speechless with astonishment. Promptly, she fashioned a similar set for herself and, adorned in her hanfu, set off to flaunt it to her friends. Goten, inspired, sketched several styles of women as hanfu, encouraging them to explore and experiment. Little did he realize that this seemingly casual act would ignite a fervor for hanfu across the world, elevating it to a mainstream fashion among women. Goten called little Goku over and said, "Goku, it's time for you to begin your training that I have a task for you. While you complete it, you must also train." Little Goku, puzzled, replied, "Brother Tian, am I not training alongside you?" "No," Goten replied. "Your current strength is insufficient. You must train on your own first. When I deem your abilities capable of matching mine, I will seek you out. Additionally, I have a task to assign you." Seeing little Goku nod, Goten continued, "The 4-heart ball that Grandpa left us has vanished during the Dragon Ball wish. Your mission is to retrieve that 4-heart ball. Do you understand?" Little Goku's eyes sparkled with determination as he said, "Yes, I've always wanted to recover Grandpa's legacy." Goten smiled and retrieved a gravity watch from his dragon ring, handing it to little Goku. "Here, Goku, use this for your training. It will significantly enhance your strength." Little Goku's eyes lit up at the prospect of gaining power, eagerly examining the gravity watch, though he remained uncertain about how it worked. Goten explained, "This is called a gravity watch. As long as you wear it while training, you will eventually catch up to me. If it breaks, you can return here to ask Bulma for another." After thoroughly explaining its usage, Goten set the gravity watch to 5 times the normal weight, effectively pinning little Goku to the ground. He then provided him with several senzu beans for emergencies and sent him off from Bulma's home. Once little Goku departed, Goten commenced his own training, soaring alone to the mountainous outskirts to assess his current strength. The journey from Bulma's house to the outskirts spanned over 30 kilometers, which Goten traversed in just over 5 minutes. Utilizing his 6th level of Jiuyang Gong, this speed was nothing short of astonishing, particularly given the present circumstances. Moreover, his internal energy, when fully exerted, could sustain itself efficiently, resulting in no issues of energy depletion. However, Goten still felt unsatisfied with his current state. Despite having ample energy, he recognized that engaging in aerial combat would demand a greater expenditure of energy, indicating that the 6th level was not entirely reliable. He needed to find a way to break through. Today, he was not there to practice lightness skills, but rather to refine his flying technique. Upon reaching the 6th level of internal power, the continuous supply of true energy rendered previous notions of lightness skills obsolete. He could now be regarded as mastering flight, having evolved from the lightness skill Tiyunzong, with sufficient true energy. Goten could navigate the skies with the same ease as he did on land, or even more safely, for the sky was boundless and devoid of obstacles, at least within the confines of Earth. On the ground, however, a single stone could trip him. There were times when Goten found himself involuntarily levitating while walking, a protective instinct ingrained in martial artists that prompted immediate reflexes to avoid tripping hazards. Over time, this developed into a habit. While strolling with Bulma, Goten often found himself hovering above the ground, leaving Bulma feeling as though she were holding on to a ghost, which made her quite uncomfortable. He recognized that this was not a commendable habit. Being overly sensitive could be detrimental. He attributed it to his incomplete adaptation to this world, maintaining a sense of vigilance toward everything around him. However, these were merely aspects of his mental cultivation, somewhat abstract in nature, and he did not feel compelled to change, as it had no adverse impact on him at this moment. Goten settled into a meditative position, channeling his internal true energy, reveling in the novelty of it all. After connecting with all known meridians, the previous concept of circulating energy was rendered obsolete. The true energy within him flowed incessantly, striving for a higher breakthrough. This endeavor required not only locating hidden extraordinary meridians within his body for development, but also refining his true energy continuously, repeatedly transforming his meridians, undergoing a thorough metamorphosis, ultimately unlocking the gateway to the innate realm. The 9th level of Jiuyang Gong, known as Jiuyang Gong By, represented the legendary innate realm. If Goten could break through to the final level of Jiuyang Gong, he would achieve a legendary state unmatched for centuries in his past life. For him now, attaining this legendary innate realm seemed feasible. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was confident he could accomplish it within 5 years. In his previous life, such a prospect would have sent him into a fervor, but his current situation left him somewhat indifferent. After circulating his true energy through his meridians several times, he began the training mantra for the 7th level of Jiuyang Gong. gradually feeling the impact of its cultivation on his meridians. The difficulty of this level exceeded that of the previous ones by more than double, and progress was exceedingly slow. Finally, he completed the exercise. This new method of cultivation wholly disrupted his previous understanding of internal training. The subsequent 3 realms leaned more toward physical cultivation, distinctly contrasting with external martial arts training, which focused on the exterior. The later stages of Jiuyang Gong emphasized refining the body from within, using the celestial energy obtained to temper the flesh. According to the secret manual, upon achieving Jiuyang Gong, one could communicate with the cosmos, harnessing its power, marking the initial stage of the unity of heaven and man. Reflecting on this, Goten's eyes sparkled with realization. If the initial stage of unity of heaven and man followed the innate realm, there must surely be even higher realms of cultivation beyond it. Perhaps the state of unity of heaven and man could allow communication with the divine. How powerful such an existence would be. Could it be that ancient China truly had divine beings? Alas, the highest martial art within his family was merely Jiuyang Gong, a treasure coveted by countless aspirants. The legendary Jiuyang divine skill likely contained the secrets to achieving unity of heaven and man. Goten sighed, contemplating the last line of the Jiuyang Gong manual. Resigned to the need for self-exploration in his current predicament, he hoped for divine guidance, wishing to break through quickly and avoid being extinguished by a mere breath of others. No longer dwelling on the intricacies of the martial arts, Goten rose, assuming a stance to practice the Li Huaying Ziqing. His objective for the day was to test the significant changes in his techniques and abilities after reaching the 6th level. They had evolved from Jiuyang Gong, and only it could truly unleash the maximum potential of Jiuyang Gong. Other martial arts, even if they were peerless secrets, could not compare to the power of. While they might possess greater destructive capabilities, the subtleties of could only be appreciated by those who had trained in Jiuyang Gong. Without the enhancement of Jiuyang Gong, that would merely be regarded as an exemplary martial art technique. Thus, the dual practices must mutually reinforce each other to be the optimal choice. Wu Tian deliberately suppressed the flow of his true energy, and under the strain of 20-fold gravity, each movement became exceedingly arduous without the guidance of the Jiuyang true energy. Breathing became irrelevant. After severing ties with Jiuyang true energy, the Liaoyang palm proved to be rather ineffective. The moment Wu Tian's true energy began to recover, he felt it swiftly circulating in accordance with the stances he adopted. Its magnitude overwhelming, as a torrent of uncontrolled true energy surged forth from his palm. The impact of that true energy struck the ground, and coupled with its accompanying force, the turf was sent flying in all directions. Wu Tian hastily slowed his movements to rein in the restless true energy. He had not anticipated such a stark contrast in results post-breakthrough. Gradually acclimating, Wu Tian began to quicken his pace, allowing the true energy within him to flow with the movements of the Liaoyang palm. In the latter part, he simply dispensed with the 20-fold gravity. The instantaneous shift in weight bore serious consequences. Unable to withstand the abrupt change, a wave of heat surged from within, and a mouthful of blood erupted. Striking a nearby tree with a resounding crash, severing it cleanly in two. Wu Tian did not interrupt his movements, forcibly suppressing the aftermath. He adapted fully within mere moments. In time, he unconsciously allowed his instincts to guide him. Relinquishing any control, around Wu Tian, objects began to whirl rapidly, resembling a tornado, continuously expanding outward. This whirlwind was neither constant nor predictable. Each resurgence brought with it an increase in both momentum and destruction. At this juncture, the area within 100 meters around Wu Tian was utterly devoid of any remnants, the surrounding trees and stones left in a state of utter devastation. Upon completing his final stance, Wu Tian opened his eyes and was taken aback by the scene before him. Utterly astonished that his practice of a mere technique could wreak such havoc. Feeling the flow of true energy within him, he noticed it was recovering the 20% that had been expended, prompting a frown. Although the Liaoyang palm achieved its utmost effectiveness in conjunction with Jiuyang true energy, it seemed ill-suited to this world. The Liaoyang palm continually invoked the Jiuyang true energy with perfection. Yet the spiritual energy rules of this realm diverged significantly from those of his previous life, exacerbated by the compatibility of his physical form and meridians, which no longer necessitated deliberate or meticulous manipulation. In the past, invoking true energy throughout his being was a formidable endeavor, but such an approach led to excessive consumption, making it difficult to control the spiritual energy of this world. It appeared he needed to devise a method to modify the Liaoyang palm accordingly. Resolutely, Wu Tian seated himself, permitting his true energy to circulate within, and began to ponder the incantations for each movement of the Liaoyang palm. However, each maneuver of the Liaoyang palm was fundamentally predicated on invoking Jiuyang true energy, and even slight alterations rendered it unrecognizable. The techniques Wu Tian had encountered, be they palm or fist forms, were merely second-rate practices. After all, a family possessing unparalleled techniques would never squander time on inferior practices. Anyone would act similarly. This predicament was troublesome. Having only encountered simplistic maneuvers before, and now finding the Liang palm inalterable, was he to create something entirely new? Wu Tian's brow furrowed in frustration as he gestured through various palm techniques. Realizing that even the foundational techniques empowered by Jiuyang true energy were remarkable, observing the shadows of his palm striking the air, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he smacked his forehead. How foolish of me. I was still trapped in the mindset of my previous life. In this world, it is not about intricate techniques, but rather about tangible power and speed. Every technique pales in comparison to sheer velocity and strength. Upon this realization, all his pent-up frustrations dissipated, and he rose, forming a palm with his right hand, concentrating his true energy within it. With a forceful clap, he struck the air, generating a visible current that rippled through the atmosphere. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of friction against the air, the power of which was unmistakable, Wu Tian rejoiced, finding that it was indeed not inferior to the Liang palm, and even more focused for the next hour. Through relentless experimentation, Wu Tian established a general direction for his technique. His spirits lifted considerably. With close-range attacks secured, he now sought a means for range combat. The like of the Kamehameha was unsuitable for controlling true energy. And the Jiuyang energy blast, inspired by the Kamehameha, also proved inadequate. Once more, Wu Tian formed a palm, channeling true energy into his hand. If launching the Jiuyang energy blast, a shadow of his palm shot forth into the sky. Observing the energy sphere shaped like a palm, he shook his head. It was essentially a palm-shaped Jiuyang energy blast. Standing still, Wu Tian gazed at the small energy sphere in his hand. Suddenly, an image of the sword from his past life flashed in his mind. And the scene of his grandfather demonstrating sword techniques resurfaced. At that moment, as the sword swept through the air, an almost imperceptible sword chi shot forth from the blade. Sword chi, those words echoed in Wu Tian's mind. And his previously furrowed brow relaxed, as if he had grasped something significant. Focusing on the energy sphere in his hand, he channeled true energy, allowing the internal energy to surge towards his palm. And gradually, the sword he envisioned began to manifest. Holding the long sword in his grasp, Wu Tian was momentarily stunned. After wielding the energy sword a few times, he lost interest and forcefully hurled it to the ground. The flying sword struck the earth but did not explode immediately. It traveled several meters forward before vanishing. Observing the deep trench, 20 centimeters wide and 50 meters long, carved into the ground, Wu Tian was astounded by the results. Far exceeding his expectations, he then unleashed a Jiuyang energy blast comparable to the previous energy sword, which detonated upon contact with the ground, creating a 2-meter-wide crater. Clearly, the impact of the sword-shaped energy was significantly more powerful than that of the spherical form. While the spherical energy was more destructive, its lethality could not rival that of the blade-like sword chi. Yet, the method of unleashing such energy felt peculiar. Wu Tian continued to manipulate the energy in his hand, executing a myriad of inventive techniques until he ultimately settled on the most suitable method of release, by gathering energy instantaneously through his fingers and then shaping the sword chi. He could unleash it in an instant. Initially, Wu Tian found this unfamiliar. It took him several seconds to condense a sword chi, a duration that would undoubtedly lead to his demise on the battlefield. However, as one gradually becomes proficient, a mere thought can instantly condense the energy. Among the 10 fingers, the sword energy concentrated at the index finger possesses the greatest lethality and the swiftest speed. With a mere thought, the index finger is enveloped in a yellow, sword-shaped energy. Observing the flickering sword energy on his finger, reminiscent of flames, Wu Tian feels an exhilarating rush, yearning to channel all his true energy into that finger. Moments later, under Wu Tian's full effort, the sword energy radiates an astonishing brilliance. With powerful energy fluctuations contained within that small sword energy, Wu Tian takes a slight step forward and suddenly points towards a distant mountain peak. From a side view, the previously unstable sword energy transforms into a massive golden yellow sword over a meter long. Hurtling rapidly towards the distant summit, bang! The peak is pierced by the colossal sword energy, producing a resounding echo, yet the sword energy does not dissipate entirely. continuing its trajectory into the void until it vanishes from sight. Gazing at the mountain that has been severed in half, Wu Tian is overwhelmed with excitement. The results have far exceeded his expectations. Not only is the speed significantly greater than that of the Jiuyang Qigong, but the lethality has also intensified, and most importantly, the consumption of true energy within his body is minimal, allowing for exceptional control, essentially hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy. Haha. I finally have my own original technique. This sword energy is so formidable, far more impressive than the Jiuyang Qigong. Wu Tian extends his right hand once more, and with a thought, 5 streams of sword energy materialize from his fingers. He channels all his true energy, and within moments, reaches a level of control he can manage. As the energies from his fingers intertwine and merge, they coalesce into a slightly broader sword energy, which is markedly stronger than what he previously released. Buzz. Observing the colossal sword energy soaring into the distance, he muses. This sword energy is quite reminiscent of the 6 Meridians divine sword. Damn it, I inadvertently imitated it. Subsequently, Wu Tian experiments with sword energies fused from different fingers. After extensive study, he discovers that merging the energies of all 10 fingers and unleashing them with both palms yields the most powerful sword energy, serving as a significant offensive move when using one hand. The optimal effect is achieved by simultaneously channeling energy through the thumb, index, and middle fingers, which is only slightly weaker than the 5-finger release but offers far greater agility. Looking at the sword energy emanating from his fingers, his joy is palpable. Moving forward, this sword energy will be his primary offensive technique, and it certainly deserves a name that embodies its might. After much contemplation, he settles on Jiuyang Divine Sword, feeling it to be the most fitting and sufficiently imposing. After over an hour of deliberation, he finally formulates a rough combat strategy, and his training approach becomes clearer. At present, the Jiuyang Divine Sword is still in its nascent stages. Several acupoints in his hands require further reinforcement and training to fully unleash its potential. Wu Tian feels immense satisfaction with the Jiuyang Divine Sword. Although it bears a resemblance to the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, this does not dampen his spirits. After all, compared to the enhancement of his abilities, such concerns are trivial. Ultimately, preserving one's life is paramount, and it remains uncertain which of the 2 techniques is superior. Today's creation of the Jiuyang Divine Sword undoubtedly stands as his most significant achievement in recent times. Wu Tian's already vibrant imagination is further ignited, and a multitude of ideas floods his mind, making it impossible for him to remain composed. Since there is a sword, how could there not be a knife? In his past life, there existed a knife that resided in the hearts of many, and he was among them. It was a blade of profound emotion and sanctity, and the tale of that knife once ensnared him in an enthralling obsession. Wu Tian closes his eyes, and from the depths of his heart, the image of that knife materializes. As time flows, he gradually conjures the knife, its energy transitioning from golden yellow to a dark golden hue. As the flying knife takes shape, memories of its story resurface, allowing him to savor its legendary power. While reminiscing, the energy within the forming knife fluctuates in tandem with Wu Tian's emotions, creating a fascinating phenomenon. After more than half an hour, a flying knife, approximately 10 centimeters long and slightly wider than a finger, manifests in Wu Tian's hand. The blade's surface glimmers with a dark golden hue, its golden energy flickering in and out of visibility. While its inner energy crackles like a web of lightning, the intensity of the energy is evident. This is the flying knife he has meticulously forged over the course of the day. What a marvelous sensation. This knife seems to possess a heartbeat. Wu Tian gazes at the knife in his hand, feeling its pulse, as if it has become an extension of his very being, responsive to his every thought. With a mental command, he loosens his grip. Swish, a powerful surge of energy emanates from the blade, radiating outward in all directions and carving a knife mark over a meter wide into the ground. Wu Tian narrowly avoids injury from the sudden blast of energy, quickly reclaiming the flying knife and suppressing the energy it emitted. His initial attempt to control the flying knife with his mind succeeded. But due to his lack of experience, the immense energy exceeded his control, resulting in the earlier display. Feeling the flying knife in his grasp, he realizes its energy surpasses that of the Jiuyang Divine Sword by a factor of 5. After all, this knife is birthed from his innermost emotions, infused with his entire essence and the memory of that so-called knife intent. Sun Wufan, the character of Xiao Li Fei Dao, is one of Wu Tian's most revered and admired heroes in martial arts. In his youth, he became infatuated with the art of the flying knife, practicing diligently until his grandfather discovered his obsession and reprimanded him severely. His grandfather deemed it childish and foolish for him to neglect the cultivation of Jiuyang Gong in favor of hidden weapons. Subsequently, Wu Tian could only train secretly, honing his flying knife skills to a commendable level, though he would inevitably be humiliated when facing true experts. Surely, his Shaoli Fei Dao cannot be compared unfavorably to Sun Huan's, especially since his knife is genuinely refined from true energy. Brother Sun Huan, allow me to carry forth your legendary flying knife technique in this foreign realm. Wu Tian grips the knife's hilt tightly. Launching it forward with great force, the flying knife hurtles into outer space, its speed several times greater than that of the Jiuyang divine sword, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The remarkable speed of the flying knife is not due to Wu Tian mastering the technique of Shaoli Fei Dao. Rather, it is simply the culmination of all his power in a single strike. His so-called Shaoli Fei Dao is merely his own wishful thinking. Not long after, Wu Tian conjures another flying knife. However, this one takes on the color of his true energy, golden yellow. That he grips the knife with 3 fingers and tosses it upward, its speed significantly surpassing that of the Jiuyang divine sword. What appears to be a casual throw results in a knife that boasts formidable power, an effect achieved through countless hours of practice. It seems that henceforth, he shall utilize Shaoli Fei Dao as his ultimate killing move. However, given his current mastery of the flying knife, he feels somewhat unprepared to showcase it. The reputation of Shaoli Fei Dao, known for its unerring accuracy, is not to be taken lightly. He must dedicate himself to mastering the flying knife to honor its legacy. With a thought, the golden hoop staff within his dragon ring materializes in his hand, instantly transforming into a small knife. Wu Tian, holding the blade conjured from the golden hoop staff, feels as though he has returned to years past, reigniting the passion within him as he aims it at a nearby giant tree and launches it forward. Although Wu Tian did not apply his internal energy to the flying knife, with his current prowess, coupled with his formidable physical strength, as the knife was merely 10 centimeters away from the tree, the massive 2-meter tree was instantly pierced by the sword energy emanating from the blade. After passing through the tree, the knife continued to penetrate over 100 other large trees. Wu Tian swung the flying knife without any reservations. The sound of the knife slicing through the air resonated throughout the forest, reminiscent of the days when he was infatuated with the legendary Little Li flying dagger. When Wu Tian finally came to a halt, he inadvertently discovered that his internal true energy had undergone a transformation, as if it had been nourished anew, leading to yet another metamorphosis. That he closed his eyes to inspect the changes within himself. After a while, a smile appeared at the corners of Wu Tian's lips, for the recent breakthrough had elevated his realm slightly, saving him considerable time in stabilizing this newfound level, experiencing the invigorating sensation of his newly ascended true energy. He began another round of tempering within himself. 2 hours later, Wu Tian, feeling immensely satisfied, ceased his cultivation, reveling in the continuous flow of true energy within him, his fists clenched tightly, as if he could crush the entire world. Releasing his hands, he exhaled a deep breath, closing his eyes to take in another deep inhalation, when suddenly a thought struck him, causing his brow to furrow slowly. It is surprising how high the purity requirement for spiritual energy is after reaching the 6th level. Although the spiritual energy in this world is abundant, it still necessitates repeated refinement, which could consume a great deal of time. Consequently, the speed of cultivation would significantly diminish. It appears I must seek a location rich in pure fiery energy for my training. Wu Tian pondered for a long while, realizing his unfamiliarity with this world, having only traversed a mere 2 or 3 locations, hardly enough to count on one hand. Reluctantly, he decided to give up, shaking his head, only to notice that it was already late. Truly, there is no time to waste in cultivation. A day has slipped by in the blink of an eye. That I must return to call Bulma and find a suitable place for training, as enhancing my strength is of utmost importance. With a surge of energy, he took flight towards Bulma's residence. Swiftly gliding over the residential houses, he noticed the small patches of burning grass below. Wu Tian slowed his pace, recalling the frying pan mountain of the Ox King, then shook his head. That frying pan mountain has long been flattened by Master Roshi's explosive power, and it no longer exists. Moreover, even if it were still standing, the purity of the fiery energy there would be of little use to him now. Suddenly, a name flashed through Wu Tian's mind, causing him to come to a sudden halt. Haha, I've got it. Although I am not familiar with the geographical locations of this world, I do recall some significant events that have transpired here. Wu Tian turned to Bulma beside him, saying, "You shouldn't follow me. I can see you won't be able to endure the monotony of this life. You should return." Bulma shook her head, lying on the Kintoan, pouting, "I won't go back. I just want to be with you." Wu Tian lay down beside her, pulling her into his embrace, inhaling her fragrant hair, and softly said, "I'm sorry, Bulma, my time with you is so brief, I can't give you much of it. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Bulma turned to Wu Tian, pouting, "Tian, good. Do you really have to train so hard every day? Each time you go off to train, it takes so long, and I can never find you when we meet. I worry so much." Wu Tian, deeply moved by her words, held Bulma tightly and said, "I'm sorry, I must continue this training, and I need to double my efforts. Didn't I tell you? Our enemies in the future are not benign individuals. Tiangu, are those people really that formidable? Aren't you strong enough to face them?" Wu Tian nodded, "Yes, beyond your imagination. However, this is not solely your burden. There are many martial artists out there, right? Like Master Roshi and the others." Wu Tian shot her a sidelong glance. "Oh please, you know what those people are like. Even his disciple Krillin is stronger than him. The little Goku could be of help. He is quite powerful." Bulma frowned. "Is little Goku really that strong? He doesn't seem all that impressive compared to you. No, I'm not referring to the Goku of now. I mean in the future. He possesses limitless potential, and his rate of growth is beyond what most can fathom. Even I am envious of him." Wu Tian reminisced about the image of little Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan, and then into Super Saiyan 2 and 3, even beyond into Super Saiyan 4. It seemed there was no limit to the advancements of the Saiyans. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he looked at Bulma and said, "Bulma, how about you join me in training?" Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. "Me? Really?" Wu Tian nodded. "Yes, there are many female martial artists too. You can do it." Bulma shook her head. I think I'll pass. Watching you all train so hard, I don't want to do that. Besides, even if I trained, I wouldn't be of much help to you. No, I could teach you my martial arts," Wu Tian began to say, but he suddenly remembered that the people in this world were incapable of cultivating internal energy. That's right. Even if you trained hard, you are still human, and your achievements would ultimately be limited. By the way, Bulma, how is your research on the spaceship progressing? As soon as Bulma heard the mention of the spaceship, her eyes lit up. "That spaceship is incredibly advanced. I've only just scratched the surface in my research, but I believe that soon I'll be able to build one myself. However, it may take a year or two to fully master the technology." Wu Tian noticed the slight disappointment on Bulma's face and comforted her. "There's no rush. Take your time with your research. When you manage to build that spaceship, we can go on an adventure in space. Just the two of us." Bulma beamed with joy, embracing Wu Tian. "Really? Just the two of us traveling through space?" "Yes, just the two of us, aboard that spaceship exploring the universe. But you must ensure that the ship is flawless. I don't want to end up lost in space, but that's a matter for a few years down the line. For now, I need to focus on enhancing my strength. Who knows what kind of freaks we might encounter in space?" Bulma nodded enthusiastically, her imagination already wandering to the scene of them flying together amidst the vast cosmos. Soon, Wu Tian spotted the Turtle Hermit's residence. This was his first visit to the Turtle Hermit's abode, and he gazed enviously at the small island where the Turtle Hermit lived. That old lecher knows how to enjoy life. Although the island is only a few miles in size, the surrounding scenery is utterly enchanting. At that moment, it was noon, and the Turtle Hermit was lounging under an umbrella, donning sunglasses, engrossed in a yellow book, completely oblivious to anyone's arrival. Wu Tian signaled to Bulma to be quiet, and he floated silently behind the Turtle Hermit. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found the old man perusing an adult magazine. Clearing his throat a few times, Wu Tian inquired, "Is it good?" "Ah, how delightful. Truly splendid. Wow, this is so beautiful." The turtle sage completely disregarded Goten's presence. His eyes glued to the book, exclaiming with great enthusiasm. Goten found it hard to tolerate the old Lek's behavior, delivering a swift kick to the chair leg before gracefully floating over to Bulma's side. Ouch! The turtle sage was sent sprawling, his chair reduced to mere dust. Goten had infused the chair with his energy. Even a gust of wind could disintegrate it. Approaching with a hearty laugh, Goten said, "Haha, turtle sage, what are you up to? Are you here to welcome me? You seem rather excited, don't you?" "Ha!" Upon hearing another voice, the turtle sage quickly straightened up, shedding his earlier lewd demeanor, adjusting his broken sunglasses. He looked at Goten and said, "Oh, it's you? Goten, how did you end up here?" Goten eyed the book in the turtle sage's hands and inquired, "What is that you have there, turtle sage?" The turtle sage, flustered, hurriedly concealed the book behind him, awkwardly stammering, "Haha, it's nothing, really." Goten chuckled, and in an instant, the turtle sage felt a breeze. Looking over, He saw Goten now holding the very book that had just been in his possession. Tut tut, what a fine physique. The turtle sage felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head, laughing sheepishly. Goten, noticing the turtle sage's awkwardness, gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, turtle sage. You have exquisite taste." Well, the turtle sage, seeing Goten's amusement, burst into laughter. "You truly are a remarkable character, turtle sage, at your age, still delving into the art of anatomy." The turtle sage, realizing the child's sharpness, rushed over to snatch the book from Goten's grasp, exclaiming, "Haha, yes, just a bit of occasional research." Regaining his composure, the turtle sage adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "Goten, what brings you here?" Bulma, standing nearby, cast a disdainful glance at the turtle sage, but the turtle sage, accustomed to such scrutiny, paid her no mind. Goten, uninterested in idle chatter, asked, "Turtle sage, I came to inquire about your sister." The turtle sage was taken aback. "My sister? How do you know I have a sister?" "Curious. But that's not for you to question. Do you know where she is? I have matters to discuss with her, so please tell me if you do." The turtle sage, relieved, replied, "Oh, so you have questions for her. What is it you wish to know? Perhaps I can assist you. After all, I have lived for centuries, and I know much that even my sister may not." Goten pondered, realizing he might not need to seek out the fortune-teller after all. He asked the turtle sage, "Do you know where the Flame Mountain is?" The turtle sage scratched his bald head, stomping his foot in thought. "Flame Mountain? I don't recall ever hearing of it." "Where did you hear about that?" Goten rolled his eyes. "Isn't that obvious? People talk. Now, if you don't know, just tell me where your sister is." The turtle sage replied, "All right then, but my sister has a rather peculiar personality. She may have some demands of you. Just be prepared. With a sister like that, it's no surprise you turned out strange too. Now, please, go on," Goten urged. The turtle sage pointed ahead. "She resides west of here. If you take the flying Nimbus and head west for about 3,000 kilometers, you'll find a palace. She is the mistress of that palace, but that was over 50 years ago. I cannot say if she still resides there." Goten, bemused, remarked, "I must say, turtle sage, how do you siblings live so long? Both of you are hundreds of years old, and yet your character seems lacking." Bulma chimed in. "Hey, turtle sage, are you saying it's west or east?" Goten glanced around, unsure himself, but the turtle sage, after a moment, awkwardly turned around and pointed in the opposite direction. "Ah, yes, it's west. Just head that way." Goten sighed, patting the turtle sage on the shoulder. "You know, turtle sage, perhaps you should study less of that anatomy art. Look at you. You seem to be losing your wits, and at your age, indulging in such trivialities." The turtle sage, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was no match for Goten, who always seemed to have the upper hand, making him appear foolish to outsiders. Goten scanned the area and noticed Krillin and Ulong were absent. He asked the turtle sage, "Where's your disciple?" "That little bald fellow." The turtle sage replied, "Oh, I sent him to the city for some supplies." Goten raised an eyebrow, eyeing the turtle sage with suspicion. "You didn't send him to fetch any of those adult magazines for you, did you?" The turtle sage's face flushed crimson as he turned away, stammering, No, of course not. I simply asked him to buy some daily necessities." Just as Goten was about to continue teasing the turtle sage, a feminine voice floated from within the turtle sage's abode. Turtle sage, what do you wish to eat today?" Goten turned his gaze to the stunning woman who had just appeared at the door. His eyes lit up. He recalled there might be a character like this in Dragon Ball, though he couldn't quite remember. "Hi there. Beautiful." The woman waved back. "Hi. Nice to meet you." At Goten's greeting, Bulma instinctively pinched his waist. "All right, we should be off now. Farewell, you too." Goten lifted Bulma and with a gentle leap, soared westward. The turtle sage stood there, dumbfounded, as he watched the two ascend. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he marveled at Goten's power, which had far exceeded his expectations. Who would have thought Goten had grown so formidable? He couldn't help but wonder how he trained. "Gohan, you have indeed raised an extraordinary grandson." Lan Chi approached the turtle sage and asked, "Turtle sage, who was that person just now?" The turtle sage gazed towards the west and replied, "That was Goten, Goku's brother. A truly remarkable individual. So he is Goku's brother." As they rode the flying Nimbus, heading swiftly westward, the convenience of the Nimbus was undeniable. After over an hour, they finally spotted a magnificent palace. Goten, cradling Bulma, hovered in the air as if walking on the ground, surveying the terrain below. "Bulma, enveloped in Goten's energy, felt none of the typical floating sensation. As if she were comfortably resting on the Nimbus itself. After a moment, Goten declared, "This must be the place. Let us go take a look." Indeed, this fortune teller certainly knows how to indulge. Building a palace in the lake is quite extravagant. As they walked through the palace, it was far from the desolate scene Goten had imagined. On the contrary, many visitors filled the space. The sheer size of the palace made the sparse crowd seem insignificant. It was no surprise, considering the fortune teller's renowned abilities. Her fame must have drawn many seeking answers, as countless individuals have questions they yearn to unravel. Goten guided Bulma through the throngs of people. And just as they approached the entrance, a ghostly figure floated beside them. Goten, taken aback, inquired, "Are you a ghost?" The ghost replied joyfully, "Haha, yes, I am indeed a ghost. Welcome. Are you here to consult the fortune teller?" Goten nodded. "Yes, we are here to seek her guidance. Is she present?" The ghost affirmed. "Yes, she is. Please wait here in line for your turn. I will call you when it's your time. Thank you." Watching the ghost float away, Bulma turned to Goten. "Do we have to wait in line?" Goten glanced at the queue ahead. It was manageable. With only about 10 people that it seems there aren't too many. It shouldn't take long. We have no pressing matters, so let us be patient. After all, this is their domain. We should respect their rules. Take your time. We look forward to your next visit. The specter, who had just entered, emerged leading 2 battered individuals. One of whom lamented, "Alas, this is the 5th time. Each time, we are defeated by that vampire. We must return and intensify our training. Next year, we shall surely vanquish that vampire. I have discovered his weakness." The other person retorted, "Bah, you say that every time, yet you are defeated in mere moments." Hearing their exchange, Wu Tian recalled that the fortune teller had apparently been engaged in combat divination. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the earlier participants finally departed. The previous groups exited with expressions of joy, suggesting that the fortune teller possessed some genuine talent. Wu Tian remarked, "Indeed, that seems likely. After all, she has lived for several centuries and must possess some wisdom." Regardless, although the characters of those 2 siblings leave much to be desired, they certainly have some skills that moment. The specter, having just escorted the previous visitor out, floated before Wu Tian and said, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for the wait. Please, follow me." Wu Tian and his companion, munching on sunflower seeds, followed the specter inside. They quickly traversed through an archway and across a lake bridge, arriving at a place devoid of any light. The entrance's brightness was mysteriously obstructed, rendering the entire space eerily strange. The specter swiftly glided in, announcing, "Here they come. Our guests have arrived." A voice, trembling and chilling, echoed from the darkness. "Ah, they have come." Upon hearing this, Bulma clung tightly to Wu Tian in fear. Wu Tian, gazing into the shadows where the fortune teller resided, casually remarked, "Come on, is scaring people really entertaining?" The fortune teller, upon hearing this, could not help but flinch and drift forward. There she was, diminutive in stature, clad in a witch's attire, seated upon a massive orb. Wu Tian addressed her, "So you are the fortune teller. That hat of yours is truly hideous." The fortune teller retorted haughtily, "Umph. This hat cost me over $1 million. It is the most expensive in the world, not something a little brat like you could appreciate." Wu Tian rolled his eyes, conceding, "Fine, I admit I have no taste. I truly did not perceive the value of your hat." The fortune teller, clearly pleased, said to Wu Tian, "You have come for a divination, I presume?" To which he replied, "Yes, but I am unsure if you possess the ability." The fortune teller smugly declared, "There is nothing in this world I cannot divine, provided you can pay the fee." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian inquired, "What do you charge?" "For each divination, I require 10 million. However, if you provide me with 100 million, I will grant you whatever divination you desire at no additional cost." Wu Tian was taken aback, as he had no comprehension of 10 million, but the figure certainly sounded daunting. Bulma exclaimed, "What? 10 million? Are you joking? You, a mere fortune teller, demand 10 million? That's outrageous." Noticing their reactions, the fortune teller scoffed, "I knew you too were broke. If you lack funds, then follow me." Just as Bulma was about to retort, Wu Tian quickly restrained her, suggesting they assess the situation first. The fortune teller led them away from the dark space to a vast circular arena. She positioned herself atop the orb at the center of the arena and said to Wu Tian, "Since you have no money, you must defeat my 5 warriors. If you conquer them, I shall provide you with a free divination. Wu Tian shrugged. Do as you wish. Summon them forth. The fortune teller called into the building behind her. Vampire, come forth. Moments later, a bat flew out of the window. Wu Tian, astonished, remarked, a vampire? They truly exist. The bat transformed into an odd-looking humanoid figure, undeniably unattractive. Upon the vampire's arrival, the fortune teller informed Wu Tian, now, if anyone falls into the water, they lose. Let the match begin. Wu Tian, casually munching on his seeds, regarded the vampire with utter disdain, noticing it was bowing and making strange gestures without any apparent purpose. He remained unfazed, confident that any potential schemes would crumble before his might. After a few minutes of the vampire's antics, it charged at Wu Tian, who responded with a flying kick, sending the vampire tumbling dozens of meters to the lakeshore with a resounding zing. Continuing to munch on his seeds, Wu Tian addressed the fortune teller. So, I take it I've won. This. The fortune teller stared at the vampire sprawled at the lakeshore, utterly defeated, astonished by Wu Tian's strength. All right, summon the next one, she cried, preparing to call forth the next adversary. Here he comes. Let the match commence. Wu Tian had already detected the presence of someone concealed in the shadows, though he could not ascertain how they concealed themselves. Their aura was overwhelmingly powerful, making it nearly impossible not to notice. As the invisible figure stealthily approached Wu Tian, poised for a surprise attack, Wu Tian could not suppress a smirk. The fortune teller, observing Wu Tian's ignorance, chuckled, eager to witness his embarrassment. Swiftly, Wu Tian dodged and delivered a flying kick to the invisible foe, who fell gracefully beside the vampire, reunited in defeat. Wu Tian reminisced about his time with little Wukong in the past. Such minor adversaries would not require his direct involvement, as they were effortlessly handled by his golden-armed companion. The fortune teller was left speechless, having witnessed Wu Tian's formidable prowess once more. Wu Tian, growing impatient, addressed the fortune teller, enough games. Summon all your remaining warriors at once. I will dispatch them in one go. You may even call additional ones. I am indifferent to the number. The fortune teller gulped nervously and replied, very well, but your next match will not occur here. We shall proceed to another arena. With that, she turned on her orb to glide away, prompting Wu Tian to call after her. Wait, I have no time to waste here. Summon them now. The fortune teller, however, was unyielding, returning to say, if you do not adhere to my rules, I will not provide you with a divination. Refusing to follow me means you forfeit. Are you certain? Wu Tian remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, if you want me to follow, that's fine, but I won't show mercy like before. You've seen my strength. Your subordinates are nothing but ants to me. The fortune teller dismissed his bravado, believing that despite Wu Tian's power, he could not possibly defeat all her subordinates. Wu Tian continued, I assure you, if your remaining subordinates are anything like the last, their fate is sealed. Think wisely. I am not jesting. Can you bear the sacrifice? After much contemplation, the fortune teller conceded, yes, I admit they are no match for you. However, you must still defeat these 5 before I will assist you. Wu Tian sighed. Enough already. I've told you. Your subordinates are doomed against me. Just proceed with the divination. The fortune teller hesitated, and Wu Tian, now thoroughly exasperated, remarked, honestly, you are nothing like your brother. The turtle sage was far more straightforward. The fortune teller gasped. What? You know my brother? Indeed, I am quite familiar with him. It was he who urged me to seek your divination here, out of respect for his name. I implore you to proceed with the reading. I see. However, even with your acquaintance, it seems to bear no significance. Wu Tian fell silent, feeling that the situation could only be resolved through force. He put away the sunflower seeds, clapped his hands, and declared, very well. Since you are so fond of battle, I shall resolve them all at once. Wu Tian extended his right palm, facing downward, and soon a golden energy began to manifest within his palm. With a mere thought, the energy swirled like a tornado, while he enveloped Bulma in a protective barrier of true qi. The fortune-telling elder, however, remained unfazed, regarding Wu Tian's display as mere trickery, and paused to watch what he would do next. A bemused expression on her face, the energy in Wu Tian's hand swirled rapidly, visibly expanding, as the rotational force began to draw in the surrounding air, causing everything nearby to revolve around him in a frenzy. The elder showed no signs of concern at first, but when she observed the energy sphere growing larger and the winds intensifying to the point where she had to clutch onto the floating orb, She began to grasp the magnitude of Wu Tian's power. Seeing the energy sphere reach a size akin to a basket, Wu Tian ceased channeling energy into it, flipping it over and playfully manipulating it with his fingers, further increasing the wind speed around him. With a mischievous grin, he turned to the elder, saying, "So, what do you think, fortune-telling elder? If this energy sphere were to strike, do you believe your subordinates would survive?" The elder, wanting to retort, found herself unable to speak, the swirling winds preventing her from uttering a word. "If you remain silent, I shall take action. When they are reduced to nothing but ashes, do not blame me for not warning you." With that, he raised the energy sphere. Seeing the impending doom, the elder shouted desperately, "Stop, please." Yet before she could finish her sentence, she tumbled off the orb in a most undignified manner. Wu Tian, observing the spectacle, felt he had toyed with her enough, and halted the energy sphere's rotation, restoring the surrounding calm. Though the trees now appeared disheveled and askew, the elder struggled to her feet, her hat lost to the winds and her hair disarrayed like a bird's nest. She leaped onto the orb, taking a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Bulma, safeguarded by Wu Tian's barrier, remained unaffected by the earlier gusts, leading the elder to suspect that the young girl was indeed a formidable individual. As she exhibited no signs of distress amidst the chaos. "So, fortune-telling elder, shall we continue?" Wu Tian asked with a hint of amusement. "No. Enough. Please, just cease your actions." The elder's heart raced upon witnessing the terrifying energy in Wu Tian's grasp. Wu Tian chuckled softly, flicking the energy sphere lightly, sending it soaring like a balloon towards the lake. With a resounding bang, the sphere released an astonishing burst of energy upon touching the water, causing the entire castle to tremble. Following a deafening roar, rain began to pour, reminiscent of a torrential downpour after a tempest, as the once pristine lake bubbled ominously, and the path along the shore began to collapse, soaked to the bone. The elder's expression froze in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the events unfolding before her. In stark contrast, Wu Tian appeared unfazed, casually munching on sunflower seeds alongside Bulma. After a prolonged silence, the elder finally regained her composure, her gaze falling upon the lifeless fish strewn about, filling her with trepidation and deepening her respect for Wu Tian's prowess. "All right, fortune-telling elder, shall we commence the divination?" The elder's lips twitched, her heart heavy. It was her first experience of being threatened in such a manner. Yet, recalling Wu Tian's formidable abilities, her indignation evaporated, for life itself held the utmost importance. "Let me change into another outfit first." Without waiting for Wu Tian's response, she swiftly departed. "What is it that you wish to seek?" The elder inquired, now clad in fresh attire, her hands caressing the massive orb as she faced away from Wu Tian. Intrigued, Wu Tian scrutinized the extraordinary orb, disregarding her question and instead asking, "Where did you procure this orb?" "Fortune-telling elder, it appears quite remarkable, and it can fly. How wondrous." He reached out to touch it. Upon seeing Wu Tian's hand approach, the elder let out a shriek, hastily retreating with the orb, glaring at him with indignation. "You must not touch it." Wu Tian shrugged dismissively. "Pfft, it's just a mere orb. What harm could it do? Enough of that. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Fortune-telling elder. I require your assistance in locating a place. I wish to know how to reach Flame Mountain." Relieved that Wu Tian had refrained from reaching out again, she asked, "What is the name of the place? As long as you tell me, there is nothing I cannot find." Wu Tian harbored doubts about her abilities, uncertain of how this elder conducted her divination. "Flame Mountain. I wish to know its location." The elder began to chant incantations towards her orb, which soon transformed into a display. Akin to a monitor, its formerly smooth surface morphed into a vivid scene, prompting Wu Tian to exclaim in astonishment. Half an hour later, boredom set in as the two leaned against each other, munching on sunflower seeds while chatting. Wu Tian observed the elder's tireless efforts, feeling somewhat exasperated. After such a lengthy duration, she still hadn't paused, leading him to believe she was not as impressive as rumored. Eventually, drenched in sweat, the elder finally stopped, prompting Wu Tian to excitedly approach her. "So, did you find it?" The elder's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, I, unfortunately, did not discover Flame Mountain. Typically, I can reveal anything that exists in this world, but are you certain there is such a place?" Disappointment washed over Wu Tian, but her words sparked doubt within him. He was convinced it should exist. Bulma, sensing his dismay, gently squeezed his hand in encouragement. She gazed curiously at the orb, stating, "This orb reminds me of Kaios' vessel. Both can see great distances." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian experienced a sudden epiphany, exclaiming, How could I forget that hefty fellow? Bulma, you're brilliant. He then leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. Wait, who did you just mention? The elder asked, her expression one of astonishment. Why do you ask? He is undoubtedly someone 100 times more formidable than you. Indeed, Kai is a celestial being, Bulma chimed in. Noticing the elder's peculiar expression, Wu Tian inquired, what is it? Do you know Kai? The elder nodded excitedly. Kai is my master, and this orb was a gift from him. He also taught me many incantations. Wah! Wu Tian exclaimed, utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that the fortune-telling elder was a disciple of Kai. Are you being serious? That hefty white one is your master? With a firm nod, the elder affirmed, her heart racing. Wow, you two must be quite fortunate, being connected to Kai. No wonder you have lived for such a long time. Tian, does Kai truly know the whereabouts of Flame Mountain? Could he be like this fortune-telling elder, unable to find it? Ah, surely that cannot be the case. If even the esteemed Kai does not possess this knowledge, then it seems that no one does. Please, grant me some confidence. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the Kai Tower. From their vantage point atop the Nimbus, the two could distinctly see a white figure atop the tower. Undoubtedly the revered Kai. Wu Tian gently lowered Bulma from the Nimbus and addressed Kai. Greetings, Kai. It is a pleasure to see you again. Are you here to welcome us? Ah, Wu Tian, my dear friend. I had anticipated your arrival. Kai replied with a knowing smile. Wu Tian's face contorted with disbelief. Though, please, you merely happened to be here at the same time I arrived. Do you possess some prophetic ability? Kai adjusted his beard and responded. As long as you are riding the Nimbus, I can sense your presence from anywhere. After all, I crafted that Nimbus myself. Wait, are you saying you have been monitoring me? Please, remove any surveillance devices you have left atop the Nimbus. Wu Tian exclaimed, astonished. With a shrug, Kai replied, I am afraid that is beyond my control. It is simply a talent I was born with, and I do not know how to make it vanish. Really? This is quite disappointing for a sage, Wu Tian retorted. However, rest assured, I can only sense you when you are near the Kai Tower. Beyond that, I cannot. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could hardly bear the notion of being watched at all times. By the way, Kai, I have come to inquire about a certain location. You know where Fire Mountain is? Kai furrowed his brow in contemplation. I cannot say that I am familiar with such a place. Wu Tian, exasperated, replied, if you are unaware, why not consult your urn? With that, he led Kai to the corner where he kept the urn. Kai peered into the urn, shaking his head as he did so. No, I truly cannot find any mention of Fire Mountain here. Wu Tian, puzzled, murmured, could it be that I have misremembered? He stood still, frowning as his memories of the place were hazy, and he could not pinpoint where he might have gone astray. Tell me, do you truly not know where the purest spiritual energy in the world resides? By spiritual energy, I mean the essence of that energy. Wu Tian urged, gazing at Kai with hopeful anticipation, desperate to avoid further disappointing news. The place with the purest energy. Yes, there is indeed such a location. I remember now. It is the Five Elements Mountain. The energy there is unparalleled, and all energy in this world must pass through that place. Is that true? Please, tell me how to get there. Wu Tian exclaimed excitedly. Kai approached the urn once more and, after a moment of searching, declared, Aha! I have found it. The Five Elements Mountain. It is located there. Wu Tian's eyes widened in curiosity. Where exactly is it? According to what is displayed here, it should be on the opposite side of the earth. As for the exact location, from here it would take. Before he could finish, Wu Tian called Bulma over to record their destination, confident that with her assistance, they would not struggle to find it. Brother Tian. I am so exhausted, Bulma said as she leaned against him. Gazing down at Bulma resting on his lap, Wu Tian mused, shall we pause for a moment and rest? We can continue our journey tomorrow. Bulma shook her head. No, let us press on until we arrive. After all, the Nimbus is quite swift. Though the Nimbus was indeed fast, they had no way of knowing when they might locate the Five Elements Mountain. And without a specific address, it could take considerable time. Ultimately, they acquiesced to Wu Tian's decision and rested on the ground for the night. The following day, both felt invigorated and resumed their journey. Bulma, please confirm how long it will take us to reach the Five Elements Mountain from our current location. Bulma retrieved a palm-sized electronic device from her bag and, after a moment of manipulation, informed Wu Tian, based on the coordinates provided by Kai, we are approximately 8,000 kilometers away. At the speed of the Nimbus. It should take around 4 hours. 4 hours. That is manageable. I hope Kai Li's directions are accurate. Tio Wutian. 4 hours felt like the blink of an eye. A brief period of cultivation would suffice. Yet he needed to remain vigilant to protect Bulma with his energy. Without his support, she would struggle to endure the Nimbus's rapid pace for even a moment. Thus, he could not afford to fully relax his efforts in cultivation. As they conversed atop the Nimbus, fatigue soon overtook them, and they unwittingly drifted into slumber. The energy shield enveloping them remained intact due to Wutian's ongoing energy flow. Moreover, he always kept a portion of his consciousness alert for unforeseen circumstances. Wutian found solace in sleeping upon the Nimbus. Yet Bulma struggled to overcome her psychological barriers, often awakening abruptly during her rest. Perhaps this was due to her lack of martial training, which placed greater mental strain upon her than upon Wutian. Suddenly, Wutian's eyes flew open. He sensed a shift in the energy shield. The protective aura surrounding the Nimbus was being destabilized by an inexplicable force. Though the alteration was subtle, Wutian detected it instantly. Noting that the Nimbus's speed had also diminished, he distinctly perceived a change in gravity, albeit slight. But his sensitivity to such fluctuations had become acute. As they continued forward, the changes intensified, and the surrounding environment transformed. Initially, the sky was bright and clear, but it soon faded into a murky haze of dull clouds, creating a stifling atmosphere. The Nimbus's speed gradually decelerated until it ultimately came to a halt. No matter how Wutian urged it onward, the Nimbus lay still as if lifeless. He furrowed his brow and surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the clouds, nothing was visible. Peering downward, he saw only an impenetrable mass of cloud, leaving him astonished. Normally, when faced with ordinary clouds, Wutian could penetrate through them with focused intent, but now there was no effect whatsoever. Either the clouds were excessively thick or fundamentally different from typical clouds. Wutian hesitated to venture out for exploration, fearing to leave Bulma alone atop the Nimbus. Though the energy shield offered some protection, it would quickly dissipate without Wutian's maintenance, placing them in a precarious situation. Bulma, wake up. What is it, Brother Tian? Have we arrived? She murmured sleepily. Not yet, but there is a situation, Wutian replied. Bulma slowly opened her eyes. What is it, Brother Tian? Why have we stopped? Wutian gestured toward the outside. Look around. Confused, Bulma glanced about, initially unresponsive, but upon realizing their surroundings, she trembled and instinctively leaned closer to Wutian. Brother Tian. This place is terrifying. Where are we? Wutian shrugged. I do not know. All I know is that we cannot move. The Nimbus has come to a standstill. Upon hearing that even the Nimbus was grounded, Bulma's anxiety surged. What do we do now? Wutian chuckled reassuringly. Do not panic. The Nimbus may be immobile, but you still have me. With Wutian's words, Bulma's fear subsided. As long as he was by her side, she felt invincible. All right, let us see if I can fly us out of here. Wutian embraced Bulma, dispelling the outer energy shield. As he summoned his energy, a translucent yellow barrier enveloped them both, and Wutian began to ascend cautiously. As anticipated, he was indeed able to fly, but the gravity felt slightly heavier than before. The surrounding energy was murky and somewhat volatile. After a brief flight, it seemed the dark clouds would never dissipate, obscuring their path ahead. Suddenly, Wutian halted, as if struck by inspiration, but he smacked his forehead and retrieved the Nimbus, which he had previously stored within the dragon ring. The two individuals once again found themselves atop the Nimbus cloud, which remained unresponsive. Wutian enveloped the Nimbus cloud with an energy shield, encasing both himself and his companion within its protective embrace. The moment the Nimbus was surrounded by the energy shield, it trembled as if it had come to life, which filled Wutian with elation. Indeed, as he had surmised, the infusion of his vital energy allowed for unimpeded movement. Turning to Bulma, he exclaimed, "Hee, now we can fly again." Bulma, witnessing this, was equally delighted, showering Wutian with praise. Though, by the way, Bulma, quickly retrieve your navigation device and see if we've arrived. Bulma took out her navigator, fiddled with it for a moment, and furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Oh no, it seems to be malfunctioning." Wutian snatched the device from her hands, observing the screen flickering erratically, the frequency so rapid that it rendered it unusable. "Your electronic gadgets are truly unreliable," he remarked. "So, what now?" Wutian shrugged. "What else can we do? Let us just keep going straight." With that, he piloted the Nimbus cloud forward, remaining vigilant in the unfamiliar surroundings. although he knew that there were few beings in this world capable of causing him harm. The forces of nature were formidable, and he lacked the strength to contend with them. After flying for over half an hour, a sudden illumination caught their attention. They had finally exited the bizarre cloud world. However, the sight that greeted them was hardly better. The sky remained obscured, shrouded in murky haze, while the ground resembled a labyrinth of towering pillars, stretching endlessly. They both sighed, gazing at the peculiar structures below. Suddenly, the sky transformed, and amidst a swirling chaos, a dark mist coalesced, rapidly taking the form of an enormous, grotesque visage that howled menacingly at Wu Tian and his companion, its roar distorting the very space around them. Bulma, frightened, clung tightly to Wu Tian, who, momentarily startled, steeled himself against the looming face. He would not wait idly for it to approach. With a swift motion, he unleashed a Ninyong energy blast. The energy pierced through the monster's face, causing it to disintegrate upon contact, and the sky soon returned to its original state. What a letdown. I expected something far more formidable, Wu Tian muttered, unimpressed. The two continued their journey, but soon the sky trembled once more. Drawing from their prior experiences, they watched intently, pondering what might unfold next in short order. They heard a cacophony of battle cries approaching, a tumultuous sound that suggested a vast multitude. Peering ahead, they beheld thousands of figures armed with an array of weaponry charging toward them. Clearly, a formidable army. Wu Tian was astonished by the sight. He felt no fear, as there was no reason to be afraid, but the appearance of the aerial army was utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, Bulma clung to Wu Tian, trembling at the oncoming horde. This is absurd. Wu Tian quickly discerned that the army was merely an illusion. Not only was their airborne movement illogical, but some soldiers even passed right through their comrades. This is utterly implausible. Despite the absurdity of the scene, Wu Tian decided to dispel the illusory army with another Ninyong blast. As they pressed on, increasingly bizarre phenomena manifested around them. Once he confirmed that these were mere phantoms, Wu Tian explained this to Bulma. Choosing to disregard all visual distractions, he reinforced the energy shield with additional vital energy, and, ignoring everything else, propelled the Nimbus cloud forward at full speed. Suddenly, Wu Tian sensed a shift in the energy shield. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a breathtaking vista, a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian halted the Nimbus, withdrawing the energy shield, and a refreshing breeze enveloped them. "Ah, what a picturesque paradise!" Bulma exclaimed, spreading her arms wide, greedily inhaling the long mist air. Indeed, it truly is a beautiful world. Although it was merely an ordinary forest for the two who had just endured a harsh environment, it was nothing short of a heavenly landscape. As the Nimbus cloud soared onward, their spirits lifted considerably. Just as they had remarked, this place was indeed a realm of beauty. The further they ventured, the more enchanting the scenery became, prompting them to slow their pace and fly low, reveling in the sights below, their eyes darting over a multitude of exotic flora and fauna as they progressed. The surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly dense, and Wu Tian felt certain that their destination lay not far ahead. "Wow, Wu Tian, is that a phoenix?" Bulma exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a magnificent crimson bird soaring nearby. Wu Tian squinted into the distance. Indeed, there was a massive, fiery red bird, though it bore little resemblance to the phoenix he knew, resembling more a peacock with its radiant plumage, appearing like a small sun against the sky, truly a sight to behold. "Is that really a phoenix?" Wu Tian inquired uncertainly. "I don't know. I've never seen one before. It must be a phoenix. It's so beautiful." "Wu Tian, can we follow it?" Bulma urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wu Tian nodded, carefully piloting the Nimbus cloud at a leisurely pace, ensuring they didn't startle the majestic creature. Wu Tian instinctively felt the intense fiery energy emanating from the phoenix, prompting him to maintain a respectful distance as they lounged on the Nimbus, observing the phoenix frolicking below. Bulma squinted, her eyelids growing heavy. "Wu Tian, how long are we going to wait? It's been half an hour, and the phoenix is still playing. Shouldn't we go down and catch it?" Wu Tian, exasperated, replied, "Why on earth would we catch the phoenix? Can you even interrogate it? Let us just wait. It will likely return when it tires out. It's been half an hour. It should be getting weary. Look, it's standing still now. It must be tired." Bulma scrutinized the creature, retorting, "It's just full from eating, not tired." Oh no, it looks like it might fall asleep." Just then, the phoenix emitted a burst of flames into the sky before lying down on the grass, flapping its wings without rising again. Seeing this, Wu Tian panicked. In a way, he'd been foolishly following it for half an hour, and now it wants to sleep. Not a chance. Let us scare it. Wu Tian extended his right hand. A blade of energy shooting forth from his ring finger, striking the ground a few meters behind the phoenix, creating a small crater. The explosion startled the phoenix, causing it to leap up, scanning the area for danger. But after finding nothing amiss, it settled back down. Wu Tian, try again, Bulma urged after witnessing the first attempt fail. Wu Tian, bemused by the phoenix's calm demeanor, unleashed 5 more energy blades, each one causing an explosive sound. Finally, the phoenix realized the danger and spread its wings, swiftly taking flight. After circling above a few times, the fiery bird scrutinized the area where Wu Tian had unleashed his energy blasts, seemingly puzzled by the commotion for no apparent reason. Wu Tian, unable to bear the sight any longer, unleashed a barrage of energy blades in rapid succession, forcing the phoenix to flee. After Wu Tian had driven it several kilometers away, the phoenix surprisingly returned to its original spot, leaving both of them utterly speechless. Could it be that it's really that attached to this place? Before they could react, the phoenix swiftly dove into a thicket, vanishing from sight. Oh no, Wu Tian, it's escaped. Upon regaining his composure, Wu Tian urged the Nimbus cloud to follow, but there was no sign of the phoenix in the air, guiding the Nimbus to the spot where the phoenix had vanished. They traced the path left in the grass and soon discovered an entrance, clearly where the phoenix had gone. Wu Tian frowned. The lingering energy of the phoenix was still present at the cave's mouth. Yet he could no longer sense its presence, as if it had entirely disappeared. The entrance was spacious enough for the Nimbus cloud to pass through effortlessly. After traversing the rugged cave for over half an hour, the two finally caught sight of a radiant light that a pure and potent essence of fiery energy surged from the cave's mouth, causing Wu Tian's internal vital energy to whirl vigorously. A visible stream of spiritual energy rushed towards him. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they discovered it was perched upon a sheer cliff hundreds of meters high, and the spectacle before them left both in utter astonishment. A vast expanse of red enveloped the landscape, with not a hue other than red and yellow in sight. In the sky, 4 or 5 fire phoenixes drifted gracefully, completely oblivious to the presence of the two outsiders. Bulma was utterly captivated by the sight, her mouth agape in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How beautiful!" Wu Tian, wearing a serene smile, had his eyes closed, greedily absorbing the energy that flowed towards him. Not wanting to disturb him, Bulma chose to remain silent. Accustomed to Wu Tian's meditative practices, after half an hour, Wu Tian finally opened his eyes, savoring the refinement of his vital energy. Exhaling softly, he smiled at Bulma and said, "Let us descend and explore." With that, he wrapped an arm around her and soared into the air. In that brief half hour, Wu Tian's Jiuyang vital energy had been refined to a remarkable degree, harmonizing perfectly with the surrounding spiritual essence. This was the place he had long sought. Only such pure energy could facilitate his rapid breakthroughs. Surely, this must be the legendary 5 Elements mountain, for how else could such rich spiritual energy exist? As they gazed upon the expansive woodland, the uniformity of the trees radiated intoxicating spiritual energy. Leaving Wu Tian in a state of ecstasy, they walked upon the ground, marveling at the landscape, where even the soil was a vibrant red, infused with a dense essence. Nature is truly wondrous. Who would have thought such a place existed in the world? After they had roamed for over an hour, fatigue finally set in, prompting them to pause. "Wow, Brother Tian, this place is stunning. How wonderful it would be to live here," Bulma exclaimed, while the beauty was undeniable. Wu Tian mused that residing here would become tiresome over time, given the monochromatic palette. Bulma nodded in agreement, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she pointed, "Look, a fire phoenix." Following Bulma's, Wu Tian spotted a small phoenix perched on a tree, seemingly nibbling on something. Observing the bird's actions and the fiery fruits upon the tree, Wu Tian realized that the phoenix not only foraged externally, but also consumed the vibrant fruits. The phoenix pecked at the fruit, and in an instant, as it swallowed, Wu Tian sensed an energy emanating from the bird that was tenfold more potent than the surrounding essence. His eyes widened in realization, and with a thought, he found himself holding a fruit the size of a ping-pong ball. Glowing a brilliant red, staring at the unassuming fruit, Wu Tian could distinctly feel the immense energy contained within it. He was astounded by the sheer magnitude of power encapsulated in such a small object. Bulma, noticing the fruit in Wu Tian's hand, curiously examined it, stating, it looks rather ordinary. It probably doesn't taste good. After contemplating for a moment, Wu Tian took a decisive bite. Instantly, a surge of fiery energy emanated from the fruit, flowing seamlessly into his mouth. Before he could discern its flavor, the fruit seemed to possess a sentience of its own, melting away upon contact, truly dissolving in his mouth. Wu Tian hastily channeled his vital energy, and the power ignited like a flame within his dantian, rapidly filling his entire being with warmth, turning his complexion a vivid red. Bulma, witnessing this transformation, felt a surge of anxiety and watched Wu Tian with concern. Acutely aware that he was about to enter a state of cultivation, her expression was a blend of worry and helplessness, fearing for Wu Tian's well-being. After an hour, Wu Tian's skin gradually returned to normal, prompting Bulma to exhale in relief. Throughout that hour, she had been in a state of constant worry, unable to relax. Wu Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth, as if he could pierce through everything before him. However, recalling Bulma's presence, he quickly tempered his eagerness. Bulma, startled by the intensity of his gaze, soon leaped into Wu Tian's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, you scared me to death." Wu Tian patted her back reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. Nothing happened that I told you. I often experience this during cultivation, so you need not worry." Bulma pouted, "Humph, you should consider how frightening you were just now. Why does eating a single fruit cause such a reaction?" Wu Tian responded with a hint of apology. "Haha, that's because the fruit contained an immense energy. Thankfully, I had previously harmonized with the local essence. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome." With a flicker, he vanished and reappeared, now holding another fruit. Wu Tian gazed at the fruit in awe, struggling to fathom the vast energy contained within such a diminutive object. A tremendous energy? Why don't I sense anything? Bulma queried, curious as she took the energy fruit from Wu Tian's hand for a closer inspection. "It looks no different from the one I just had," she remarked before attempting to pop it into her mouth. Before Wu Tian could react, Bulma had bitten into the fruit. Alarmed, he swiftly snatched the energy fruit from her mouth, exclaiming, "You reckless fool, spit it out." But Bulma stubbornly swallowed it, leaving Wu Tian in a state of panic as he prepared to channel energy to help her expel the fruit's energy, only to witness torrents of fiery energy emanating from Bulma, clearly the result of the energy fruit she had just consumed. Wu Tian stared at her in disbelief, while Bulma seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, gazing at him with curiosity. "Bulma, are you all right?" Wu Tian asked, his voice tinged with concern. Bulma wiped her mouth and replied, "What's wrong with me? Did you not experience any adverse effects after consuming the energy fruit?" Wu Tian pressed. Bulma furrowed her brow, feeling her stomach, and said, "Not at all. However, although the fruit was delicious, eating just one feels like I've consumed enough for 10 days. I'm so full." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was rendered speechless. It seemed the energy fruit had no effect on Bulma other than satiation. "How peculiar. It resembles the senza beans," he pondered. "Bulma, you must be more cautious next time. Not every fruit can be so fortuitous. What if it were poisonous?" Wu Tian admonished. Bulma retorted, "Aren't you guilty of the same? I only ate it after I saw you do so. I just had one, and I felt fine. This delectable fruit is so tempting. Now I can only gaze longingly at it without daring to take another bite. It's simply torturous." Wu Tian's lips twitched involuntarily at her words. "That's so? You mean to say you've eaten it before?" "Yes. I saw you enjoying it, so I picked one for myself while you were cultivating. I never imagined such an unremarkable-looking fruit could taste so divine. It was like a celestial fruit. I've never tasted anything so exquisite." As Wu Tian observed Bulma savoring the memory, he found himself at a loss for words. He took a bite of the half-eaten energy fruit, intending to relish its flavor, but as soon as it entered his mouth, it transformed into pure energy, cascading into his dantian without a hint of taste. All he could perceive was the lingering sensation of the energy's passage. Wu Tian felt utterly disheartened. It seemed that comparing oneself to others could be utterly demoralizing. The energy he consumed was merely spiritual essence, devoid of flavor, while Bulma had savored a delightful celestial fruit. As the saying goes, those who flaunt will be struck by lightning. Wu Tian merely allowed himself a moment of reflection that if he were to remain dissatisfied, he might indeed deserve such a fate. Gazing at the remaining half of the energy fruit in his hand, and then at the countless energy fruit trees surrounding them. He resolutely discarded the half-eaten fruit. "Brother Tian, do you think we could pick some to take back?" Bulma asked, her back turned to Wu Tian, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the abundant energy fruits. Like a lecherous man gazing upon a bare beauty, Wu Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sensed a surge of energy within him, propelling him into the air. Peering down, he beheld an abundance of energy fruit trees. Without the sight of any other plant. To his estimation, there were approximately 10,000 energy fruit trees in the vicinity, causing Wu Tian to erupt into joyful laughter, startling the nearby fire phoenixes, who turned their attention towards him. "What are you laughing at, Tiangu?" Bulma inquired, having just descended back to the ground. "Haha, there are nearly 10,000 fruit trees here. If we pluck 20 from each, we'll have 200,000. Wu Tian exclaimed. Bulma's eyes widened in amazement, urging him to begin immediately. Wu Tian counted the fruit on each tree, discovering an average of 35 energy fruits per tree, with only 5 fire phoenixes present, and having observed that they consumed not only the energy fruits, but also the leaves. He felt liberated to take action, retrieving his dragon ring to commence his collection. After a little over half an hour of gathering, Wu Tian finally paused, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction upon seeing him approach. Bulma, who had been idly sitting on the ground, rushed over. "Tiangu, how did it go? Have you picked them all?" she asked eagerly. With a sly grin, Wu Tian produced several energy fruits from his hand. I've gathered around 200,000, enough for us to feast for a long time. Wow, 200,000. How long will that last us?" Bulma nearly fainted at the thought. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Tian's brief half-hour endeavor had depleted over half of the fire energy fruits that had accumulated in the forest for centuries. Gazing at the energy fruits in his hands, Wu Tian realized that consuming just one a day would equate to nearly 10 days of typical cultivation, and the purity of this energy was incomparable to that found in the outside world. Cultivating here would be akin to shooting to the stars, and the more he pondered, the happier he became, prompting him to chuckle aloud. Bulma, too, giggled with delight, cradling her so-called celestial fruits, unable to fathom the expressions on their faces. As Wu Tian stored the energy fruits away and surveyed his surroundings, it became clear that they were situated in a vast valley, encircled by fiery red rocks, resembling a man-made enclave, observing the towering cliffs that reached thousands of meters high. Wu Tian was curious about what lay hidden beyond them. Perhaps treasures even more enticing than these energy fruits awaited discovery. Embracing Bulma, he soared into the sky, upon spotting several fire phoenixes resting below. He felt an urge to capture a few for domestication. However, recognizing that he could barely care for himself at present, he abandoned that thought. Ascending higher and higher, Wu Tian felt no pressure from the air currents. Instead, a rich, refreshing aura enveloped him. He quickened his pace, and upon reaching the summit, the abundant spiritual energy became even more palpable. Before him lay a breathtaking vista, a veritable paradise. Endless wilderness sprawled beneath them, shrouded in mist, revealing glimpses of the beautiful landscape below, with birds and beasts occasionally soaring through the sky. Truly, it was a scene reminiscent of celestial realms. "Wow, it's so beautiful, Tiangu. I wish I could live here forever," Bulma exclaimed, her face aglow with longing. Having witnessed many stunning sights before, Wu Tian was not overly astonished by the current spectacle. Instead, he focused intently ahead, as if attempting to penetrate the veil of mystery. Bulma followed his gaze, seeing only a vast expanse of white fog and towering branches that seemed to pierce the clouds. Realizing Wu Tian perceived much more than she did, she queried, "Tiangu, is there something ahead?" "Yes, it seems there is a door up there," Wu Tian replied. "Really? Let us go take a look." With a smile, he took Bulma's hand, and they flew forward. After about 10 minutes, they finally discerned a colossal door standing before them, grand and imposing, as if to ward off all intruders. Wow, what a massive door! It must be several hundred meters high. But is there anyone living behind it, who would reside within a cliff behind such a grand door? The door was indeed peculiar. Not only was it enormous, but it also appeared to be embedded in the stone wall, concealing whatever lay beyond. As Wu Tian looked up, he was elated to see the 3 large characters inscribed above, 5 Elements Gate. "It seems this is the 5 Elements Gate. It's written above. This should be the entrance. Is it really?" Bulma gazed upward, and after a moment, she finally spotted the 3 characters. "This door looks quite foreboding. How on earth do we get inside?" Wu Tian examined the door closely. Not seeing any apparent mechanisms, he led Bulma to a safe spot nearby, preparing to force the door open, placing his hands in the center. He channeled his energy and began to push. Just as he was about to exert more force, the door gradually began to open on its own. Before the door had fully opened, Wu Tian seized Bulma's hand and leaped inside, where darkness enveloped them. Once the door behind them closed automatically, a strange, hazy light suddenly illuminated their surroundings. Wu Tian felt a stirring within him, as if he were being scrutinized by a pair of eyes. Fixing his gaze, he noticed a towering figure approaching them, standing at least 10 meters tall. Bulma, startled, clung tightly to Wu Tian, who soon recognized the figure as a gigantic woman. With a thought, Wu Tian embraced Bulma, and his own form began to grow until he matched the height of the mysterious woman. Upon witnessing his transformation, she appeared astonished and inquired, "Who are you?" Her voice was melodious, akin to the song of a lark, and resonated with youthful grace. Wu Tian countered, "And who are you? Are you the master of this place?" "Indeed, I am the one responsible here. One might say I am the master of this domain." "What brings you here?" she replied, swiftly shrinking to a size comparable to that of an ordinary person. Seeing her diminish, Wu Tian instinctively returned to his original form. The two regarded the woman with curiosity. She was strikingly beautiful, adorned in an unusual attire that lent her an air of distinct elegance. Wu Tian was undeniably captivated by her beauty. Bulma, recognizing her as a fellow girl, felt no apprehension and approached her with a cheerful greeting. "Hello, my name is Bulma. May I ask what your name is?" The woman shifted her gaze from Wu Tian to Bulma, her expression devoid of emotion. "That I am the supreme lord of this realm. My name is Anning." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes widened, and he stammered, "Why, you mean to say you are the supreme lord?" Anning nodded in affirmation. "And you are called Anning, so this supreme lord is merely a title?" Wu Tian inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, I am the current supreme lord," she confirmed. Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words. Her identity was far removed from his expectations. Yet, he dared not underestimate Anning, as he sensed her immense power. The fiery energy emanating from her was unmistakably pure, far surpassing his own. Feeling Anning's gaze upon him, Wu Tian moved forward, and she instinctively recoiled. Drawing a sword with a swift motion and pointing it at him in anger, she had not anticipated his sudden approach. Seeing Anning's speed, Wu Tian felt a surge of delight. Indeed, the Supreme Lord was no ordinary being. He deftly conjured an energy sword, launching a measured attack towards her. Given his moderate speed, Anning easily parried his strike. They exchanged blows. Wu Tian sensed the intense fire energy radiating from Anning, its purity exceeding even his own by several folds, leaving him astounded. However, contemplating the environment, it was evident that Anning had likely lived here for an extended period, which somewhat alleviated his surprise. Although the energy within Anning is extraordinarily pure, her technique is lamentably crude, lacking any semblance of finesse, rendering the combat tedious. As a result, Wu Tian ceases his attacks. In merely a few fleeting minutes, he has unleashed thousands of strikes, all of which Anning has effortlessly parried, prompting Wu Tian to regard her with increased respect. Suspecting her strength to rival that of a celestial deity, just as Wu Tian steps aside to speak, Anning takes the initiative to launch an assault, her sword sweeping toward him with a fiery intensity. Wu Tian feels an overwhelming surge of searing energy rushing towards him, as fiery dragons materialize from Anning's sword, hurtling in his direction. Startled, he observes that while the dragons do not charge fiercely, the ferocity of their energy is beyond what he can currently withstand. This revelation fills Wu Tian with trepidation, and he narrowly evades the fire dragons, questioning how such terrifying force could emanate from her. "How is it possible for you to command such energy?" he inquires. Awaiting Anning's response, with a scoff, Anning replies, "Of course, this is the fire of the Bagua furnace, of which I am the custodian. Naturally, I can wield it." With that, she charges at Wu Tian once more, reluctant to continue the fight. Wu Tian attempts to reason with her, saying, "Enough, enough. This is getting dull." Unperturbed, Anning presses her attack again, forcing Wu Tian to dodge the fire dragons and swiftly disarm her, finally compelling her to relent. Anning huffs in frustration, her anger directed at Wu Tian, who feels a hint of embarrassment at provoking her in the first place. Just as he contemplates returning her sword, it vanishes from his grasp, reappearing in Anning's hand before he can comprehend how she achieved this feat. Dumbfounded, Wu Tian realizes that Anning possesses her own secrets. Regaining his composure, he addresses her. So, your name is Anning, right? I apologize for my earlier actions. Your prowess simply compelled me to engage. Anning dismisses his words, but her expression softens upon witnessing the sincerity in Wu Tian's smile. By the way, Miss Anning, what do you mean by the fire of the Bagua furnace? Might you take me to see it? Wu Tian earnestly requests. Anning raises an eyebrow, explaining, it is the Bagua furnace, the source of all flames in the world. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes widen with excitement. Could you take me to see this Bagua furnace? He implores. Anning glances at him, her eyes rolling slightly, and replies, if you wish to see it, then follow me. With that, she turns and walks away. Wu Tian, elated, hastily beckons Bulma to follow him. After a 10-minute journey, they arrive at a vast space, approximately the size of a football field, where a massive tripod furnace with a diameter of around 10 meters stands. Flames visibly swirl from the furnace's open mouth, dissipating into the air, leaving Wu Tian in a W. Is this the Bagua furnace you spoke of? He wonders aloud. Strangely, Wu Tian does not sense any overwhelming energy emanating from it. Despite the palpable fire energy that seems to be contained within, guided by an unseen force. Eagerly, he rushes toward the furnace, but as he approaches its edge, his internal energy suddenly surges, as if reacting to the furnace's power. Startled by the oncoming wave of fiery energy, he swiftly retreats several meters. In that fleeting moment, it feels as though his energy is being drained, leaving him breathless. That was close. I had no idea the fire energy from the Bagua furnace could be so overwhelming. It felt as if my energy was being devoured, he muses, gazing at the seemingly benign energy within the furnace, unable to fathom its terrifying potential. Clearly, the Bagua furnace is beyond my current capabilities. Perhaps I should wait until I reach the 9th level before attempting to engage with it again. With a reluctant glance at the furnace, Wu Tian returns to the ground. Bulma, perplexed, looks on, while only Anning understands the significance of the encounter. It seems you are also a body of fire energy that if you wish to cultivate here, I can grant you permission, but I have a condition, Anning states, fixing her gaze on Wu Tian. Surprised, Wu Tian responds with a smile. What condition might that be? You must serve me as a servant, and I shall allow you to cultivate here, Anning declares. Wu Tian nearly bursts into laughter, exclaiming, are you jesting? You expect me to be your servant? You'll have to defeat me first. Bulma, glaring at Anning with hostility, pulls Wu Tian closer, her eyes fixated on Anning. Wu Tian, amused by Bulma's protective demeanor, reassures her with a gentle pat on the arm before stepping toward Anning. As he approaches her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washes over him, and Anning seems to sense it too, her expression softening in response to Wu Tian's smile. Hello, I am Sun Wutian. You may call me Wu Tian. As for being a servant, let's forego that. Let's be friends instead. I am Anning, she replies, gazing at his outstretched hand in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Friends, Anning murmurs, contemplating the word as if trying to grasp its meaning. Eventually nodding in understanding, Wu Tian realizes that Anning is likely unfamiliar with social customs. Anning, what distinguishes the Wuxing Mountain from your Wuxing sect? Or does Wuxing Mountain simply refer to your sect? Certainly not. Wuxing Mountain refers to the 5 gates of the Wuxing sect. Anning clarifies. I see. So, is the valley we passed through earlier Wuxing Mountain? Wu Tian inquires, gesturing toward their previous route while producing an energy fruit. Are all the fruits in Wuxing Mountain like this energy fruit? Anning nods. Indeed, that is one of the energy fruits found in the Fire Valley of Wuxing Mountain. Wu Tian's eyes light up with intrigue. So, you mean the Wuxing sect encompasses more than just the Fire Valley? Are there additional valleys or similar locations? Of course, the Wuxing sect consists of 5 gates: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Fire Valley is merely a part of the Fire Gate, while the others are located at the other 4 gates. Anning explains that Wu Tian's heart swells with excitement, but as he contemplates the implications, a sense of caution creeps in. The Wuxing sect, by its very name, governs the elements of the world. The Fire Valley controls fire, therefore, the other elements, metal, wood, water, earth, must be located elsewhere. Could you take us to see them? Bulma interjects, her mouth watering at the thought of the delectable energy fruits. Anning shakes her head. The 5 gates of the Wuxing sect are located in 5 corners of the world that it would take a considerable amount of time to reach them. I am only responsible for the Fire Gate and cannot leave at will. However, I can guide you if you wish to go. Those places are not easily accessible to ordinary individuals. That so, Why would a single sect be so widely dispersed? It seems odd, Bulma muses aloud. Wu Tian playfully taps her on the back of the head, explaining, the Wuxing sect governs all spiritual energy in the world. The 5 elements interact and balance one another. Their separation likely serves to maintain equilibrium. If they were all clustered together, chaos would surely ensue. Wow, that makes sense. Wu Tian, you are truly remarkable to understand this, Anning concedes, finding no reason to dispute his reasoning, as it closely aligns with reality. Anning, your Firegate seems rather deserted. Surely, you are not the only one here, Wu Tian observes, noting the absence of any other figures aside from a few wild beasts. Indeed, Bulma exclaims incredulously, how can a sect consist of just one person? That hardly qualifies as a sect. Anning was perplexed by the term sect that Bulma had mentioned, yet she replied, since the moment of my birth, I have been the sole inhabitant of the fire sect. No one has come here before you. Everything remains in its original state. My existence simply serves to succeed the previous Supreme Lord in managing the fire sect. The two were utterly astonished, realizing that this was indeed the first time Anning had encountered individuals like them. Anning nodded in affirmation. But how do you know that the other 4 sects have caretakers? Did you not say that you had never seen anyone besides us? Such knowledge is innate to me, akin to my abilities, which I possess from birth. Moreover, the guardians of the sects were born alongside me, so I am naturally aware of their presence. That Wu Tian's confusion deepened, leading him to abandon the line of inquiry. It seemed Anning was akin to a celestial being like Kyrie, born of the will of the heavens, with all her abilities inherently bestowed. Realizing there was no further useful information to extract, Wu Tian decided not to linger. The next day, he departed from the fire sect, having also acquired the locations of the other 4 elemental sections. This was indeed a significant gain. Wu Tian would no longer fret over the scarcity of spiritual energy. The fire essence fruits within the dragon ring would sustain him for an extended period, not to mention the elusive 8 trigrams furnace, which he feared he would only be able to access after reaching the 9th level of cultivation. Tiangu, why are we still here? Bulma inquired, bewildered by the sight of the grove filled with fire essence fruit trees. The two had just been instantaneously transported to the Fire Valley by Anning's magic. Wu Tian was astonished by her teleportation skills and inquired if she could teach him, but Anning explained that it was a natural ability limited to her domain, effectively extinguishing Wu Tian's hopes. Now, Wu Tian's mind was consumed with the concept of instantaneous movement. Witnessing Anning's teleportation had stirred memories of a once-forgotten grand technique, as if the depths of his memory had been stirred, releasing a torrent of buried recollections. He smiled at Bulma, but did not respond immediately, instead guiding her toward the heart of the Fire Valley. Previously, he had only hurriedly practiced here to acclimatize to the environment, but now that his task was complete, he yearned to cultivate for a while, taking advantage of the favorable conditions to solidify his current level. Upon hearing that Wu Tian was about to begin cultivating again, Bulma's expression darkened with disappointment. That you're going to cultivate again? Fear not, it won't take long, at most 2 or 3 days. Besides, this environment is splendid. You can explore while I'm at it. If you grow bored, you can always find Anning. Bulma merely voiced her grievances, fully intending to support Wu Tian's decision. All right, but you must be quick. Rest assured, it won't take long. I promise it won't exceed 3 days. Once I'm done cultivating, we shall return. To prevent disturbances from the fire phoenixes, Wu Tian retrieved his golden cudgel and issued a command to it. Only Bulma was permitted to approach him. As he concentrated, the cudgel transformed into a dark golden lotus platform with a 3-meter diameter, radiating a sacred glow. As he cultivated, the already agitated energy within him surged through Wu Tian's meridians with fervor, absorbing the exceptionally pure spiritual energy from the Fire Valley, far superior to what he had encountered before. After consuming a fire essence fruit, his internal energy had reached surplus levels if he did not refine it promptly. Purifying his energy after leaving the valley would become exponentially more difficult. Although the fire essence fruit was beneficial, the unique geographical advantages of the Fire Valley made it the ideal place for purifying his energy. Wu Tian's goal was to thoroughly refine his energy, elevating its quality to match the purity found in the Fire Valley. In truth, refining energy was not a particularly difficult task. The challenge lay in the body and meridians. Given Wu Tian's current state, if his energy were to advance, the strength of his physical genes must also enhance concurrently to maximize the benefits. Upgrading the body is distinct from merely strengthening it. The latter is a reinforcement of existing capabilities, whereas the former signifies a leap to a higher tier. It was akin to leveling up in a game from the first level to the second, requiring experience equivalent to the body's enhancement, while the transition from the first level to the second represented an upgrade. The same principle applied to energy refinement. The purity of Wu Tian's energy was evidently not on par with that of the Fire Valley. Now presented with the opportunity to elevate its quality, such a fortuitous event would be seized by anyone with sense. The purity of spiritual energy that Wu Tian sensed from Anning clearly matched that of the Fire Valley. Had he not previously absorbed the valley's energy and consumed the fire essence fruit, he likely wouldn't have garnered Anning's favor. After several hours of refinement, his internal energy had been distilled to a mere thread, pure enough to rival the spiritual energy of the Fire Valley. This thread served as the core, drawing in external spiritual energy to completely transform the energy within him. Wu Tian endured the impacts of the new energy on his body and meridians, each transformation a torment, and this instance was no exception. After 2 days and nights of suffering, his entire being was finally transformed. As he circulated his energy, it flowed unobstructed within him, harmonizing perfectly with the external energy, which had been converted through his Ninyong technique. After circulating his energy throughout his body, Wu Tian discovered that many hidden acupoints had been opened. Ecstatic, he activated the 6th level of his technique. And as his energy coursed through these acupoints, they instantaneously integrated with his primary meridians, forming a unified whole. Through this round of cultivation, Wu Tian's cultivation level soared as if propelled by a rocket. Upon completing his energy circulation, he realized he had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level, just a step away from the 7th. Rising to his feet and taking a deep breath, he gazed at the spiritual energy that continually surged toward him. His joy palpable. Wu Tian now resembled a fish in the ocean. Any movement he made stirred the surrounding energy into a tumultuous wave. His internal energy flowed ceaselessly as the rich spiritual energy continued to pour into him. Yet for Wu Tian at this moment, it could no longer yield significant progress. To achieve rapid breakthroughs, he would need to consume even purer fire essence fruits. Including this round of cultivation, he had effectively upgraded his body twice since consuming the super divine water, which could be considered a form of genetic enhancement. Though he had grown considerably stronger, in comparison to the likes of little Wukong and his extraordinary peers, he felt rather insignificant, just as Wu Tian was reveling in his achievements. Thoughts of little Wukong doused his spirits like a bucket of icy water, leaving him feeling despondent. Regaining his composure, he scanned his surroundings but found no sign of Bulma. With a flicker of his consciousness, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to momentarily halt. As he focused, Wu Tian swiftly detected 2 presences. One was Bulma's, while the other radiated an inexplicable warmth, unmistakably belonging to Anning. In an instant, he appeared before them. Upon reappearing, Wu Tian found Bulma engaged in conversation with Anning. Sensing his presence, they turned in unison, their expressions markedly different upon seeing him. Bulma joyfully raced to Wu Tian, chattering excitedly, while Anning regarded him with a look of incredulity. Anning approached Wu Tian, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "This is simply astounding. You managed to elevate your energy body to this extent in such a short time." Wu Tian was not particularly surprised by Anning's reaction. It would have been strange if she had not noticed. "Yes, it took 2 days, and I finally achieved some results." Hearing his words, Anning's astonishment deepened, and she chuckled bitterly. "You truly accomplished this in just 2 days? I spent several centuries to reach this stage." Wu Tian was not overly surprised by her revelation. After all, Anning was not to be viewed through the lens of an ordinary mortal. Living for several centuries must have been quite effortless for her. Anning regarded Wu Tian, her mind racing with countless thoughts. As Wu Tian gazed into Anning's increasingly fervent eyes, his heart stirred inexplicably, sensing that something momentous was about to transpire, filling him with a flicker of anticipation. Anning, now perceiving Wu Tian as an equal, no longer harbored the slightest trace of animosity towards him. Instead, she felt a burgeoning warmth, prompting a multitude of thoughts to surface. "Wu Tian, what are your impressions of this fire sect?" Wu Tian looked at Anning, puzzled by the true meaning behind her words. "It's quite splendid. This fire sect is perfectly suited for my current cultivation. The spiritual energy here is abundant," he replied, his mind drifting to the Bagua furnace. Anning chuckled lightly at his response, saying, "Indeed, the 5 elements sect governs all the energies of the world, so the energy here is indeed the most concentrated." although you are currently on the same level as I. My own energy is far purer than yours. Wu Tian contemplated her words and found them reasonable, considering Anning had been nurtured in the fire sect for many years, possibly absorbing the energy emanating from the Bagua furnace. Anning continued, if you were to cultivate here in the fire sect as I have for years, your progress would undoubtedly accelerate tremendously. Wu Tian nodded in agreement. If he followed a similar path as Anning, he could hardly fathom how swiftly his own cultivation would advance. After all, the unique geographical advantages of this place were unparalleled in the entire world. Seeing Wu Tian nod, Anning's lips curled into a smile as she shifted the conversation. Wu Tian, how about you take on the role of the Supreme Laojun, what? Wu Tian was utterly taken aback, staring at Anning in disbelief. You mean for me to assume the position of the Supreme Laojun? The very notion sounded so peculiar to him. Anning asserted, with your capabilities, you would be even more suited for the role than I. This would facilitate the control of the Bagua furnace. The mere mention of controlling the Bagua furnace caused Wu Tian's eyes to widen. Anning elaborated, I have been here for tens of thousands of years, and aside from venturing to the gate of hell, I have not set foot anywhere else that I long to experience the freedom that you all enjoy. It was evident that Anning had become entranced by the vibrant world that Bulma had described. Leaving the fire sect was her ultimate aspiration, yet Wu Tian did not dwell on this, instead inquiring. Anning, are you suggesting that I manage the entire fire sect? Indeed, will you accept? Anning gazed at Wu Tian with eager anticipation. Wu Tian was tempted to acquiesce, but then thought to ask, so, Anning, if I were to take on the role of the Supreme Laojun, would that grant me immortality like you? Anning nodded affirmatively, saying, of course, once you inherit the title of the Supreme Laojun, you will receive the blessings of the Divine Hall. What? The Divine Hall. How does this connect with the Divine Hall? Wu Tian was astonished upon hearing about the Divine Hall. Yes, the Divine Hall is where all the world's governing entities are appointed, just as you are aware of the likes of the immortal Kali. Even the divine beings must receive recognition from the Divine Hall, Anning explained. Wu Tian mused to himself. No wonder, that was quite alarming that as long as it has nothing to do with the divine beings. Then it appears the Divine Hall is not as simple as it seems that I must make a point to investigate further. By the way, Anning, you mentioned that you have been guarding the fire sect for quite some time. Are you unable to leave? Indeed, the Bagua furnace requires constant oversight. If there were any negligence, the agitation of spiritual energy could unleash calamity upon the outside world. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's expression shifted. He was relieved he hadn't agreed to the role, as it would have been a monumental burden to remain here guarding the Bagua furnace. Though the fire sect was indeed advantageous for Wu Tian's cultivation, it wasn't a necessity. Without the fire energy fruits, this would undeniably be his optimal choice. However, within his dragon ring lay an abundance of fire energy fruits, akin to possessing a mobile valley of fire, ensuring he lacked for nothing in terms of spiritual energy. Given Wu Tian's current circumstances, the general energies of the outside world would provide little assistance. Beyond the fire energy fruits, the Bagua furnace also held promise, yet it was not something Wu Tian could currently approach. Although the fire sect is beneficial for my cultivation, I have too many pressing matters to attend to at present, thus I cannot accept the role of the Supreme Laojun just yet. Upon hearing Wu Tian's response, Anning appeared disheartened. Oh, I see. Wu Tian couldn't bear to see her sadness and reassured her. Once I have completed my tasks, I will consider it. Anning's eyes brightened. Really? Wu Tian nodded in affirmation, but internally thought, by the time I finish my own affairs, this balloon will likely have burst. Well, at most, I might help you absorb the fire from the Bagua furnace, he mused, while Bulma nestled close to him. Tiango, why don't you accept the role of the Supreme Laojun from Anning? Wouldn't that make it easier for you to obtain the Bagua furnace? Wu Tian patted her gently, replying, you silly girl, didn't you hear her? The Bagua furnace is highly unstable. I would have to monitor it constantly. That would mean I couldn't leave the fire sect, and I'm not foolish enough to take on such a role without the strength to manage the furnace first. By the way, Bulma, when we return, expedite your research on the spacecraft, aiming to complete it within the next 2 years. It's time to explore other planets. Yes, I will point 2 years should be sufficient. Just wait for my good news. Bulma affirmed. Also, make sure the spacecraft isn't like the one for Little Wukong, where one person lies inside, and there's no space left. It should at least be as spacious as the room inside your capsule. And please, make it aesthetically pleasing. It definitely shouldn't resemble a ball like Wukong's. It's simply too unattractive. When we return, I will draw up a blueprint for you. Bulma, Could you pinpoint little Wukong's location? Bulma asked curiously. Tiangu, why are you looking for little Wukong? Wu Tian explained, I sent little Wukong to search for the Dragon Balls, and I'm curious about his progress. Bulma produced a locator, entered several commands, and soon pinpointed little Wukong's location. 2 days later, Wu Tian gazed excitedly at the 7 Dragon Balls laid before him. Shortly after, the long-awaited dragon appeared in the sky, though it seemed far less vibrant than last time. Wu Tian, perplexed, inquired, What happened, dragon? Why do you appear so aged? The dragon regarded him. Ah, it is you. State your wish. Feeling dismissed by the dragon's indifference, Wu Tian was unperturbed and stated, I wish to possess the ability to teleport to any destination at will. The dragon closed its eyes and, after a prolonged silence, looked at Wu Tian and spoke in a frail voice. Regrettably, I cannot fulfill your wish. Wu Tian was taken aback by the unexpected refusal, thinking he must have misheard. Upon confirming it once more, he realized that this legendary being, said to grant any wish, had uttered regrettably. Furrowing his brow, Wu Tian questioned, This wish shouldn't be difficult. Why can't you grant it? Previously, the 3 wishes I granted you violated the laws of the universe. If I were to grant another wish, I would face the repercussions of those laws and cease to exist in this world. Wu Tian was utterly bewildered. What? This can violate the laws of the universe. This is absurd. If it did, why am I unscathed? The dragon replied. Then, farewell. Before Wu Tian could react, the dragon hastily disintegrated, scattering its essence into stones that dispersed across the world. Wu Tian could only curse in frustration. Damn, that thing fled too quickly. Even if it wouldn't grant my wish, there are others out there. I hope I never see you again. Wu Tian glared at the spot where the dragon had just vanished. Cursing under his breath that he returned to the ground, observing Bulma and little Wukong with a shrug. My plans for instant teleportation have fallen through. Let's head back. Bulma, seeing Wu Tian in a foul mood, rushed over to console him. Humph, that dragon must be jealous of you. Tiangu, little Wukong, puzzled, asked Wu Tian. Tiangu, what is instant teleportation? Is it impressive? Wu Tian, glancing at little Wukong, felt even more vexed and replied, It's quite remarkable. You'll understand when the time comes. I can't fathom where you learned so little. Wu Tian found himself utterly perplexed regarding the origin of Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement. He realized that his only means of acquiring such a skill was through the dragon. Yet the dragon showed no inclination to heed him at present, leaving his aspirations for this remarkable technique seemingly unattainable. Little Wukong, on the other hand, was oblivious to Wu Tian's musings, wearing an expression of complete bewilderment. After 2 months of diligent effort, Wu Tian had finally reached the 8th level of the 9 Suns technique, making significant progress in his cultivation, now just a step away from achieving the final stage. 9 Suns returning to 1.4 Wu Tian, who was currently abundant in energy, breaking through to the next realm posed no challenge. All he required was time. Conventionally, one would expect that any technique would become increasingly difficult to master as one advanced. However, this was only true for the Earth of his previous life, where spiritual energy was scarce. Here, that principle was rendered moot, as Wu Tian had an abundance of spiritual energy at his disposal, the purest form that required no refining. Wu Tian retrieved a fire energy fruit from his dragon ring and tossed it into his mouth, commencing his cultivation. 1.5 years later, in Bulma's backyard, a significant portion of the area was occupied by a black disc-shaped object. Measuring approximately 20 meters in diameter and standing 10 meters tall, suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Although the tremor lasted less than a second, the destruction it wrought was comparable to a magnitude 5 earthquake. The black conical object that had just been there vanished without a trace, leaving chaos in its wake, as if a colossal machine had ravaged the entire backyard. At that moment, Bulma was already in the outskirts of the moon. Inside the spacecraft, her hands deftly navigating the control panel, occasionally glancing up at the images before her, observing the incessant warnings flashing on the screen, despite the intense vibrations emanating from the ship. Bulma remained composed, as if such occurrences were commonplace for her. She swiftly entered the final command, and upon seeing the display screen, her previously serious demeanor transformed into a playful and charming one. Her entire aura shifting as a smile finally graced her lips, a stark contrast to her earlier focused self. After completing the construction of the spacecraft, Bulma's first thought was of Wu Tian, recalling his praises towards her, which filled her heart with sweetness. causing a rosy hue to bloom on her cheeks. Outside the spacecraft, the stars twinkled in a breathtaking display, yet Bulma had little interest in such beauty. Her thoughts were solely consumed by Wu Tian. Wishing fervently to be by his side to share her achievements. Approaching the control panel, Bulma lightly tapped the air, conjuring a dialogue box. After inputting a sequence of numbers, the spacecraft trembled gently before vanishing into the vast cosmos. Reappearing in her backyard, with her heart racing with excitement, Bulma made her way to the rooftop, the place where Wu Tian practiced. Having undergone over a year of training, Wu Tian had now attained the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Nine Suns technique. Mere steps away from achieving the grand mastery of 9 nines returning to 1, he circulated his internal energy at a leisurely pace, as though time were on the verge of halting. Repeating the process countless times, he lost track of how long had passed. His internal energy continued to flow along the same path, as he sought to discover a breakthrough point to ascend to the 9th level. However, despite the numerous cycles, there was no sign of progress, and his energy showed no signs of increase. This situation persisted for over a month, marking the slowest period of advancement in his life. Neither his physical form nor his energy exhibited any improvement or decline. Wu Tian divided his focus, circulating his energy while probing his internal meridians, seeking the cause of his stagnation. The route for the 9th level's breakthrough had become instinctual, no longer requiring conscious guidance. The moment his energy displayed any change, he could seamlessly align his mind and spirit. Thus he was unconcerned about making any errors. Over this month, it would be misleading to claim he had not made any gains. At the very least, he had cultivated the ability to focus on 2 tasks simultaneously. Initially, he merely intended to extend a fragment of his consciousness outward. This was something any martial practitioner could achieve upon reaching a certain level of mastery. However, due to his recent frequent distractions, he inadvertently grasped the concept of dual focus. As he became increasingly adept at this skill, he unwittingly honed it into a technique that achieved first. Wu Tian regarded this newfound ability with mild surprise, perceiving it as somewhat trivial, merely offering slight convenience. Yet, as time progressed, his proficiency grew, and he began to appreciate the marvel of dual focus. This was not the ordinary understanding of multitasking. Wu Tian's interpretation allowed him to engage in 2 activities simultaneously without interference. For instance, he could now circulate his energy while exploring his surroundings, both tasks occurring without disruption, effectively doubling his training efficiency. Although his mastery of dual focus was not yet perfect, it sufficed for the current. Straightforward energy circulation. What should I do? He pondered, adhering strictly to the techniques outlined in the scriptures, yet making no discernible progress. Was it truly so challenging to break through to the 9th level in a world abundant with spiritual energy? Or perhaps, mere physical advancement was insufficient, necessitating a breakthrough in the legendary and enigmatic realm of the mind. Wu Tian recalled a phrase his grandfather had once uttered: the importance of focusing on the cultivation of one's mental state as it pertained to mastering the 9 Suns technique. However, his grandfather's understanding of this concept had merely been passed down from his own elders, leaving him equally perplexed. Ultimately, his grandfather had advised them to grasp the essence of these teachings through study, asserting that understanding would come in time, urging them to slowly unravel the profound meaning encapsulated within that time. Wu Tian had been too young to comprehend the concept of mental state, merely aware that his internal strength was growing. And he subsequently forgot his grandfather's earnest counsel. Reflecting on this now, Wu Tian mused that perhaps the cultivation of mental state was something he had merely heard from his grandfather, while martial practitioners often gained insight into their skills through experience. The cultivation of mental state remained a largely uncharted territory. For Wu Tian, his understanding of the term mental state was still vague. Upon closer examination, he felt as though he grasped it, yet upon further reflection, it became elusive and difficult to articulate, leaving him in a fog of confusion. Thus, his grandfather's words rang true. Understanding was understanding, and clinging too tightly to it risked contravening the natural order. Indeed, it may very well be so, but how should one cultivate the mental state? Alas, this poses a dilemma. In truth, there was another method to achieve a breakthrough in the 9 Suns technique: through combat. However, the mere thought of the current state of Earth elicited a bitter smile from Wu Tian. Present. Not only the inhabitants of Earth, but even he, with his current cultivation, would stand a good chance against the super science of several years hence. Reflecting on his journey from the initiation of the Nine Suns technique to his current status at the 8th level, Wu Tian realized that what would have taken a lifetime to accomplish in his previous life had been achieved with astonishing ease. Though he had faced numerous hardships, he had always possessed an instinctive awareness of the resources available to him. Consequently, he felt little pressure, making it challenging to find the opportunity for a breakthrough at this critical juncture. Now, spiritual energy was no longer a concern. What he lacked were the opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Perhaps a simple shift in perspective could unlock the answers he sought, or perhaps he would remain at a standstill. Ultimately, the understanding of the spiritual realm was profound and intricate. Breaking through was akin to piercing a mere membrane. With a newfound direction, Wu Tian felt a significant lightening of his mood, just as he was about to consolidate his focus. He sensed Bulma's approach from afar. Even before she arrived, he could already feel her excitement radiating towards him. While Wu Tian was deep in meditation, his eyes closed, he was astonished to discover that, despite one part of his mind being outwardly focused, he was able to sense Bulma's emotional state. This was an unexpected revelation. He had never anticipated that his dual focus could extend to perceiving the emotions of others, prompting him to regard this skill with greater appreciation. Upon Bulma's entrance, she noticed Wu Tian in the midst of his cultivation. Her previously exuberant demeanor shifted to one of melancholy, understanding that she could not disturb him during his training. Thus, she could only sit idly by, gazing at Goten, waiting for him to awaken. Although she was uncertain when Goten would complete his training, the sole desire in her heart was to watch her beloved man, unwilling to squander a single moment. Even if it meant watching him for a lifetime, she would gladly do so. Goten slowly retracted his hands, which he had been holding beneath his dantian, and upon releasing them, he sensed a remarkable change in the surrounding spiritual energy. His perception of the energy became increasingly vivid, and an involuntary stir arose within him that a fleeting thought crossed his mind. His strength had not increased in the slightest. Clearly, the credit was due to the skill of dual focus. This dual focus was indeed a delightful surprise. Perhaps, aside from the peculiar effects already discovered, it possessed other functionalities yet to be revealed. Could this be considered a form of mental cultivation? Before Goten could ponder further, Bulma, who had been waiting nearby for quite some time, dashed over. Without waiting for Goten to rise, she had already leapt into his arms. Goten quickly steadied himself and embraced Bulma, acutely aware of the shift in her mood today. There was no need for deep contemplation, as her expression conveyed everything. That Goten's eyes brightened at the sight, as if struck by a sudden realization, and he hurriedly inquired, "Bulma, you seem so joyful today. Could it be that the spaceship is ready?" Bulma, who had forgotten her purpose for coming upon being enveloped in Goten's embrace, wore a blissful smile on her face. That it was only upon hearing Goten's question that she suddenly recalled. Her petite frame clung to Goten's neck as she vigorously nodded, causing her entire body to quiver with excitement. Were it not for Goten's solid build, he might have been shaken to bits. "Yes, I did it. Goten, I finally constructed a spaceship." Goten gently released Bulma, setting her aside as he swiftly appeared in the backyard. Before him stood a spacecraft resembling a UFO, akin to those seen in films from his previous life, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Previously, Bulma had refrained from showing it to him, insisting on revealing it only when it was finished to surprise him, while Goten had been preoccupied with his training. Though he felt an irresistible curiosity, Bulma had guarded it closely, making it difficult to sneak a peek. Today, however, he finally laid eyes on the true form of the craft. Gazing at the dark golden UFO, his heart raced involuntarily. Although the craft was somewhat small, its size could easily accommodate 5 or 6 people. "Indeed, this is precisely the spaceship I envisioned. Bulma, you are magnificent." Hearing her beloved praise her, Bulma's joy deepened, her heart blooming with happiness. Just as Goten was in awe, Bulma retrieved a watch from nearby and donned it. After a few taps, the spaceship emitted a series of clunking sounds. Goten, sensing something amiss, instinctively darted aside. In less than 10 seconds, the once UFO-shaped vessel underwent a dramatic transformation, leaving Goten dumbfounded. Once he regained his composure, he let out a loud cheer, passionately kissing Bulma before scrutinizing the newly morphed ship. Before him was a spacecraft reminiscent of a fighter jet from his previous life, and his excitement intensified. This was the second form of the spaceship that Goten had envisioned for Bulma. Initially, he had thought Bulma would choose one from the 2 designs, yet she had combined them into one. showcasing a truly remarkable skill. Bulma, this spaceship is extraordinary. Your technology is astonishingly advanced. Bulma reveled in Goten's admiration, feeling that all her hard work had been worthwhile. She approached him, beaming with pride, and explained, "This is the second form of the spaceship. Its combat form. The weapons aboard are designed based on the energy you emit." Additionally, upon hearing Bulma mention that the weapons were based on his emitted energy, Goten raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "My emitted energy? How does that work? Could it be that the weaponry possesses formidable destructive power?" Bulma nodded, then shook her head, leaving Goten perplexed. The weaponry aboard was Bulma's proudest creation, far surpassing Earth's technology by decades. The weapons are designed according to the principles of your emitted energy. They require no ammunition, as long as there is sufficient power supply that can absorb energy from the surrounding environment, accumulating it until it reaches the firing point before being discharged. Moreover, they can store energy, and they do not merely absorb energy from Earth. Anywhere in the universe where sunlight is present, the weapons can draw upon a continuous source of power. However, their destructive capacity cannot compare to yours. Bulma's explanation clarified the weapon's firing process for Goten, deepening his admiration for her ingenious design. But what if we encounter an enemy in a dark place? The universe is predominantly shrouded in darkness. Surely, your weapons cannot store an abundance of energy? Goten expressed concern. If the weapons run out of energy, would we not be doomed? He could not afford to take any chances regarding weaponry, especially when facing the vastness of the universe. Rather than the confines of Earth, Goten mentioned darkness. Bulma perked up, exclaiming, "Oh, I know all about that. Allow me to explain the most outstanding invention of the century." She paused, her eyes sparkling with pride, and declared, "I am the first genius girl on Earth to develop a dark weapon." Dark weapon. It sounds quite formidable, Goten remarked, intrigued. Indeed, the dark weapon is currently the most powerful element discovered, and I have equipped the spaceship with 50 of them. However, collecting dark elemental energy is considerably slower than gathering light elemental energy. Goten furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The concept of dark elements was entirely new to him, and the idea that dark energy could be collected surprised him. He had always thought of darkness as mere void, but according to Bulma, it seemed to operate similarly to sunlight. Noticing Goten's contemplative expression, Bulma assumed he was worried about energy issues and reassured him. "Do not fret, Goten. Even if we encounter enemies, if we cannot defeat them, we can escape. My spaceship is capable of invisibility. Furthermore, if we switch to the first form, we can perform spatial jumps. So, unless there is an issue with the ship itself, we need not fear anything else." Goten felt his face flush at Bulma's words. A person without any martial arts skills displayed no fear at all. While he appeared overly timid, he scratched his nose, chuckling sheepishly. "By the way, Bulma, do we have any parachutes or oxygen tanks prepared on the spaceship?" "Parachutes? What are those?" "Oxygen tanks are unnecessary. The spaceship system will purify the air." Initially, Goten had thought those items might be lifesavers in case of an emergency. However, upon reflection, he realized he had been overly simplistic. Bulma, being a genius, likely had a perfect plan for every conceivable eventuality. "Bulma, let us explore the spaceship." To avoid any embarrassment, Goten beckoned Bulma to enter the craft. The spaceship was divided into 2 levels. Considering Goten's needs, the lower level was designated as his training space, while the upper level served as the control center and resting area. Apart from the control room, Bulma had entirely replicated the layout of her home, and Goten appreciated her aesthetic sensibilities. Goten glanced around the general layout of the spaceship, not overly surprised. Upon reaching the control panel, he walked straight over. Observing the various buttons displayed, which sent tingles down his spine, his only interest lay in the control stick at the pilot's seat. He felt an urge to take the helm. Seeing Goten seated in the pilot's chair, Bulma took her place in the co-pilot's seat, pride radiating from her as she admired her creation. She pressed a button and pointed into the void, transforming the previously hazy windshield into a massive display screen. 3 meters wide and 2 meters tall, the external scenery became vividly visible, with various data displayed on either side of the screen. Goten stared for a long time, unable to decipher the meaning behind the various symbols. The glass material was extraordinary. Peering outside, he could see through it as if there were no barrier at all. "Bulma, is this glass?" Goten asked, pointing at the display screen. "Well, sort of. It's special glass that can adjust brightness," she replied. "Truly remarkable technology." Goten marveled as he watched Bulma tapping into the void. With each of her touches, streams of data visibly flowed from her hands into the display screen, captivating Goten. "Bulma, what are you doing?" Bulma, her hands in constant motion, replied, "I am merely adjusting some parameters in the control chamber to ensure a more rational arrangement." But as she spoke, she cast a glance around at Goten. Goten, sit up straight. And place your hands on the joystick in whatever position feels most comfortable to you." Goten, uncertain of Bulma's intentions, complied with her instructions. Once he was settled, Bulma deftly tapped a few points in the air. And suddenly, streams of pale blue data flowed around Goten, swiftly coursing through his body before he could fully comprehend what was happening. Immediately afterward, he felt as though the scenery before him began to shift. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the seat and control panel were moving. A few seconds later, everything came to a halt. Goten was startled as the view before him transformed drastically. Sitting in the pilot's seat now felt entirely natural and comfortable, with all the items arranged as if they were always meant to be in that precise location. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Goten stared wide-eyed at Bulma, who smiled knowingly, as if she had anticipated his astonishment. This is yet another piece of technology one invented. It calculates the most rational positional data based on human anatomy and then allows the system to automatically adjust to the optimal orientation. Haha, am I not impressive? Goten was momentarily speechless. This girl was truly remarkable, and her creations made others feel inadequate. Having been humbled multiple times today, he understood well the adage that one should never underestimate the capabilities of others. He encouraged Bulma to initiate the ship's launch. It would be best to switch the ship to its first form first. Just press this button, or you could use this one and activate voice control for a full range of commands. Bulma explained as she operated the controls. After she pressed the button, Goten, with his extraordinary perception, merely felt a slight tremor, completely different from the external sensations he had anticipated. In mere seconds, the ship transitioned silently, leaving Goten momentarily awestruck. Once the ship transformed, the large screen displayed its overall shape. Having completed the switch, shall we embark? Oh, by the way, where do you wish to go, Goten? Goten pondered briefly before replying. Let's first take a look at the moon. After receiving the command, Bulma pointed into the void, and Goten felt a swift change in the scenery outside. Moments later, he gazed out to see an expanse of white, devoid of any discernible features. Upon closer inspection, he realized the ship was hovering in the void, obscured by what resembled white clouds. Bulma, glancing at the display screen, announced, "We are currently on the surface of the moon. Goten, shall we venture inside?" Goten, taken aback, exclaimed, "Did we arrive already?" Seeing Bulma nod, he confirmed that he was indeed in outer space, realizing that the environment around him hadn't changed drastically, nor was it like the floating scenes depicted in television shows from his past life. "Bulma, how did we arrive at the moon with just a point? Is this ship fully automated?" Bulma nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I merely input the moon's coordinates, and the ship navigates automatically. Then, this ship must be operable manually as well." Goten replied, "Of course, the ship can fly entirely on autopilot, semi-automatically, or manually, though manual operation is the most perilous." Goten felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. A ship without manual control would be terribly dull, especially considering his desire for excitement in the event of encountering enemies. Bulma piloted the ship slowly toward the moon, and as they drew closer, the seemingly battered surface of the moon became clear. The landscape was marred with craters, presenting a scene of grayish-white desolation. Although Bulma had already shown Goten the moon's appearance through the ship's cameras, he could hardly believe the stark reality, prompting him to insist on seeing it firsthand. After a swift orbit around the moon, the oppressive gray landscape left Goten feeling disheartened. Having witnessed the true nature of the moon, he felt nothing but disappointment and lacked any desire to set foot on its surface. Initially, he had considered visiting nearby celestial bodies, but upon viewing Bulma's footage, he abandoned that notion, finding the planets near Earth to be rather peculiar and inhospitable. Subsequently, Bulma began to instruct Goten on how to operate the ship, which amounted to merely a few dozen steps, most of which were automated in less than 2 hours. Goten had become quite proficient at piloting the ship, albeit in semi-automatic mode as for the manual mode. Only Bulma seemed capable of handling it. Goten then spent over an hour familiarizing himself with the ship's second form, testing all its weapons against asteroids and experiencing their formidable power. Particularly impressive were the dark weapons Bulma had mentioned, which possessed a remarkable lethality, striking targets silently and reducing them to nothingness. Goten was left speechless by such energy. He had never witnessed destruction of this magnitude before, and it truly broadened his horizons. Goten piloted the ship in its second form toward the eastern mountainous region. He had become exceedingly adept at maneuvering the vessel, weaving skillfully through the forests and unleashing weaponry, occasionally firing in various directions, resembling a player immersed in a video game. However, this was a rather wasteful display of the ship's capabilities. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds echoed, and Goten glanced at the upper right corner of the display screen, where the image of little Goku appeared. At that moment, Goku was seated on the ground in meditation. Goten was taken aback. He hadn't expected Goku to be so diligent. Goten gradually lowered the ship, and upon noticing the peculiar object approaching him, Goku's curiosity piqued. When he recognized Goten and Bulma, a delighted smile broke across his face as he walked over to them. Seeing Goku's innocent demeanor, Goten couldn't help but smile in return. "Hey, little Goku, long time no see, huh? You've grown taller." Bulma, spotting Goku, began to examine him closely, curious about any changes. Goku scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Goten, Bulma, what brings you here?" Goten observed Goku intently. Though he retained his endearing naivety, his aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had grown taller and appeared far stronger than he had a year ago. Last year, Goku had looked harmless, with a hint of baby fat, but now he resembled a true martial artist. Goten could distinctly sense the powerful energy emanating from Goku, indicating that he had indeed trained hard over the past year. "Well done, little Goku. It seems you have made significant progress." Upon receiving Goten's praise, Goku bashfully scratched his head and grinned. "Yeah, I feel like I've improved quite a bit lately. I can now endure 3 times the normal gravity." Haha. Goten raised an eyebrow in surprise. For a Super Saiyan like Goku, 3 times the gravity seemed rather modest. He himself had trained under nearly 30 times the gravity, based on Goku's Saiyan physiology. Goten had expected him to be capable of withstanding at least 10 times the gravity after over a year of training. So this revelation was rather unexpected. "Goku, have you been slacking? How is it that after such a long period, you can only manage 3 times the gravity?" Goten scrutinized Goku, clearly dissatisfied with his training pace. "That I haven't. I've been working really hard. Perhaps I'm just a bit slow," Goku replied sheepishly. Goten understood that Goku was not one to shirk his training, but struggled to pinpoint where the issue lay. "Goku, it's been ages since we last sparred. Come on, I want to see how far you've come." The only way to discern the problem now was through practical combat. Upon hearing that they would fight, Goku's eyes lit up, his demeanor shifting to that of a hungry wolf spotting its prey. Although he knew he was no match for Goten, his inherent combative spirit did not waver in the face of such overwhelming strength. Goten gestured for Bulma to step aside, and then subtly shifted his right foot, adopting a seemingly casual stance. However, this matter is indeed of great significance. He would not dare to underestimate the little Wukong. Upon witnessing Wu Tian's movements, Xiao Wukong was filled with astonishment. Having followed Wu Tian closely since childhood, he was acutely aware of every action and nuance of his elder brother, and likewise, Xiao Wukong possessed a profound understanding of Wu Tian. "Brother Tian, you have grown stronger again. I will surely catch up with you." The sight of Wu Tian's considerable increase in strength ignited his competitive spirit, and his fighting resolve surged dramatically. Wu Tian, too, envied Xiao Wukong's combative nature, as he appeared to harbor no fear whatsoever. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. Such a mindset is worthy of emulation. "Xiao Wukong, you are speaking too much. Come on." Wu Tian maintained his stance, lightly raising his right hand, suppressing the true energy within, and awaited Xiao Wukong's attack. Xiao Wukong dashed towards Wu Tian with great determination, launching a straight punch that he understood that if he exerted his full strength against his elder brother, the outcome would be quite disastrous. Wu Tian did not evade. Instead, he swiftly turned his right hand to grasp Xiao Wukong's fist, initially believing he could easily catch the blow. However, he had underestimated Xiao Wukong. As the force of the punch caused Wu Tian's arm to recoil slightly, a muffled sound emanating from within him. Pressing down on Xiao Wukong's fist, he exerted force to push him several meters away. "Well," he exclaimed in praise of Xiao Wukong's strength, though internally he was utterly astonished. The power of this little Wukong had increased tenfold compared to over a year ago, had it not been for his internal energy backing him. He might have found himself in a rather embarrassing situation. Although Wu Tian's strength now surpassed Xiao Wukong's by a considerable margin, the physical prowess of Xiao Wukong was nearly on par with the current Wu Tian, prompting him to inwardly exclaim freak. Observing Xiao Wukong's spirited and exuberant demeanor compelled Wu Tian to take the matter more seriously. He shifted his body slightly, adopting a new stance to face Xiao Wukong. This minor movement was intended to loosen all his muscles in preparation for Xiao Wukong's next wave of attacks. Xiao Wukong swiftly approached Wu Tian, but hesitated to strike immediately, with several quick pivots. He hoped to distract Wu Tian's attention. However, seeing Wu Tian remain entirely unresponsive, he abandoned this plan. Xiao Wukong thought to himself that his elder brother was indeed formidable. Such tactics could only work against others. To Wu Tian, any form of trickery seemed futile. Only the most direct and powerful attacks offered a glimmer of hope. Xiao Wukong swiftly unleashed the Liuyang palm, and upon seeing it, Wu Tian was taken aback. This strike seemed to possess some merit. Noticing Wu Tian's expression, Xiao Wukong felt a twinge of pride. Believing his palm technique had shown significant improvement lately, he continued to execute the Liuyang palm, its variations becoming increasingly intricate. The once simple 40 or so moves of the Liuyang palm now surged forth with vigor, distinctly different from his previous attempts. Aside from the similarity in techniques, the moves that once required internal energy to execute had now undergone a remarkable transformation in Xiao Wukong's hands. As Xiao Wukong's speed intensified, Wu Tian's astonishment grew. He keenly sensed a faint flow of energy emanating from Xiao Wukong's palm technique, a clear manifestation of the energy generated by the technique itself. Though it seemed Xiao Wukong remained unaware of this development, after a brief scuffle, Wu Tian confirmed that the energy in the palm technique had only recently manifested. As Xiao Wukong became more familiar with the technique, he gradually began to harness this energy. Initially, Wu Tian had believed Xiao Wukong's practice of the Liuyang palm to be of little consequence. Now, witnessing his gradual comprehension of the technique's subtleties and the emergence of energy, he resolved to continue sparring with Xiao Wukong. He had little to impart regarding Xiao Wukong's training methods, and could only encourage him to grasp this energy more swiftly. Wu Tian consistently provided Xiao Wukong with opportunities to practice. And as he anticipated, Xiao Wukong's utilization of the energy became increasingly adept. From the initial flickering presence of energy to a continuous flow, Xiao Wukong's remarkable capacity for understanding left Wu Tian feeling a mix of admiration and exasperation. Sensing something, Xiao Wukong allowed that strange energy to flow freely through his palm. After more than an hour of entangled combat, Wu Tian deemed it sufficient. He crossed his hands in front of him to shield his chest, bracing himself to receive Xiao Wukong's fierce palm strike. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as Xiao Wukong was sent reeling back several meters. The moment Xiao Wukong's energy struck Wu Tian, he felt an intense force encroaching upon him. Instinctively, Wu Tian retaliated with great vigor, a surge of power coursing from his feet to his arms, erupting forth and staggering Xiao Wukong. Wu Tian lowered his hands, taking a moment to stretch, as all discomfort from the recent battle vanished in an instant. He released the true energy within, directing it outward. Wu Tian's entire being radiated as if illuminated by flames. After a brief flicker, he retracted the emitted energy, rendering the dust and sweat from their earlier tussle non-existent, restoring him to his original state, as if the hour-long skirmish had never occurred. Seeing Xiao Wukong still sprawled at a distance, panting heavily, Wu Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Wukong had endured 3 times the gravity he had faced during his own training. Approaching him, Wu Tian gathered energy in his right palm and gently lifted Xiao Wukong, channeling the Jiuyang true qi into him from afar. Within seconds, the exhausted Xiao Wukong regained his previous vitality, although his strength had not fully returned. He had recovered significantly. This was Wu Tian's first experience using Jiuyang true qi to heal another. He had previously transmitted true energy to Bulma, who had felt immensely relieved. Now, it seemed that Jiuyang true qi could indeed mend injuries, and with remarkable efficacy. "How do you feel, Xiao Wukong?" Upon witnessing his injuries miraculously heal, Xiao Wukong was utterly astonished. "Brother Tian, you are incredible. How did you do that? I feel warm all over, and my injuries have completely healed. What was that energy you used? It was like a magical beam that made my injuries vanish in an instant." Wu Tian could not help but roll his eyes. Jiuyang true qi did not possess the power of resurrection, and compared to magical beams, it was vastly inferior. That is the true energy I cultivated myself that I was asking you if you gained any insights from the Liang palm. Xiao Wukong scratched the back of his head and replied. It felt strange when I executed the Liang palm. It was as if a current flowed through my palm, something I had never experienced before. What was that? Seeing Xiao Wukong looking at him expectantly, Wu Tian replied, well, that is the energy you have begun to comprehend after practicing the Liang palm for an extended period. You could consider it a form of energy. Xiao Wukong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Really? Can I cultivate true energy like you, Brother Tian? You wish. The energy you possess is not the same as mine. If you want to learn my true energy, you might as well wait until your next life. However, the energy from the Liang palm will benefit you greatly. You should practice diligently to master that energy. Perhaps you will be able to control it, which would undoubtedly serve you well. Upon hearing Wu Tian's response, Xiao Wukong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet, the thought of having acquired energy reignited his determination to master it and not disappoint his elder brother. By the way, Xiao Wukong, I came to bid you farewell. I am leaving for a long journey. Where are you going? What do you mean by a long journey? Xiao Wukong asked, puzzled. Wu Tian turned slightly and explained, I am going to a very distant place. And I may be gone for quite some time. You need to take care of yourself. Wu Tian retrieved a small gourd from his dragon ring and tossed it to Xiao Wukong. Here are over 100 magical beans for you to keep. Do not consume them recklessly unless absolutely necessary. They are life-saving items. Moreover, do not neglect your training. The earth will depend on you to protect it in the future. Many powerful beings will seek to invade. And you must become stronger. Do not let yourself perish before my return. Those formidable foes are far beyond my strength. It's up to you to handle it. Xiao Wukong was incredulous. In his eyes, Wu Tian was the strongest person in the world, yet there were others who surpassed him. This revelation ignited his fierce competitive spirit, and his eyes sparkled with determination, stronger than Brother Tian. Looking at Xiao Wukong, Wu Tian felt speechless. He approached and ruffled Xiao Wukong's hair, saying, all right, I must take my leave. You need to focus on your training. After speaking, Bulma, who turned away without a word, went to sleep. In that fleeting moment as Goten turned around, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He gently picked up the slumbering Bulma and made his way toward the spaceship, piloting it into the vastness of the universe, millions of light years away from Earth. Within the cosmos, Bulma was preoccupied inside the ship, her eyes fixated on the display screen suspended in the center, her fingers flying over the controls, tirelessly calculating the vast data collected by the spacecraft. Over a month into their journey, Bulma was the busiest of all. Since day one, she had been engrossed in data analysis, hardly sparing a glance at Goten. Whenever hunger or fatigue struck, she simply consumed energy fruits, showing no need for meals or rest. Goten had initially anticipated that the interstellar journey would be exhilarating and entertaining. However, the reality was starkly different. Far from being enjoyable, it was monotonous. They passed countless planets, 99.9 of which were desolate, with only a few teeming with life, yet devoid of any sentient beings to achieve first. Goten had been filled with enthusiasm, marveling at the vast cosmos, the myriad of wonders he had never encountered before. His eyes drinking in the mystique of the universe, continuously awestruck by its splendor. But within a mere 2 days, boredom had set in. The scenery was nearly identical day in and day out, leaving him exasperated. Bulma, too busy with her work, paid him no heed, compelling him to retreat into his own training. The interstellar battles Goten had imagined also failed to materialize. Throughout the month-long voyage, he had expected at least some asteroids to cross their path. Yet their meticulously safe route had yielded not a single one. The journey remained tranquil, devoid of any upheaval. Far from the excitement he yearned for, Goten sat quietly beside Bulma, unhurriedly channeling his internal energy. Still as silent as before, he no longer pushed himself. He understood that reaching a certain level in martial arts made breakthroughs elusive, and that when the time was right, it would happen naturally. He feared that perhaps his cultivation was insufficient. Dividing his focus proved to be a profound experience. The more he delved into it, the more wondrous it became. He experimented with various methods, mastering the art of dual focus to an impressive degree, achieving a level of control that allowed him to engage effortlessly. Initially, using dual focus had drained his mental energy, but now, having honed his skills, he managed it with ease, no longer feeling fatigued. As he deepened his understanding, his perception of the external world sharpened, the transformation evoking emotions akin to those he felt during every breakthrough. Consequently, he no longer fretted over stagnation in his cultivation, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, his enthusiasm for practicing dual focus grew, and he pursued it with unrelenting zeal. Suddenly, a jolt of anxiety coursed through Goten, an inexplicable sense of impending suffocation. With a muffled groan, he opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. This ominous premonition was unprecedented, as though something threatened his very existence, the clarity of the feeling unnerving. Hearing the commotion, Bulma turned to Goten, her eyes widening in fear at his pale visage. Trembling, she approached him, her voice quivering. "Goten, what's wrong? Is there an issue with your training?" She had never seen him in such a state. To her, he was indomitable, even in the face of calamity. Yet now, his appearance genuinely frightened her. Goten shook his head, remaining silent, then closed his eyes as the suffocating sensation surged once more. Startled, he opened his eyes, gasping for breath, perplexed. His internal energy continued to circulate without a hitch. And upon checking his body, he found no abnormalities, further deepening his confusion about the source of this intense sense of danger. Seeing Bulma's ashen face, which mirrored his own fear, he attempted to reassure her. "It's nothing, Bulma. But before he could finish, a sudden alarm blared. The sound sent Goten's heart racing. He swiftly moved to the display screen. The screen flickered ominously with red light, pulsating as if breathing, clearly indicating a malfunction in the system. Goten had a sinking feeling that his earlier premonition was connected to this alarm. Bulma rushed over, her complexion even paler than before, her eyes fixed on the display. She recognized the situation. The alarm was the ultimate warning, one that only sounded in dire circumstances. Her fingers danced across the screen, and after a prolonged moment, the data changed abruptly before vanishing, replaced by an expanse of darkness, with a brilliant white point of light at the center, which soon disappeared. Upon witnessing this, Bulma let out a sigh of relief. "That startled me. I thought the ship had malfunctioned." "Bulma, why is it completely dark ahead?" "It's nothing. We've merely entered a realm of darkness," Bulma replied casually. Goten furrowed his brow at her words. That a realm of darkness? Could it pose a danger? Why would there be an alarm? Gazing into the abyss before him, he voiced his concerns, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. "Bulma, please check again." At his insistence, Bulma jolted, recalling that her settings for encountering a realm of darkness were not like this. Her expression shifted as she began to act. Just then, the ship trembled slightly, and the alarm blared again. Bulma quickly opened a control window, clicking furiously, and the surrounding environment suddenly shifted, plunging them back into darkness. Bulma gasped, instinctively clinging to Goten, startled by the sudden turn of events. Goten asked, "Bulma, what did you just activate? Why has it become so dark?" He knew it was not as simple as turning off the lights. With his abilities, he could see clearly even in the night. Yet no matter how he concentrated, everything remained pitch black, as if he were blind. Feeling Goten's presence calmed Bulma, who fumbled on the control panel, clicking several times. The darkness receded, but they were still shrouded in a hazy gloom. Goten, bewildered, looked at Bulma, who explained, "I just activated the ship's full transparency mode. It seems being in the dark made everything invisible. Now, I've switched it back to semi-transparent." Goten was left speechless, astonished to learn that the ship could become fully transparent. Turning his thoughts back, he wondered how such darkness could obliterate even the light passing through a layer of glass. Uncertain of the ship's material, he simply referred to it as glass. Bulma scanned the exterior, finding it completely dark, unable to discern anything unusual. "That I don't know. I'll check further," she said, returning to her tasks. Goten scrutinized his surroundings, feeling as if he were treading in void. "Goten, we're in trouble." Goten snapped back to attention at Bulma's voice, asking, "What's gone wrong?" She pointed at the display screen, where a dark storm loomed ahead, energy waves pulsating violently. Goten stared at the screen, puzzled by the rippling waves he could not comprehend. "A dark storm? Is it dangerous?" He had never heard of a dark storm before. "Yes, before a black hole forms, it manifests as a dark storm. If we approach its vicinity, we will be absorbed without a chance to resist," Bulma explained. Goten, upon hearing black hole, understood the terror of the dark storm. After all, black holes devour even light, let alone them. "Are you certain?" Bulma nodded. "Yes, it's highly probable." "Then let us turn back immediately." "What are we waiting for?" Goten urged. Bulma forced a wry smile. It's too late for that now. That if we had turned back earlier, we might have escaped. Now, we are surrounded by darkness. It's too late. We can only attempt a space jump. Goten, relieved that there was still a chance to escape, pressed. Then let us do the space jump. Bulma's face fell. It's not that simple. The dark storm has disrupted the surrounding space. The coordinates we stored have been scrambled. To execute a precise space jump, we need undisturbed space, or we must wait for the dark storm to pass. What would be the consequences of initiating a spatial leap right now, without designated coordinates for such a leap? We could be unceremoniously transported to some obscure corner of the universe, which poses a significant danger. Furthermore, the current disruption in space leaves us utterly unaware of what extraordinary occurrences might ensue. Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, Goten let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "So that's how it is. That is certainly preferable to being consumed by the dark storm. Besides, the universe is vast. Surely, our luck can't be that bad. I calculated it, and the probability of danger is 1 in a million. 1 in a million means there's no danger at all. Let us hurry. We can't wait for the dark storm to arrive." However, from Bulma's perspective, that 1 in a million chance seemed alarmingly high. Yet, considering the current situation, there was no alternative but to proceed with the spatial leap. Gritting her teeth, she pressed the button for the leap. Goten swiftly took his place in the co-pilot seat, aware that spatial leaps were no trivial matter. Although the shocks produced by the leap wouldn't inflict any harm on him, he nonetheless felt that securing himself was the wisest course of action. The ship jolted violently, emitting a laser beam into the void, and Goten sensed the fabric of space tremble around them. Before long, a brilliant light appeared not far ahead, evidently marking the opening of a spatial conduit. In a flash, that light was consumed by darkness as Bulma piloted the ship at maximum speed into the luminous point. Once they entered the spatial tunnel, the vessel began to tremble, as though it were being squeezed by some unseen force. Goten felt discomfort wash over him, while Bulma maintained an air of calm. This particular spatial leap seemed to last longer than previous ones, which had only taken around 10 seconds. Observing this, Goten grew increasingly anxious. After a minute or so, the ship jolted once more, and then tranquility returned. Goten exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing they had exited the spatial tunnel. An escape, indeed. Soon, the surroundings brightened, revealing a hazy vista. Bulma quickly adjusted the ship's settings to full transparency. Illuminating the interior. As they beheld the starry expanse around them, it sparkled with breathtaking brilliance. Bulma exclaimed in delight, "Ha ha! We made it out." Goten marveled at the ship's design, noting the fully transparent upper section, which offered an unobstructed panoramic view. He was puzzled as to why Bulma hadn't set the ship to full transparency earlier. However, he soon understood. Gazing at the vast universe, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression that was quite uncomfortable. "Let me see if there are any planets nearby with signs of life," Bulma said, activating the planetary scanner. The ship began emitting signals directed toward the detected planets. Observing Bulma's industriousness, Goten pondered the recent ominous signs. They were undoubtedly warnings of the dark storm, but when had he developed such an ability to foresee danger? Could it be a result of his newfound capacity to multitask? As he contemplated this, he couldn't shake off the thoughts that had arisen since embracing this dual focus. Suddenly, Bulma let out a sharp cry. Goten's heart raced, fearing yet another crisis. "Oh my! Brother Tian, I found it! There's a planet nearby teeming with life. And it's not just a single type. There must be various organisms present." Goten's spirits soared at this news. After all their efforts, they finally had a glimmer of hope. "Let us go. How long will it take to get there?" Bulma checked the display screen and replied, "The ship's energy is insufficient for a spatial leap, so we'll have to fly there, which will take about a day. A day's wait was acceptable for Goten, who urged Bulma to set off. Brother Tian, this is wonderful. There are indeed humans," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she viewed the ship's remote footage. Goten, in a meditative state, felt a surge of exhilaration and focused intently on the large screen. Upon seeing the footage, he was taken aback and asked, Bulma, are you sure you're not playing a historical drama?" The screen displayed scenes reminiscent of ancient television dramas, showcasing a bustling marketplace filled with activity. Though silent, it appeared lively, with figures occasionally darting by, swords slung across their backs. Bulma, unaware of Goten's reference, replied casually, "What historical drama? Haha, this planet looks like it could be a lot of fun." Witnessing Bulma's reaction, Goten stared at the screen, genuinely questioning whether she was toying with him, swallowing hard in astonishment. This planet is enormous, over 20 times the size of Earth. How incredible! Bulma marveled at the data displayed on the screen. Unable to fathom such a colossal planet, Goten's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood the gravity of that comparison, envisioning it akin to the disparity between a soybean and an egg, truly vast. Bulma manipulated the data on the screen, and soon a holographic representation of the planet emerged, seeming astoundingly lifelike. Goten reached out, only to be disheartened to find it was merely a simulation. Bulma continued to explore the virtual planet, eventually frowning and stating, "The terrain of this planet is quite peculiar. The two largest land masses are perfectly separated by a vast ocean. Yet, within that ocean, there are numerous islands." Goten scrutinized the display and indeed saw that there were only two land masses, perfectly divided by the ocean, a striking configuration, but that's astonishing. Bulma, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? This planet seems quite unusual, Goten remarked. Bulma shook her head. Though she too found it perplexing, she trusted the ship's data. Well then, let us descend into the forest. We must avoid alarming any inhabitants. That a few minutes later, the two piloted the ship slowly down over a forested area, awestruck by the environment surrounding them. Towering mountain ranges stretched endlessly, with colossal trees reaching toward the clouds. Goten had thought Earth's trees were impressive, but these were on an entirely different scale. Wow, this is unbelievable. Each tree looks like a small mountain. As the ship touched down, Goten was eager to disembark, but Bulma halted him, admonishing, "Brother Tian, you are being reckless. We haven't determined if the external environment is safe to exit. Surely it should be fine." "Didn't we just see people?" Goten countered. Bulma shook her head. That's not necessarily the case. While they may resemble us, they are from a different planet, and there could be some differences. With that, she began gathering data and making calculations. After a considerable time, Bulma smiled and exclaimed, "Haha, we can go out. The air composition here is almost identical to Earth's. There's no problem at all." Goten felt a wave of relief wash over him, and they eagerly exited the ship. Bulma was the first to step out, spreading her arms wide, closing her eyes, and inhaling deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, this feels wonderful. I haven't breathed such fresh air in ages." Goten gazed at the lush greenery, invigorated by the overwhelming energy in the air, feeling a surge of vitality. The ambient energy here was several times denser than that of Earth, eliciting a profound excitement within him. He relaxed completely, allowing the internal energy to flow freely, guiding it through his body. As the energy activated within him, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, merging with his own. However, instead of integrating smoothly as before, this energy resisted upon contact with Goten's internal force. Realizing it could not prevail, it swiftly retreated from his body. Before Goten could comprehend the situation, all external energy had vanished. Stunned, Goten was left bewildered. This phenomenon had never occurred before. It was as if the spiritual energy possessed a will of its own, choosing to withdraw. Once more, he attempted to absorb the energy, and an abundance surged into him. However, the pleasant situation was short-lived. The ethereal energies soon generated a resistance, yearning to flee. With a mere thought, Wu Tian intercepted their escape route using the true energy within him, intending to begin the fusion with the foreign energies. To his astonishment, these external energies refused to yield and, in an act of defiance, suddenly vanished without a trace. Wu Tian distinctly sensed that the energies did not merely disappear. It was as if they had chosen to commit an act of self-destruction. This revelation left him utterly shocked, for he had never fathomed that energies could possess such a capacity for self-annihilation. Undeterred by this peculiarity, Wu Tian attempted several more times to engage with the energies, only to receive the same grim outcome, an evident act of self-termination, eliciting a bitter chuckle from him. Could it be that these energies also repulse outsiders? Noticing Wu Tian's prolonged silence, Bulma turned to him and inquired, "What's wrong, Tianji? Is something amiss?" Wu Tian smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Let us proceed." He stored the spacecraft within his dragon ring and followed Bulma as they continued onward. Extending his senses, Wu Tian became acutely aware of several formidable presences surrounding them, causing him to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated the presence of so many individuals within this forest, albeit scattered, which struck him as peculiar. Concerned for Bulma's safety, he gently lifted her and ascended into the air. Bulma, reluctant, playfully protested, "Oh, Tianji, I wish to walk below. The plants here are so curious. This is no trivial matter. There are countless individuals nearby, and their prowess is not to be underestimated. It seems they are lying in ambush." "I cannot take chances with your safety," Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed. "Really? I didn't notice at all." Wu Tian smirked. "If you could have noticed, what need would there be for me?" He urged, "Let us hasten to where there are more people." "Wow, what a massive bird!" Bulma exclaimed, pointing at a great bird soaring not far away. Wu Tian focused his gaze and beheld a colossal bird with a wingspan of 10 meters, its body a rich brown. With a remarkably long beak, glimmering as if it were a sharp blade, its claws appeared disproportionately small, and its overall form resembled that of an eagle, presenting a rather discordant and bizarre appearance. Upon hearing the commotion, the giant bird turned its head, its eyes flashing with a cold light, and swiftly altered its course toward the two. At observing the bird's speed, Wu Tian couldn't help but scoff in his eyes. It moved with excruciating slowness. Bulma, however, anxiously tightened her grip around Wu Tian as the bird approached. Wu Tian stood his ground as the giant bird came to a halt 10 meters away, gazing down at them with a glint of menace in its eyes. Causing Bulma to shiver slightly, the bird then tilted its head back, and with a resounding crack, unleashed a powerful gust of energy from its beak, hurtling toward the pair. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such a creature to possess such an attack, reminiscent of the fire phoenix he had encountered atop the Fire Valley, which could similarly expel flames to assault its foes. Wu Tian deftly evaded the bird's onslaught, the barely perceptible energy striking the ground beneath him, snapping a tree trunk of about a meter wide with a resounding crack. Wu Tian was slightly startled. The power of that energy was indeed formidable. Capable of breaking such a thick branch, seeing its initial attack fail, the giant bird swiftly launched a second assault. Wu Tian had intended to observe any further techniques the bird might employ, but as it repeated the same attack over a dozen times, he found it rather tedious. With a swift motion, he soared onto the bird's back and pressed down with great force. Crack! Boom! The giant bird was thrust down to the ground, shattering several branches beneath its weight. Wu Tian estimated that given the strength he had just exerted, the creature was likely beyond saving. He then took Bulma and continued their flight forward. After a while, the giant bird struggled to rise, emitting a series of low, fearful calls directed at the direction in which Wu Tian had departed, clearly intimidated by him. Showcasing an almost sentient awareness, with a flap of its wings, it ascended into the sky. Its eyes filled with hatred fixed upon the horizon. Far away, several miles distant, Wu Tian felt a peculiar stirring in his heart and halted, turning around, yet he discerned nothing amiss. He had sensed an inexplicable animosity emanating from behind him, which struck him as astonishing. Wu Tian shook his head. There had been too many odd occurrences lately, and he decided not to dwell on them further as they resumed their journey. Bulma chose a landing spot not far from the location she had previously observed. The distance being merely a few dozen kilometers at Wu Tian's speed, it took but a few minutes to reach their destination. As they approached the nearby structures, Wu Tian gradually descended, swiftly guiding Bulma to the middle of the road, where the two curiously observed the bustling passers-by. The attire of these individuals closely resembled that of ancient peoples Wu Tian had seen on television, deepening his intrigue about this planet. The onlookers regarded Wu Tian and Bulma with equal curiosity, instinctively stepping aside as though they had encountered a creature of myth. Upon assessing his own appearance, Wu Tian concluded that his attire, a traditional black-clad warrior robe, was unremarkable, but Bulma's earthly garb appeared utterly out of place here, accentuated by her striking blue hair, which undoubtedly accounted for the reactions of the crowd. Wu Tian chuckled. "Haha, Bulma, I think you ought to find a place to change your attire. Otherwise, they might mistake you for a monster. And you really should dye your hair back to black." Bulma pouted. "Humph, these people simply lack appreciation." Wu Tian's gaze shifted a few hundred meters away, where a grand city came into view. The bold characters Tianyun City were visible from afar, indicating the comings and goings of people entering and exiting. With Bulma in tow, Wu Tian quickened his pace, his curiosity piqued by the sights within the city. Although he had seen images of this planet before and encountered its inhabitants, he found it hard to believe that the backdrop of this world could resemble ancient China so closely. While Wu Tian could have flown directly into the city with Bulma, he feared such a display would be too startling and potentially frighten the locals. Thus, he chose to join the throng of people making their way toward Tianyun City. Upon entering the city gates, an ancient atmosphere washed over them. As Wu Tian surveyed the surroundings, he noted that the buildings were constructed of stone and timber, designed in a uniquely charming fashion, devoid of the expected dilapidation. The architecture differed somewhat from his preconceived notions of ancient Chinese construction. Curiously, the buildings nearest to the city gates were composed of remarkably hard stone, while those farther away predominantly featured wooden structures. What an odd style of architecture, Bulma remarked, her eyes wide with wonder, having never encountered such designs before. Wu Tian, having seen much in his travels, felt less astonished. Although the structures were somewhat distinct, the overall ambience felt familiar. The vibrant backdrop of the city stirred a sense of excitement within him as they traversed the bustling streets, surrounded by a lively crowd. Various shops lined the thoroughfare, indicating that this was a marketplace. Occasionally, Wu Tian spotted martial artists hurriedly passing by, weapons in tow, with no intention of lingering. This struck him as peculiar, while one or two individuals might be in a hurry. The scores he observed were all intent on moving forward without pause. Most shops displayed an array of peculiar items, many of which Wu Tian could not identify, based on the attire of the surrounding populace. He surmised these were likely everyday necessities for the local inhabitants, and neither he nor Bulma found them particularly intriguing. What piqued Wu Tian's curiosity most was the presence of several weapon shops along the two narrow streets, which primarily stocked three types of weapons: large sabers, great swords, and long spears, along with a few daggers and concealed weapons. Entering one of the weapon shops, Wu Tian picked up a massive sword measuring 1.5 meters in length and 2 inches in width. Weighing it in his hands, he found the lightest among them still weighed around 50 pounds. Wu Tian could not help but be astonished. With such heft, it was evident that martial prowess was highly esteemed in this world. Noticing the shopkeeper effortlessly lift the 100-pound blades, Wu Tian couldn't help but commend. Realizing that this individual was likely a practitioner of the martial arts, the surge of excitement coursed through him. If even a mere shopkeeper possessed such strength, one could only imagine the multitude of powerful beings in this realm. As they exited the shop, Wu Tian,